Thank you for tuning into the live show. We're back for another one. This afternoon, we're going to be checking out Jim Jordan as he leads tense judiciary hearing on bill to cap Supreme Court seats at 9. This is a lot of conversation has been surrounded concerning this topic. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to check it out real fast and let the fun begin. All right, here we go.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 8481, the Cayley's Law Act of 2026 for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 8481, to amend Title 18 United States Code to provide for the issuance.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to mark up such an impactful piece of legislation. At its core, Cayley's Law is about ensuring that victims of some of the most serious crimes do not have to live with the constant fear that their offender may one day contact them again. For many victims, healing is not linear, and the trauma of a crime does not end when a conviction is secured. The possibility of future contact can reopen wounds, undermine a survivor's sense of safety, and make it harder to move forward. That is why this bill provides a straightforward and common sense solution by authorizing lifetime no-contact orders for offenders convicted of serious federal violent, sexual, trafficking, and child exploitation crimes. Under this legislation, offenders are permanently barred from contacting their victims unless the conviction is later invalidated or pardoned. The bill is rooted in a simple principle. Victims deserve lasting protection, and offenders who have committed these heinous acts should not have the ability to reinsert themselves into the lives of those they have harmed. I thank my friend and colleague, Representative Hamadeh, for introducing this legislation, and I acknowledge the presence in the audience today, Cayley, for whom this bill was named. Thanks in large part to Cayley's advocacy and the work of supporters first at the state level in Arizona, Wisconsin then became the second state in the nation to enact a version of Cayley's Law, providing more victims the opportunity to seek lifetime protection orders against their offenders. Other states, including Texas and Virginia, provide certain forms of long-term or lifetime protective orders. When we had our hearing on this legislation in April, we were honored to hear from Cayley herself as she shared her experience and her path toward advocacy. And again, we thank you for being here today, Cayley. Sharing one's story is never easy, particularly when it involves painful and deeply personal experiences. After the hearing, I engaged with both Cayley and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle through robust discussion of how we make a good bill even better, and I'm pleased to say we did just that. Thanks to this effort, this version today includes many impactful changes, including adding stalking to the list of offenses covered, strengthening the definition of a crime of violence, and ensured all language in the legislation starts and ends with the victim at the center, as all criminal law should. I thank our colleagues across the aisle for their commitment to victims' rights and making this a true bipartisan effort. I extend my sincere thanks to Right on Crime for both their testimony before the subcommittee and for their thoughtful engagement on this legislation. Their expertise and constructive feedback have helped strengthen this bill, so I thank them for your thoughtful engagement throughout the legislative process. I'm grateful for the collaborative effort that brought us to this point. Ultimately, this bill is victim-centered and prioritizes public safety. Cayley's Law helps ensure that our criminal justice system works for victims, not against them. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I am very happy to strongly support this legislation to strengthen protection for victims and survivors of domestic and sexual violence. H.R. 8481, Cayley's Law of 2026, would require federal courts to issue lifetime no-contact orders against defendants who are convicted of certain covered offenses, including child sexual exploitation, sex trafficking, stalking, and sexual abuse upon the request or the consent of the victim, but independent of the criminal case. Hundreds of thousands of people live under conditions of sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and other kinds of sexual abuse, and this legislation will help them to turn their lives around. According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, an average of 24 people a minute become victims of rape, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in the United States. That's more than 12 million women and men every year. Nationwide, more than 1 in 5 women have been raped or subjected to attempted rape, and 60% of the rapes are committed by someone known to the victim, a number that increases dramatically for minor victims, going up to 93% who knew their abuser. The lives of survivors of sexual and domestic violence are radically altered even long after the abuse has ended, and many suffer from a wide range of chronic physical and mental health problems. They pay a heavy price financially for medical and therapeutic treatment, lost work, and legal expenses, and the weight of these burdens is even greater for survivors who have fewer resources and networks to draw upon. In recent years, some states have passed laws to strengthen protections for survivors, often thanks to the advocacy of survivors themselves, like Kaylee Kozak, who was abused by her soccer coach beginning when she was 12 years old. Because of her undaunted advocacy in her home state of Arizona, survivors of sex crimes and other violent crimes may now petition the court in their state for a permanent order of protection against their abusers, totally separate and apart from the criminal case. Other states have enacted similar laws, and I'm proud to say that Maryland is one of them. These laws empower victims and survivors to feel a lot safer and to move forward with their lives. It's wonderful that we're advancing a version of Kaylee's law that would allow federal courts to issue no contact orders to victims and survivors of the worst offenses. And it's wonderful that we are doing this on a bipartisan basis. And I must say it is a welcome break from the administration's retreat from a strong federal role in supporting victims and survivors. The administration's actions have resulted, as members of this committee know, in the elimination of hundreds of programs that Congress created and funded to address the needs of victims and survivors of some of the very crimes we're talking about here today. But I'm very happy that we can join together on this legislation, and I strongly support it. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman goes back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8481, offered
Without
by...
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment makes both technical and minor substantive changes to the legislation. It first addresses clerical corrections in the bill. The amendment further adds stalking to the list of covered offenses, closes a loophole regarding time of sentencing, strengthens the definition of crimes of violence, and lastly, clarifies language to further strengthen victim autonomy throughout the process of attaining the order. These changes were made with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and they are bipartisan in nature, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8481, offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered read.
And Mr. Chair, if I could reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment clarifies only violent and sexual crimes or covered offenses under the legislation. The amendment also mirrors language in the Arizona statute to assure due process for the defendant upon which the order is served. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman...
We withdraw.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Is there any discussion on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of adopting the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and the amendment is adopted. The question is now on adopting the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on favorably reporting the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is unfavorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks gentleman from Arizona.
request a roll call.
Gentleman requests a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Isa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Gooden votes yes. Ms. Kamlager-Dove, you are not recorded. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes yes. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Johnson, you're not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes yea. Mr. Fry, you're not recorded. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Jordan? Yes. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Onder? You're not recorded. Mr. Onder votes yes. Mr. Liu, you're not recorded. Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Gale, you're not recorded. Mr. Gale votes yes. Twenty-three.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 0 noes.
Vote being 23 in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, the ayes have it. The bill is passed in order to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 1869, the Protecting American Industry and Labor from International Trade Crimes Act of 2025, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 1869, to strengthen the Department of Justice's...
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. While we're waiting on the return of Congressman Issa, I thought I would just, in fact, include his opening statement. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, U.S. trade policy is a vital tool to protect American businesses and workers, ensure American competitiveness, and achieve our foreign policy objectives. It's not enough merely to have a smart trade policy that puts American workers and businesses first. For U.S. trade policy to be effective, we have to resolutely enforce the laws implementing that policy. Today, criminal enterprises and bad actors, predominantly based in the People's Republic of China, are breaking U.S. trade laws with impunity. Trade-based financial crime is a $1.6 trillion per year problem. For example, in just the past decade, law enforcement has identified hundreds of instances of trade fraud, most of which originated in the PRC. Tariff and duty fraud committed by the PRC-based companies alone has been estimated to have cost the United States hundreds of billions of dollars of revenue in that time. Not only has the fraudulent deprived us of revenue from tariffs and duties, but has seriously undermined our trade policy. Additionally, in just FY 2025, U.S. authorities seized over $7.4 billion of counterfeit goods, with the PRC accounting for approximately 90% of those seizures by value. Those seizures reflect billions of dollars stolen from U.S. businesses and workers, which undermines the trade policies designed to protect them. The scale of Chinese counterfeiting operations shows how much American consumers have been exposed to potentially deadly fake goods, including pharmaceuticals. Since June of 2022, law enforcement has also identified nearly $1 billion worth of goods mined, produced, or manufactured wholly or in part in Xinjiang and Uyghur autonomous regions. These goods carry significant risk of having been produced by forced labor and are illegal to import into the United States. We must do more to punish the criminals that are breaking our trade laws and inflicting serious harm to our economy to the tune of over $1 trillion every year. Only then can we stop the bleeding, protect our citizens, and ensure the continued credibility of U.S. trade policy. H.R. 1869, the Protecting American Industry and Labor from International Trade Crimes Act of 2025, will establish the structure needed at the Department of Justice to go after criminals who perpetrate trade crimes. These crimes include trade fraud, tariff and duty evasion, illegal smuggling, trade-based money laundering, trafficking in counterfeit goods, and much more. This bill will enable DOJ to dedicate specialized personnel to investigate and prosecute the perpetrators of these crimes. As more crimes are investigated, more criminals are caught, and more prosecutions put those criminals in jail, U.S. trade policy will better protect Americans and better protect the strength to adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party. The importance of these issues to all Americans is clear from the broad bipartisan group of members sponsoring this bill. I want to thank all sponsors for their hard work, as well as hard work by the selected committee on the Chinese Communist Party to put together this excellent legislation. We advanced nearly identical legislation on a bipartisan voice vote last Congress, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation once again, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will recognize the ranking member for a statement on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I strongly support this legislation. The bill would create a trade crimes task force within DOJ to investigate or to strengthen our capacity to investigate and prosecute trade-related crimes. Trade crimes are an ongoing problem for our people and our businesses. Foreign hackers equip computer chips with spyware and slip them into our stream of commerce and our businesses. Market opportunists use unstable materials to create counterfeit batteries that explode and maim some of our unsuspecting e-cigarette users, which does not seem like a fair punishment for smoking e-cigarettes. And handbags made with forced Uyghur labor passed off as fair trade materials make American consumers unwittingly complicit in outrageous human rights crimes. Cyber intrusions can risk a company's trade secrets without their knowledge. They may never even become aware that they were part of a data leak, but a foreign competitor can use the intellectual property to unfairly compete against targeted U.S. companies. The deluge of counterfeits has made it increasingly difficult for prosecutors at DOJ to enforce our laws. This legislation, as drafted, would help the government prevent trade loss by creating a task force to identify, investigate, and help prosecute trade crimes that hurt Americans in every industry. This legislation is bipartisan. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the Select Committee on China, the House Appropriations Committee, and the Judiciary Committee for working to carefully negotiate a bill that, if properly funded, would help the U.S. crack down on foreign entities that try to circumvent our trade laws. Policing counterfeits that harm American consumers endanger our national security and destroy billions in profits for U.S. companies is important work. I'm glad we all agree that DOJ prosecutors should focus on keeping our country safe. I support this legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, there is an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin to explain the amendment.
This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, updates the year from the title of the bill and strikes the appropriations language in Section 6. On May 13th, the House Committee on Appropriations voted on the fiscal year 2027 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agency Bill, which included the appropriation to address trade crimes within the criminal division of DOJ. As a result, the appropriation language in the bill is unnecessary and duplicative of the work already done by the House Committee on Appropriations. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm in very strong support of this bill and am a co-sponsor of it. We are working on this issue in North Carolina. As a matter of fact, our Secretary of State has her own division that works on these issues. But they are overwhelmed, and they need federal help, particularly when things cross state lines, and for all of this international, really, let's just say, theft of people's goods and their innovation. And so I commend the bill, and I really look forward to seeing it on the floor as soon as possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on adoption of the amendment nature of substitute. Of course, that'll be followed by immediately by a vote on reporting of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment nature of substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those
That's for recorded vote.
those opposed, no. And the recorded vote being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett?
How am I recorded?
Mr. Issa, you are not recorded. Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Garcia, you're not recorded. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove, you are not recorded. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye.
Daryl, how are you doing?
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. Van Drew, you are not recorded. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Liu, you are not recorded. Mr. Liu votes aye.
I apologize. It's not every day you have a member come in a wheelchair, so I was checking out Mr. Harris, what happened over the weekend. He was in a little accident, and I still thought we were one short. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 0 noes.
The bill is approved. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorable to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill is reported as a single amendment nature substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to the notice, I call up H.R. 175, the Deport Alien Gang Members Act, for purpose of markup. Move the committee report it favorably. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 175.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read, open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. McClintock from California, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the Biden administration, the Democrats opened our borders to the largest illegal mass migration in history. This included some of the most violent criminal gangs and cartels in history, which quickly established themselves in our communities and began a reign of crime that included human trafficking, drug trafficking, vehicular manslaughter, extortion, burglary, robbery, assault, and murder. Today, an estimated 10,000 MS-13 gang members are loose in our country. Tren de Aragua is active in at least 19 states, including Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Louisiana, Maryland, Montana, Nevada, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, as well as Washington, D.C. The sheriff of Tulare County, California, testified to our subcommittee that the Sinaloa cartel now operates throughout the state of California, including extensive drug and human trafficking, extortion, and even organized execution squads. He estimates that half of the crime he deals with in his rural county involved illegal aliens, many serving organized criminal gangs. The toll of this deliberate policy of the Democrats mounts with every news cycle. Despite this carnage, there is no specific provision in law to allow authorities to immediately deport members or accomplices of these criminal gangs and to summarily deny them immigration benefits and admission based on their involvement with these criminal organizations. This bill fills that glaring gap in our nation's defenses. It creates clear grounds of inadmissibility and deportability for aliens who are members of criminal gangs or who have promoted, aided, conspired with, or participated in gang activities. It provides immigration authorities with the tools necessary to act before these individuals commit additional crimes on American soil, rather than waiting until innocent Americans suffer the consequences. This legislation also establishes a clear statutory definition of a criminal gang. The offenses covered under that definition are not minor infractions. They include drug trafficking, firearms offenses, crimes of violence, human trafficking, identity theft, money laundering, alien smuggling, and other serious criminal conduct. These are the very activities that fuel organized criminal enterprises and threaten public safety throughout our nation. This bill also requires the detention of gang-affiliated aliens during removal proceedings. This provision reflects a simple reality. Individuals who have demonstrated allegiance to criminal organizations represent a substantial public safety risk and should not be released into our communities while their immigration cases are pending. This closes loopholes that allow gang members to obtain immigration benefits that were never intended to protect violent criminals. Under this legislation, gang members would be ineligible for asylum, temporary protected status, special immigrant juvenile status, and other forms of immigration relief. These humanitarian protections were created to assist vulnerable individuals fleeing persecution or hardship, not to provide safe haven for members of organized criminal enterprises. Now, we've often heard the Democrats argue that existing law is sufficient. Well, if that were true, we would not continue to see criminal gangs of illegal aliens operating in American communities from coast to coast, now would we? We would not see local law enforcement agencies struggling with gang-related violence from people with no legal right to be here. We would not see repeated instances in which dangerous individuals evade removal despite clear evidence of their gang affiliation. The President put a simple question to members of Congress during his State of the Union message. Stand if you believe the United States government should put the needs of American citizens ahead of illegal aliens. Not a single Democrat stood. They keep telling us that they support removing dangerous criminal illegal aliens from our country while they do everything they possibly can to keep them here, including storming detention facilities, assaulting law enforcement officers, and defending sanctuary laws that are specifically designed to keep criminal illegal aliens in our communities when the law requires that they be removed. So here's yet another chance for the Democrats to join us in requiring the removal of criminal gang members and their accomplices from our country immediately and automatically. This restores clarity to the law, strengthens public safety, and reinforces the principle that the United States will not serve as a sanctuary for foreign criminal organizations. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Our colleagues invite us to believe that this legislation is necessary to repair a gaping loophole in our laws permitting alien criminal gang members to freely enter and remain in our country and do their dirty business, and somehow preventing the administration from removing them. If that were true, of course, we would gladly support legislation to close such a dramatic and overlooked loophole. But despite all of the dramatic rhetoric, that is not remotely the case. If there's anyone who really believes that we can't remove alien criminal gang members from the country today, they're too innocent to be let out of the house by themselves. The administration has ample, broad authority under our existing immigration laws to deny entry to or remove criminal gang members. Current law already contains numerous provisions ensuring that convicted criminal gang members are deportable and inadmissible. Section 212A3A of the INA allows the administration to exclude anyone who seeks to enter the United States and intends to engage in any unlawful activity at all. Section 237A4A renders deportable any non-citizen who's engaged or is engaged in any criminal activity endangering public safety. These provisions obviously provide ample authority to render deportable and admissible any gang member. So, why is the majority bringing forward this legislation when the people it claims to be targeting are already clearly covered by current law? Perhaps it's because this bill would allow the administration to claim it's cracking down on foreign criminal gang members, the worst of the worst, without having to offer any real evidence in particular cases. This legislation grants the administration sweeping authority to declare anyone to be a past or present gang member so long as an officer asserts he has reason to believe that they are a gang member or once were a gang member. The outrageous and lawless treatment of people alleged to be gang members has already led to huge miscarriages of justice, even without this legislation being passed. Take the case of Jersey Reyes Barrios, a 36-year-old professional soccer player and coach. He was an asylum seeker from Venezuela, awaiting his asylum hearing. But unbeknownst to his family, he was swept up and flown out of the country under the Alien Enemies Act to a torture prison in El Salvador as part of the government's dragnet campaign against Tren de Aragua. He had no criminal record and no criminal charges were ever filed against him, but he was sent to a dictator's prison in El Salvador because he was simply declared to be a reputed gang member. And why? Because he has a tattoo on his right arm, which was mistakenly associated with the gang. In fact, the tattoo is of a soccer ball topped with a crown, which signifies the soccer club Real Madrid. Take the case of Andre Hernandez Romero, a gay makeup artist and barber who fled Venezuela's brutal Maduro regime, which was persecuting him simply because of his sexual orientation and because he was against their corrupt government. His asylum claim was pending when he too was swept up in the government's campaign because of his benign tattoo of two crowns, one symbolizing his father and one symbolizing his mother. His tattoo for his parents was the only evidence used by the administration to claim that he was a, quote, gang member, and then to send him to the infamous torture facility in El Salvador. To this day, the government has never provided any other evidence beyond that tattoo that Andre was actually a gang member. The Trump administration also tried to deport a Venezuelan couple with temporary protective status multiple times, claiming without evidence that they were members or were associated with Tren de Aragua. Judges threw both of their cases out with one saying she would have literally thrown administration officials out of her chambers if they had asked her for an arrest warrant in the case based on the completely weak and pathetic evidence presented. ICE, we learned today, even lies about U.S. citizens. I knew about this case for a while, but they had not gone public with it. A U.S. citizen from Maryland was arrested by ICE agents in December and held for 25 days. This is a U.S. citizen, like the vast majority of the people in this room today, held for 25 days despite her offering proof of her citizenship, but they didn't believe her, and she was held for nearly a month, despite all of her protests and her family protests that she was born in the United States. The DHS continually claimed that she was an illegal alien from Mexico. They've not apologized, but they've issued her a passport. She didn't have one, like half of the people in the United States. Half of the U.S. citizens in the United States don't have a passport. So look, judicial frustration with the administration's cavalier attitude towards the rules of evidence and the burden of proof tells us everything we need to know about this new proposal. Judges across America have openly rebuked the administration for systematically lying to them in court. The conduct of DOJ attorneys has gotten so bad that judges are questioning if this administration is deserving of the long-running presumption of regularity in the operation of governmental law enforcement. If judges can no longer assume that executive branch officials have properly discharged their duties, why would we give them even more wide-open discretion and vague language with which to abuse their government offices? What if the administration's claim that it's taking on drug cartels and going after the worst of the worst, which is why it needs this legislation suddenly? Well, it turns out that's totally bogus too. President Trump pardoned former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez for his crime of helping drug traffickers move hundreds of tons of cocaine, more than 800,000 pounds of cocaine, into the United States. The president of Honduras, Hernandez, said that he was going to stuff it up the nostrils of the gringos. Hernandez was also accused of taking huge bribes from El Chapo and getting millions of dollars from other drug trafficking cartels. Trump not only pardoned him and blamed Biden for his harsh treatment of this global narco trafficker, but Trump also pardoned Ross Ulbricht, the mastermind behind the dark web platform Silk Road that was used by drug dealers to sell more than $200 million worth of narcotics online. That guy was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole, and yet after Trump pardoned him on day one of his administration, that guy is now back at work, a completely unrepentant criminal and a threat to public safety. It's difficult to take seriously the argument that suddenly we need massive new redundant legislative authorities to hunt down criminal gang members and international drug traffickers when the convicted drug traffickers at home and abroad are getting full presidential pardons and the red carpet from the Trump administration. The administration's bombing campaign, wiping out fishing boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific, has led to no detectable decrease in the amount of cocaine flowing into our country, and federal drug prosecutions are at an all-time low. ICE's dragnet mass deportations have obstructed federal prosecutions of cartel drug smugglers by deporting the witnesses, the victims, and the informants, as we've described in our report, Acquittal by Removal. Under this administration, gang members and drug traffickers get pardoned while innocent people are falsely accused of gang membership and sent to torture prisons abroad. We blow up fishermen, decimating the rules of war and our notions of due process while cocaine flows freely in our country, and we've got no meaningful plan for treatment of our people. ICE and CBP are shooting American citizens like Renee Good, like Alex Preddy, brutalizing protesters. Far from targeting the worst of the worst, the administration has detained and deported people who've committed no crimes at all and pose no safety threat. And now the majority wants to give them even more power to abuse. This administration has demonstrated it cannot be trusted to accurately identify real gang members. The few guardrails this bill tries to insert are completely inadequate. The definition of a criminal gang in the bill is dangerously broad and loose and allows the administration to label all sorts of people as gang members without requiring any evidence at all. The bill states a criminal gang is an ongoing group, club, organization, or association of 5 or more persons that has as one of its primary purposes the commission of a felony drug offense, including simple possession of marijuana. This could mean a group of high school kids who have gathered on the weekend to smoke marijuana could be deemed a criminal gang under the bill. It also includes harboring undocumented people. This provision is not restricted to those in the business of smuggling, but includes anyone who provides shelter, transportation, or support to undocumented immigrants, and thus could be read to cover clergy members who provide undocumented immigrants a place to stay or food for their children, as many of them do. The Catholic Church has come out forcefully against this government's abuse and mistreatment of migrants, and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops opposed a similar bill the House voted on 9 years ago. Would this administration use the powers granted to them by the bill to declare Pope Leo as the leader of a criminal gang for harboring undocumented people? Donald Trump has already called the Pope weak on crime. Is this the next step? I oppose this really dangerous bill, which gives the administration broad, loose discretion and authority that it simply cannot be trusted with, as they have demonstrated time and again. I urge our colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ranking member would rather wait until the MS-13 gang member who's here illegally rapes, assaults, or murders a fellow American before taking any action.
Point of order. The gentleman is not explaining the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman is recognized. He can explain it the way he wants to explain it.
Thank you. If the individual's an MS-13 member, that should be enough to insist that they be removed. I mean, if a rattlesnake is curled up in your bedroom, would you wait to remove it until it strikes? Or would you get it out of your bedroom before it can harm you or your family? That's the fundamental question here. There's a new term afoot called suicidal empathy. It describes virtue signaling that is so naive that it invites actual harm. And I want to thank the ranking member for illustrating that disorder in real life. As to the amendment, it makes a small change in the short title of the bill. It expands the immigration relief ineligibilities. It makes technical changes to the TPS provision, criminal gang definition, mandatory detention provision, and withholding of removal provision. Adds crimes such as kidnapping and racketeering to the criminal gang definition, and makes technical changes to the grounds of inadmissibility and deportability. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields
Chairman.
back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I start out by endorsing everything the ranking member said. But I'll go a little more specifically. One, if it is made here a crime to be a member of a gang, the bill doesn't require conviction. How can you act on someone based on the allegation that he's committed a crime, namely being a gang member, without convicting him in a court of law of that crime? So no evidence need be given that he is a member of a gang. Somebody simply must assert it. This is about the most un-American thing I can think of since the Bill of Rights was enacted in 1791. Second point, talking about the strikes in the Pacific. They are murder. Murder straight and simple. What was wrong with our old policy? If you suspected a boat of having narcotics, the Coast Guard intercepted that boat, confiscated the narcotics, and if there were no narcotics, tipped their hat and said, go on your way. Instead, with no evidence whatsoever, the president orders that boats be destroyed and the people on them killed. This is murder, pure and simple. There is no doubt in my mind that the president in the next administration should be prosecuted for murder, but unfortunately, the Supreme Court decision in the Trump case that said that a president cannot be questioned for anything in his official duties precludes that. But I have no doubt that in the next administration, Pete Hegseth should be and will be prosecuted and convicted of murder. I yield back.
Could the gentleman yield?
To the gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Nadler. The destruction of those alleged drug boats in the Pacific have nothing to do with war. As you point out, we're not at war. There's been no declaration of war. I know that Donald Trump doesn't think he needs a declaration of war, but they weren't even asserting these were acts of war. So what were they? As you were saying, that was just lethal violence administered against people without any kind of due process at all, right? So we appointed ourselves not just the officers, but the prosecutors, the judges, and then the jury laying down a death sentence against the people who were on the boats, whoever they were, whether they were involved in drugs or not. It could be a case of mistaken identification. That's what due process is all about. The last time we discussed this, I remember one of my colleagues said to me, well, you're not for due process for guilty people, are you? That's the whole point. We don't know if they're guilty until they've had due process. That's why those are about the two most beautiful words in the Constitution, if not the two most beautiful words in the English language. If you think the government is infallible, which is not something I usually hear from my friends on this side of the aisle, although I do hear it increasingly more under Donald Trump, but if you think the government is infallible, then great, you don't need due process. If you think the government can make mistakes, and government officials and officers and prosecutors can make mistakes, then you need due process. That's why the framers built it into the Constitution. And so this legislation is a further part of exactly what the gentleman from New York is describing, which is a demolition of our basic ideas of due process. Now, it's enough simply to label somebody a member of a gang, which can be any kind of club or organization or association that has ever advanced one criminal aim, including smoking marijuana. Look, I mean, we got a president of the United States who's convicted of fraud. Is fraud one of those? I don't know if fraud is in there. Could that be a criminal gang? I mean, come on. Let's walk our way back from this intense attempt to give the government complete and total discretion to do whatever it wants. It leads to situations where totally innocent people are put into solitary confinement or pinned up against other prisoners in torture facilities around the world. And I want to thank the gentleman for his point.
And reclaiming my time, I'll point out the president was convicted not of fraud, but of sexual assault. And sexual assault is certainly
that was a civil adjudication. I was referring to the criminal conviction.
Okay,
yeah.
But nonetheless, it was a civil adjudication of sexual assault. And just saying everything else again, you cannot label someone a gang member and take action against that person without the evidence that will convince a jury.
Gentlemen.
That's the basis of our Constitution and of our Bill of Rights. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank the chairman. I want to thank Mr. McClintock for putting this good legislation forward and all the work that he's done on these issues in this area. I think, you know, again, it's important to hear the other point of view, but we've had this argument before, and I don't know why time after time, and I'm going to stay cool, calm, and collected today. The one side is always defending criminals, always defending illegals. We've had people here who have been victims over and over again, and while we hear some words, we don't see any action. For the victims out there, for the people who are hurt, let's start out by understanding that the people we're referring to are not legal Americans in any regard. We would have the right to deport them even if they weren't gang members. But we're trying to, I guess, be as open-minded, I don't even know what the right words are for, and say, if you are illegal and you are a gang member, that you must be deported. Not that we can think about it, we can still, in a different administration, let you go out and do what you do, that you have to be deported. And you know, in America, we do have processes. The very fact that the ranking member was able to discuss different individuals that may or may not have been, I don't know all the cases, I knew of some of them that were going to be deported and have some issues, and then it was determined, no, that wasn't correct. That very fact that he was able to discuss that and point it out in a handful of cases shows that the system works. But for us to keep people here who we know are dangerous, we know are criminal, we know are a member of criminal gangs, we know that don't belong here, we know that there are many victims, people who've been hurt, who've lost family members, who've been raped, who've been attacked, we have felons. I won't go through all, I can give you lists of people who've done the wrong thing. That's wrong to keep them here. I don't get it. I don't understand it. We keep talking about the American people. The American people don't understand that piece of it. Secondly, when we talk about the drug boats, these are not just innocent fishing vessels. They investigate, they find out what they're doing, they know what they're doing. They're hurting our babies, our children, our American people, our American citizens. They're killing them. And yeah, we do have to keep our borders closed, and we do have to defend our borders, and those that would push those drugs on others have to be stopped. I can't speak to the other issues and the pardons or whatever, but I know that we need to stop those that would hurt our American people.
Would the gentleman yield?
In 1 second. What they're doing is murder, pure and simple. With so many, you all have sat here where we've had the angel moms. You've sat here where brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts and mothers and fathers have talked about the people they lost that shouldn't have happened, that wouldn't have happened if Mr. McClintock's legislation was law, and many of the other things that we want to do. Again, I will yield, and I'm going to wrap up by saying, and I may reclaim my time, we're not speaking about American citizens. We're speaking about people who broke the law already, but now have gone an extra step and are also committing atrocious criminal acts. I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to point out that with respect to the boats, I wasn't aware that under our law, drug smuggling is a capital crime. I yield back.
I reclaim my time. You know, again, if it isn't, maybe in certain cases it should be. When you're moving large quantities of drugs and focus on one particular nation, in this case, the United States of America, and again, you know, we're not going to do that. We could drag the families in here. We can drag the real Americans. We all love to bring up what does America think, the real people. I know, I meet people every day who tell sad stories about what's happened to their family because of drugs. It's an epidemic. And it's not only, you know, we've got to do more with drugs than just wait till they're here and wait till people are addicted and then have social workers and doctors and nurses have to deal with that. We need to do that. We need to do it, unfortunately. But how about we try to stop the drugs from flowing in and our Americans from getting addicted? Fentanyl in China, South America, the stuff that comes over from all over the world, trying to destroy our nation. No other country would allow this. And by the way, if you had American gang members in other countries that are law-abiding countries, see what happens to them. Watch, listen, and see what happens to them. I got to tell you, American gang members in other countries would be in a lot of trouble. They don't want it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from, I think gentlelady from Vermont, and we'll get to you, Mr. Gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly to respond to my colleague, Mr. Van Drew. Due process is there to protect all of us, not just the accused. When we have due process, we can gather evidence. We can talk to witnesses. We can find out in the case of these drug boats that are being blown up, we are not just attacking those boats, we are attacking witnesses. If in fact they are running drugs, then you would think that what's valuable to us to crack those cartels is to have us able to question those people. and our colleagues who serve on the committees of jurisdiction have asked for the evidence, have asked for this government to get back to us about the evidence, because we do want to prevent drugs from coming in here. And when we kill witnesses, when we kill people who may be part of larger rings, then we are not taking full advantage of what due process does for all of us. We are literally killing the people that can help us crack these cartels, if in fact they're part of cartels. Why don't we have that evidence? I yield to the ranking member.
Well, thank you for that excellent point. Due process protects not just the accused, it protects all of us. It allows us to conduct the criminal investigation. But there's another group that it protects, which is innocent people who are swept up in the dragnet. The distinguished gentleman from New Jersey says that the fact that we're able, the fact that we're able to identify people who were wrongfully deported to a torturer's prison in El Salvador and could have spent the rest of their lives there had there not been protests, which I don't believe the gentleman was part of, he thinks that that somehow vindicates the system. Those people were never prosecuted. They were never given a hearing. They were literally swept up in the early days of the Trump administration in the Tren de Aragua dragnet sweep and just sent out of the country. And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid here. I mean, these people were 100% innocent. They've been returned to their lives. Nobody has advanced a single iota of evidence against them. And I don't think we can just, roll our eyes and say, well, c'est la vie, because there might be people still down there who haven't been released because of it. And I hope the next time it happens, we will be able to work together on a bipartisan basis to insist that the rigors of due process be applied to everybody, because people's liberty is way too sacred simply to entrust to lawless government agents. And so what we're afraid of here is, look, does anybody really believe that we don't have the power to deport criminal aliens from the country right now or to prevent them from coming in the country? I mean, give me a break. Nobody believes that. You're telling me that we went through the entire first Trump administration and nobody noticed that there was a law permitting criminal alien gang members to get in? I mean, it's ridiculous. So this is obviously just for political value, but in the process, what you're doing is you're creating hopelessly vague and loose language that will lead to more miscarriages of justice. So I yield back to the gentlelady.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Just a moment. It is the dangers of not trusting this administration to be clear with us and the American people about the evidence that they have against those who are accused. We had an incident where you had DOJ and Homeland Security taking to the public airways constantly about cases, whether it was Renee Good, whether it was Alex Preddy, whether it was somebody who they superimposed a tattoo on their hand that didn't even exist. We do not want vague language that can empower any administration, Democrat or Republican, without evidence to go after American citizens, Mr. Vandrew.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Briefly, I will.
Okay, we'll be very brief. When drug lords are patrolling our waters and our country and pushing drugs on our kids, the best thing they can learn is they're not going to get away with that, and yes, they are going to be.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Let's finish up.
I reclaim my time.
We can teach them they're not going to get away with it until Donald Trump pardons them, because he has pardoned dozens of criminal fraudsters and international drug traffickers and other criminals. So that's why it's hard to take this seriously. By the way, fraud is included under this law, and so that does make relevant the criminal fraud conviction on dozens of counts in New York City. I yield back. Thank you.
And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized. Mr.
Thank you. I believe that my colleagues may have been confusing the civil action against the president with former Congressman Bob Filner, who was convicted of his crimes of assaulting women. The president has been exonerated. The lawfare used against President Trump has been overturned by the process. And I would hope that we would move on from the false allegations that occurred under the last administration. President Reagan was always kind to liberals, and rightfully so. He said liberals aren't stupid or poorly educated. They just know things that don't happen to be true. And I think that's exactly where we are at this moment. Mr. Vandrew recognizes the phrase. The fact is, there is a difference between a right and a privilege. This legislation is dealing with a recognition that non-citizens are privileged to be here. Yes, they have rights under the Constitution. However, the privilege of being in the United States can be revoked at any time, and due process is by definition limited. Decisions can be made, rightfully so, to evacuate them. But that's not even what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with 10+ million people, many of them criminals, but even those who were not, who were all let in by the previous administration. An invasion of our country occurred under 4 years of Joe Biden. And the measures that everyone's complaining about on the other side of the aisle are the measures that will only undo a fraction of what was allowed during the last administration. What the president's trying to do is pump bilge water out of a boat that was allowed to essentially open all the orifices, and you can bring water into a boat much faster than you can pump it out. And that is exactly where we stand. As to the fast boats, if our third president were alive today, President Thomas Jefferson would have looked and said, these are pirates. They bear no flag. They operate ships designed for speed well beyond any fishing boat. And they do not heave to when alerted to. These crafts that are being shot, and yes, they are being doused, are in fact the ones that we know with great certainty exist for one purpose: to smuggle. They have massive amounts of engines and they are moving quickly. They in fact bear no flags and they do not stop when summoned to. So the idea that there's some sort of innocent and that you should give on the high seas due process to these boats carrying massive amounts of drugs into America is simply a matter of being well educated and knowing things that aren't true. To believe that in fact due process is working and that we can undo the damage of 10+ million people ushered into the United States, including many of them that have been just emptied out of foreign jails in a timely fashion by doing the same process as the Democrats would approve, is simply fantasy. If we want to come close to getting rid of a small portion of the worst during this time of just 4 short years of President Trump, he has to work as aggressively as possible, use all the tools at his disposal, and yes, we should provide tools to expedite as much as possible that ability. And again, that would not be necessary if we had not had a president who failed to faithfully uphold his duties under the Constitution. Now, President Reagan, citing him again one more time, asked famously at the end of 4 years, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
The gentleman yield.
Wait a moment. The fact is, are we safer today than we were less than 2 years ago? The streets of our cities are safer because of this removal. The streets are safer because of the president's use of his authority, including in the nation's capital where we sit today. So thank you, Mr. President, and I look forward to voting to give you just a little more defined ability to do the job that you are doing for America.
Would the gentleman yield?
And I would yield 8 seconds.
I thank you. I just want to point out that I visited Delaney Hall, a detention center, last week, and I found there a high school student.
I yield back. My time has expired.
Gentlemen, yield back.
Can I have a UC?
The ranking member is recognized for UC.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent for the following statements to be made part of the record. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops statement against this legislation.
Objection.
A letter from 24 faith-based groups, including Church World Service and World Relief.
Objection.
And the American Immigration Lawyers Association.
Without objection. I believe, I don't know who's next, but I'll go in what, I thought it was Mr. Johnson, but if that's all right, we'll go to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield to the gentleman from New York to finish his point.
Thank you. I visited last week Delaney Hall, an ICE detention center in Newark, run by a private company. I found there a high school student who'd been taken away just before her prom. A girl who's lived here since she was 1 year old, convicted of nothing, not the worst and the worst. I found there someone who was suffering from colon cancer and getting no treatment. I found there someone who was diagnosed with breast cancer and is waiting a month ago and is waiting for a mammogram. I found there that the only medical treatment people get for anything is Tylenol. So I don't know how we can, in good conscience, say that that we're deporting the worst of the worst, or that our detention facilities don't violate every law on the books. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman is welcome, and I rise in opposition to this bill. This bill allows the Trump administration to deny someone entry to the United States if they have reason to believe the person is a member of a criminal gang. That's just like, they're doing with these drug boats, so-called drug boats down in the Caribbean, saying that we have reason to believe. They won't share their reasoning with you, so you have no way of independently determining whether or not their actions in extrajudicially killing suspected or alleged drug dealers is correct or not. You just ask to believe that and accept it. Well, I don't. This administration cannot be believed. They compulsively lie, distort, they trick you. You can't believe anything they have to say. This legislation allows the Trump administration to deport green card holders if a Trump administration official decides that the green card holder is or has been a member of a criminal gang, and there's no due process for that determination, just like there's no due process for these speedboats. When did it become illegal to operate a speedboat in the Caribbean or in the Eastern Pacific? If you can do it, some person from Venezuela can operate a speedboat. That doesn't mean they're a drug dealer. We've already seen this administration make unfounded accusations of gang affiliation. The Trump administration deported young men because they had tattoos, even though those tattoos had nothing to do with gangs. And federal agents conducted a nighttime raid on a Chicago building claiming there were gang members inside, even though the government produced absolutely no evidence of alleged gang membership. When these are just simply magic words that the government can use to deport people without showing any evidence, they become ripe for abuse, and we know how abusive this administration has been. It is all too easy to see the government using this language to deport people who dare exercise free speech or who oppose the administration's policies. Instead of making us safer, this will cause our communities to live in even more fear. If the Trump administration cared about public safety, they would not create a $1.8 billion slush fund to reward people who stormed the Capitol and attacked Capitol Police. If Trump cared about public safety, he would not pardon a major cocaine trafficker. And if the Trump administration cared about public safety, it would allow federal law enforcement to work on gun prosecutions and child exploitation cases instead of pulling them off to work only on immigration enforcement. But this bill is not about public safety. It's a dangerous bill that gives the Trump administration unfettered power to deport someone without proof of wrongdoing. I oppose it. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I would also point out that this legislation comes at a time when people's
DEA office and their personnel and toured their lab as well. And also I met with the director of the Office of National Drug Policy, and they will tell you, contrary to what we heard from the other side, they are actually interdicting more illicit drugs, including fentanyl and cocaine, than ever before. I also, however, got to meet with 8 angel families. And these families have endured the worst pain imaginable because their government failed to do its most basic job, protect innocent Americans. I sat with Marianne Mendoza and thought about her son, Brandon, who was killed by a repeat criminal illegal alien who never should have been in this country. I thought about Steve Ronnebeck and his son, Grant, murdered by an illegal alien who should never have been here. I heard from the Basurto family, whose son, Fernando, was killed by a repeat illegal alien offender who should have been removed long before he had the chance to hurt anyone else. I spent time with Patty Fox and her daughter, Carissa, whose life was permanently changed by someone who never should have been allowed to remain in the United States. She will be bound and confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life because someone was here that should not have been here. I listened to Shannon Estes describe her daughter, Shaylee, murdered in her own home by a Russian national living here illegally, someone who should never have been in this country. I thought about Patricia and Doug Quetz, whose son Nicholas was murdered by criminal gangs in Mexico. These aren't statistics. These are families who wake up every day carrying a burden that never goes away. And every one of them asks for the same thing. Do everything you can to stop this from happening to another family. And that's what this bill is about. It's about keeping a promise that we will do everything within our power to prevent the next family receiving that horrible phone call. A promise that we will not accept preventable tragedies at the cost of failed policies. A promise that we will put the safety of American families first, because we need to be honest about what we are dealing with. Foreign criminal gang members do not come to the United States to contribute to our communities. They do not come here to build businesses, raise families, or strengthen our neighborhoods. They come to sow chaos, to traffic drugs, exploit vulnerable people, traffic children, traffic and rape women. They come to commit violence. They come to terrorize communities that hardworking Americans have spent generations building. That's what criminal gang members come here to do. And right now in Phoenix, Arizona, it was reported to me that there are more than 1,000 drop houses still today. The number one human drug and trafficking corridor is in my state. It comes because we have a 62-mile stretch that we can't close. We can't close. On the south side of the border, there are 7 plazas controlled by the Sinaloa cartel, just even with the Arizona border. And they continue to pour over, and there is, according to the DEA, as they listed the number of communities that have cartel and gang members in them. The cartel are gang members. Under current law, gang membership alone is not always enough to make an alien inadmissible or deportable. Gang members can still seek various forms of immigration relief and remain in the United States, and that makes no sense. H.R. 175 closes that loophole. It creates clear grounds to remove alien gang members. It ensures they are detained. It prevents them from exploiting legal gaps to remain here indefinitely, and most importantly, sends a simple message. If you're a member of a criminal gang, the U.S. is not your sanctuary. American people are tired of watching preventable tragedies unfold while politicians search for excuses. The families I met with last week do not want speeches. They want action. They want accountability. Now I'll just speak to the drug boats. The drug boats are not bucolic fishermen out for a leisurely sail. They've been designated foreign terrorist organizations. And that changes the very nature, and it makes them not subject necessarily to civil law, but actually to military law. And when there's military authority, they can go ahead and be destroyed. That's the drug boats, whether you like it or not, that's the authority. The other thing about visiting detention facilities, I have visited dozens of facilities all along the border. I've never heard of any ill patient being said, oh, we're going to give you, some kind of painkiller, just a Tylenol. I have never seen anyone there where there's not a contracted medical officer there, and that's the way that
Would
goes.
the gentleman yield?
I don't have anything left to yield, Mr. Nadler, but I can tell you this: I don't believe you for a second on that. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, trying to stick with the order. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 175 is yet another effort by Republicans to violate due process and give the Trump administration blanket authority to persecute any non-citizen that it wants. And as someone who's not running for re-election or higher office, I want to say this. This is a stunningly broad bill that would empower DHS agents to classify any non-citizen as a gang member and subject them to mandatory detention and deportation. It would even bar them from critical forms of protection like asylum, the violation of domestic and international law. This is a breathtaking assault on due process. Reason to believe is a stunningly low standard of proof and arbitrary designation of gang affiliations that will enable mandatory detention and deportation without any criminal conviction, as has been pointed out. The bill also codifies racial profiling with an absurdity broad definition of criminal gang and no reliable standard to prove gang membership. It's a loaded gun that the Trump administration will use, especially against brown and black people and anyone else that it wants to smear as a gang member, including children. The bill is not even necessary. Our immigration laws, as has been stated, already bar people from entry and trigger deportation for a wide range of conduct, including gang involvement. So what is this really about? It's about giving the Trump administration more power to weaponize the immigration system and inflict violence on our communities. We already know how Trump and his cronies lie and cover up about alleged gang membership to strip immigrants of due process. We saw that when they rendered hundreds of men to a torture prison in El Salvador with no evidence of gang membership. We also saw it in Chicago last summer. Federal agents conducted a militarized raid on an apartment building in the dead of night that resulted in U.S. citizens dragged out of bed and children, some naked, zip-tied, and detained for hours. The Trump administration claimed the building was filled with Tren de Aragua gang members and said they captured 2 confirmed gang members, yet prosecutors have still not filed one single criminal charge against anyone who was arrested, nor have they revealed any evidence showing anyone belonged to the gang. Court filings have shown that the operation had nothing to do with gang membership. It was just one more dragnet at racial profiling by this administration. I've seen firsthand the devastation caused by this raid, including to U.S. citizens who no longer trust their government. I find it ironic that Republicans want to talk about gang membership. We have gangs of violent mass thug agents who work in DHS, who are kidnapping, brutalizing, shooting, and killing people on our streets without accountability. We have gangs of corrupt criminals inside this administration who are using the federal government as their personal slush fund. The president himself is hell-bent on using the power of his office to turn our country into a gangster state, where extremist organizations like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are empowered after trying to overthrow the government. As usual, with Republicans, every accusation is a confession. Instead of wasting our time with another bill that guts due process and advances a racist anti-immigrant agenda, maybe it's time that we deal with the criminality of the highest levels of our government. Thank you, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield, if you have, I think, 40 seconds? Thank you for those very powerful and lucid remarks. I wanted to take a second just to respond to the gentleman from California who said that I think strongly suggested that the president's criminal convictions in New York on fraud were reversed. They were not reversed. He was found guilty by a unanimous jury on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the hush money case. That has not been reversed. I think he was confusing it, and it's understandable because the president has a very thick docket, but with a separate civil fraud case where the judgment was upheld by the highest court in New York, but the amount of damages was reduced from $500 million to something lower. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrats keep insisting that this law is redundant of current law. Well, if it's redundant of current law, why do they object to it? The Democrats tell us that there needs to be a conviction of being a gang member before we can remove him from our country. Well, we don't require a conviction of being a member of a terrorist group in order to remove them from our country or to refuse them admission to our country. The mere affiliation is enough. The fact is, for decades, federal immigration laws provided federal officials the ability to designate terrorist organizations. This bill simply gives officials the same ability to designate dangerous groups such as criminal gangs. The bill has the exact same rights and procedural protections that the law already applies to foreign terrorist organizations. It includes the same procedures related to classified information, the same procedures related to judicial review, and the same standards for courts to apply. It also includes the same procedures for congressional notification and publication in the Federal Register. Remember, every person who is legally entering our country is questioned about their plans and intentions by a consular officer if they're applying for a visa, or by an immigration officer at a point of entry, and they can be denied entry and be returned to their own country if there's reasonable suspicion over those circumstances. No conviction is required. The murderers of Kayla Hamilton and Laken Riley were gang members, but they were not convicted of any crime. Laken Riley's murderer even had a pending asylum claim. One was an MS-13 member, the other Trendy Aragua, and they could not have been admitted to this country if this law had been in effect then, and Kayla Hamilton and Laken Riley would be alive today. And theirs is a tragic story told over and over across this country with every new victim. And by the way, deportation is not a punishment. Deportation is an administrative act recognizing that an individual is not legally here and removing them from the country. Those illegal aliens in detention are perfectly free to leave anytime they want to any country that will accept them. They are simply not free to return into our country. This bill simply says an illegal alien who's affiliated with a criminal gang cannot be released into the United States, as the Democrats gleefully did for 4 years, or access other privileges that we accord to immigrants. I yield back.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. So the Democrats' position is if you're here in the country, maybe illegally, but you're not a citizen, you're here in the country and you're affiliated with the gang, you can't be removed. That's their position. We actually think you should, and that's what the bill does. But that's not where they stop. Remember, we just had a hearing 2 weeks ago. They don't stop there. They actually want preferential treatment for someone. We saw Mr. Descano said right there. He gives preferential treatment to individuals who are here illegally and commit another crime. He changes the plea agreement, what he might charge, depending on their immigration and deportation status. So they take it a step further. All we're saying is if you're here, not a citizen, you're a member of a gang, we don't think you should stay. Plain and simple. They say, no, you should stay, and we're going to take it a step further. And as I've said now several times, it's all part of their systematic, I call it their 4-part plan. Step one, as the chairman of the subcommittee has pointed out, they let in 10 million illegal migrants during the Biden administration. Step two, create sanctuary jurisdictions, which makes it difficult to remove those migrants when they commit another crime. Step three, don't fund the people who do the removing. We're having that debate as we speak. They won't fund ICE. And then step four, prosecutors say we're not even going to charge them, or we're not going to charge them the same way we would charge an American citizen who commits the exact same crime. Such a deal, such a plan. That is what they're executing. And all this is just good common sense. And so I appreciate the work of the chairman of the committee and what he's done on this bill, and would urge a yes vote. With that, I would yield back the time.
Simply repeat the point. If a rattlesnake's curled up in your bedroom, would you wait to remove it until it strikes, or would you get it out of your bedroom before it can harm you or your family? That's precisely what this bill is about.
Earlier, if the gentleman would yield one more time. Earlier, the ranking member said we need to walk our way back. I can't remember the what we need to walk our way back from is this sanctuary jurisdiction. Almost a third of the country, 18 big blue populated cities, 11 states, 3 counties, District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions. So American citizens living there, and understand in simple terms what that means. The politicians tell local law enforcement don't work with federal law enforcement when it comes to enforcing federal law. That is just plain stupid. But that is what's going on in almost a third of the country. That's what we need to walk our way back from. We need to keep all this in context. Again, I yield back. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to level set here a little bit. I mean, we've just heard Democrats think this, think that. Most of that was fiction. Certainly, no Democrats are advocating.
What part was fiction?
The part that says
31.5% of the country lives in a sanctuary jurisdiction.
No. It's still my time.
No, but I'm just asking what part was fiction. You said what I said was fiction.
I'm reclaiming my time. Can I start over?
I'll give you all the time you want. I'd like you to answer the question.
So the chairman just suggested that Democrats want to allow in criminals, want to allow in violent criminals, and don't have any interest in getting rid of violent criminals. That's just fiction. That's why there are laws on the books that Democrats and Republicans have voted for. But what we are objecting to is the absence of due process in all of these bills that you keep bringing forth. I mean, what makes America different is our fealty to the rule of law, is that we observe due process. And that simply means if you've got a gripe about something, if you think someone's a criminal, well, then you have to prove it. And the problem we have with this administration is they keep making accusations of people, particularly if those people are immigrants to this country, and they can't prove them because those are false allegations, whether it is claiming that people who they are blowing out of the water in the Caribbean are drug dealers when we haven't seen proof that they all are. It certainly appears from reporting that some of them were fishermen, that many of them were not bringing drugs into this country. This idea that the gentleman from California said, oh, they refused to hail over, there was nothing to hail over to. They're being bombed by drones and by airplanes. So, you know, if you think that amounts to due process, then we should be having hearings on that because it doesn't meet any standard of due process that we've ever seen. Then we hear an alternative justification that, well, we don't need to observe due process because this is actually the law of war. Well, when we talk to the folks who are experts in the law of war, they say, in fact, what's been going on with bombing these boats has often constituted war crimes. So once again, we are not living up to what the American ideals are with respect to if you accuse someone of something, if you are going to murder them, if you are going to send them to jail, if you're going to send them to some foreign gulag, you better be able to prove the allegations you're making against them. And this administration has been particularly suspect when it makes allegations about people that it views as enemies. Heck, they've accused Americans who were standing up and exercising their First Amendment rights of being domestic terrorists. So I think we have very strong reasons not to trust without proof, without due process, when the whole of government is being weaponized for political purposes. I was, however, heartened by Mr. Biggs' remarks, and I agree with him. The American people are tired of watching preventable tragedies occurring because of bad policies. And if that's his opinion, I think he should be joining with us on some of the gun safety legislation that has been waiting for hearings and waiting to be moved, because we see every day across this country, we see people being killed because of bad policy, because of the failure to enact common sense gun safety laws in this country that will help our law enforcement actually enforce the laws on our books. With that, Mr. Raskin, I yield to you.
Thank you. I want to thank the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania for her excellent comments. Let me just add a couple things. Our colleagues talk about murder and rape. Murder and rape are against the law, and anybody who commits it should be given due process rights, prosecuted, and if they're guilty, found guilty, and sent to jail. And if they are And if they're not a citizen of the United States, they should be deported after they have been convicted and after we've gotten all the evidence. In just 1 second, I just wanted to make one other point. The gentleman says, and this is indisputably true, if certain undocumented people weren't in the country when a crime was committed, then the crime would have been committed. That is indisputably true. It is like also saying if Donald Trump had not pardoned Andrew Paul Johnson, he would not have been able to commit those two sex crimes against 12-year-olds and then be sentenced to life afterwards. So yes, we need to have bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform. Let's stop using this as just an opportunity for demagoguery. Why don't we actually sit down and legislate? That's what we should be working on, and I thank you for yielding.
Thank you, and I just wanted to conclude with the rattlesnake analogy. I mean, before you kill a rattlesnake before it strikes, maybe you should prove it's a rattlesnake instead of just a garter snake. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Question on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question on favorably reporting the bill is amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views.
Seeking a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
I wonder if the rule is if I get through that line. Almost made it. If I get to, there was like another sentence I had to get to, though. Recorded vote being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Ms. Higman? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes yes. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Mr. Fry, you're not recorded. Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes yes.
Gentleman from Carolina.
Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes yes.
Y'all know there's food back there, right? You got to vote at 1:30?
Mr. Van Drew, you are not recorded. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Onder, you're not recorded. Mr. Onder votes yes. Mr. Knott, you are not recorded. Yes. Mr. Knott votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 8 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered to be reported in favor to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, we call up H.J. Res. 1. Wow. For purpose of markup, and move that the committee reported favorably to the House. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
H.J. Res. 1.
Without objection, the joint resolution will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Founders built a system of checks and balances to protect the American people from concentrated power. They understood that liberty survives only when power is divided, restrained, and accountable. A central part of that design is the Supreme Court. Its duty is to defend the rights and freedoms of every American, not to serve as a political tool for any party or administration. Alexander Hamilton made this clear in the Federalist 78. He wrote that the court must remain independent from the political branches so it can stand as a barrier against unconstitutional acts. The judiciary was designed to be the quiet guardian of liberty, insulated from the passions of the moment, and be the weakest branch. Opposition to court packing is not new and not partisan. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg warned that court packing was a, quote, bad idea, close quote, and that, quote, if anything would make the court look partisan, it would be that, close quote. Justice Stephen Breyer called court packing a structural alteration that would erode trust in the judiciary and reminded his own party, quote, what goes around comes around, close quote. Even President Biden, back in the day when he still believed in judicial independence, called FDR's court packing plan a bonehead idea and a terrible, terrible mistake that threatened the independence of the Supreme Court. Now, that's something that President Biden said that I could really agree with. President Biden's own Supreme Court commission refused to endorse court packing. The commission admitted that it was divided on expansion and warned that adding seats would undermine the court's legitimacy and damage democratic values. They concluded that the risks of court expansion were considerable, including the likelihood that it would erode, not restore, public trust. Court packing is a direct assault on that independence. It is an attack on the Constitution itself. It is an attempt to turn the Supreme Court into an extension of political power rather than a check on it. We must ask a simple question. How can the Supreme Court protect Americans from government overreach if the same government can pack the court whenever it dislikes a ruling? How can the court restrain unconstitutional power if it can be punished for doing its job? And history gives us a clear warning. When President Franklin Roosevelt tried to pack the court in 1937, Congress, including Democrats, rejected it outright. FDR even attacked the justices personally, claiming, quote, lowered mental or physical vigor, close quote, made them unable to understand modern problems. Congress responded with bipartisan outrage. Members introduced at least 10 constitutional amendments to fix the court at 9 members. The Democrat-controlled Senate Judiciary Committee called FDR's plan, quote, an invasion of judicial power that violates every sacred tradition of American democracy, close quote. And the Senate voted 70-20 to strip every court packing provision from the bill. Both parties understood then what we must understand now. Court packing is a direct threat to the Republic. Many of my colleagues across the aisle have pushed court packing schemes for years. It's not new. The ranking member, Raskin, ranking member Johnson, and others made it a central goal during the Biden-Harris era. Their objective has been the same from the start: intimidate the court, pressure the justices, clear the way for their agenda. And let's be honest, they had no problem with the court when it delivered rulings they liked. They celebrated Roe v. Wade for decades. But the moment the court issued rulings they disagreed with, they demanded the institution be blown up and rebuilt to guarantee political outcomes. Their goal is not ethics, it's not policy, it's power. One of their own members, former Representative Mondaire Jones, said the quiet part out loud, quote, nothing will be enough to protect our democracy short of sending this far-right majority on the court to its rightful place in the minority and into the dustbin of history by expanding the Supreme Court, close quote. That's not about legitimacy. That's about punishing the court for doing its job. After the Dobbs decision, Democrats held hearings designed to delegitimize the court and inflame their base. They claimed other rights, interracial marriage, same-sex marriage, contraception, were at risk, even though the Dobbs majority explicitly stated otherwise. They used the hearing to launch personal attacks on Justice Thomas for expressing views he has held for decades. Some even insinuated he omitted Loving versus Virginia because of his interracial marriage, a disgraceful and baseless smear. This is not about protecting rights. That was about intimidating the court and rallying the far left. And look at Virginia. One ruling they did not like, and Democrats immediately called for wiping out the entire state Supreme Court. That's not reform, that's retaliation. They're not defending an institution, they're pursuing raw power, and they're willing to tear down every guardrail the founders put in place to get it. We have watched Democrats on this committee launch personal attacks and smear campaigns against sitting justices. They have questioned their integrity, their families, their faith, their right to serve, their qualifications. They've done this not because of ethics, but because they want political outcomes. Their reckless rhetoric has consequences, very real consequences. A left-wing radical was arrested outside Justice Kavanaugh's home, armed and prepared to assassinate him. Law enforcement stopped him, but Democrats' dangerous words helped fuel that attempt. Their attacks created an environment where violence became thinkable. And we have seen the same pattern in the repeated attempts by radical leftists to assassinate President Trump not once, not twice, but at least 3 times. This is what happens when extremists put power above country, when they treat political opponents as enemies, when they tell their supporters that institutions must be destroyed if they stand in the way. This assault on the Supreme Court must stop. This assault on the Constitution must stop. Democrats' efforts to pack the court, impose political ethics codes, or force term or age limits on justices are all part of the same campaign. They want to weaken the judiciary. They want to silence constitutional limitations on their power. They want a court that obeys them, not the Constitution. This constitutional amendment proposed today will fix the number of justices at 9 members and will stop their court-packing scheme. It will protect the court's legitimacy. It will preserve the checks and balances that safeguard our freedoms, and it will ensure the right of all Americans that they remain secure, no matter who holds political power. The Supreme Court must remain independent. It must remain strong enough to do its job, and it must remain a guardian of liberty, not a casualty of partisan ambition. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this resolution precisely because it undermines the constitutional design and the framers' separation of powers. It's fascinating to me that our friends would cite the framers in the Federalist Papers to undo the handiwork of the framers. The question before us today is not really about whether 9 should become a magic number and elevated above all the other numbers. It's about whether this Congress, which has already surrendered congressional war powers, congressional taxing and tariff powers, and congressional spending powers to a president clearly desiring to be a king, should now permanently relinquish another constitutional power that we've got, that the framers endowed us with in Article 1 of the Constitution. The framers understood that the more a president seeks to expand his powers, the more important it is for the other branches of government, Congress and the judiciary, to exercise our own powers to serve as a structural check on an imperious and rapacious executive branch. That's why we've got the power of impeachment and trial, conviction, removal, and permanent disqualification. We've got the power of oversight. We've got the power of the purse. Alas, over the last year and a half, we've seen this GOP-controlled Congress act in an utterly obsequious and invertebrate fashion before a president who thinks he can go to war without Congress, impose the largest tax in American history in a tariff, in the form of a tariff without Congress, create billion-dollar slush funds without Congress, give himself and his family permanent, forever, in all caps, immunity in all cases relating to crimes and civil wrongs that he or his family members have committed without Congress having any say in it, and reduced the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary to being the pure instrument of his will. Now, placing loyalty to party over loyalty to the Constitution, MAGA House Republicans have repeatedly declined to act in any way to reject these outrageous usurpations by the executive. In fairness to the Senate Republicans, they have properly reacted with outrage and scorn for the president's sordid attempt to deal himself a $1.776 billion slush fund to bankroll his private militia and ship of fools political operation. But this joint resolution from the GOP takes us much further down the road of institutional capitulation and surrender. This is not constitutional conservatism in any way, but rather one more abdication striking at the very architecture of our republic. The Founding Fathers designed Congress to be the predominant branch, the one representing the people directly, and the one most capable of standing as a bulwark against a president grasping for kingly powers. As the people's representatives, we are meant to protect the Constitution, not surrender its authority whenever a president likes his particular stacking and packing of power on the Supreme Court and wants to freeze it into place for all time. But that's what the administration now demands, and our colleagues fall into line like good foot soldiers, proactively and permanently ceding another one of Congress's powers to the presidential will for no good reason. Over the course of our history, Congress has repeatedly exercised its authority to change the size, the structure, the jurisdiction, and other aspects of the Supreme Court and the federal judiciary, and for a variety of reasons. The Judiciary Act of 1789 established the first Supreme Court with 6 justices. I guess that would have been unlawful and not to the liking of our friends. Then in 1801, President John Adams and Congress shrank the size of the court from 6 to 5. To limit President Jefferson's ability to make appointments. I guess that would have been unconstitutional too. But when President Jefferson and his Republican majority came into power, they restored the 6th seat. In 1807, Congress expanded the size of the court to 7 seats when it created the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. And that became the pattern then. There should be 1 justice for each federal circuit. Again, in 1837, Congress expanded the number of federal circuits to 9 and the corresponding additional 2 seats to the court, bringing the total number to 9. In 1863, Congress briefly added a 10th circuit and, of course, added a 10th justice, giving President Lincoln another justice to appoint. In 1866, Congress abolished that 10th circuit and then reduced the size of the court to 7 justices. Congress did that to deny President Andrew Johnson the ability to nominate justices who might undermine Reconstruction with him. Again, in 1869, President Grant increased the court to 9 with another Judiciary Act, which set the number at 9 justices for 9 circuits, matching the number of justices, again, for the number of circuits. The court remained here until Senate Republicans changed the size of the court again in 2016. Let's see, wait, what was, I'm sorry. Oh, with Merrick Garland, yes. And we were down to 8 without Merrick Garland by blocking the filling of that Supreme Court seat. So why would we propose a constitutional amendment now, after this history, to tie our own hands in the hands of every future Congress? What's going on? Well, the resolution is obviously meant to cement into place a profoundly lopsided and partisan Supreme Court that was successfully stacked and packed, gerrymandered and engineered by Mitch McConnell after the deaths of Justice Scalia and Justice Ginsburg. In the former case, when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland, one of the most qualified people ever to be nominated to serve, being the Chief Judge of the D.C. Circuit, to fill the seat, McConnell did not even allow hearings, much less a vote, a full 11 months before the next election, because he said that the people should decide. Well, of course, the people had decided in electing President Obama to one of those genuine 4-year presidential terms. In the latter case, he rushed a vote for Amy Coney Barrett, check this out, 8 days before the presidential election. And he wouldn't allow hearings or a vote in the case of Merrick Garland's nomination 11 months before. So give me a break with all the talk about court packing. The court has been packed. Any changes now conceivably could lead to unpacking of the Supreme Court. This measure today is not a serious effort to improve our constitutional system. It's an attempt to pacify the president again by freezing the illegitimate handiwork of the mega senators into place for all time. Our colleagues are trying to give away another tool that our Constitution deliberately gave to Congress to check the other two branches simply because Donald Trump is demanding it. And we shouldn't be surprised. It's in keeping with the pattern we've seen since January 20th, 2025, where the leadership here has overseen in a completely passive way the unprecedented expansion of executive power and celebrated it. So this proposed constitutional amendment is not headed for ratification. Everybody knows that. So I turn back to the question before us, which is whether Congress should permanently surrender another one of its essential constitutional powers. The framers answered that question well for us more than 2 centuries ago, and I stand with them. Congress was designed to check executive power, not succumb and surrender to it. I oppose this misguided resolution. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All their opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes, I think the gentleman from Tennessee was first, but I'll get to you then, Mr. Nadler. Gentleman from Tennessee.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
This committee has properly jurisdiction over constitutional amendments, of which I've had several over the years, dealing with pardon powers, dealing with emoluments clauses, and other areas where the president has trampled over our Constitution. It's a heavy responsibility to deal with constitutional amendments, and we should use it to address important structural reforms in our democracy, not to try to find political wedges. As Mr. Raskin has well pointed out, the number of justices on the Supreme Court is an historical artifact, not a component of our system of government. It's not the number that's important, it's that justices are impartial and act in accordance with the law. The justices on the Roberts Court, at least 6 of them, have it entirely wrong. They are supposed to have integrity, impartiality, fealty to the Constitution, and be unencumbered by the politics of the day. But today we have a court that refuses a binding code of ethics, even in the light of trips, multi tens of $1,000 trips to Asia, to hunting in Texas, all over the globe, and gifts to take care of justices' grandchildren's education and their mothers' houses from private individuals. Those refusing to have a binding code of ethics has allowed Mr. Justice Roberts' wife to interview and sell for up to $100,000 spots in large law firms that practice before the Supreme Court as a recruiting fee that Chief Justice Roberts never disclosed, because they don't have a code of ethics, and they don't have ethics. The Supreme Court does not show ethics to the people and morality. They operate as a political arm. It undercuts our core and explicit constitutional principles, like that no one is above the law, and meddles in politics in pursuit of partisan interests. For years, I defended this court, particularly Chief Justice Roberts. I thought that despite the outrageous conduct of Justices Alito and Thomas, who took these trips all the time, that the Chief Justice really wanted to preserve the court as an institution, which he said. I thought he would be the one to stand up for the court. But the past several years have shown he's incapable of doing that or didn't want to do it. Like other justices, when they're sworn into office, they take 2 oaths, one a judicial oath and 2 an oath to the Constitution. And they swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And they'll bear true faith and allegiance to that, and that they take the obligation freely without any mental reservation. That those oaths are taken, but Justice Roberts has not abided by it. He's lived up to neither. That's why I introduced 6 articles of impeachment on the Chief Justice. And I'd ask each member of this committee and each member possibly listening to join, because Chief Justice Roberts, unfortunately, deserves to be impeached and convicted and removed from the court because he has not done his duty and he's violated his oath. Article 1 of that resolution holds that he has enabled the court to become a political force and partial to specific partisan interests with unequal application of the law. He's interfered with elections. Article 2, he's violated the Constitution by creating a system that undermines the will of the people and can entrench minority rule, partisan gerrymandering. When Virginia passed a Democratic redistricting provision on the ballot in April, 7 or 8 days later, the Supreme Court released the Calais decision, which they could have done anytime since last October when they had the hearing. But instead, they released the Calais decision right after Virginia. If Justice Roberts caring about the institutional respect for the court, he would not have issued that opinion then when it interfered with elections that were going on in Tennessee, mine, Louisiana, Alabama, and other states. But he didn't care. He released it. If he didn't realize the public would think that was political, 7 days after Virginia, and just in time to get some things going in the South, where the former Confederate states could get rid of African-American districts, which they've been wanting to do forever, he was foolish and incapable of having his job and applying his oath properly. And then just this past week, he jumped up when Alabama wanted to move up and get a court that was different than the court that they had approved earlier with the 2 minority districts, and they said, oh, fine, do it. Let them run under the district where there's 1 minority district. They didn't care about the Purcell rule then, and he applies the Purcell rule when he wants to. They came up with something that let the president be immune from criminal liability, and they grabbed that out of their backsides. There's no place in the Constitution that would have allowed them, but they pulled it up because they wanted to take care of Trump.
Its time has expired.
So that's why I filed that resolution, and I urge people to support it, or Chief Justice Roberts to resign and get out of the seat that he can't hold properly.
Is expired. Recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Schmidt. Kansas, sorry, Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the other Schmidt. He spells both of his names wrong. He's in the wrong body. But other than that, it's all good. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank you for sponsoring this amendment. Thank the chairman of the full committee for teeing it up, first for hearing in subcommittee and now for action today. Before I was in this role, when I was Attorney General in Kansas, I was one of the original supporters of the so-called Keep 9 movement, one of the first to lend my name to it. I think we ought to ask the people of this country through the constitutional amendment process whether they want to take off the playing field the possibility of expanding the court for the purpose of stacking its membership to try to influence the outcome of its decisions as a tool for an aggrieved political party, either party, to use when at that moment in history the court's decisions are not going as that party would prefer. This discussion in this committee today is nothing new in our history. We've had these same debates since the founding. We've had them throughout our history. John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it. We had this debate in the 1930s. I always get a little bit of a chuckle when people talk about kings and no kings. I mean, my goodness, we had to ask the people whether they wanted to amend the Constitution, changing the original framework, I would say to my friends on the other side. That's what the amendment process is about, in order to prevent a president at that time, who many in the public called a king, from seeking re-election yet again, 4 terms. But one thing that was rejected in the 1930s, when there was a lot of turmoil in the architecture of our system, was packing the court by expanding it. In fact, it was proposed and it was rejected by bipartisan majorities, including majorities led by members of the other party, the president's party, in both houses of Congress. Because our predecessors in these roles had the wisdom to understand that fundamentally rewriting the rules of the game by expanding the court to get a preferred outcome in your cases is counter to how we should govern ourselves in this country. It's not only just not fair, it's unwise. As our witnesses testified in the subcommittee on this measure, on this topic, it has no limiting principle. If you expand from 9 to 10 to 13 today because one faction in our country wants it when a different faction is in power, what's to stop them from expanding to 15 or 20 in order to get their preferred outcome? We have settled at 9 justices for the majority of our country's history. As our friend, the ranking member, said in his exposition on the history of this issue, we've been at 9 since just after the Civil War. That's prudent. It works. Justices of both philosophies, appointed by presidents of both parties, have said 9's a good number. You ought to stay there. This proposed constitutional amendment asks the people of the United States, through the constitutional amendment process whether they want to keep 9 as the magic number, to use the phrase of my friend on the other side. That is not only exactly what this debate is about, it's all this debate is about. All of these other discussions, grievances with the court, they may have their day. People can propose what they want. We can debate and vote. But that's not today. This is about whether or not people ought to be asked if they want our Constitution to set the size of the court at 9, to take away the temptation of politicians in the heat of the moment to stack the court with new members to get their preferred outcome on issues that are important to them. I think we ought to ask the people if that's what they want. I think we ought to advance this amendment. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing it forward. I urge my colleagues to support it. Let's get it on the floor. Let's get it out of the chamber. Let's get it out to the states. And let's let our people decide what they want their government to look like. I yield back.
You yield to me, sir? Will you yield?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So the argument has been made that this court is already packed with judges loyal to President Trump and is intent on remaking wide swaths of law. But it seems my Democrat colleagues have some amnesia there. Just in this term, Supreme Court overturned President Trump's signature bill on tariffs. It stopped his National Guard deployments to U.S. cities. So there's some independence there. You can laugh as you will, but the reality is this court is a neutral, responsible arbiter and overturns precedent less often and rules unanimously more often than any of its historical predecessors. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, do I have any time to reclaim?
Chairman?
Or am I done? I haven't watched the clock.
Yeah, you're out of time.
Well, then I won't reclaim it.
Thank you. I think gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying I resent you for calling me a liar. I saw what I saw in Delaney Hall. Congressman Goldman and I were together, and we saw what we saw. I didn't even mention that they told us that there was medical staff available, doctors, from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and we were there from 3 to 5 on Wednesday, and there was no doctor there. We saw the maggoty food. So I resent you calling me a liar unless you've been in Delaney Hall. Secondly, to the subject of the bill. Since taking office, the Trump administration sought to tear apart our democratic institutions through unlawful and unconstitutional actions. The Roberts Court has acted as a rubber stamp. Across 245 federal court orders, challenges to the Trump administration prevailed 59% of the time. At the circuit level, the challenges prevailed 54% of the time. Despite this adherence to the rule of law by the lower courts, the Supreme Court appears to be the most dependable venue for reviving Trump's authoritarian actions. Let me put this into a historical context. The Dred Scott decision was probably the most despicable decision in American history, in which Justice Taney and the Supreme Court declared that black people had no rights which a white man was bound to respect. We had a civil war. Congress passed the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment, the latter specifically giving black people the right to vote. Black men, the right to vote. The court and the Congress passed the 1875 Civil Rights Act to give substance to that. The court immediately declared the 1875 law unconstitutional, civil rights law unconstitutional, and you had the first redemption, where black people were robbed of all their rights. And then you had Plessy versus Ferguson, which continued in that. And then we had the Warren Court, which finally, after all those years, starting in 1965 or 1954, started restoring those rights. And you had the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and 1968, restoring, guaranteeing voting rights. But then you had a series of Supreme Court decisions, ending with Louisiana versus Calais, which is a second redemption, effectively repealing the protections for black voting rights. And that's this court. And what a disgusting court it is, right in the tradition of the court which issued Dred Scott. But to the substance of the bill before us, the constitutional amendment, as the ranking member mentioned, the size of the Supreme Court has been altered from time to time by Congress. Historically, the idea was to have one justice for each circuit. We now have 13 circuits. Some justices are doing double duty, and it's very difficult. We should have 13 justices, as we historically have, for one for each circuit, and that should be restored. This constitutional amendment has no purpose other than an obviously partisan purpose to lock in the current right-wing majority on the Supreme Court, and also, aside from all the arguments on the merits, why would you waste our time knowing perfectly well you're not going to get a two-thirds vote in the House and two-thirds in the Senate? It's a total waste of time, as well as being protective of a court that deprives people of civil rights in every conceivable respect. I yield back.
Could the gentleman yield?
I yield to the gentleman.
But I just wanted to make a point that was made to me by our dear colleague from Tennessee, whose majority African-American district has been dismantled by this series of court actions. This attempt to gerrymander and pack and stack and engineer institutions for partisan purposes is not limited to the judiciary. It's exactly what President Trump has done with respect to congressional redistricting itself. We had always thought we were bound by the 10-year redistricting principle, but now suddenly the president has plunged us into this mid-decade Texas chainsaw gerrymander massacre. And all over the country, we have an attack on the majority African-American districts and on people's right to vote. So it's very much in the same vein, and I thank you for yielding.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. It is rich that MAGA Republicans are standing before the American people pretending to be guardians of judicial integrity. For decades, however, these same Republicans, aiding greedy, selfish, billionaire fraudsters and polluters and fat cat multinational corporate interests, have spent billions of dollars to build a Supreme Court that protects their financial interests while taking away our right to vote and our reproductive freedom. And they got the Supreme Court that they've paid for, the Roberts Court, which has opened the floodgates to unlimited dark money in our political system, empowering billionaires and oligarchs like Elon Musk, the Koch brothers, Leonard Leo, Harlan Crow, and other powerful special interests to distort and corrupt our political system and to reshape the United States Supreme Court, all the while they're drowning out the voices of ordinary Americans. This court granted Trump unprecedented immunity, placing him virtually above the law. This Supreme Court, before he took office, gave him immunity and rubber-stamped, after that, all of his illegal policies. This resolution is just, this Supreme Court has resulted in you having to pay higher prices and costs, while at the same time, this president fattens his own pockets and those of his wealthy billionaire, big shot, dark money billionaire friends. This resolution is just another example of MAGA Republicans giving away Congress's power in order to please a president who does not want us to hold anyone, especially himself, accountable. Congress can pass a law changing the size of the court, just like it can pass a law that mandates an enforceable ethics code for the court. But MAGA Republicans don't want to do that, and they're tripping over themselves to limit the tools in our congressional toolbox. They want to give Congress's power away to Trump and then stick their heads in the sand and hope everything works out, as it will for the billionaires, but unfortunately not for the regular working people in this country. But more than anything, this is just a MAGA distraction. The prices of groceries, health care, housing, and gas are skyrocketing for everyday Americans. Yet, Trump keeps getting richer and richer at our expense. He has bought shares in companies like NVIDIA and Palantir before taking policy actions that gave those companies a boost. And he is even profiting off of this war that he started in the Middle East. That's despicable. Trump bought stocks in oil companies and defense contractors that stand to profit the longer that the war continues. The government purchased drones from a company linked to Trump's son. And the White House directly intervened before the government made a $620 million loan. The Defense Department actually made a $620 million loan. What is the Defense Department doing making a loan? And it going into a startup linked to the president's son, Donald Trump Jr. So don't be distracted by gambits like this. A constitutional amendment requires 2/3 of the House and Senate and 3/4 of the states to ratify it. And we all know that that's not going to happen here. This is just another way for Trump and his MAGA allies, including those here on this panel. It's an effort to destruct and distract from the corruption and the chaos. Because I believe we have a role to play in ensuring the public can trust our Supreme Court, I urge my colleagues not to give away Congress's power. And because we need to focus on what matters to the American people, I urge my MAGA colleagues to reject this cynical resolution, as I know all Democrats will do on this panel, and let's just get to work trying to help make life more affordable for Americans. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We got a number of folks in the queue. I think it's gentleman lady from Texas that will kind of remind. Gentleman from Texas.
It is, it's hard to imagine how you can argue with a straight face that this is what we should be doing in this moment or ever. You see, because this is the same time as you heard an emotional Representative Cohen. Now, Representative Cohen is a white man, but in Memphis, Tennessee, the district that he represents, it is a majority black district, and black folk decided that he should be in Congress and be their voice. When you look at what they are proposing to do in Georgia, where it's my understanding that they plan to go after Lucy McBath's seat yet again, when you look at the type of seat that Hank Johnson currently sits in, it is also a VRA district. When you look at the state that they started in, Texas, they decided to go after majority minority districts to the extent that 2 black incumbents down in Houston just went head to head for a seat in which only one would survive. We know that there are currently debates taking place because Debbie Wasserman Schultz is now wanting to run in one of the few VRA districts that is left so that black people can have representation. You see, the reason that y'all want to do this right now isn't because you're afraid that we are after a power grab. It's because you want to lock in this racist agenda for decades to come. Because that's exactly who this court is. This court is racist, this court is immoral, and this court lacks any semblance of ethics. The fact that this court just on last night decided that they want to go after yet another Alabama seat, and then they decided to throw out the votes of the voters in Louisiana because they decided that they wanted to go after yet another black seat in Louisiana. The fact that Virginia decided to stand up and fight back, and it was this same Supreme Court that decided, forget the will of the people and the fact that they voted, we're going to throw that out. This isn't what democracy is supposed to be. So let me be clear about a couple of things. Number one, the court absolutely needs to be expanded because it's been expanded in the past. And yes, it makes sense. If we have 13 circuit courts, then we should have 13 judges. But let's just pretend that the size of America was the same. Let's pretend that the complexity of the cases was the same as it was when we originally got the 9. Let's pretend all those things. I would still argue that it is time to not only expand the court, to introduce some form of ethics and to put term limits on, because you have bad actors like Mitch McConnell. This court was packed by the Republicans, and that is the reason you don't want it unpacked. You see, as a trained attorney, I don't understand how the very same court could say that in the state of Texas, 4 days before we were to have the end of filing, it is too close to the end of filing, and so therefore, we've got to go ahead and go forward with these intentionally discriminatory maps. And these are the words and the characterization of a Trump-appointed justice. It's got to be bad when a Trump-appointed justice decides that something is racist and is willing to call a thing and put it into writing, but they did that. They didn't just say it. They laid it out in an opinion that was more than 100 pages long. But this very same court will decide that after votes have been cast to throw those votes out. The reason that we need to do something about this court is because this court has decided that it will bend to the will of a wannabe king. We have never in the history of this country needed a court to say that absolute immunity should be given to a president, because historically we don't actually keep criminals in the presidency. But we know that even after he had been found guilty by a jury of his peers, y'all went out and y'all wanted to say, yes, this is our guy. The same way that right now in the state of Texas, for the Texas Senate race, I'm sure all of y'all will line up behind that criminal as well. So I don't want to hear about law and order. I don't want to hear about this is the right thing to do. Just be honest about what it is, because y'all are basically saying that we're stupid. You're playing in our faces. We know that this is about locking in this agenda because you will never do right by the people. The reason that we have elections is because the people are supposed to decide whether or not your policies are actually working for them. But because you have killed our economy, because we are sitting in the midst of an unconstitutional, unlawful war, because we have a president that is lining his pockets and the pockets of his friends and his families in violation of the Emoluments Clause and so many other laws. Y'all want to lock in absolute power by any means necessary. And the last thing that I'll say is I got to respect your gangster, because that's exactly how y'all are acting, like real gangsters. Y'all are mobbing out. And that's one reason that the Democrats are struggling right now, because they have always tried to play by the rules. I am here to say that I applaud the people of Virginia. I am here to say that I applaud the people of California. I am here to say that we need to meet fire with fire and fight y'all tooth and nail so that we can do right by the people.
The gentlelady has expired.
I will yield.
Gentlelady yields back. I would just remind the gentlelady that we didn't introduce the bill to take the court to 13. The Democrats did. I think Mr. Nadler was the chief sponsor just a couple Congresses back. We didn't leak the Dobbs opinion. I think, well, I don't know if we can blame it on Democrats, but we didn't leak the Dobbs opinion. We didn't threaten the court. Like this now famous quote from the
Mr. Chairman,
top
whose
Democrat.
time are you on?
My time.
Point of order?
My time.
Oh, I didn't know that
time.
you didn't have your, okay.
Yeah,
my
I haven't
bad.
taken my time. And I gave you like 6 minutes, so it's my time. But here's what Senator Schumer said. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you've released a whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these decisions. So we didn't threaten the court. We didn't introduce the bill to take it to 13. People say, why are we doing this? We don't have the votes. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe you guys will see the light and do the right thing and keep it at 9 when it comes for a vote. We'll see. You'll get a chance to do that, I think. Pretty sure it's going to pass and it's be on the House floor. And if you guys suddenly find the good Lord and do the right thing, okay, God bless you. That's how it works. But, you said all kinds of things about Republicans. All I'm saying is you introduced the bill to go to 13. The top Democrat in the United States Senate threatened the Supreme Court. The Dobbs opinion was leaked. You've said all kinds of things about Supreme Court justices like Justice Thomas, Justice Alito. You had a hearing where you brought in a pastor for goodness sake, who just lied to the committee 3 years ago. So, okay, you obviously say what you want, but I think it's important that we get the facts here. With that, I would yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentleman from Arizona, sure.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, when I hear all the consternation on the other side, and we've gone through the history and how back in a more rational day, Democrats rejected absolutely expansion of the court. And that's what we're talking. We're not talking about packing the court. We're talking about preventing an expansion of the court. See, and those are really two different things, because the Democrats are saying that the court is packed now. Well, you got 9, so why would you be opposed to just setting it at 9 if you can pack it at 9? Not only that, Supreme Court justices come and they go. It is not locked in. I remember thinking as I was going in law school and I was reading all these Warren Court decisions, and I thought, wow, that's a long time. That court was there for a long time. Sure felt like it anyway. I love Justice Douglas saying, I reached my decision and then see if I can find any support for it. I loved it. That was great. That was a paraphrase. I'm not quoting him directly, but that was one thing he said one time. But here's the deal. We know that setting at 9 is something very comfortable for all Americans. It doesn't favor one party over the other. Man, you guys were, when after Roe v. Wade passed, maybe people were. I don't remember. I was kind of young at the time, but I don't remember people saying, well, we gotta reap the whirlwind on the Supreme Court because pro-lifers didn't like it. I don't remember that, man. I don't remember that, but maybe it happened. But the reality is we're talking about locking in constitutionally a number that is very, very comfortable to the American people. And as even Supreme Court Justice Breyer said, if you were to expand the number, you would denigrate the trust that the American people have in the court. Now, you guys don't like the decisions. I get it. You don't like the decisions. There are decisions that happen even now that I don't particularly like. But the bottom line is, we're not talking about packing the court. We're talking about setting the boundaries of the court at 9 members. And quite frankly, that's what the American people expect. That's what they're used to. And I'm hoping that you guys come around and get on the Ruth Bader Ginsburg bus and the Stephen Breyer bus and your commission bus, the Biden commission bus and the Joe Biden bus. And back then, when even the Democrats said, look, you know what, it's wrong, because it was almost unanimous rejection of FDR's attempt to expand the number in the court. Hope you get on that bus, and I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Yield to the gentleman, or I can recognize you next to you. Better.
I just had a question, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you yielding. I just wanted the gentleman from Arizona made the comment that, there are decisions you don't like, and so our friends on the other side get upset with the justices, and the shoe's been on the other foot. I mean, there have certainly been decisions I've not liked from time to time. I've sat at the council table 7 times now. I've argued 3, and I second chaired 4. We came out ahead on all 7 of them. I decided to quit while I was ahead, but we also argued a whole bunch where we were on the briefs that didn't turn out the way we wanted. So, you win some, you lose some. That's the nature of arguing in front of any court, including the Supreme Court. My question, Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Arizona says, you like some, you don't like. I was just looking at the numbers from this last term, the October 24 term, and if you look at the 6-3 cases, in 15% of those cases, the 3 dissenting justices who presumably didn't like the outcome, were the 3 generally perceived as liberal judges. But in 28% of those 6-3 cases, where there were 3 dissenters, it was 3 of the conservative justices who didn't care for it. And I'm just wondering, if this court is so stacked, why are the conservatives in the discontented minority more often than the liberals?
Yeah, well said. And the president's, I think, expressed his concern about that, some of those decisions as well. So, well said. Time has expired. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thank my colleague, Mr. Schmidt. I appreciated your comments about why it was that you support this. And I just want to say I reject this in the strongest possible terms, because when I reflect on, if I bring it back to the people and what I'm hearing from, and I do believe Congress is closest to the people, what I hear from my constituents is they want us to protect the congressional power that we have right now. So in this moment, what I'm hearing is, why would you give up any more of your power to the executive, regardless of who is in the White House? If in fact we believe Congress is closest to the people, then why would we not be protecting our Article I powers in this moment? When I am at town halls, when I am at the grocery store, when I'm at the post office and the bank, again, these are the times when we actually interact directly with our constituents. There is nobody that is saying to me in this moment that we should be giving up any further power to the executive. And as a former social studies and history teacher, right, we are supposed to be a check. I take that very seriously. It's one of the reasons why I often bring up Article I powers and the importance of protecting them.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Not yet. I've got a couple more points, Mr. Knott. And I wanted to speak to something that my colleague, Mr. Biggs, said about issues around trust of this Supreme Court. And when you look at polling over the last year, whether it's Quinnipiac, whether it's Yahoo, whether it's Gallup, consistently a strong majority in this country actually does not have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court right now. Some of that is over the fact that they did pass ethics, an ethics code finally in 2023 with absolutely no mechanism to enforce it. There is no explicit mechanism for them to do anything once they have found that they are violating their own ethics code. And so strong majorities, depending on the poll, between 63 and 74% of Americans saying, we actually don't trust in this court right now. So in this moment, I don't see why we as Congress would be giving up a tool that we have in our toolbox. Not saying that we're going to use it. This isn't the moment for us to be contemplating giving up any more power to the executive. And I yield to Mr. Knott for a question.
Yes, just as a broader point, I fully support your desire to pull back power from the executive. And I'm curious, one topic that I'm most interested in is pulling back to sort of unchecked executive authority in the rulemaking process. Mm-hmm. Is there any bandwidth with you or your colleagues to engage on some type of mechanism to pull approval of rulemaking back to Congress from agencies, whether it be IRS, EPA, otherwise, that have really far-reaching effects? Because I agree with you. We as a body have given far too much authority to the executive, and I would like to pull some of that back.
I appreciate that, and I see that the ranking member would like to weigh in here.
I would love to work with you on that, Mr. Knott.
Yes, sir.
But would love to.
Absolutely.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We do have, I think we have an amendment.
Yes.
So maybe we'll have you offer that. I do know votes have been called, right? Yes. Yeah. So let's maybe get the amendment. We can do a little debate and then.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. Clerk will report. Point of order being reserved by gentleman from Arizona.
Amendment to HJ Res 1.
Objection. The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Could I just see the text of it?
The text of the amendment is coming right now.
Okay. The amendment reads simply, I guess the base text says that the number of Supreme Court justices shall be limited for all time to 9, and the amendment says unless each circuit is not represented, in which case an additional number of justices equal to the number of unrepresented circuits may be added by Congress. And the reason for this, Mr. Chairman, we've raised this before, is that the number of Supreme Court justices has historically been tied to the federal circuits, and that's where the phrase circuit riding comes from. Each justice used to go back to their circuits and then handle a series of emergency petitions, administrative matters, and so on. That continues to be the case today. where each individual Supreme Court justice is assigned to a particular federal circuit for the purpose of handling emergency applications and administrative matters such as motions for extensions of time, bail and release orders, injunctions and other emergency applications, motions for a stay of execution, and other motions relating to the death penalty. So all this says is that that you guys have a presumption for the magical number 9, but we shouldn't be confined to 9 when we have at least 4 federal circuits who are not represented. And I would consider it an emergency situation today, Mr. Chairman. There are 4 federal circuits, the 1st, the 6th, the 8th, and the 9th, covering 242 million people, where there is not a single justice who comes from there. 7 justices come from either the New York metropolitan New Jersey area or Washington, D.C. 7 of the 9. There are only 3 law schools that are represented on the Supreme Court today: Harvard Law School, Yale Law School, and Notre Dame, because of Justice Barrett. There's this overwhelming coastal domination of the Supreme Court. Let's take the 6th Circuit, which is your circuit, Mr. Chairman, that includes not just Ohio, but Michigan, Tennessee, and Kentucky. Millions of people live there. There's not a single justice on the court. And I don't know how a member can go back to their own constituency, their own state, and say there's nobody on the Supreme Court who comes from the great law schools in Ohio. There's nobody who comes out of the 6th Circuit itself. There's nobody who's been a federal district court judge in Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, or Tennessee who's made it up to the Supreme Court. It continues to be the domination of this eastern coastal elite, which continues to give us pro-Wall Street corporate rulings one after another. So why would we cement into place the historical contingency of 9 justices when the vast majority of the American people are not represented on the Supreme Court? You know, the Federal Reserve Board also has an explicit geographic representation requirement, and precisely because lawmakers recognized that placing a single central bank in Washington, D.C. or New York would propound this kind of geographic bias and preference. So to build public trust, they said that a new system needed regional representation and independence and coordination, and that's why there are 12 banks regionally, and there also is a geographic representation requirement on the central bank. And I think that we need to think of the Supreme Court in those terms, and that's rooted in the history of the Supreme Court precisely because of the circuit riding duties that each justice had. So a number of the justices happen to live in my district, including Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Jackson. There might even be some more. So we know that there's a concentration coming from the D.C. Circuit, from the 2nd Circuit out of New York and New Jersey. But why? Don't we have a big country, and can't we find superb legal talent from all over America to do it? So in any event, if you prefer 9, I mean, we don't think we need to monkey with the handiwork of the framers, but if you think you need 9, at least you should account for the possibility that people from your own federal circuits should have a place on the Supreme Court. And I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back to the gentleman. Insists the gentleman withdraws his.
I'll withdraw my point of order, sir.
Point of order. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. Just in order to respond to that, to this particular amendment, wow, these aren't lawmakers. They interpret and apply the laws that we pass in the Constitution. It doesn't matter if they're from Nebraska or Ohio or California or Wyoming. Federal law is federal law. That's what they're applying. That's what they are interpreting. I'm just kind of stunned that that would be the argument that would be made. I think that it is critically important that we have this particular amendment for the specific reason that it is the Democrats that have repeatedly stated that they want to stack the court, not because the decisions of the court are wrong. In fact, as I listen to the debate that has taken place today, there's very little discussion about the actual substance of the decisions that have been issued by the United States Supreme Court, whether it is the Sackett decision involving the Clean Water Act, or, well, Roe versus Wade, because they're obsessed with abortion and killing babies. But other than that one, they don't really talk about the substance of the decisions that they seem to dislike, but that have been issued by the United States Supreme Court. It is instead name-calling and attacks, personal attacks, collective attacks, MAGA,
I mean, we could start a drinking game, and maybe every time that they say MAGA, we can take another shot and see if we can maybe get through some of these insane arguments that are being made about whether we should have 9 justices. The idea that we have a supermajority legislature that oversees the various districts throughout the country to make sure that there's a law that comes from Ohio or a law that comes from Nebraska or a law that comes from Arizona, and we're going to interpret it differently and apply it differently than if you're from Washington. That makes absolutely no sense when we're talking about the United States Supreme Court. I want to give you a couple quotes. There's a commission that was done by the Presidential Commission by President Biden. They actually recognize the risks associated with the Democrats' drumbeat of packing the court every time there is a decision that is issued with which they disagree. And what they stated is actually there is a profound disagreement over whether court expansion at this moment in time would be wise. We know that it wouldn't be wise because we know the purpose of the court expansion drumbeat is to nullify constitutionally, statutorily based decisions that are issued by the Supreme Court that the other side disagrees with. That is the bottom line about this discussion. Are there times when the Supreme Court disagrees with me or I disagree with what the Supreme Court has said? Absolutely. But I don't turn around and say, well, we got to get rid of them. That's a totalitarian, despotic way of looking at what our judicial system is. We have Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 for a reason. Article 3 covers the judiciary. We are not supposed to be interfering, and every time that the Democrats attack these justices personally, they put them at physical risk, in addition to which they are sending a message of, if you don't do what we want, we are going to continue to attack you. You gave statistics about people not trusting the court. What do you expect when half of the people in Congress come out and constantly attack the attacks that I've listened to today, the MAGA, and they hate everybody, and they only care about Wall Street, and all they care about is the rich guy, and they just want everybody to suffer? Why in the world would anybody make those kinds of accusations when we're talking about the upstanding people that we have on the United States Supreme Court right now? All 9 of them, including the ones that I vehemently disagree with on a repeated basis. The fact is, what you guys are doing is heading down the same damn road that you see in Venezuela and other South American countries every time you attack the court and try to pretend that you are doing this from an upstanding standpoint. You won't even talk about what constitutional provisions or what statutory provisions you think they're violating. You just attack them personally. This is despicable. This is why we need this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Well, the gentleman yield? The gentleman yield? I appreciate you yielding, and I appreciate your analysis and insight there. But I was struck more by, I don't know if you all picked up that the ranking member from Maryland who went to Harvard was criticizing the coastal elite. I thought that was somewhat interesting.
I submit myself to the voters, Mr. Chairman, just as you do.
Well, I could add to that.
I'm not demanding a Supreme Court.
Maryland, who's got how many? I think you said 5 Supreme Court justices in his district, who went to Harvard, who then taught at Harvard, is criticizing the coastal elite. But anyway, if you will yield to the gentleman from Kansas, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my colleague from Wyoming. I was just observing, looking at the amendment, and it doesn't actually do anything. It just locks in basically the status quo, because Congress can change by statute the number of circuits, which then would change the number of justices. So it doesn't really do anything. I suppose the one thing it does do is it injects into the Constitution this whole concept of a circuit court, which isn't there now. It's created by Congress, and I think that strikes me as a little bit contrary to what I thought my friend from Maryland was arguing before, which was we shouldn't change the architecture. But nonetheless, that's beside the point. But as I was listening, it really has nothing to do with his amendment, although it was a nice speech. But I really appreciated the comments of our colleague, friend from Maryland, with respect to, wishing we had a bit more geographical diversity on the court. I've made that argument before, I believe it. And I didn't know my friend from Maryland at the time of the first Trump administration. We hadn't served together or met, but I'm wondering if he shared my glee when President Trump appointed Justice Gorsuch, who came from Colorado and was from my home circuit, the 10th Circuit, and seems to satisfy, one of the critiques he has.
Yep. If I might.
And then we're going to go vote, but go ahead.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank you for disagreeing with the gentlelady from Wyoming who said it made no difference where you come from geographically. I'm with you. I think it makes a huge difference, which is why we take cases up to the court because of a circuit court split. The federal circuits are split because they have a different approach to a particular issue, and that's one of the major pathways to getting on the court. So I agree with you, and I do think that we should embody it in this amendment. If we're going down the road of micromanaging the number and divesting ourselves of authority as Congress from doing it, then we should deal with this problem that we have this incredibly lopsided concentration of members coming from particular districts. And I thank the chairman for his comments about me, because I submit myself to the voters. I am not somebody who thinks that I should just get appointed to an office because of where I went to law school. Thank you. All right.
The committee will stand in recess while we head to the floor to vote.
Well as the ADVANCE Act, which we passed and worked together on several years, finally got over the finish line last year, and it was signed into law in working to modernize the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. My partnership with Ranking Member Whitehouse on these issues reflect the broader tradition of this EPW committee. Quite honestly, we have some tough issues sometimes in here where we have strong disagreement, but we always want to find common ground. This committee has a strong legacy of working together to pass bipartisan legislation to improve our nation's infrastructure, invest in our water systems, and help clean up our environment. I look forward to continuing this strong bipartisan tradition as the chairman of the committee, working with the ranking member and all of our members to address critical issues within a jurisdiction of this Congress. This morning, we will hear from President Trump's nominee to lead the Environmental Protection Agency, former Congressman Lee Zeldin. Welcome. Congressman Zeldin has served our nation honorably in the U.S. Army, first on active duty and then in the Army Reserve. In 2014, Congressman Zeldin was elected to the House of Representatives, where he served the state of New York for 8 years. Throughout his tenure in the House of Representatives, Congressman Zeldin championed critical environmental policies that helped his Long Island district. He supported legislation to boost innovation for clean energy, technologies and policies that strengthened our nation's energy security. I enjoyed meeting Congressman Zeldin to hear about his experience and his vision for how he would prioritize the agency's work on the EPA as the EPA administrator. I believe the EPA must return to its core missions. The EPA also should better manage taxpayers' dollars by doing more with the vast funding that Congress provides. That means reducing, of course, bureaucratic red tape so the state agencies responsible for protecting our nation's air, land, and water can do so without Washington, D.C. getting into the way. Doing so will lead to those state agencies efficiently improving our drinking water systems and issuing relevant air, land, and water permits. It also means prioritizing the EPA's attention towards issues that will help Americans in their daily lives. When the EPA focuses on what it does best, it doesn't just benefit the environment, it benefits our economic growth. For example, the agency should prioritize cleaning up brownfields and Superfund sites to facilitate new economic development of those locations, many of those of which are located in rural and distressed areas. I look forward to hearing Congressman Zeldin's plan to build on the work initiated by the first Trump administration, including the EPA, which took the first step to address legacy PFAS contaminants. And as the agency fulfills its obligation under our nation's bedrock environmental laws, the administrator should also take into account the affordability and electric reliability. Recently, the organization responsible for ensuring grid reliability found that more than half of the United States could experience rolling blackouts in the next decade because of the lack of reliable power capacity. Areas at risk and shortages include New England, the Mid-Atlantic, California, the Midwest, and the Great Plains. The reliability risk is due to the projected retirement of dispatchable power plants, compiled with a 15% increase in electricity demand over the next decade. Critically, this demand cannot be met solely with intermittent energy generation. Spiking energy costs and rolling blackouts are an unacceptable fact if the U.S. is to continue as a global leader. Actions that policymakers and regulators take now will determine whether America can thrive in an era with a cleaner environment, energy abundance, lower costs, and economic prosperity, or face it with a path of scarcity, inflation, and stagnation. I support that first option I named and believe our nominee does as well. I have confidence that the EPA under Congressman Zeldin's leadership will focus on the EPA's core mission to protect human health and the environment, while acknowledging the critical role the agency plays in our economic and international leadership. In doing so, the EPA can make great progress in addressing key environmental challenges consistent with the authorities that Congress has given the agency. I look forward to discussing these issues with Congressman Zeldin today, and I now recognize my ranking member, Senator Whitehouse, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Three things. First, I'd like to let everyone know that I like the chairman. That's a good start.
That's a good start.
That's a good start. And in that context, I would like to present her as the new chairman this gavel.
Oh, thank you.
It was made in 1956 of wood from the old West Virginia State House by the McKinley Vocational High School in Wheeling, West Virginia. It was presented to the then governor of West Virginia, Hewlett Smith, who kept it upon his departure. He was term limited out, and that was significant for, among other reasons, that it opened the office to the chairman's father.
It did.
Archmore. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
May you bang it in good health.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you.
Second, we have indeed worked well together. We have together successfully advanced nuclear energy reform. We have together successfully encouraged and expanded carbon capture. And the WRDA and highway bills present big bipartisan opportunities for more work together. I even hope together we can revive permitting reform. So there is plenty of good opportunity. And as I speak of bipartisan matters, let me also welcome Senator Curtis, our newly elected member of this committee on the Republican side. Last, I want to show everyone this map of my home state. The bright green parts are parts that are destined to flood permanently, underwater, lost to the sea in decades ahead. Congressman Zeldin will be familiar with this risk from his home, Suffolk County. Fossil fuel pollution is the cause of that. It will change the map of my state, and it will do us crippling economic damage. As I see it, we've been through three eras on climate. First was the era of science, and scientists, our headlights, did their job, predicting accurately what was going to happen. NASA scientists, academic scientists, IPCC scientists, Exxon scientists, they did their job. Next came the era of politics, where it was our job to heed the warnings of science and head off those dangers. We failed, badly, and for the worst of all reasons. We succumbed to a massive, deliberate campaign of lies and corruption by the polluters themselves. That failure ushers in now an era of consequences. Consequences we should have headed off, but didn't. It's beginning in creeping, seeping inflation as goods become harder to grow, produce, and ship in upended weather patterns. It's upon us already in forward-looking industries like insurance. Good luck with property insurance in Florida and California. The worst danger is systemic economic crashes. One, widely warned of in economic literature, is the carbon bubble, bursting when the international oil cartel or the massive government subsidies cease propping up fossil fuel, and stranded assets lose all value, and the resulting shock cascades into the global economy. The other, upon us already, is climate risk, making property insurance unaffordable or unavailable, which in turn makes mortgages unavailable, which in turn crashes property values. Remember this map. Before all that land went underwater, it would become uninsurable. And that's still water flooding. Throw in big storms, and there's a whole coastal uninsurability crisis looming. The chief economist for Freddie Mac predicted a coastal property values crash cascading through the economy like the 2008 Great Recession. And that coastal danger is now matched by Western wildfire risk like we're seeing right now in Los Angeles, launching the same insurance to mortgage to property values collapse. Let's be clear, we are in this perilous place because a campaign of lies and corruption and pollution delivered deliberately and at industrial scale by the fossil fuel industry was accomplished through an armada of paid front groups. And so we're clear, it's not just me warning of significant economic harms ahead. I will circulate to all colleagues, lucky you, this compendium of the published warnings for you and all of your staffs to review. This threat is real. If a sharp-eyed cabin boy on the Titanic had happened that night to see the iceberg ahead, you'd expect him to do whatever he could to fight his way to the captain's table in the fancy dining room and warn of the impending disaster. So please understand that map of my state and the sense of urgency that I feel. I am confident that the chairman would equal me in energy and determination for any similar dangers to her mountain state. And so it is through this lens of urgency that I approach this nomination hearing. President Trump has called climate change a hoax. While running for president, he met with fossil fuel industry executives and told them they should give him $1 billion in exchange for his reversing the rules that protect our air and water and limit the pollution that is driving climate change. And indeed, fossil fuel companies and executives lavished millions and millions of dollars on the Trump campaign and affiliated organizations. These special interests now expect a return on their political investment. They expect a reversal of the already limited protections we have for our air and water. And make no mistake, not only would reversing these protections harm our air, water, public health, and climate, doing so would also cost Americans money, as they would be forced to spend more to fuel their cars, to buy their groceries, to heat and cool their homes and businesses. That's money that would go directly from every hardworking American's wallet into the accounts of billionaire fossil fuel barons and giant oil companies. The question then for Mr. Zeldin here before us as President Trump's nominee to run the Environmental Protection Agency is simple. Will he follow the science and the economics and protect our air, water, and climate? Or will he merely be a rubber stamp for looters and polluters who are setting the Trump agenda? I must say that his role at polluter-funded organizations such as the America First Policy Institute and America First Works, his long list of Trump-affiliated consulting clients, and his anti-climate op-eds paid for by dark money organizations do not give me confidence that he will be an honest broker if confirmed to lead EPA. I really want this to work. That is how high the stakes are. I am not here trying to score points. I'm here trying to steer us away from what I see as a calamity ahead. I will therefore be watching closely today to see if Congressman Zeldin is able to differentiate himself in any substantive ways from the polluter agenda and the economic crashes likely to ensue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Here is to a productive relationship in this important committee.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the gavel. That has great meaning to me, so I very much appreciate it. I'm actually from the northern part of the state, so where it was made, so thank you. I'm now going to turn to Senator Barrasso, who is going to be introducing Congressman Zeldin.
Thank you very much, Chairman Capito, Ranking Member, White House members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to introduce Congressman Lee Zeldin, who has been nominated to be the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA is very important to Wyoming and to the nation. It's responsible for protecting our air, our water, and our communities. Americans deserve clean air and clean water. They also deserve clear rules and common sense from the government. Over the last 4 years, they've gotten neither. The EPA has pushed policies that kill jobs in Wyoming and raise the cost for families across the nation. It has also pursued rules that shut down power generation and threaten electric reliability. Americans should be able to take for granted that the lights will go on when they flip the switch. They should know that those making the rules understand that their livelihoods depend on a balanced and measured approach. Instead, the approach over the last 4 years has been based solely on radical environmentalism. Congressman Zeldin will correct the course of the EPA. He's been highly motivated from a young age, graduated from law school at age 23. He has over 20 years of military experience and service, and he's still counting those, because Lieutenant Colonel Zeldin has a range of experience in the Army. He was a military intelligence officer, a prosecutor, and military magistrate. He's a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom, where he served in the Army's 82nd Airborne Division as a paratrooper, and just last weekend was on Army Reserve duty. His public service doesn't end there. In addition to his time in the U.S. Congress, he served in the New York State Senate. He knows firsthand how important it is for the federal government to be a partner to states rather than an out-of-touch regulator. This is the dedication and understanding that Lee Zeldin will bring to the EPA. His experience shows that he knows how to balance multiple priorities. He understands that we must be good stewards of the environment without crippling the economy. Many organizations, both public and private, agree that Lee is the right person for the job. One of those organizations is the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. In a letter to the committee, the association said, "He has shown a willingness to engage with a broad spectrum of stakeholders to address pressing issues. This approach is critical for achieving EPA's mission in a way that balances environmental protection," they say, "and pragmatic public policy implementation." His strong support from his community back home. The Long Island Water Conference has said, quote, "We are offering our strong support for fellow Long Islander and New Yorker Lee Zeldin." They go on to say, "We believe that Mr. Zeldin's experience will provide a balanced approach to the regulatory process. This will ultimately," they say, "provide effective protection of public health and the environment." And reading this about a balanced approach reminded me, and Cynthia might have been there as a young girl, in 1963, John Kennedy, President of the United States, came to Wyoming. He came with Stuart Udall, who was his Secretary of Interior. It was a conservation tour of the West. Stuart Udall, the Interior Department is now building is named after him, and his son Tom served with many of us on this very committee, sat right there where Senator Padilla is sitting right now. So I brought this picture that has been hanging on my wall in the office in D307, and it's John Kennedy in the field house of the University of Wyoming addressing the largest indoor arena that we had and the largest standing-only crowd in 1963 as part of his conservation tour. And what John Kennedy said that day, he said, "We must maintain a living balance between man's actions and nature's reactions." And that's the kind of job that I believe that Lee Zeldin is going to do for our nation at the EPA, maintain a living balance. So I share this organization, the Long Island Water Conference, their confidence that Lee Zeldin will lead the EPA in a more balanced and even-handed direction. So I say, Lee, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to working with you on these important issues. I once again thank the committee for letting me join you today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. As a former chair of this committee yourself, we welcome you back anytime. So we're going to switch seats here and ask the nominee to come forward. Somebody needs to take this to get the sign. We didn't want your first utterances to be as a John Barresso imitator, so we wanted to make sure we had the right name. Welcome to the committee, Mr. Zeldin, and I'll look forward to your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Capito, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and all the distinguished members of this committee. It's been an honor to meet with all of you to learn more about your highest priorities. I look forward to working with all senators on this committee, on both sides of the aisle, to tackle the most pressing issues facing our country. I humbly sit before you nominated to serve as the 17th Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. The American people made their voices heard in November, giving President Trump a mandate to lead our nation to prosperity. I'm grateful that the President-elect is giving me the opportunity to lead the EPA at this critical time. Our mission is simple but essential: to protect human health and the environment. We must do everything in our power to harness the greatness of American innovation with the greatness of American conservation and environmental stewardship. We must ensure we are protecting the environment while also protecting our economy. Throughout my life, I've been privileged to hold such titles as Congressman and State Senator and Lieutenant Colonel, but none has meant more to me than husband, son, and father. While one of my identical twin daughters, Ariana, is now back at college, I'm excited to be joined here today by my wife, Diana, and our daughter, Michaela, as well as my mother, Meryl. The American people need leaders who can find common ground to solve the urgent issues we face. I want my daughters, your loved ones, and every child across our country to thrive in a world with clean air, clean water, and boundless opportunity. If confirmed, I pledge to enthusiastically uphold the EPA's mission. I will foster a collaborative culture within the agency, supporting career staff who have dedicated themselves to this mission. I strongly believe we have a moral responsibility to be good stewards of our environment for generations to come. It's been so motivating to see the tremendous talent stepping up to serve in the EPA. I couldn't be more excited to partner with our EPA team nationwide to exceptionally serve the American public. I had the honor of working with many of you when I represented New York's 1st Congressional District. My district on the eastern end of Long Island was unique in that it was almost completely surrounded by water. My constituents took environmental issues very seriously, and I developed a record in Congress fighting hard and with great success advancing their local priorities. I worked across party lines to preserve the Long Island Sound and Plum Island. I supported key legislation that became historic bipartisan success stories, like the Great American Outdoors Act and Senators Sullivan and Whitehouse's Save Our Seas Act to clean up plastics from our oceans. Whether it was leading the fight for Sea Grant, combating PFAS in drinking water, voting for the Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act, or supporting clean energy projects on Long Island, I was proud to do my part to secure these environmental victories. Georgetown University and the Lugar Center consistently ranked me one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, and to that end, I joined the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus to focus on tackling the challenges of a changing climate. If confirmed, I want to work with all of you to address the unique environmental issues facing your state. Not only do I want to partner with you, I want to learn from you. I ask you all what a former administrator asked a great chairman of this committee from my home state, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. What advice would you give me as I undertake to lead EPA? I look forward to having this discussion with each of you. The EPA must be better stewards of tax dollars, honor cooperative federalism, and be transparent and accountable to Congress and the public. The American people elected President Trump last November, in part due to serious concerns about upward economic mobility and their struggle to make ends meet. Too many of our fellow Americans are trapped in poverty and desperate for a whole-of-government approach to give them a hand up. We can and we must protect our precious environment without suffocating the economy. A big part of this will require building private sector collaboration to promote common sense, smart regulation that will allow American innovation to continue to lead the world. If confirmed, under the EPA, with my leadership, we will prioritize compliance as much as possible. I believe in the rule of law, and I want to work with people to ensure they do their part to protect our environment. Success is defined for many, including me, as leaving this world better than we found it. I want every child in this nation, including my daughters and your children, to inherit a world with clean air, clean water, and a thriving economy. This mission must transcend politics, and I look forward to working with all of you to achieve it. I thank you, Chairman Capito, Ranking Member Whitehouse, and all the members of this committee. I'm eager to answer your questions and discuss the issues facing your constituents.
Thank you. We're now ready to begin with the questioning portion for our witness. Senator Whitehouse and I have agreed to have 2 rounds of 5 minutes for questioning. So let's try to keep our first questions within the 5 minutes if, in respect for everybody's time. To begin, this committee has 3 standing yes or no questions that it asks all nominees who appear before the committee. So I want to ask you these 3 questions. Do you agree, if confirmed, to appear before this committee or designated members of this committee and other appropriate committees of this Congress to provide information subject to appropriate and necessary security protections with respect to your responsibilities?
Yes.
Do you agree to ensure that testimony, briefings, documents, and electronic and other forms of communications of information are provided to this committee and its staff and other appropriate committees in a timely manner?
Yes.
Thank you. Finally, do you know of any matters which you may or may not have disclosed that may place you in a conflict of interest if you are confirmed?
No.
Thank you. All right. Well, I will begin questioning, and then I'll go to the ranking member. In my opening statement, I talked about reliability issues and affordability issues as we see the face the future here. During the last 4 years, the EPA issued a number of rules, and numbers of rules, including the Clean Power Plan 2.0, which was intentionally designed to impose massive new costs on reliable coal-fired and natural gas plants in a deliberate effort to shut these plants down. Unsurprisingly, over this same period of time, the cost of energy skyrocketed 23% over the last 4 years. Now, our nation's electric reliability experts, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, forecasts over half of the United States could face potential electrical shortages and blackouts in the next decade. This is a dire situation on the reliability. This demand is driven by our onshoring of our manufacturing and powering data centers and other things to win the artificial intelligence race. Congressman Zeldin, as you oversee and implement the EPA's statutory obligations to protect public health and the environment, will you also ensure that the agency takes into account the electric reliability and energy affordability impacts on businesses and American families that needed to keep their lights on and to heat their homes?
Yes, absolutely.
What is your vision for fulfilling the EPA's statutory mission, particularly in the context of getting the agency reoriented back to the basics of protecting communities from air, water, and chemical pollutions and cleaning up contaminated sites? What ideas do you have as moving forward?
Chairman, it's important that the EPA is honoring our obligations under the law, fulfilling the historic landmark laws that are on the books, like the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act. It's important that the EPA is accountable and transparent to all of you here on this committee. It's important that we are working closely in collaboration with career staff at the EPA and working closely with other agencies where there's overlapping jurisdiction to make sure that we are following our new obligations under the law as Congress enacts new laws moving forward, to make sure that we are abiding by the Administrative Procedures Act, that I, as administrator, I'm not prejudging outcomes, that I'm making sure that our actions are durable, that they are able to withstand scrutiny, and at the end of the day, I'm able to sit before you at further hearings and to be able to account for my actions as administrator and our actions as an agency. I look forward to working with all of you in order to make sure that Congress's intent is filled, that we also honor the Loper-Bright decision that was just issued by the Supreme Court to make sure that it is, in fact, Congress's intent that is being implemented, and it's not us as an agency filling in any gaps however we might see fit. It requires a close collaboration, not just internally within the agency, but with each and every one of you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And I should have welcomed your wife, Diana, and Michaela, and your mother, Meryl. And we miss Ariana, but I hope she's watching it from afar. I want to talk about PFAS. West Virginians have had firsthand experience with PFAS contamination and pollution. Everybody does, but we've had a little more, I think we had a little bit earlier, discovered earlier. And I want to continue, we tried last session to get some leading legislative efforts to try to protect essential service providers and American taxpayers from costly litigation and liability. It's a very complicated issue, as you know, but it speaks to one of the core missions of the EPA, which is safe drinking water and clean water. I understand that your New York district has actually experienced the negative effects of PFAS pollution. If confirmed, how do you plan to address the growing challenge of PFAS pollution through the EPA's existing authorities?
Chairman, when I was in the House, I was a member of the PFAS task force, also voted for the PFAS Action Act. EPA has an important responsibility to make sure that our obligations are implemented correctly. That is something that through our enforcement and compliance, we have to ensure that we are moving the needle all across this entire country. There are cleanup projects, large and small, across America where many Americans have been waiting decades, generations for that leadership and that action. So working with all of you to deal with these issues in your home state is something that will be top priority of mine.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the ranking member.
Thanks. Before I get to my questions, if you'd be kind enough to entertain a unanimous consent request to put certain documents into the record. Okay. I will not put this beast into the record, spare everybody that, but I will be circulating it to your offices. I would like to put into the record the cover article from the Economist magazine from this April, warning of the next housing disaster from that climate risk to insurance to
Without
mortgages,
objection.
property values cascade. And we put a lot of work into this when I was chair of the Budget Committee, and I'd also like to put in the report summarizing the evidence we adduced in the Budget Committee on the same insurance crisis.
Without objection.
I have also a letter here from CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, regarding the Zeldin nomination.
Without objection.
And finally, I have a letter dated January 15, 2025, submitted by the Climate Action Campaign and signed by over 70 environmental organizations concerning the nomination.
Without objection.
Great. Thank you
ordered,
very much,
yes.
Chairman. Mr. Zeldin, welcome. As we discussed when we met, I said I was going to ask you some really basic, no-tricks questions about climate change. So let me just start with those. First, as a matter of law, is carbon dioxide a pollutant?
Thank you, Senator, and I enjoyed our meeting with your team as well, and I look forward to working with all of you. As far as carbon dioxide emitted from you during that question, I would say no. As far as carbon dioxide that is emitted in larger masses that we hear concern about from scientists as well as from Congress, that's something that certainly needs to be focused on for the EPA.
And as a matter of law, it is a designated pollutant, correct?
Senator, while carbon dioxide is not named as one of the 6 in the Clean Air Act, the EPA has been treating it as such.
Yeah, because of a Supreme Court decision that said so, correct?
Correct, yes, Senator.
What effect, briefly and in layman terms, I know you're not a scientific expert, what effect are carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel combustion having in the atmosphere?
Senator, while I am someone who believes strongly that we should work with the scientists, leaving the science to the scientists, the policy to the policymakers, and that we all work together. I don't sit before you as a scientist. Fortunately, at EPA, we do have many talented scientists who provide that research. They have that talent to be able to tell us exactly what the metrics are of their research.
Just generally and in layman's terms, what effects do these carbon dioxide emissions have when they enter the atmosphere?
Trapping heat, Senator.
And what effect, again, briefly and in layman's terms, does methane leakage from fossil fuel production and transport have in the atmosphere?
Same.
Heat trapping also. And what effect, I'm from the ocean state, so I've got to ask this one, what effect are carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel combustion having in the oceans?
Well, the emissions of greenhouse gases trap heat, Senator. As far as your concern that you expressed at the onset of your testimony as you showed that map of Rhode Island, And as you suggested, and as I mentioned, as I represent in the district on the east end of Long Island, rising sea levels are concerns where I'm from as well. And it's one of the reasons why the federal government, through the Army Corps, had to invest in a Army Corps of Engineer project with the revetment of Montauk Lighthouse, with fear that if we did not do that, that Montauk Lighthouse, and due to erosion, would be collapsing into the ocean.
Is it correct that the trapped heat from carbon dioxide emissions and methane in the atmosphere is heating up the oceans? In fact, 90% of the heat goes into the oceans, and that is what is producing the sea level rise you just discussed.
That is what the scientists tell me, Senator.
Yep. And are the oceans also absorbing about 30% of the carbon dioxide itself, and therefore chemically turning more acid in measurable and clear ways?
Senator, as far as any specific numbers, I have to defer to the research of the scientists.
But generally that is happening.
Yes,
there
sir.
is a link between the fossil fuel emissions and the acidification of the oceans.
Yes, Senator, I do understand that there's litigation here that, to a certain extent, I'm not going to be able to comment on as EPA administrator, but to the general question, yes, Senator.
Yeah. Have we hit the 1.5 degree risk threshold, and why is that important?
Senator, again, as far as being able, throughout today's hearing, to be able to personally be citing and confirming specific numbers, that is something where I have to defer to the talented scientists to be able to provide that advice on an ongoing basis, whether or not we're hitting numbers at any given time.
If you are confirmed, what are the key either climate or oceans tipping points that would concern you?
As far as the tipping point, well, Senator, I think that as you put up a map of your district, and your state, I could put up a map of mine, and we could do this across the entire country. As long as that concern exists, where there is in fact rising sea levels, and I hear it from both sides of the aisle. Senator Collins spoke about it in the context of
One last question before my time runs out. I'm sorry. Are we now on a pathway to climate safety, or do we need to do more to reduce carbon emissions in order to get on that pathway?
Senator, United States emissions have been going down over the course of the last couple of decades. Unfortunately, there are other countries where it is not going in the same direction. And I would say that we will have never done enough to ensure that our water and our air is clean, safe, and healthy. Whatever we do every day to achieve this objective, we need to wake up the next day looking for ways to do more.
Yes. Let me just explain to the committee, since this is my first rodeo here, what we're going to do is whoever's here at the gavel, we will then put you in line for questioning according to seniority on the dais. And then as you come in, if you come in after I gavel down, you will be placed in line for questions. Certainly, if people need adjustments, we're willing to look at that, but that's going to be the tradition of the committee that we've agreed on. So we'll go to Senator Kramer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Capito and Ranking Member Whitehouse. Congratulations to both of you for assuming these important leadership roles, and congratulations to you as well. My former colleague in the House, Mr. Zeldin, thanks for stepping in the gap and taking on this big challenge. I know that Chair Capito has already talked a little bit about what is a really, really important issue for me, and I think for a lot of us, obviously, and that is an appropriate cooperative federalism role between the state and federal governments. And there's a lot of opportunity to do that the right way, and a lot of opportunity to do it the wrong way at the EPA. So I'm going to point to one specific case that I think you're probably familiar with, and that's, of course, the waters of the United States. And you're no doubt aware of that legal, what I call fiasco, surrounding the definition of what constitutes waters of the United States. This has been litigation ping pong for a long time. And so the first question is a simple one. Mr. Zeldin, when you read the Sackett decision authored by Justice Alito, would you describe it as prescriptive or ambiguous as it comes to the definition of a federally jurisdictional water?
It was clear and prescriptive.
It was. When the decision was issued, The Biden administration officials even told me that the direction from the Supreme Court was clear, that they didn't leave a lot of ambiguity. And here's one portion that I wanted to chat with you about, because I believe it's particularly instructive, should you be confirmed. Quote, finally, it is also instructive that the Clean Water Act expressly protects the primary responsibility and rights of states to prevent, reduce, and eliminate pollution, and to plan the development and use of land and water resources. It is hard to see how the state's role in regulating water resources would remain primary if the EPA had jurisdiction over anything defined by the presence of water, unquote. Now, I was tempted to bring the poster, but you know, in previous definitions, as they've gone back and forth, there's one that Sackett was based on, actually, or that would be relevant to Sackett, where the entire state of North Dakota was basically a federal wetland. We're a semi-arid state with badlands and big prairies. Should you be confirmed, it would be really good if the administrator took this decision and the legislative history behind it and start a rulemaking process post-Sackett with the assumption that states have primacy and primary responsibility for water within their states, not the federal government. How do you intend to sort of approach that? Because this post-Sackett WOTUS definition is going to be really, really important.
Yes, Senator. With any rulemaking, as you know, I'm not allowed to prejudge outcomes going in. And it's important that corners aren't cut where durability is sacrificed. Laws are written by Congress, and there are cases that have come out from the Supreme Court that provide the EPA with clear guidance on how we must do our job under the law. It is important that when you're going back to your home state and you're speaking to your farmers, that you are able to, with confidence, be able to explain to them that the federal government is doing our part so that they can define what waters of the U.S. are without them having to go hire an attorney or someone else, pay a lot of money to ensure compliance. So I will make sure that I'm doing my part, that the EPA is honoring the decision of Sackett and any future laws to come out of Congress. That is my commitment to you. And I know that was important when I met with Senator Sullivan as he was speaking about Alaska and wetlands and so many other people on this committee. So I look forward to working with you on that.
You know, that great answer. I appreciate that very much. One of the things that concerns me is when I've heard, in realizing, with regard to WOTUS, you have two agencies that get involved, the permitting side at the Corps of Engineers and the EPA rulemaking. But one of the things in terms of a durable rule that I heard from some from the previous administration or the current administration was that, well, we're going to create a durable rule. And I think the way to do that is to make sure that while we recognize the law is clear now, the definition's clear, all you have to do is seek a jurisdictional determination from us, the Almighty, and then we'll tell you whether your land meets that definition or not, to which I say, we don't put a police officer on every car. Can we presume that in the very obvious, simple cases that the landowner or the developer already knows the law and doesn't need to seek permission to do what they want to do?
Unfortunately, we face a reality where many farmers don't know whether or not their land, not just farmers, obviously, but a lot of people don't know whether or not their land has waters of the U.S. on it. And I would say that that is a failure on the part of the federal government. You should be able to go to your landowners, and they should be able to, with confidence, be able to tell you without having to ask questions whether or not waters of the U.S. are on their property.
Well, thank you for that. I can tell you North Dakota farmers are pretty bright. They know, it's just that the bureaucrats didn't. And now hopefully the Supreme Court's cleared that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Thank you. Congratulations on your new title here. Mr. Zeldin, thanks so much for coming in the office the other day. I enjoyed our chat. Mr. Zeldin, 2024, as you know, was the hottest year in recorded history. The past 10 years have been the hottest 10 years on record. We have seen in recent years unprecedented firefighters in the West Coast and in Canada, and we're seeing the horrific situation in LA right now. We have seen unprecedented flooding in China, displaced millions of people there, unprecedented drought in Brazil, Africa, and elsewhere. And in Southern Africa, people are dying because of the drought and their inability to grow crops. Billions of people have been sweltering in Europe and elsewhere in unprecedented heat waves. In the midst of all of that, President-elect Trump has said that climate change is a hoax. You will be, if confirmed, one of the leading spokespeople in this country, representing us throughout the entire world. Do you agree with President-elect Trump that climate change is a hoax?
Well, first off, Senator, it was great to meet with you as well. I believe that climate change is real, as I told you. As far as President Trump goes, the context that I've heard him speak about it was with a criticism of policies that have been acted because of climate change, and I think that he's concerned about the economic costs of some policies where there's a debate and a difference of opinion between parties.
I would respectfully disagree with you. I think he has called it a hoax time and time and time again. And I would just say for the record that, and let me ask you this question, all right? Some of us have used the word existential threat. What we're seeing in LA right now is apocalyptic, and the other terrible weather disturbances, whether in the Midwest of this country, whether in many states that are represented right here, unprecedented floods in my small state of Vermont. We've been hit over and over again in recent years. Our state capital, Montpelier, was underwater recently in a way that we have not seen. Would you describe climate change as an existential threat, meaning that there must be an urgency to get our act together, to address it?
Senator, we must, with urgency, be addressing these issues. And today, as we talk about any way at all that the EPA can do its part to make sure that our air and water are cleaner, healthier,
Staying
and
on
safer.
the one, look, EPA has enormous responsibilities over an enormous number of areas. I'm focusing on picking up what Senator Whitehouse said. I worry very much. Do you have kids?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I worry. Many of us have kids. We have grandchildren. This is serious stuff. This is beyond politics, my friends. This is the future of humanity. And if we do not get our act together, and that is not just the United States of America, this requires international cooperation. So let me ask you another difficult question. If tomorrow, magically, the United States Congress did all of the right things, that would not be enough. Climate change is a global crisis. It requires the cooperation of China, Russia, Europe, Latin America, et cetera. Are you prepared to represent the United States aggressively with some of your colleagues in reaching out to countries all over the world to cut carbon emissions?
Senator, it's very important for I, as administrator of EPA, whether traveling to the G7 or the G20 or elsewhere, to be reaching out to these other countries to make sure that there is a pressure on other nations to do their part as well. And it is my job to stay up at night, to lose sleep at night, to make sure that we are making our air and our water cleaner.
All right. I know it's fashionable to be beating up on China. It's good politics. They are now the major carbon polluter in the world. We have historically had that role. We're now number 2. We're not going to solve this crisis without working with China. Are you and hopefully your colleagues, if you are confirmed, prepared to work with China to try to lower carbon emissions?
Senator, on many different issues, it is important not just to be working with nations that we are the strongest aligned with, but to also be in communication with and engaged in dialogue with countries that might be considered competitors and also our greatest adversaries. And right now, China is an adversary in many respects.
Okay. As part of the IRA, had a provision in there for, I believe, $7 billion to lower electric bills for working-class people all over this country by helping them install solar panels on their roof. We did it, my wife and I did it in our house. Our electric bill went down by 80%. Problem is many working-class, lower-income people can't afford the initial cost to install the solar panels. That's what this bill does. Can I have your word right now that you will work with me to make sure that that Solar for All program is rapidly and effectively implemented all over the country?
Senator, it is my obligation on this and every other law enacted by Congress that I will follow my obligations under the law. And when it comes to spending money, it is important that I have the ability to sit before you and account for every dollar that's being spent by the EPA. So I know that this is an important priority of you, and solar power.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Almost saved by the bell.
That was the fossil fuel industry.
I look forward to working with you on the Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Curtis.
Thank you. And before I begin, just a big thanks to all my colleagues on the committee, Madam Chair, Mr. Ranking Member, and all my colleagues. Really look forward to working with you on this committee, and I'm very excited to be part of this. Mr. Zeldin, I'm from Utah. In Utah, we're pretty proud of our beauty, of our natural resources. It really would be hard to find a more spectacular place in the United States, everything from 5 national parks, arches and monuments and ski resorts. And I think because of that, Utahns have this inherent desire to take care of it, to leave it better than we found it, to make sure that we're not polluting. I can find total agreement in Utah that less pollution is better than more pollution, less emissions is better than more emissions, and that we want to leave the earth better than we found it. And you and I had the benefit of working together in the House. And I just want to use this opportunity to thank you for your support of my work in talking about climate, talking about some of these issues that are being addressed this morning. And I just, for all my colleagues who didn't see us work together in the House, I just want to emphasize how helpful you were getting Republicans talking about climate and dealing with some of these serious issues. I don't know if you want to comment on that or have any thoughts on that.
Well, Senator, congratulations. I'm looking forward to serving with you in this new capacity, and I enjoyed our work together. I would say that there's a lot that should unite Republicans and Democrats, conservatives and liberals as it relates to the environment. I represented a district where people who are conservative Republicans would be able to unite with people who identify as more liberal Democrats to focus on making our environment better. That type of work together, that common ground, is what the American public are desperate for. They are looking for us to be able to find pragmatic, common sense solutions to be able to represent their interests here in D.C.
Yeah, and I'll just double down. My experience is you're the right person to do that. I appreciate your efforts. Now, all of that said, let me talk about some problems in Utah. And some of that has to do with our geology and geography. And you and I, when you were in my office, we talked specifically about the Uinta Basin. 80% of the methane that is registered in the basin doesn't come from traditional fossil fuel sources. It comes from ground sources. It comes from air that comes into the region. And yet they're judged and measured on that whole 100%, not the 20% that they admit. Our geography also surrounds us with mountains. We like to call them real mountains as opposed to the hills that we have on the East Coast. And that traps in.
Wow.
Good way to start on the committee.
I'm from the mountain state.
That traps in.
You want to rephrase that?
That traps in all the emissions, and they're caught in that area. And so part of our discussion in my office, and I'd like to talk about today, is asking from your agency an acknowledgement that despite sometimes our best efforts, and I will tell you in Utah, government, education, business leaders, civic leaders have all come together to try to lower these emissions and meet these standards. But because of these, sometimes we can't. I'd love to work with your administration to figure out how we fairly measure that. Could you comment on that?
Yes, Senator. I look forward to being able to work with you and every senator on this committee. I want to make sure that our teams are working together. I sat on the other side of many of these hearings. And one of my greatest frustrations as a member of the House of Representatives was to send a letter, send a follow-up letter, send another letter, and then you're at a hearing following up on your third letter, and the person who's testifying before you is acting as if they haven't received your first, second, or third. That collaboration is very important so that when I'm sitting here before you, that I am able to be accountable to all of you. And that when you need something from the EPA and you're asking a question, that we're able to provide prompt answers. Part of this, too, is a relationship and understanding every important local priority of each of you in your home states. I want to be able to travel to your states, to be able to see firsthand on the ground whatever are your top priorities. And I know, Senator, you have many top priorities in Utah. I look forward to visiting Utah and being able to see for myself and bringing a team.
Thank you. Would love to have you there. And giving your regional administrator some flexibility, also, for instance, flexibility in things like technology, being agnostic to the technology and being more focused on the end result, I think would help us get some better results. Finally, in the last few seconds, your predecessor in the House had to deal with me every time that he would come before us talking about his low approval rate on getting chemicals approved. They are 0% of statutory requirement getting these chemicals approved. And I would joke with him, like, you could actually, it's statistically impossible. You could stumble on some approvals, right, accidentally. So I just want to warn you that I'm going to be as tough on you as I was on him, and that this is important. A lot of these chemicals can replace some of these PFAS chemicals, and if we can't get them approved, it just makes the difficulty of getting these off the market near impossible. So look forward to working with you on that, and look forward to seeing you in the mountains of Utah. I yield my time.
Your seat has been relocated over there by Senator Moran. Senator Merkley.
Thank you, and I'm completely down with Senator Curtis's description. My daughter and I went by U-Haul across the country, starting the East Coast, and we went through those East Coast hills, and by the morning of the third day, she woke up and saw the mountains. We were in the middle of the Rockies, and her eyes got wide, and she said, "Now I understand, Dad, why you say the only real mountains are in the West." So let's just say it's a bipartisan fact, agreed to right here. Mr. Zeldin, you have made an emphasis on the science being the foundation. And one of the concerns that I have is regard to the role of paid influencers. And you have reported that you have been paid to do various op-eds. Would you provide to the committee a list of all of the payments you've received and who is paying you, and a copy of the op-eds you prepared so that we have a complete understanding of your background in that area?
Yes, Senator, and I also have provided that as part of my financial disclosure, and both ethics at EPA and the Office of Government Ethics has reviewed all of those submissions in providing that clearance letter to the committee.
Yes, we do have your financials. They do not give the details on the text of which op-eds, and sometimes it's obscured. For example, the $50,000 to $100,000 that you were paid for op-eds, but it also says speaking fees, use of media studio, and so forth. So if you could tie the actual payments for the op-eds to the op-eds you wrote, so it's just so we have a clear and transparent understanding of that piece, because we want to have our folks serve the public interest and have that foundations of science you're speaking to, but I think the citizens deserve to understand as we wrestle with this moment, that background. And also the background, you've rented out your media studio multiple times. Was that for doing interviews? Did you do interviews in your media studio and then you asked to be paid for using your own media studio for interviews?
So twofold. First off, the first point, I have provided a breakdown of every individual op-ed as well as the publication and the date of the publication. Any further, if you need us to print up what was referenced, we're happy to do that. And as far as the media studio, I owned a media studio. So networks could rent, can use that studio for a TV hit.
Thank you. Appreciate that, those details, and we'll take a look at that list. You've also, over the course of your career, received a lot of campaign funding from the oil and gas industry. I think it's estimated at $270,000. Can you assure citizens that the campaign support you received from oil and gas industry will not influence your service to the public of the United States?
Yes, Senator, there's no donation that anyone has ever provided me at any point of any amount that is going to influence any decision that I make in this position or beyond.
Second, I want to emphasize the point that my colleagues have made about climate change. We are seeing a massive loss of insurance policies on the West Coast and in Florida. In Florida, 16 companies have gone bankrupt. Another 16 have stopped issuing policies. State Farm has withdrawn a massive number of policies from California. We had 6 towns burned to the ground in my home state of Oregon, less well publicized across the country. It is really a challenge. Huge number of folks in California are having to go to a state program they created, same in Florida, because no insurance would insure properties. The problem with those is there's no great solution. They're extremely expensive and difficult and have very limited coverage. All right, so I want to continue on plastics. I've been very concerned about plastics. We have more and more articles. This article I'll submit for the record. Thank you. The Washington Post has just found out about the threat between microplastics and cancer, and it goes on to talk about colon cancer, the imbalance of antioxidants, lung cancer. We've had a whole series of articles about heart disease. We have this article, Bioaccumulation of Microplastics in Human Brains, out of New Mexico. It's out for peer review right now, but we're learning more and more. We now have plastics in breast milk, plastics in every organ of the body, and plastics in our brain. In fact, it turns out, according to this study, if this turns out to be accurate, the highest accumulation of plastics is in our brains. We also have a record of microplastics and nanoplastics affecting human fertility. Plastic is, by its chemical structure, an endocrine disruptor. Are you familiar? Have you steeped yourself in the science and problems associated with plastics in the human body?
Yes, Senator, and I enjoyed being able to meet with you and your team in your office, where clearly this is an issue of great interest and passion of yours. I would look forward to an opportunity to be able to read what you're referencing specifically, just so that I can become intimately familiar with any detail that you're citing that I have not read before.
I was hoping that's what you're going to do after our meeting in our office. You're going to go out and say, I got to read all these articles.
Senator, and I would look forward to continuing to read even further.
There is an effort by the chemical industry to say, don't worry, we'll just melt everything down in big pots to keep plastics out of the waste stream. They call it chemical recycling. It's basically thermal melting. But it has proved to only be usable in very limited, basically manufacturing waste as opposed to post-consumer plastics. But they're trying to sell it as the absolute cure. Don't worry, we can go from 8% recycling in America to a high percent. Are you familiar with the very limited role, but the chemical industry is trying to say, don't worry, be happy on plastics?
I'm aware, yes, sir.
Do you understand, and have you made yourself knowledgeable of the inaccuracies that are being publicized about this thermal strategy?
Senator, I am researching and reading all that's being provided on all sides of this issue. Going back to my time in the House, I advocated to clean up our waterways around my district, and as I cited in my opening, the bipartisan work between Senator Whitehouse and Senator Sullivan on Save Our Seas and Save Our Seas 2.0 should be a model to be followed of bipartisanship to go even further.
Yeah. I see I'm over time. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'll just close by saying, in plastics, there's a big story trying to be sold about don't worry. It'll be your responsibility to make sure you speak the truth to the American people.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to congratulate you and the ranking member. It's a great committee for our new members. We get a lot of things done here, usually very bipartisan. We have some differences, but that's okay. Mr. Zeldin, it was great meeting with you. Congratulations to your family as well, and thanks for your service. It's not always easy, we know. You know, Alaska, we love our clean water, clean air. We don't think, we know we have some of the cleanest air and water in the world. We're proud of that. We don't always think the EPA has helped in that regard. It's more state actions. So I want to begin by getting you to commit to me to come up to Alaska with me, bring your family. We can do some fishing maybe after you see all the important elements of Alaska. Big mountains, no offense to Utah, but real big mountains. So we have a little fun on state size in this committee. But can I get your commitment to do that?
Yes, Senator, and unlike predecessors of mine who attempted to try to negotiate an August trip, I would want to go when it's as cold and dark as possible.
Yeah, well, it's happening right now. We have communities in Alaska that are hitting 30, 40 below zero, and so we'd love to have you in the winter and summer. So
Senator Rickus looks like he wants to come with me, so I look forward to it.
Love to have him. Second, I really appreciate the shout out to me and Senator Whitehouse on the Save Our Seas Act, Save Our Seas 2.0. That was the most comprehensive ocean cleanup legislation in the history of the country. Those were both signed by President Trump. You might want to ask Senator Whitehouse at some point about the signing ceremony that we had in the Oval Office with President Trump on Save Our Seas 1.0 was Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross and others. It was great. So can you commit to me to work with this committee? I think we already have President Trump's commitment to continue the progress we've made on ocean cleanup, plastics cleanup. It's good bipartisan work. The Trump administration and the president himself is very committed, and so are we. And we're already working on 3.0. We got to focus on the implementation of SOS 2.0, though.
Yes,
Can we get your commitment on that?
Yes.
Great. Well, look, I want to go back to Senator Kramer's issue of, in your opening statement about honoring cooperative federalism. And as you know, our Clean Air Act, our Clean Water Act laws from Congress contemplate a scheme of cooperative federalism that provides an active, in some case, primary role for states on these laws. Will you commit to doing to that, because it's a really important issue for my state?
Yes, Senator.
So one of the areas where we haven't seen cooperative federalism at all is the way in which the EPA in my state has a history of enforcing the laws. And no offense to my Democratic colleagues, this is always with Democrat administrations. The Obama administration did what they do is they come in with giant, heavy armed agents, body armor, helicopters, like it's shocking. We had a raid on some placer miners in a place called Chicken, Alaska, under President Obama. Over 30 armed agents, body armors, to do what? Do compliance on the Clean Water Act. They didn't find one violation. They scared the hell out of the miners, okay? Then, not to be outdone, the Biden administration has done these raids on small mechanic shops in Alaska. They bring up EPA agents from all over the country, 30 armed agents kicking in doors in mechanic shops in Alaska. By the way, my state believes in the Second Amendment. Most of my state is armed. This is very dangerous because some of these agents could get shot when they're coming in. So what's happened is you don't have cooperative federalism. You have rogue EPA agents who are going to enforcement before they talk about compliance. On any of these issues, they could have gone to these mechanic shops. They could have gone to the miners saying, hey, we think you may be violating the Clean Water Act. Can you work with us? No. These guys come. They had 40 agents, all of them armed, raiding these mechanic shops. It is just an outrage. Can I get your commitment to focus on compliance rather than jumping to armed enforcement? And secondly, look, I believe in an armed citizenry. I believe in the Second Amendment. I don't believe in an armed bureaucracy. The EPA is a SWAT team. Do you believe the EPA should even have armed agents? When they go into places, they can just have the local police or local state troopers. You got these guys out of control in Alaska, and it is dangerous. And the current EPA administrator, I sent him letters on this. He didn't answer me. Someone's going to get hurt. Can I get your commitment to focus on compliance, civil compliance, as opposed to kicking in doors with body armor, assault rifles, helicopters? It's crazy, and it's really outrageous, and It happens under Democrats, not President Trump, Democrats.
Senator, it is outrageous, the story that you told and Senator Murkowski shared with me as well with regards to Chicken, Alaska. It led me, as somebody who's going through this transition, to be asking questions as to how did that even get authorized, who signs off on it, what is the standards that need to be met in order to even say yes to an operation like that.
With 30 agents from EPA agents from all over America came up to raid a mechanic shop, a small business that I think there was 8 guys who owned it. They were National Guard guys, great Alaskans. Can I get your commitment on that and to work with me? And do you think the EPA should be armed? I don't.
Senator, if something requires an enforcement action on a prosecutorial front, that is working with the Department of Justice. Congress has enacted laws where enforcement is part of the effort. On the compliance front, there are people and entities owning property where there is mitigation that needs to happen and where they want to work with the government to mitigate that situation on their property. We should be working with them to make that happen.
Great.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Senator Kelly, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Zeldin, congratulations on your nomination, and thanks for coming by my office a couple weeks ago. As we discussed, Arizona has some unique challenges that we need some help from EPA leadership on, and we need to work with you as a collaborative partner to help us address some specific air quality and water quality challenges that we're facing, and to do this in a way that does not disrupt our state's growth. We're a rapidly growing state. So let's start with air quality. As we discussed, Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, half the population of the state, is in non-attainment under the Clean Air Act for ground-level ozone pollution. Now, under the Clean Air Act, the way the law assumes air quality can be improved is by reducing emissions from stationary sources of emissions, like big manufacturing. Might make sense in some parts of the country, certainly in more industrialized areas, the Rust Belt, the East Coast, but it doesn't make sense in Phoenix. And the reason is we're a really young state, and we don't have a history of this heavy manufacturing. And manufacturing, by the way, is not the source of our air quality challenges in Maricopa County. EPA's own modeling shows that 80% of the ozone-forming pollutants in the Phoenix area come from either natural sources like wildfires or sources outside of the region, like California and Mexico. Now, this means that the typical EPA playbook for how to improve air quality and protect public health is not going to work in Phoenix. It's just not. So we need partnership and collaboration with the EPA headquarters and EPA Region 9 to address these challenges. And we've been working closely with state and local officials and our business community on this. And there are specific actions that we're asking for EPA partnership on. So I'd like to ask for your commitment to working with us on these issues. I'm going to go through them. There's like 4 of them. First, we have several new source review permits currently under review by the Region 9 office. If confirmed, will you commit to ensuring that those permits are prioritized for review?
Senator, your priorities will be mine. We'll make sure that we follow the law, but making sure that this is top of the list.
Thank you. And second, Maricopa County has submitted 2 local rules, which are called Rule 204 and 205. We spoke about those in my office that would provide alternative pathways for generating offsets for new permits for new manufacturing facilities. So remember what I said, we don't have the heavy manufacturing that's shut down that would generate a permit. So these rules have some other ways to do that. So both rules are still pending final approval, although I understand that Region 9 and Maricopa County have been meeting weekly on this to resolve some outstanding issues. But Mr. Zeldin, will you commit to ensuring this coordination between EPA and the county can continue with the goal of having both rules approved as soon as possible?
Senator, while I can't prejudge outcome as far as approval goes, on anything, you absolutely have my commitment to be able to work with you, those local partners, to come to Arizona. You also mentioned the Yuma example as well. And as you pointed out, you come from a state where, in a place like Maricopa, you don't have a lot of these sites shutting down. You have more coming in, which is a good problem to have in one way, but you definitely need that partnership with EPA.
Yeah, it's challenging in the other way.
Right.
And that's what we've got to figure out. Third, as I noted, we're still trying to understand the long-term reasons our air quality is getting worse and how to resolve that challenge. Will you commit to help Maricopa County develop some better models to understand why our air quality is getting worse in Maricopa County and help us find some solutions to address this long-term?
Yes, Senator.
And fourth, in that same vein, we know that emissions from Mexico are a serious contributor to our air quality challenges throughout Arizona. Will you commit to having the EPA Region 9 and the EPA Office of Transportation and Air Quality work with our local officials to ensure that our attainment plans account for cross-border pollution?
Yes, Senator. I also heard this concern from both Senator Schiff and Senator Padilla as it relates to Tijuana and the southern border of California. This is clearly an issue across states. I look forward to working with you on this issue.
And then finally, will you also commit to working to find solutions to ensure regions throughout the western United States aren't penalized for emissions created by wildfire smoke?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Chairman Capito, and congratulations again to Chairman Capito and Ranking Member Whitehouse on your new roles. And you mentioned our new member, Senator Curtis, but we also have a new member, Senator Schiff, with us as well.
We actually have 3 new members on our side, and I've been waiting for them to assemble.
Oh, okay, very good. I didn't want to leave Senator Schiff out because he's sick there, so yep, not at all. I'm excited to work with the entire team here with regard to the upcoming session here. And Congressman Zeldin, good to see you again. Thank you very much for being here, and again, appreciate your family sacrifices in the past and serving our country and your continued willingness to sacrifice and serve our country again in this new role. You know, rule of law is what binds Americans' trust to government, right? All too often, we've seen under this Biden administration that the rule of law and congressional intent has been subverted by trying to appease radical left-wing environmentalists. And that undermines people's faith in government and the rule of law and the trust of our institutions. So thank you for your commitment to implementing the laws as Congress has written and is intended to be able to get back to the fundamentals of the EPA, which is protecting our environment, safeguarding our health, and looking out for the well-being of the public. I'm excited to restore this proper balance of limiting risk with using sound science to protect our environment as the EPA's mission as Congress, which is the EPA's mission as Congress directed it to do. We must follow the law to restore Nebraskans' faith in our government institutions. So one of the areas that you're going to have an opportunity to be able to do that has to do with our renewable fuel standard. And this is one of the things I've commented in the past. I love this committee because we talk about ethanol and biodiesel and renewable diesel all the time. Chairman Capito will get tired of me doing that. But what we've seen in the past under the Biden administration is that, RVOs are set below production levels and they're chronically late. For example, the RVOs for 2026 are required by law to be published on November 1st, 2024. That did not happen, and it's not likely to happen until probably December 2025. The 2023 and 2024 RVOs will lag behind industry production by 3 to 4 billion gallons. That's the actual capacity of the industry today. Congressman Zeldin, do you commit to give producers and the industry certainty in the marketplace deserves? And again, this is what businesses want. They want certainty. They want to know what the rules are so they can plan for it. Will you give them the certainty by following the law as it relates to the timely and appropriate RVO rulemakings?
Yes, Senator.
Great. Thank you very much. Another pressing biofuel issue for Nebraskans is year-round E15. I want to thank Senator Fisher and your former colleague, Congressman Smith, for their leadership on the issue. And I'm happy to lend my enthusiastic support to this cause. The solution is over a decade in the making, and we were very, very close in the last Congress to actually getting E15 year-round, and I hope we do build on that momentum here in 2025. Congressman Zeldin, although the issue will not be solved entirely by the EPA, can we rely on your part to create a market of certainty for liquid fuel stakeholders and agricultural producers by doing all you can to ensure that Americans will have access to E15 all year round?
Senator, while I can't prejudge outcome of processes to follow across the board, I know how important this issue is to you, and I know how important this is to President Trump. The president has expressed this time and again with regards to you. You've heard it from Senator Ernst. I've heard it from Senator Grassley, Senator Thune, Senator Fisher, and others, Senator Hawley. So I understand how much of a priority this is for you. As far as establishing certainty, hopefully this is something that Congress is able to resolve to the extent that you're relying on the EPA to establish that certainty. I look forward to being able to do my part, and I want to continue to work with you to achieve the outcomes that we had discussed.
Great, thanks. And, you know, one of the things that, and we'll get into it in the second round of the questioning as well, but I think it's really, really important that we get away from what the Biden administration was doing with regard to trying to tip the scales toward their solution. That's how I interpret their delay on renewable fuels. Like, we all want to reduce our impact on the environment. Renewable fuels are one of the ways we can do that. They wanted to push their solution with electric vehicles. And again, electric vehicles can be part of the solution on how we do that as well. But what we should be focusing on is how American innovation, and I appreciate the fact that you mentioned this in your opening, American innovation is how we solve our problems in this country. So allow Americans to innovate, to find ways to be able to reduce our impact on the environment. And I'll give you just one example. Last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, I was seeing a demonstration by a hybrid vehicle that had, for a $600 kit, had been equipped to burn 85% ethanol. And it was getting 38 miles to the gallon while reducing the amount of emissions that would have normally been done with a gasoline engine. So that's the kind of innovation that can help us reduce our impact on the environment if we're allowed as Americans to actually innovate, and rather than have this big top-down government, one-size-fit-all, like, we're going to push this solution on you, whether it works or not. So I see my time has expired, but I look forward to the second round of our questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Markey.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Congressman Zeldin, in 2016, in a congressional debate, you said, quote, "There are many different ways that we can be better stewards of our environment. The key is to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, to become more environmentally friendly, and to pursue clean and green energy." Do you still believe, Mr. Zeldin, that it's our job to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels?
Ideally, Senator, to the extent that, first off, I support all of the above energy.
No, I didn't ask you that. I said, do you believe it's imperative that we, using your words, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels? Do you still believe that?
In considering all factors, in an ideal world, we would be able to pursue always the cleanest, greenest energy sources possible.
Well, I'm not hearing you say that you agree with Lee Zeldin in 2016. So that means that we're in a completely different context than for your nomination hearing. Do you see the fires in LA right now? Did you see the storms ripple through Georgia and through North Carolina? The threat of climate change hasn't gone away since you said that in 2016. And I'm just worried now your change of tone is politics and not the science, which you apparently did believe at that time. Let me ask you the next question. Do you also accept that under the Supreme Court's ruling in 2007 in Massachusetts versus EPA, and in 3 subsequent cases, that the EPA is obligated to regulate greenhouse gases as air pollutants from motor vehicles, power plants, and other industrial sources as, quote, the Supreme Court said in their decision, may reasonably be anticipated to endanger public health or welfare. Do you accept that as a mandate, Mr. Zeldin?
Authorized. Yes, Senator.
You do?
Authorized to, Senator.
Authorized to. You don't actually then accept the requirement that you have to deal with the endangerment that fossil fuels actually poses to LA or North Carolina or Florida or the Gulf Coast almost on a yearly basis. You don't accept that.
Senator, I just want to be accurate. And in citing Massachusetts versus EPA, the decision does not require the EPA. It
says
authorizes the
you're
EPA.
obligated. You're obligated to regulate. If you find there's an endangerment, you're obligated. Do you feel that it's an obligation?
Yeah, but it doesn't say that you are obligated to, and that's it. There are steps that the EPA would have to take in order for an obligation to be created. I'm just going off the actual text.
Right.
Of
Well,
the
again,
Supreme Court legislation.
do you think we're in danger in LA? Do you think the people in North Carolina and the Gulf Coast were in danger?
Are they in danger? Absolutely. For people who are having their
All right.
homes burned down.
Then you have an obligation to deal with that and to do something.
Senator,
I'm not hearing your job at you see your job at the EPA as doing something about it. You know, we're watching firefighters run towards the flames in Los Angeles, and the EPA is responsible to keep the fiery embers of climate change under control. Power plants, cars, industry. Are you going to fight those dangers, Mr. Zeldin? Are you going, as you said in 2016, or are you going to fan the flames of destruction on the demand of the fossil fuel industry, which you now refuse to actually hold responsible for the rapidly warming country that we're living in?
Senator, there's a few things there. First off, as far as the Supreme Court case goes, it was not a decision of the Supreme Court that if there was a fire in 2025 in California, that if that fire creates a danger to people who are having their homes burned down, that the EPA is then that triggers the EPA to regulate carbon dioxide. There's just more to that. I'm just trying to be accurate.
It's pretty simple. It says the EPA is supposed to be the environmental watchdog and not a fossil fuel lapdog. That's what it says.
But it doesn't actually say that,
Senator. It's supposed to have families be able to sleep at night knowing their air is clean and the water is safe and their future is protected. And it just should not leave people up at night wondering if they are going to have danger that comes into their family's existence because of polluters. That's the job. And between 2016 and today, something has happened that you're not willing to just come right out and say that fossil fuels is the central culprit that has been ultimately created by human beings that the EPA's job has as a responsibility to reduce. And you refuse to actually take that central responsibility. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Bozeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, congratulations to you and Senator Whitehouse. You all are going to be a great team as usual and a great example, I think, for the rest of Congress.
Look forward to working with you.
We appreciate you being here, appreciate your willingness to serve. We had a great meeting, and I want to compliment you on the fact that you have made yourself available. I know you've worked on that really hard. Senator Curtis, in response to a question of his, you talked about the frustration of writing letters and, you're at a hearing and nobody's responded and making calls. You've got maybe a situation like Dan talked about or whatever senator on both sides of the aisle, and you just can't get through to anybody to really, Can you talk about, as a former member how important that is to you to make sure that you're going to continue to be available, and answer the phone, and be such that we can get the information that we need to go forward.
Senator, I want every member of this committee to have the ability to contact me, to be able to share directly your concerns and your ideas. I want to be responsive to all of the members of this committee. I want my team to be able to work closely with your offices. I want to know what all of your priorities are at any given time. And I want to make sure that I am accountable and transparent to this committee. I spent 8 years in the House of Representatives. I've had an opportunity to see people come before committees, and they were very responsive, and I've seen the opposite. And it is important
More often than not.
You know, especially with your great chair, and she has a great team to make sure that the EPW committee on both sides of the aisle, with Senator Whitehouse and Senator Whitehouse's team, I want to make sure that there is a very strong relationship between this committee and the EPA.
Very good. I have the privilege of serving my colleagues as chairman of the Ag Committee, which is the direct oversight of EPA's Office of Pesticide Programs. I understand you and Agriculture Secretary nominee Brooke Rollins have a good working relationship. As issues affecting agriculture arise, I've found farmers and ranchers are best served when the EPA and the Department of Agriculture are working together. Can you tell us about how you envision EPA and USDA working together to create a predictable, science-based, and efficient regulatory system to ensure the timely availability of products and tools farmers and ranchers depend on to produce the safest, most abundant, and most affordable food supply in the world?
I agree with everything that you just said, Senator. That must be our goal. That should be the relationship between all agencies, including the interaction between the EPA and the USDA, in a way that you are able to go back to all of your constituents and to be able to talk about that progress that has been achieved as a result of these agencies working together.
Very good. For the last several years, the EPA failed to collaborate with industries and states prior to rulemaking. I think that's true of whatever administration has been in power. Early in the Biden administration, it became evident the EPA's agenda was shaped by the input from a narrow group of stakeholders. Given that every rulemaking has a significant impact on businesses, workers, and domestic manufacturing, which cannot simply be restored overnight, how will you work with industries more collectively to ensure that their concerns are addressed while maintaining a balanced approach to environmental protection?
Senator, first off, it is important that the EPA is always fulfilling our obligations under the law, that we are abiding by the rule of law, that we are following our commitment to Congress to be able to follow the Administrative Procedures Act and to ensure that all actions are durable well into the future. As far as engagement throughout that process, it is important to hear from people who have good, substantive, informed feedback that allows the EPA to be able to do a better job, to make better decisions. And that, at times, might involve me speaking to people who I might agree with or disagree with on any given day. But the worst thing that I could possibly do, that the EPA could do, is to turn a blind eye to great substantive feedback that will better inform our decisions so that we are being responsive and transparent, not just to Congress, but also to the American people.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel I should address the mountains versus hills controversy. As a senator from a state in the West, I'm inclined to agree with Senator Curtis. But as I understand where the chair is from, and you are the chair, I'm inclined to agree with the chair.
Thank you.
So let me just say unequivocally, I've got friends on both sides of this issue, and I stand with my friends. Mr. Zeldin, as you're well aware, the horrific fires that have ravaged California over the last week have displaced thousands of people, resulted in the loss of more than 24 lives. As these fires continue to destroy Californians' homes, livelihoods, and so much more, it's more important than ever that California has the full support of the federal government to recover and respond. Fueled by severe drought conditions and strong Santa Ana winds, unimaginable events like these fires devastate communities and worsen Californians' water scarcity. When you were a state senator in New York, you were a member of the State Senate Bipartisan Task Force on Hurricane Sandy recovery. You applauded a comprehensive legislative package that included tax assessment relief for properties catastrophically damaged by the storm, revisions to regulatory obstacles that slow down the rebuilding process, and improvement and continued expansion of state insurance laws to help policymakers receive funds following a disaster, and more. And in response to Hurricane Sandy, the EPA supported FEMA and worked closely with federal agencies and the states of New Jersey and New York to assess damage and respond to environmental concerns. The EPA stepped in to assess the condition of drinking water and wastewater facilities, helped to get several damaged wastewater treatment plants in New Jersey up and running, evaluated conditions at hazardous waste sites, and assisted in the collection of debris and household hazardous waste. Can you provide Californians with the assurance that you will advocate the same strong recovery and response assistance from EPA as EPA provided to your then constituency in Long Island after Hurricane Sandy, if confirmed?
Senator, first off, congratulations on your election. I look forward to working with you on this committee. And we all, from the rest of the country, have been watching what is playing out for your constituents. And many of us know people who have been impacted and they've lost everything. It's hard to it's impossible for us to put ourselves in the shoes of your constituents right now. I, if confirmed, would want to not only know everything in my power to be able to do as EPA administrator to assist you in fighting for your constituents who have been devastated by these wildfires, but I would want to, in fact, do everything in my power to be able to assist, to make sure that this recovery is as speedy as possible. I would like to come to California to speak to those on the ground, hear any concerns that we need to take back with us to Washington, and to assist both you and Senator Padilla and your House colleagues to be able to fight for these constituents who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mr. Zeldin. We will welcome you to the state and look forward to your visit. After the Maui fires in August 2023, EPA crews removed more than 200 tons of hazardous materials from 1,400 plus properties in the fire-impacted areas. The EPA also deployed water emergency team members to provide on-the-ground guidance and technical assistance for stormwater, wastewater, and drinking water for the county of Maui. Do you commit also to prioritizing similar assistance for California to ensure that local water supplies are tested, treated, and restored to safe drinking water standards, just as EPA stepped in to do after the horrific Maui fires?
Senator, I would want to do everything in my power, if confirmed as EPA administrator, to be able to assist with that as well.
And I assume, Mr. Zeldin, your response will not depend on whether disaster strikes a red state or a blue state. You will equally work to speed relief to those Americans affected.
Yes, Senator. It does not matter what kind of a state you're from. All 50 states are going to be of the highest importance, regardless of where a disaster ever strikes anywhere in America.
Thank you. Let me touch on one other major issue that we discussed yesterday. That's the Tijuana River pollution crisis. This crisis has brought immense industrial waste and raw sewage over the border from Mexico into California, posing serious environmental and public health challenges to San Diego and Imperial County. We've had beaches shut down. We've had sealed training facilities deeply impacted. Coast Guard and Customs and Border personnel have routinely reported suffering from infections and gastrointestinal illnesses. Thanks to the work of Senator Padilla and Representative Scott Peters and others, we were able to secure $250 million in disaster supplemental relief in December, but EPA can play a pivotal role in this crisis as well. I would ask you to support EPA's Border Water Infrastructure Program, but also, will you agree to review EPA's January 7th decision to deny request to investigate the Tijuana River Valley for a potential Superfund designation? I'm not asking you to prejudge it, but will you agree to review it and consider whether a different judgment should be reached?
Yes, Senator.
I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lummis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Congratulations to you and to our ranking member. Look forward to working with you both. Mr. Zeldin, it's great to see you. Thank you for accepting this nomination and appearing before this committee. I enjoyed serving with you in the U.S. House and look forward to serving with you in your new role at EPA. I also want to extend my warmest welcome to your family. I want to start with a very, very fundamental question and give you an example. The question is it your job as EPA administrator to follow the science or follow the law? Here's the question associated with that question. Clean Power Plan 2.0 has rules associated with it that run afoul of the Supreme Court's ruling in West Virginia versus EPA. So as administrator, will you follow the law, both in statute and as interpreted by the Supreme Court?
Senator, on every situation, if confirmed as EPA administrator, my first obligation will always be to follow my obligations under the law.
With regard to goals and clean air, is the goal to have clean air, or is the goal to eliminate specific fuels?
The goal, the reason why a regulation might be in place is the end state of wanting to have the cleanest, safest, healthiest air, drinking water. That is the goal, the end state of all the conversations that we might have, any regulations that might get passed, any laws that might get passed by Congress. What brings us all together should be the ultimate goal of having clean air and clean water.
That is my goal as well, and I look forward to working with you to accomplish that goal. I spent 4 days in October in Silicon Valley, mostly meeting with firms that are developing artificial intelligence. If the U.S. is to be the leader in developing AI, we need abundant energy, and it has to be baseload energy. The demands of artificial intelligence for energy are going to be extraordinary. And so our goal, as you and I agree, is to provide that additional abundant energy so the United States can remain the leader in the world on the development of artificial intelligence, provide that additional energy in the cleanest way possible. And in some instances, that may involve finding the absolute cleanest way to continue to use fossil fuels. I want to point out to you, if you look at how clean natural gas is in the United States compared to other countries and compared to other sources of energy, you'll be stunned at how clean it is. Yet, sometimes this panel and others tend to lump all fossil fuels together and assume that they cannot be provided as part of the energy baseload in this country in a clean way. I'd like to invite you to Wyoming so we can show you that there are ways that fossil fuel can be used and that carbon capture and sequestration can be used to help include all types of fuels in developing the energy this country needs in order to be artificial intelligence leader of the world. Now, I have another question with regard to small refineries. Thank you for indulging that editorial comment. Are you aware that there are more than 100 petitions for hardship relief that remain to be decided by EPA, some dating back more than 5 years with regard to small refineries? And if confirmed, can we work together to outline an expedient timeline for reaching decisions?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I want to include a couple of other questions that I think are of significance with regard to PFAS. And I'm running between two hearings, so excuse me if I'm being repetitive. Do you plan to ensure that EPA's policies are effective while protecting passive receivers from lawsuits and consumers with unreasonably high utility bills? And let me explain here. The Biden administration's plan to designate legacy PFAS as hazardous substances under CERCLA can impose liability on entities like municipal water systems that did not produce or knowingly handle these chemicals. So these entities are called passive receivers. I know that it's true at airports. They have PFAS issues as well. And so these passive receivers are now vulnerable to lawsuits that literally could bankrupt small local governments across the nation. My concern is that, of course, we address PFAS issues, but not in a way that submits small local municipal water systems and airports to litigation.
Senator, thank you for raising this issue, and I've heard it from your colleagues on this committee on both sides of the aisle during my meetings. It's something that is a big issue to you, and it will therefore be a big issue for me. And I also saw it in my home county of Suffolk County, where we had PFAS issues. The passive receiver issue is something where it could get passed down to the consumer, where they end up paying for the cleanup costs in a way that we need to be cognizant of at the EPA.
Thank you, Mr. Zeldin. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry I ran over.
No, good. I am pleased to welcome one of our newer members, Senator Also Brooks, and I would welcome you and remind you that you have very large shoes to fill with Senator Cardin leaving from the great state of Maryland, and I'm sure you'll be able to do that. So welcome, and it's great to have you on committee.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to just say thank you so much to Chairwoman Capito and Banking Member Whitehouse, Ranking Member Whitehouse, for your leadership on this committee and for holding today's hearing. I agree with you that we miss Senator Ben Cardin, but I am excited to be able to join this committee. EPW has jurisdiction over many issues that are important to Marylanders, and I look forward to working with both of you as well as all of our colleagues on this committee to address the environmental and infrastructure challenges that we face in our states. To Mr. Zeldin, congratulations again to you and to your family on your nomination, and thank you as well for your willingness to serve and for appearing before our committee today. I appreciate it. I very much enjoyed meeting with you and having the opportunity to speak with you. And so I suspect that my questions will come as no surprise to you based on that conversation. And in the interest of time here, I'd ask that as much as possible that you would answer yes or no to the following questions. Now, while in Congress, you work to ensure that EPA's efforts to restore the Long Island Sound were successful, including advocating for federal funding. Like Long Island Sound in New York and Connecticut, the Chesapeake Bay is an economic driver in Maryland and across the Bay watershed. The Bay is the nation's largest estuary and is one of the most productive fisheries in the United States. And so I ask you whether you would agree that restoring and protecting our nation's estuaries and watersheds is a shared responsibility between the states and the federal government.
Yes, Senator.
Furthermore, if confirmed, will you advocate for robust federal funding for regional restoration efforts across the country, including the Chesapeake Bay and for the National Estuary Program?
Yes, Senator. Ultimately, it will be up to Congress to decide on funding levels, and it'll be my obligation to make sure that money is spent to Congress's intent.
Thank you. Now, the EPA has said that no amount of lead in drinking water is safe, and lead in drinking water is particularly dangerous for children. The bipartisan infrastructure law, which you oppose as a member of Congress, made historic down payments on lead pipe replacement to ensure that communities across America have access to safe drinking water from lead contamination. If confirmed, will you build on the success of the bipartisan infrastructure law and support additional funding for lead pipe replacement?
Senator, yes to the same answer as my last question. Ultimately, it's going to be up to Congress to decide what the policy is, what the law is, what the funding level is. My commitment and my obligation will be to make sure that funding is spent to Congress's intent as laid out in those appropriations.
But you recognize that lead in water is a problem, particularly for children.
Yes, Senator.
And would you be able to commit to not cutting funding that would aid in replacement of these lead pipes?
Senator, if confirmed as administrator of the EPA, won't be cutting any funding. That's a decision as far as funding levels for Congress to set. Whatever funding level Congress decides upon is going to be the letter that is going to be the number that I am committed to fulfill my obligation of being a good steward of the tax dollars and spend to Congress's intent.
Okay. Now, the unofficial Department of Government Efficiency, led by Elon Musk, has proposed laying off 75% of government workers. Across the federal government, their plan would result in more than 1.7 million civilian employees being laid off, including almost 500,000 veterans. If the Trump administration follows through on this proposal, that would mean more than 12,000 employees at the EPA would be laid off, and many of these are hardworking, dedicated public servants who live in Maryland. Do you support firing 75% of EPA employees?
Senator, offhand, I'm not even aware of a single person being fired during the first Trump administration at the EPA. That's not the same for other agencies. And by the way, there might have been someone. I'm just, I haven't been told about it. I want to make sure that my job as EPA administrator is to increase productivity, is to make sure that we are efficient and accountable and transparent, that we are to you, not just myself as administrator, but our entire team, for us to be in the office, collaborative and productive.
All right. In a similar vein, I'd ask you about another issue, and that is moving EPA headquarters outside of Washington, D.C., and wonder whether or not you agree with that effort and the effort of moving them out of Washington, D.C., or whether you would oppose it.
Senator, no one has expressed to me in any setting since I was announced as nominee or before that of any plans with regards to moving the EPA headquarters out of D.C. I have not been involved in any conversation. I'm not aware of any conversation.
That's the time I have. Thank you so much.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. Congratulations. I think you're a really good choice. You're a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
What do you do?
I'm currently an international law officer for a civil affairs command based in Fort Wadsworth, New York.
So you're a JAG officer?
Yes, Senator.
So if Pete Hexba gives you a hard time, call me.
Right, yes, Senator. You got it.
So, so Senator Whitehouse and myself have been working on climate issues for a long time, and I saw that you were chairman or a member of the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Why'd you do that?
I represented a district where I was hearing from constituents on both sides of the aisle of how important it is that I was doing everything to fulfill their priorities, their policy pursuits.
It matters
They
to your
wanted me to join it.
constituents. Your constituents concerned about the environment.
Very much so, Senator.
Okay, well, and I think they're right to be. In terms of fires, and God bless the people of California. We want to help them as much as we can, quick as we can. Helena came through South Carolina, North Carolina. It was just very tough. Let's help people. Is it okay to try to look at lessons learned when you look at disasters? What can we do better next time?
We must do that, Senator.
Yeah, I would encourage you to not be deterred from looking at lessons learned, no matter where it happens in any part of the country. Let's learn from these disasters, see if we can do better next time. So one thing that I find fascinating is I can tell you what states grow corn because they want to talk about ethanol. I can tell you exactly when you have the senator from Wyoming saying natural gas is clean, she's right. But why is she saying that? Because the truth is America has become environmentally sensitive. You know, we want to lower emissions, but we don't want to wreck our economy. And it doesn't matter what we do if other people don't play the same game. So the good news for me to this committee is that energy-producing states, when that energy source seems to have a positive environmental impact, they're proud of it. Nuclear power, do you think nuclear power should be part of the mix?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, me too. I think small modular reactors need to be looked at again. We had disasters building big nuclear power plants, but they're non-emitting sources of fuel. Like every other fuel source, they have their problems and downside, but I'm glad, I think my state has the most power from the nuclear industry per capita than any state in the nation, and I'm a big fan of trying to expand our nuclear power footprint. Look forward to working with you. Now, no matter what we do here, I think a lot of us feel like we've gone too far. EPA's ignored the law. They kind of have a political agenda rather than a congressional agenda, or, they violate Supreme Court holdings. We'll have that debate among ourselves. But one thing I think we need to look at, no matter what we do here, we all care about the environment. But when it comes to CO2 emissions, let's just use that. China and India, the Paris Accords, to me, were insufficient to the task. I've been working with Senator Whitehouse. How can you get big economies like China and India to adopt better practices? Tariffs have, if you're a tariff person, your ship has come in. We have tariffs on everything and everybody, apparently. But one of the things that Senator Whitehouse and I have been talking about is a carbon pollution fee, tariff, call it whatever you want. That if you're in China and you're making steel and you have the worst business practices, you're in India, you have really basically no environmental practices at all. Europe and the United States, we're trying to have responsible manufacturing and energy extraction, trying to be environmentally sensitive, realize we've got to run an economy. What should we do about China and India? Do you like the idea, or at least you open-minded to the idea that people who basically use unsound science, reckless environmental policy, maybe it's time for them to pay a fee?
Well, Senator, and thank you for your service as well. As you remember learning about the dime principle as an officer in the military, we have multiple instruments of national power. So putting aside the M, military, we have instruments of national power of multilateral, bilateral diplomacy, information operations, and economic pressure. We need to be utilizing all instruments of national power to be able to deal with adversaries abroad across the spectrum of all the issues that face our country. With regards to specific policies, and you brought this up, your work with Senator Whitehouse on this issue when we met in your office, and I know that this is important to both of you. Ultimately, this is a matter for Congress to decide in what direction Congress wants to see this country go as far as writing laws and creating
Do you agree with the concept that we need to push China and India? I mean, they have an advantage. They're not playing the same game that Europe and the United States is playing, and I think it's a game we should all be playing. Are you open-minded to push them to do better?
Yes, Senator.
Right, we'll go to Senator Wicker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zeldin. I am absolutely delighted that someone of your intellect and character is going to take over this position, and I certainly support it. There's been a lot of talk about PFAS. Let me just say I applaud your answers, and I think it's important for the public to realize that we need to do what we can to prevent exposure to PFAS. But in terms of the things we are needing for national security, such as munitions, aircraft, and vehicles, for our Department of Defense. We can't do without it, and we're going to have to use it for a while. So that is a statement that I'll not attach a question to since it's already been discussed. Let me talk about a couple of items of local interest. DeSoto County is the county in Mississippi that's the suburban county to Memphis, Tennessee. Some years ago, Memphis and DeSoto County went in together, got federal funding for a wastewater disposal system. As DeSoto County has now exploded in population and is now 200,000 people, the people of the city of Memphis decided that we were taking too much capacity and that DeSoto County should go it on its own, and went to a federal court, and perhaps a Tennessee judge saw it the way that Memphis was looking at it anyway, ruled that DeSoto County's got to get their own wastewater system and do it in a hurry. Happy to do this, but the federal government having told us that we have to do it, we're going to need some help. And so I hope that you can commit to using all your authority at your disposal through subsidy loans and other mechanisms to help us fund this very expensive thing that's being required of us. I believe the EPA should engage with regional offices to ensure that they're taking proactive role in addressing critical needs. So will you commit in your new role to working with us and with the city of Memphis to resolve this problem?
Yes, Senator.
I very much appreciate that. Now, let's move down to Jackson, Mississippi, where we've had a flood problem for some decades. A flood control measure was authorized in the WERDA Act of 1986. I don't know what you were doing in 1986, Mr. Zeldin, but it was a long time ago. This initiative has undergone several revisions, and at my urging and my almost weekly and monthly exhortations, we are nearing final approval of the Pearl River Flood Control Project in Jackson, Mississippi. The local sponsor backing the project, which is the Rankin-Hinds County Pearl River Flood and Drainage Control District, has diligently addressed all the environmental concerns. I hope we get approved in this calendar year, but I don't want decisions made in some room where our guys are not there to at least put their point of view in. So would you agree that local sponsors should be involved in discussions, scheduled meetings, and activities related to finding solutions as we go forward in the final stages?
Yes, Senator, and I would like to travel to your state and meet with these individuals and these groups who you want to make sure I hear their feedback from.
Good. Well, I can assure you it's bipartisan and just about as broadly based as possible. Now, let me just mention something, and I don't know that that you can make any promises to me because this is before the Supreme Court, but I just want to say on the record, there is a good neighbor rule that's come out of the Biden administration, and it has somehow concluded that my state of Mississippi, under a population of under 3 million, is somehow to be penalized for downwind ozone pollution from Mississippi to Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. Now, those of us who've seen weather maps, we know kind of the way weather travels. It doesn't travel from east of the Mississippi back to Houston and Dallas, but somehow they have determined that our largely rural state of Mississippi should be penalized for ozone pollution in Dallas and Houston. The Supreme Court's looking at it. I don't think you can comment on it. I hope we can rescind the rule entirely, but I just want you to be aware of how utterly absurd the federal government has been with regard to this good neighbor rule.
Understood, Senator.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think you need your microphone, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and want to, first of all, congratulate you on the nomination, congratulate your family that's here to support you, and acknowledge what I understand is a very positive exchange you had with my colleague from California, Senator Schiff, in regards to the current wildfires and EPA's role, partnership, response, and our ongoing need to maintain that. So I, too, look forward to welcoming you out to visit the impacted areas. So that allows me to actually raise some other issues of priority and concern for California. I appreciate your comment when we had a chance to meet in my office about your respect for the rule of law. I think that should be important for all of us, right? And the directives that you respect that Congress has given to the EPA is in that category. In the Clean Air Act, Congress has specifically exempted California from federal preemption of air emissions standards. The law is quite clear that EPA must grant waivers of federal preemption absent certain disqualifying conditions, and very clearly does not provide any authority to revoke any waivers that have already been granted. So that's current law. Now, you said you follow the laws that Congress has enacted, so we therefore commit to following the law when it comes to California's Clean Air Act waivers that have been granted.
Senator, I can commit to every member of this dais on any question and every issue that gets brought forward that I will always follow my obligations under the law. And while there are processes in the future on different topics where I can commit to following the Administrative Procedures Act, I will tell you that I will not prejudge any outcomes of any future processes, again, on any issue that any member could bring up here. But Senator, I would reiterate to you today that it is my obligation as EPA Administrator, if confirmed, to follow the law.
Thank you. And another topic we covered in our meeting is one of clean air attainment and the challenges with the federal role and responsibility, state, local role. Half the people in America who live in a non-attainment area live in California, particularly in the Central Valley and the South Coast Air Quality Management District footprint. We have to work together to reduce the sources of toxic emissions. Based on these jurisdictions, it's been challenging. California state and local officials have done pretty much everything they can to tackle this, yet we still have challenges when it comes to ensuring that every Californian, every American living in California can breathe clean air. So I want to be clear. We need the federal government to do its part by working a little bit more aggressively, assertively, smartly, and strategically to help reduce these emissions. Help us reach attainment, not by lowering the bar, but by doing the work in areas that the locals have not been granted the jurisdiction to do so. So can I count on your commitment to use regulatory authority to do just that?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, wonderful. And just a side note, as we will continue to work together, ensuring that jurisdictions like Southern California are not punished for non-attainment if it's resulting from the recent wildfires and the smoke and other emissions that have resulted from this disaster or disasters like it.
Yes, Senator, I've heard this concern from other colleagues of yours as well. We're just talking to Senator Kelly about it, as I cited the Yuma example, and he was asking about Maricopa County. It is important that we have common sense, pragmatic policies that are being pursued to address issues just like your concern.
Yeah, to your point, and I'm glad Senator Kelly brought it up, these concerns about fires and their impact, not just the short-term devastation, but the longer term when it comes to public health, when it comes to air quality, is not unique to California. I mean, California is in the news right now, but throughout the West and beyond because of our changing climate and weather patterns. Another important topic that we discussed in my office is not just water supply, water quality, but water affordability. Millions of Americans are struggling to keep up with their growing water bills, which have increased nearly 3 times the rate of inflation. According to the EPA, water utilities it will cost water utilities more than $1.2 trillion over the next 20 years to modernize their drinking water and wastewater infrastructure and maintain it. Water utilities, unique to other utilities, rely heavily on ratepayers to cover their costs. The federal government's share of maintaining this infrastructure has come down significantly over the years. So ratepayers are acutely feeling this pressure, and as a result, 1 in 5 households have outstanding and growing water debt. The national water affordability crisis affects both urban and rural communities. So it's not a rural versus urban, blue state versus red state. It is across the board. I shared with you the idea of replicating the LIHEAP program. We have a low-income home energy assistance program because you shouldn't have to freeze in the winter just because you may be low income. The same applies to having water. We know how fundamental water is for life and the economy. We've had a temporary water assistance program for low-income customers. Do you agree, and can we work together to make that permanent to tackle some of these challenges, including addressing the PFAS concerns that you're very familiar with?
Senator, having access to clean drinking water is something that I want to, if confirmed, to be able to do my part, and working with you and your colleagues across the entire country to deliver. Every American, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, should be able to access clean drinking water. I will follow all my obligations under the law, and to the fullest extent of the law, I would like to assist in those efforts for you to fight for your constituents, and every senator here to fight for their constituents in this respect.
So the temporary program was hugely successful, helping families in, again, red states and blue states alike. Look forward to working with you to make that program permanent.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Moran.
Chairwoman, thank you, and thank you, Ranking Member, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm pleased to be back and sitting here at the dais at the EPA Committee. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for the conversation we've had in my office. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Let me highlight a couple of things that we may not have talked about when we did visit. I want to describe the Kansas oil and gas industry to you. We are an oil and gas producing state, but our production is done by really small independent companies that produce from what we call stripper wells, which means they produce less than 15 barrels of oil a day. It's a significant component of the Kansas economy and significantly important. And in my view, this small-sized, small businessman and woman who operate oil and gas leases and explore for additional production of oil and gas, the EPA has written one-size-fits-all solutions. We are not the majors, and we are stripper well producers. And I just want your commitment to work with the industry, these small producers, to find right-sized regulations for the circumstances that they're in.
Senator, I would welcome an opportunity to travel to your state to meet with them, whether it's at your office or elsewhere. I want to know about all of your priorities, including this one, but also to make sure that anyone who could provide any type of insight that can make me better informed to make better decisions, that I welcome any of those opportunities for conversations and collaboration.
I think that's a wonderful offer on your part, and I'm very grateful for it. I sometimes am reluctant to ask every nominee that comes before me, would you please come visit Kansas? And you volunteered. So I'm appreciative of that. And I would tell you, I can't imagine the excitement, the opportunity that people in that industry would see to have the capability of talking to somebody with you, like you directly in a state like Kansas. So thank you, and we'll get on your schedule, although you have to say once confirmed. So I look forward to that. In a different vein of energy production. I've created, with my colleague Senator Bozeman and others, a Sustainable Aviation Fuel Caucus. Kansas and Wichita in particular is the air capital of the world. We produce many more general aviation aircraft than anybody. We manufacture with thousands of employees working in aviation and aerospace. And I want to bring together the opportunity to bring the agricultural aspects of Kansas together with the aviation aspects and pursue the development of SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. I wanted to know, I guess the question would be, we need your help in pursuing opportunities to develop the technology and any regulations that would follow that. And I suppose if you're coming to Kansas, we ought to introduce you to the people who are in the process of developing a new industry as the airline industry shifts itself from fossil fuels to, let me say that differently, from the fuels it uses today to sustainable aviation fuel produced by agricultural byproducts.
Senator, I look forward to that conversation as well.
Okay. The state revolving funds, I don't know whether anybody's asked this question before, but it'd be a mistake for me. That clean water and drinking water state revolving funds are hugely important. I represent a lot of communities in which they are placed under significant requirements by the federal government, but they don't have the ratepayers. They don't have the number of users of water. It stands out to me, the small town in my home county, a town of about 80 people, have a regulation that they couldn't raise the rates on their water users sufficiently enough to pay for the regulations. And so the Clean Water and Drinking State Revolving Fund is hugely important to help small communities meet the needs. Many, if not all, want to meet those standards, want their consumer, their water purchaser, to have the cleanest, safest drinking water possible, and yet the rules are so unaffordable, they don't know where to turn. I'll work with you, and I just want to make sure that you would commit to continuing to support a robust funding.
Yes, Senator. Ultimately, the funding level will be set by Congress. It will be my responsibility to ensure that I'm doing my part to fulfill congressional intent and being good steward of tax dollars so that I can report back to you on all sources of funding coming through the EPA. This specifically, I've heard from other colleagues of yours on this dais as a top priority of theirs, and therefore it will be a top priority of mine too.
I thank you for that. I would also add that you should need to be a voice within the administration as the budget is prepared and OMB makes decisions in support for the fund as well. It's certainly true that presidential budgets are not irrelevant, and it's useful if we start with a robust number that is beneficial to the country. Last question I'll ask is, I'm interested in what our country's doing. I'm involved in the national security aspects of my time in the Senate involves those things. Is there any role for EPA to play in the critical minerals world?
Yes, Senator. President Trump has expressed a desire of having an energy council. He wants there to be collaboration between different agencies of different levels of jurisdiction. That involves everything from permitting reform, which is one topic actually that I heard Senator Whitehouse reference earlier in his opening remarks. I believe that it is important for agencies to be working together, regardless of whether we are the lead agency or we have a different role to play of following another agency. But I look forward to any collaboration working with other agencies to do EPA's part.
Congressman Zeldin, thank you for taking my questions and responding.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Last but not least is someone who also has some big shoes to fill, as the former chairman of this committee was from the great state of Delaware. But I know that Senator Blunt Rochester is well up to the task, and we welcome her to the committee and welcome you to the questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you so much to you and the ranking member for the warm welcome. I'm excited to be on this committee. Senator Carper and I wear different types of shoes. I wear pumps. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude, though, to the former chairman of this committee, my friend and mentor, Senator Tom Carper, for his years of faithful service, not only to this committee, but also to our nation and to saving our planet. I'm proud to be able to be a member of this esteemed committee. And Mr. Zeldin, I appreciate your visit last week, and you clearly stated in your testimony that we must ensure that we protect our environment. And in our conversation, I shared with you the rich diversity of my state, from our farmers to city dwellers to our coastal communities and our environmental justice communities, and why the EPA is such an important and great partner to our state. I've, in my time in the House, prioritized clean air, clean drinking water, affordability of those things as well. And for us, it's crucial that we have the best candidate for the EPA administrator. So in our conversation, I was really pleased also that you earnestly acknowledged that climate change is real and that you are committed. You actually affirmatively, before I even got the question out, said you committed to following the science and letting that dictate the policies of the EPA. And as I said in my home state, we feel the impact of climate every single day. And as a former member of the House, I know we talked about the similarities in our district, low-lying, vulnerable to sea level rise, and it's critical to our coastal communities. How will you direct the EPA to help these communities like ours survive the rising sea levels and extreme weather brought on by the climate crisis?
Senator, this is a topic that involves multiple agencies working together. So EPA being able to do its part is incredibly important. EPA might not have the funding that the Army Corps of Engineers is bringing to a particular project as may be authorized by Congress. The Department of Interior might be working on a particular aspect of this under its jurisdiction. The collaboration between agencies is critical. The collaboration between agencies and Congress is going to be important as well. I think it also helps for I, as if confirmed as EPA administrator, to be traveling to a state like yours to see issues firsthand on the ground, especially when they emerge on, at times, little notice, sometimes with far more notice, to be able to hear from people who have been working on these issues a long time, to be able to hear that feedback, to allow that feedback to inform my decision-making and to bring that feedback with me to Washington, D.C. when I return from those trips, which I look forward to, if invited, coming to visit your state with you.
Thank you so much. I have a couple of yes or no questions because I know time is limited. You stated that EPA's mission is to protect the health of the public and the environment. Is this still your position? Yes or no?
Yes.
Will you ensure EPA prioritizes policies that promote access to clean water? Yes or no?
Clean what, Senator?
Clean water.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. And as you know, many rural communities have old water infrastructure and rely on well water, particularly in Delaware, which creates significant water quality issues. How will you, your EPA, help these communities access effective solutions such as upgrades to stormwater infrastructure, watershed restoration, or water infiltration?
Senator, Congress has approached these issues in the past in certain creative ways. In some respects, it could be an aspect of congressionally directed spending. I've seen go to a particular community where they are able to mitigate an issue of water contamination as we experienced in Suffolk County, where my congressional district was located and where we had multiple aspects of PFAS contamination. The first step is to be able to get access to drinking water. And even if that's providing bottled water, that's a partnership that starts with local leadership, where a state and federal government is asking, what can we do to assist? What's important is long-term mitigation. And what is so frustrating to the American public is when they see these issues lasting for 10, 20, 30 years and the ball's never moving in the right direction. I look forward to doing my part to work with your local communities to get these issues mitigated to whatever extent I can help.
You actually brought up for me something that was personal. We have communities that did not have access to clean drinking water in our state. And so it was important for us to work on that revolving state water fund, getting that water to those communities, but also the water affordability. And Senator Padilla mentioned the work on the LIHEAP for low income for water programs. I led that charge in the House side and would love to continue working, again, to make this a permanent program for those families. I will yield back, and hopefully we have a second round of questions so that I can ask about soot, particulate matter. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And this does end the first round. I would say we had full participation in the committee, which we're going to expect at every meeting, right? And I am very pleased with that. I also, in the interest of not wanting to hurt a new member of my committee, neglected to welcome Senator Moran as a new member of this committee. So, well, a returning, well, that's why I didn't say anything, because you're returning. In any event, I didn't want to chance those hurt feelings, since mine have been hurt all day by denigrating my mountains, but we won't get into that any longer. So we're going to go to second round, and we'll do it in the same order as the folks that were here. Before I begin my round, I would like to put into the record a January 3rd support letter from the former chairman of the Suffolk County Water Authority, which states, "The EPA requires strong leadership that balances the complexities of environmental protection with the practical needs of communities across the country. Mr. Zeldin's track record on Long Island exemplifies his ability to lead with compassion, decisiveness, and a clear focus on results. He has already shown his dedication to the values that the EPA upholds, and I'm confident will continue to champion these priorities on a national scale." And I ask unanimous consent, which I'll grant myself, to enter this into the record. I would say there are always no better advocates than our local advocates who actually work with us all the time, and obviously you have a very strong constituency there. I'm going to ask quickly just a couple questions. Class 6 wells, which are used to inject carbon dioxide into deep rock formations, advancing carbon capture and storage technologies, obviously very important to my state. We provided EPA funding through the IIJA for to have the EPA grant state primacy for Class 6 wells, since they constitute a different aspect of permitting. And to date, only 3 of these states have been granted Class 6 primacy. And the EPA has 150 permit applications pending for approval. We have 3 Class 6 well projects under review, and the proposed final action granting West Virginia our state primacy was published in the Federal Register on November the 25th. This is going to be very important to us, as we had testimony last year that the North Dakota, who has primacy, was able to permit, I think, 7 wells in a short period of time, whereas the EPA, as they were trying to permit under their federal authority, it took them over many more years the time to permit just 3. So you can see how those who, again, who are closest to the situation have the ability to make good decisions. So will you prioritize the timely completion of West Virginia's Class 6 permitting process and work with me to ensure that the EPA is a resource rather than a barrier in this transition?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. You mentioned permitting, and I was very pleased to hear Senator Whitehouse mention permitting reform. We've had lots of stops and starts over the last probably 2 to 3 years on this very issue, and it's holding up construction of critical energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, transportation, doesn't matter what kind of energy, renewable energy, pipelines, whatever. So we need to make it easier to build in America. I believe that's President Trump's vision as well, by modernizing and streamlining our environmental review and permitting processes. Congressman Zeldin, what opportunities do you see for EPA to be able to establish more efficient and predictable permitting processes, in addition to working with all of the other agencies that play a part in this vital decisions?
And Chairman Capito, that last part of your question is key for different agencies to be able to work with each other, collaborating with each other, and also for agencies to be able to collaborate with Congress on any opportunities that Congress sees to pursue permitting reform as well. As far as EPA jurisdiction goes, We see a role of the EPA, for example, as it relates to environmental impact statements. There are different issues where there will be opportunities for the EPA to follow its obligations under the law. There's a possibility that Congress might choose to make changes to the law on items that are under EPA jurisdiction. I would look forward to doing my part to make sure that the EPA is not holding up any opportunities to be able to pursue sound applications that otherwise would be and should be approved.
Yeah, I think a lot of times in the public domain, permitting reform means to certain people skirting the rules or breezing through environmental reviews without really taking them seriously or actually having them science-based, as we've talked a lot about today. That's not what permitting reform means. Permitting reforms means make these environmental, clean air, clean water rules and others and other agencies work together and work so that we are getting the right result of clean air, clean water, but we're able to move forward. And so I look forward to that. Here's another West Virginia issue very quickly, and it's the Muddy Creek Restoration Project. It's 19 miles of waterways that has acid mine drainage. And West Virginia went about in coordination with the past Trump administration, and it was initially championed by the Biden administration to deliver real results in cleaning up this area of our state. It was a true win-win. The Biden administration, for some reason, which we can't figure out, flip-flopped on this, and they just started putting more burdensome, costly, and a much, much slower cleanup process. So you're still having your acid mine drainage while we're getting hung up here. It threatens projects like Muddy Creek and discourages other communities from pursuing similar efforts to achieve real environmental remediation and benefits. Will you commit to me, working with me in the state, to try to reverse these counterproductive changes and cut the red tape and restore this for more cost-effective but also better environmental results?
Yes, Chairman Capito, I know how much of a priority this is. You've been outspoken on this issue. It's my commitment to work with you as soon as, if confirmed, as soon as I'm in that position, I'd welcome that opportunity.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you again, Chairman. Mr. Zeldin, I have something of a life experience PhD in fossil fuel pressure politics, and they'll be coming after you hard, and they'll be feeling very entitled based on their political spending toward a Trump victory. I have two questions when you're faced with that. The first is that prominent voices in Trump world have been saying that it is important to traumatize EPA's workforce to drive them out. They've been saying that it's important to cut EPA's workforce by 2/3 or more, not just Washington, but the field, the entire organization. And they've been saying that it's important to destroy the professional civil service protections of EPA's workforce. How do you respond to those three threats?
Senator Whitehouse, as I've stated earlier, my desire, if confirmed as EPA administrator, is to increase productivity of the EPA. I want to be able to help lead this agency in a way that all of you on both sides of the aisle can be proud of, for us to be accountable and transparent. I want maximum collaboration, not just with Congress, but internally within the EPA. I've been hugely impressed with the level of talent stepping up to serve at EPA. And that is the pressure that I am feeling at this moment, is to bring out the best of EPA to make sure that we are fulfilling our mission of protecting public health and the environment.
You will not support executing on those three threats?
My commitment to you is exactly as I had stated, Senator Whitehouse, and I am not coming into this position with any threat. My position as I sit here is a promise, it is an obligation, and it is a commitment to do my part, to do the best job possible in leading the EPA to fulfill its mission in a way that follows its obligation under the law and is one that this committee can be proud of.
The second question that I have is that while you've made a lot of good and sound statements here today, It's one thing to say things in this environment, and it's another thing to stand by those guns when the pressure comes at you. And if you look at your past, if you look at your influence and advocacy work with American First Policy Institute and America First Works, the big donors have been pharma, the massive corporate lobby, Goldman Sachs, a Morgan Stanley fund, and a billionaire fracking CEO. We don't know who the rest of the donors are because AFPI keeps much of their donor list secret, but we do know of those. Your fellow board members at America First Works include the billionaire CEO fracker, the former CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, which I view as a very significant player in the fossil fuel-funded climate denial armada, the successor to that Texas Public Policy Foundation CEO, and a third individual called the Chief of Intelligence and Research at that same, in my view, climate denial front group. In your political work, you've taken nearly $300,000 from the oil and gas industry back to 2007. You've had large campaign support from Koch Incorporated, which gave a total of about $60,000 when you count up all the contributions to PACs and campaign funds. David Koch himself maxed out to you, and Koch PAC gave $20,000 to your Lee PAC. In the wake of being so surrounded with so much corporate and fossil fuel influence, I want to give you two opportunities. One is to answer to me now, how is it that you will be able to separate yourself from the influence of these people and these interests when they come demanding things that they think they've earned politically? And I'll also turn that into a QFR so that you can, with a little bit more basis for reflection, make a more complete answer. So with that, over to you for your response, sir.
Senator, I don't need any extra time for reflection on that one. There is no person who has ever provided any level of support to me or anyone else who has any special influence with me. When I was in the Army, I wore around my dog tags the 7 Army values. The acronym is leadership: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. It is important for me to have always been able to approach this position with a clear conscience to make decisions that I can live with for my entire life. There is no dollar, large or small, that can influence the decisions that I make, who has access to me, and how I am ruling in my obligations under the law. Senator, I'm happy to enthusiastically answer that question on any day on the spot, and I would never need any extra amount of time of reflection.
Well, good luck standing up to these guys because they're going to come at you.
Thank you. I understand that a 5-minute break would be in our best interest. Would you like to do that now, or you want to keep going?
Yeah, I'll take 5, I guess. Thank you, Senator.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Senate 5 minutes or real 5 minutes?
I run a tight ship, remember?
as the drought conditions in the West has worsened. But especially the groundwater under Tucson in those aquifers have been contaminated with growing PFAS plumes. And the city had to shut down nearly 30 groundwater wells because the water exceeded EPA's drinking water limits. And to date, the city has spent more than $71 million on remediation costs and are in negotiations
on the President's trade agenda begins with American retirement funds, investors, and our economy in purgatory thanks to Donald Trump's plan to hike tariffs to levels not seen since before the invention of the automobile. Prices are continuing to increase. Markets for made in the USA products are slamming shut around the world. The U.S. economy has gone from the envy of the world to a laughingstock in less time than it took to finish March Madness. Through it all, Donald Trump and his advisors have yet to provide an understandable explanation, any explanation for what his tax hike on the American people is supposed to accomplish. And so this morning, I'd like to focus on one central question. What is the plan? In the last week, the White House has been all over the map when it comes to this question. There is no clear message of how the tariffs were determined, what they're supposed to accomplish, how long they'll be in place, whether they're a negotiating tool or a move to try and cut the United States off from global trade and usher in a new era of 1870s-style protectionism. In the days since Donald Trump announced his tariffs, the President and his advisors have repeatedly changed their stories on all of these questions. Last Thursday, Donald Trump said, quote, "The tariffs give us great power to negotiate," just after Secretary Lutnick and a top economic advisor told reporters the tariffs were not up for negotiation. Then the stories changed again on Sunday when the Secretary of Agriculture and the top White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, both said Trump's tariffs were bringing foreign countries to the table, hoping to negotiate new deals to cut tariffs. At nearly the same time, the Treasury Secretary was on TV Sunday saying the tariffs would remain in place for, quote, days and weeks. Asked if the tariffs were up for negotiation, the Commerce Secretary said Sunday, "The tariffs are coming." He announced it, and he wasn't kidding. The tariffs are coming. And yesterday in the Oval Office, Donald Trump said there can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations. So again, this morning, what we want to know is what is the plan? The stock market is up a bit this morning on yet another round of rumors that Donald Trump might not go through with his full barrage of tariffs. Yet this weekend, Donald Trump retweeted a post on Truth Social arguing that Trump is crashing our economy and markets on purpose as a strategy to lower interest rates. Is it possible that's the plan? Tank the economy so wealthy people can borrow money more cheaply? We know that billionaires like Howard Lutnick and semi-billionaires like Scott Bessent won't mind paying more for groceries or gas. It's a drop in the bucket for them. But for families, higher costs are going to get hurt. Higher costs are going to hurt. The nonpartisan Yale Budget Lab predicts the tariffs will cost families $3,800 in the first year alone. In Mr. Greer's confirmation hearing, he argued that economic security leads to strong national security. Our country is getting the opposite with these pointless tariffs. Destroying the foundations of our economy is not only disastrous for workers and families, it makes our people less safe. So you look at Stellantis, the auto company, laying off 900 workers in response to the tariffs. I talked to Pacific Northwest fruit growers who are being told no more American exports, and I hear from small businesses in Oregon that they'll have to pay more for the materials they use to make their products. And I worry that Americans will soon be poorer and face greater threats to our national security thanks to these Trump policies. Is that the plan? Colleagues, I'm going to close with this. The Trump aimless, chaotic tariff spree has proven beyond a doubt that Congress has given far too much of our constitutional power over international trade to the executive branch. It is time to take that power back. On a bipartisan vote, 51 senators sent that signal last week by stepping in and passing legislation to lift Trump's reckless tariffs on Canada. Well, now Donald Trump has slapped tariffs on about 180 countries, and this is a big unforced error that requires a big response. So let me close with this announcement. Today, I am proposing a new bipartisan privileged resolution to end the latest crop of global tariffs that are clobbering American families and small businesses. Members on both sides of the aisle ought to know that this is a call to action, and Congress must step in to rein this president on trade. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And Ambassador Greer, you may now make your statement.
Thank you. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, I appreciate you taking the time today for this hearing. Last Wednesday, President Trump declared a national emergency in response to the large and persistent trade deficit that has built up in recent years. This deficit is driven in part by non-reciprocal tariffs, trading barriers, and other economic policies pursued by our foreign trading partners. The situation is urgent. President Trump imposed tariffs to address this emergency, and these measures are aimed squarely at achieving reciprocity and reducing our massive trade deficit to reshore production in the United States. This national emergency declaration and tariff action is the most significant change in U.S. trade policy since we allowed China to join the World Trade Organization. The American working class, in particular, has suffered concentrated losses from the so-called China shock and other adverse effects of past trade policy and the conditions that give rise to this massive trade deficit. You've heard some of these numbers before. The United States has lost 5 million manufacturing jobs and 90,000 factories since 1994. President Biden left with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit in goods, the largest of any country in the history of the world. The United States' share of world manufacturing output declined from 2001 to last year. In the fourth quarter of 2024, U.S. manufacturing as a share of gross domestic product was the lowest it had been in 20 years. During COVID, we were unable to procure semiconductors to build our cars or materials for pharmaceuticals and personal protective equipment. During World War II, we built nearly 9,000 ships. Last year, the United States built only 3 ocean-going vessels. Our agricultural trade balance, which historically resulted in trade surpluses for our farmers, was in deficit the last 2 years of the Biden administration and likely will take some time to recover. These are all serious indicators of an economic and national security emergency, and we can't ignore it. One important driver of these negative trends has been unfair, unbalanced, and non-reciprocal trade. This includes the effect of higher tariffs imposed by other countries on the United States, the effect of non-tariff measures that promote other countries' exports and obstruct U.S. exports, and other foreign economic policies favoring overproduction and degrading America's manufacturing capacity. And the lack of reciprocity is an important driver of our global trade deficit and with particular countries. So it's common sense to focus on these indicators. For example, the European Union can sell us all the shellfish they want, but the EU bans shellfish from 48 states. The result is a trade deficit in shellfish with the EU. We only charge a 2.5% tariff on ethanol, but Brazil charges us an 18% tariff. The result? We have a large trade deficit in ethanol with Brazil. Our average tariff on agricultural goods is 5%, but India's average tariff is 39%. You understand the trend here. Our trade deficit, driven by these non-reciprocal conditions, is a manifestation of the loss of the nation's ability to make, to grow, to build. And the president recognizes the urgency of the moment. On the first day of his second term, President Trump issued a comprehensive memorandum setting out his trade policy directive. And over the past 10 weeks, he has executed on nearly all of these priorities. He has tightened tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's imposed new measures on auto and auto parts not made in the United States. And on April 2nd, the president declared the national emergency that we've discussed. And so the president has imposed a reciprocal tariff along with a global baseline tariff to achieve reciprocity with other countries and to drive the dangerous deficit down. And the president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Over the past few weeks, a planned layoff for an auto production shift in Tennessee has been suspended. Another automaker is hiring additional employees and expanding overtime to increase auto production in Indiana. Companies have announced $4 trillion in new investment in the United States. Nearly 50 countries have approached me personally to discuss the president's new policy and explore how to achieve reciprocity, and they've spoken with many members of the administration. Several of these countries, such as Argentina, Vietnam, India, and Israel, have suggested that they will reduce their tariffs and non-tariff barriers in line with the president's policy. And these obviously are welcome moves. Our large and persistent trade deficit has been over 30 years in the making, and it will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is in the right direction, particularly as we start to negotiate with these countries. We must move away from an economy that's based solely on government spending and the financial sector, and we must become an economy based on producing real goods and services that provide jobs for working class and middle class Americans in their communities. This adjustment may be challenging at times, and in a moment of drastic overdue change, I'm confident, I'm certain that the American people can rise to the challenge as they've done before. I appreciate this committee's interest in President Trump's trade agenda. I'm glad we're talking about this. That's created debate. And we may not agree on everything, but I know that you want to do what's best for America. So does the president, and so do I, and we'll collaborate together on this. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yesterday, Secretary Bessent stated that you and he both will lead trade negotiations with Japan. I am very pleased that President Trump has decided to press for market access in this case. I hope we'll see more negotiations that press for zero-to-zero barriers, but could you explain a little bit what is the scope of these negotiations?
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. So as you know, yesterday the President directed Secretary Bessent and myself to interact with the Japanese. We've already been having several conversations with them over past weeks. So this is not a new development, but we are taking it to a new level. Obviously, we want to have more market access in Japan. For us, we feel like we could have more and better agricultural market access. There are also structural impediments to some of our industrial goods in terms of standards and regulations and that kind of thing. I also think that there are things we can do with our trading partners, things that aren't always purely in the trade sector with respect to economic security, whether it's export controls alignment or investment screening alignment or energy, making sure that our partners are tied up with us with respect to liquefied natural gas and other resources, as opposed to being dependent on other countries that may not be as friendly. And so I think all of these factors will go into these discussions with Japan in the coming weeks.
Well, thank you. And as you indicated in your testimony, you've been approached, the administration or you have been approached by about 50 other countries already. I assume that the objective in these approaches, and I assume that there will be discussions and negotiations with them, but first, could you verify that? Is the objective here to engage in market access negotiations with these countries?
Chairman, as these countries approach us, the idea is that we've had years and years of non-reciprocal access, and it's contributed to these trade deficits. As the countries come to approach us, what we've told them is, if you have a better idea to achieve reciprocity and to get our trade deficit down, we want to talk to you. We want to negotiate with you. And it goes both ways. Sometimes they have exports to us that are driven by subsidies and unfair trading practices. And then obviously they have non-reciprocal treatment on their end where they block our exports, sometimes through prohibitive tariffs, quotas that are not administered in the appropriate way, or other unfair trading practices. So these are the kinds of things that should be targeted. And I don't want to prejudge the negotiations, but if they're able to provide an alternative plan that can further these objectives, I think we're open to that.
Well, thank you. The America First Trade Policy Memorandum rightly tasked the USTR to review China's compliance with the Phase 1 agreement. Under the agreement, China is obligated to purchase more U.S. goods and change basic practices and laws, the so-called structural commitments. The prior administration refused to discuss whether China complied with its structural commitments. And by the way, these were commitments made in response to tariffs in President Trump's first presidency, correct?
That's right.
What is your analysis of China's compliance with the structural commitments that it made in Phase 1 so far?
Our assessment, Chairman, is that in the initial stages of implementing the agreement, China made significant movement to make these structural changes, whether it was with respect to agricultural rules, financial services, or IP. we found during the Biden administration there was little enforcement and little communication, and that the Chinese did not comply with this agreement in large part. I've had a call with my counterpart. I've communicated to him our feeling on this, that they have not complied with the agreement. And I think we're disappointed by this. It's not surprising, but we are certainly disappointed by that.
And now you're engaged to, again, see if we can get compliance.
We will see, right? The Chinese obviously have agency in this. It's not just a matter of U.S. policy. We, of course, welcome and we hope that foreign countries will change their practices to make sure that they're fair, and we look forward to continuing to monitor that situation.
Thank you. The administration has announced it's negotiating an agreement also with India, and it appears already to be yielding results, such as India dropping its digital services tax. Although India has high tariffs, its non-tariff barriers are just as significant, if not more so. Will you try to include commitments on matters such as intellectual property, technical barriers to trade, and science-based agricultural rules to take on those barriers?
Yes, and I have a standing call with my Indian counterpart to address these very issues.
All right, thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I saw at page 4 of your testimony, Mr. Greer, you said the president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Well, I can tell you for a lot of Oregonians who have 401ks that are being drained out, that's pretty rotten stuff. And you ought to realize how serious this is for the country. Now, everybody in the administration practically has a different story about the Trump tax hike. So I'm interested in knowing what the story is today. Will higher tariffs go into effect tomorrow as announced?
Senator, yes, they're scheduled to go into effect. We are having negotiations with all kinds of countries at this time. The president's fixed in his purpose. The nature of the emergency that I discussed earlier is not something we can wait on anymore. So we will have the president's plan go into effect, and we're coupling that with immediate negotiations with our partners as they seek to.
So it's not a question of something being scheduled. You're committing this morning that they're going to go into effect.
This is what the president has said, Senator.
For how many
yes.
countries? I understand it's over 50.
That are negotiating with
Yeah.
us. We have about 50 that have come to speak with us, and I'm constantly talking to my counterparts. I have staff right now at USTR meeting with others, and we will have the tariffs in place, and if the other countries can come to an agreement on reciprocal trade, then that's something that the president can consider. I don't want to prejudge the negotiations or the president's decision, but that's what we're doing.
Now, you've said you've been negotiating deals. Foreign countries have already retaliated against our farmers and ranchers and small businesses. How can you commit that negotiations are not just going to stop bleeding, but are actually going to open up markets that the Trump tariffs have closed off?
So, Senator, we've already had many countries, many of our markets, explain that they are not going to retaliate against the United States. And in fact, Vietnam, for example, they've lowered their tariffs already on cherries. They've lowered them on almonds and apples, things that I know are important to the Pacific Northwest. And this is exactly the right direction that we want to go in. I look forward to hearing from you what other kind of market access you want as we enter into these negotiations.
What's the status of China? As you know, that's a big market for us in the Pacific Northwest. What's the status of discussions there? I don't see much progress. What I see is it looks like it's going to escalate and escalate some more and hurt our consumers and our small businesses in our part of the world.
Well, Senator, unfortunately, China for many years seems to be choosing its own path on market access. Again, they have agency in this. They elected to announce retaliation. Other countries did not. Other countries signaled that they'd like to find a path forward on reciprocity. China has not said that, and we will see where that goes. I think we need to work with our closest friends to make sure that we have trading arrangements that work. And if the Chinese are open, we'll see what. But they haven't signaled that at all. So I don't think that's in the very near term with China.
I just am concerned that there's no strategy at all. I'm committed. We understand in the Pacific Northwest what the stakes are. To have a smart, tough strategy. I don't see any strategy at all, and you really haven't said much about what the strategy is this morning.
Senator, I appreciate your concern. I want to keep having a conversation with you about this, but I see a distinct difference between those countries who have come to us and they said, we understand your issues, we understand the deficit, we understand your desire for reciprocity, and we want to work with you on this. and the Chinese approach, which has been, we're going to retaliate. We're trying to remedy a situation. We're trying to remedy a situation that's persisted for many years, and it would be wonderful if the Chinese agreed with that and wanted to persist in, work with us on that, but that's not where they are. And the president has recognized this, and he wants to focus on other partners.
Let's talk before my time is up about services. The United States is a services powerhouse, from travel and technology to finance and media. Our services industry account for nearly 80% of the U.S. GDP and 8 out of 10 American jobs. Other countries are responding to Trump's global tariffs by retaliating against American services. Can you explain how your tariff actions aren't putting our services exports at risk like so much of your trade policy?
Senator and Chairman Crapo mentioned this. We had India already pull down a digital advertising tax that affected some of our most competitive tech companies. We're already in conversations with other countries that if they want to have reciprocal trade with us, that's something that we need to consider as well. And we expect them not to discriminate against our services companies. We have some of the most competitive in the world, I agree with you. And to me, that's part of this calculation.
I wrapped up with the services question because it seems to me it's classic Donald Trump. Really good at talking about problems, even saying that there is some reason to go forward, identifying a problem, but pretty damn bad at fixing them. And there's going to be a whole lot of collateral damage in the process if you all continue with these trade policies in services and in other areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn.
Ambassador Greer, well, thank you for being here today. I know there's been a lot of discussion about tariffs, but would you just briefly discuss non-tariff barriers to trade? In other words, the barriers that countries put up to deny market access from U.S. exports into those countries that aren't tariffs per se.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I have here in my hand a book that's become very popular in recent days. This is the National Trade Estimate on Foreign Trade Barriers, and the Office of the United States Trade Representative puts this together with input from civil society, unions, industry, business, small business, and this is 400 pages of all the non-tariff barriers that you're talking about. Just a few examples. India, huge trading partner, they restrict imports of ethanol for fuel use by using restrictive import licenses. These are the types of border measures that don't sound very sexy to talk about, and they don't make for a great soundbite, but these are the things that actually block our exports, where they have licensing regimes or they have fake science that they use to block our imports.
Well, and just one example that seems to me to make the point is that our friends in Australia basically have put up barriers to the export of beef from the United States. My state, Texas, happens to produce a lot of beef cattle, and Australia basically denies access to its huge market, but not as a result of tariffs so much as non-tariff barriers to trade. Could you speak to that?
Yes, Senator, and it's always surprising because we have a free trade agreement with Australia, and we would expect that we would have fair and reciprocal trade. Last year, I think we imported about $3 billion worth of Australian beef, and we exported $0 of American beef to Australia. And it's not just beef. Australia also blocks on specious, fake science grounds, the export of fresh and frozen U.S. pork. So it's incredible that they do this. We have 0 exports of the fresh and frozen U.S. pork to Australia.
I find it interesting that people express surprise at President Trump's policies when he's been talking about these policies for, best I can tell, for decades, and how unfair trading arrangements are between various countries. And indeed, some of these unfair trading practices have resulted in the deindustrialization of America. We've exported manufacturing to Asia, and particularly China and other countries, that now appear to be willing to hold us hostage to those supply chains. A few years ago, we passed the CHIPS and Science Act. We worked with Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Ross during President Trump's first administration, and later was signed by President Biden, but to bring advanced semiconductor manufacturing back on shore, because we recognized that the vulnerability that existed if there was another pandemic, there's a natural disaster or, heaven forbid, a military conflict break out in Asia, we wouldn't have access to these advanced semiconductors that run everything from your cell phone to the avionics on an F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. But China has basically held us hostage and continues to use some of these vulnerabilities to our detriment. For example, critical mineral processing. Would you speak to the vulnerability that exists as a result of China basically processing 90% of the critical minerals in the world that are essential for our daily lives?
Yes, Senator, and that figure is always one that gives me great concern, the 90% of the processing. We do have critical minerals in the United States. We have lithium here. We have other critical minerals here. And a lot of it is that China has centralized the processing of minerals, right? We have in the Western Hemisphere, in Bolivia, in Chile, we have all kinds of critical minerals, and that's in our hemisphere. But they get sent to China, they're processed, and they come here, and then if China wants to exercise economic coercion or other practices, they do have a stranglehold on these kinds of things. That's a very dangerous situation to be in. I mean, this is part of the urgency of what we're talking about. And I think as the Trump administration certainly takes action on trade, but also takes action on the environmental side and permitting and regulation, that's an area where we can actually have more of that activity here in the United States, or we can work with our trading partners to try to incentivize production there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, it's good to see you again. Could you talk a little bit about the relationship of the tariffs that you have put on and rising prices for the American people? What is it the American people should expect to be able to suffer as a result in terms of rising prices? I understand your position is that the long-term gain is worth the short-term pain, but what is that short-term pain going to look like?
So Senator, I think we can look at, I think we should look at history and data for this. You know, it's hard to project what's going to happen with prices, but we know in the first Trump term, the president imposed historic tariffs on China on an enormous amount of goods coming from China. And during that time, inflation went down by 0.1%. During the Biden administration, the historic inflation was not on imported goods or related to tariffs that President Biden put in place. It was related to, frankly, services, healthcare, education, et cetera. So I think there's not really a one-to-one on tariffs and price effects, and so many things go into price. I know you think I'm probably like dodging and weaving on this, but I'm looking at data, sir,
Yeah,
and the data shows it's not one-to-one.
I know you're smart enough to know that the likelihood is that prices are going to go up for the American people as a result of the tariffs that you put in place. Do you disagree with that?
Oh,
I mean, when you say that the American, in your testimony, that you expect the American people will bear the burden, or that, and I'm sure they will bear any burden on some level, but what do you think that burden is actually going to look like?
Well, I think the challenges, frankly, are going to be more for companies that are largely dependent on imports from China and Asia, where they have to adjust their supply chains in a quick set of time.
Yeah.
And the way the tariffs get allocated between the foreign, the foreign producer and the importer, that's where the majority of adjustment
And we have a bunch of those companies in Colorado, and I know that Osprey Packs, for example, they probably don't want me to mention them, but I will, and in southwest Colorado would be a very good example of that. I mean, they are very dependent on the supply chain from Vietnam, and they probably are really worried today about what's going to happen, which a lot of people are. I mean, I think one of the things about the situation we find ourselves in is the degree to which we've now created huge uncertainty in our economy, and I'm worried that that is going to result in a lack of investment, capital investment. You mentioned some new investments that have been made in our economy, but I think that anybody who knows anything about the economy knows that uncertainty results in people freezing up, a paralysis, a lack of investment, which is going to make it hard for our economy and may actually provoke a recession. Could you comment on your concerns about that and how you're thinking about that? And I have one more question before I'm out of time.
So Senator, the best way to have certainty is to build in the United States, right? That's the best way to have certainty.
But that's going to take a long, long time. And And what's going to happen in the meantime, do you think?
So, Senator, we have, I would say, dilly-dallied for years on this issue. We've done these, broad studies, which are interesting and helpful that we saw come out of the Biden administration,
Right.
but we have to act. I can't
So-
sit for 3 years and try to fine-tune something.
I hear you. I hear you
It's an
say that.
emergency.
But you could have made a different choice, which was to strategically target a geography, which is strategically target Beijing, strategically target certain industries where, all industries in America weren't affected at the same time. You didn't make that choice. I mean, you're in the midst of having trade negotiations with 90 different countries at the same time by your own testimony, all of whom can make their assessment, I assume, these are sophisticated people, about where the pressure points are on you, where the pressure points are going to come for us to not necessarily get the best deal because we're spread all over the globe negotiating every one of these agreements at the same time, rather than a more strategic approach, which would have had the benefit of giving us, I think, a much greater degree of certainty about where we were headed. Obviously, you made a different choice, and I'm just curious about how you think about your responsibility, how you think about that.
So I would note, and I think it's thoughtful to think about things in this way. If you look at the results of the reciprocal tariff, the Western Hemisphere generally is at the lowest tariff rate. If you look at where we have our largest problems with non-reciprocity and deficit countries, it's mostly in Asia. And so you do actually see pretty strategic outcome with respect to promoting production in the Western Hemisphere as opposed to where we have all this overproduction in Asia that's given rise to our current problems on trade.
I would just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, that's true. What the ambassador said is true, but it still doesn't, I still cannot fathom why we are treating Canada and Mexico, our largest trading partners, basically the same way we're treating Beijing. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense that we would do it all at the same time like that. And we're going to have to stay on it, which is why some of us have introduced legislation to make sure that Congress begins to take its appropriate role again in making these very important trade decisions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. You've got a lot on your plate, and appreciate the focus right now on this. Let me come from a perspective of a lot of Oklahoma farmers and ranchers and manufacturing folks and retail folks, and quite frankly, folks that sell to retailers that are in Oklahoma. They've got several questions that they've actually sent to me pretty quickly, so I want to be able to bounce a few of those. The goal of this is to do more trade internationally, that the United States would be able to manufacture here or produce here and sell more internationally, and that we would have that opportunity to have increased market access. Is that correct?
So, Senator, I think that's accurate, because when we're trying to get down a deficit and have more production here, necessarily part of it is making sure we're not getting too many imports that are driven by unfair trade practices, but also promoting our exports overseas.
So then right now there's a lot of negotiations going on. There was a lot of questions for several days whether we're negotiating or not negotiating. I'm hearing from you pretty clearly today. We are open to negotiate. We're trying to be able to establish better trade agreements to be able to move forward. Do you have any timeline on certain countries or places that you have set internally to say we hope to have negotiations complete by this point? Obviously, negotiations can extend as long as they have to, but is there a timeline you're dealing with?
So the president has indicated that he's willing to negotiate with parties that want to pursue reciprocal trade with the United States. We don't have any particular timeline set on that because, as you pointed out, Senator, the outcome is more important than setting something artificially for us. What I can say is I'm moving as quickly as possible, and a lot of these countries are moving very quickly, and we're working on the weekends, we're working at night as folks want to engage on this. Now, I will say, I know you want to ask something, the trade deficit has been decades in the making, and it's not going to be solved overnight.
Right, yeah, everyone understands that well, and everyone that I talk to is grateful that we're actually attacking the trade deficit issue and try to be able to bring down barriers to trade. They also want to get a timeline. Let me give you, for instance, I've got an Oklahoma company that several years ago spent millions of dollars to be able to move out of China. They moved into Vietnam for production because literally what they're producing, the parts were not created in America. So they were looking for other places to go. They spent all the money, spent all the time, shifted out of China, got to Vietnam, and established there. Now they're saying, we've got giant costs in Vietnam at this point. So they're going to have to renegotiate with every single retailer that they sell to, which is going to take a lot of time to be able to do it. What they're trying to be able to figure out is, do we hold on those negotiations and try to renegotiate with Walmart and Target and Costco and everybody else they're going to have to renegotiate with? Or do they press on with those negotiations now? If things are going to get resolved soon, they can pause. If they're not going to get resolved, they're going to have to renegotiate every contract again to try to figure out which way to go. So the time piece does matter to them.
Senator, I understand completely, and Vietnam is one of those countries that understands that it is, frankly, one of the major targets of this action, because their trade surplus with us is so lopsided. I think it's every $15 they export to us, we send them, $1, and they remain closed to our exports where we can be competitive, agriculture, et cetera. But they've come to the table with an offer, right? We didn't go out and say, please come talk to us. They beat down our door and they want to talk about it.
Good. I don't anticipate that we're ever going to have equal trade with Vietnam. We're a much larger economy than they are, but bringing down the trade barriers would be helpful so that they would accept American products to be sold there. I think that's beneficial, but most countries in the world are never going to buy as much as we're purchasing because we just purchase a lot more from there. Another issue has come up about garment manufacturing. Obviously, this is a challenge. We'll have different pieces that are bought from different countries. We don't have a lot of garment manufacturing here in the United States. For those garment manufacturers that are here and for others, some in Oklahoma, they're asking me about exclusions and exceptions and how this is going to be handled to say, we can't buy it in America. This is the only place that's actually manufacturing it. I know long-term, the hope is to be able to have a more diversified, but in the short term, they don't have another option. How do you plan to handle that?
Senator, the president has been clear with me and with others that he does not intend to have exclusions and exemptions, especially given the nature of the action. If you have Swiss cheese in the action, it can undermine the overall point, which is to get rid of the deficit, achieve reciprocity. To my point earlier to Mr. Bennett, the Western Hemisphere countries have a much lower tariff than many of the Asian countries, and I've heard from textile manufacturers for many years that they would love to have a situation where Western Hemisphere textile and garment manufacturing is more competitive, and maybe we're setting up the conditions for that.
So in the short term, there's no exemptions that are coming on it. So for companies that are currently buying from Asia at this point, whether it be for textiles, whatever it may be, the goal is to be able to push them out of Asia into the Western Hemisphere, or where do they need to go at this point?
Well, the president has been clear, again, that he's not doing exemptions or exceptions in the near term. My own sense is, given the tariff differentials between Asia and Western Hemisphere, I think people can start making decisions based on that.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Ambassador Greer, for being here. Just to sort of frame our conversation, tell me what a negative externality is.
This is something you and I like to talk about.
Yes, we do.
This is a situation where you have a foreign country where perhaps they have actions such as poor environmental regimes or lax labor laws, and they don't bear the cost of that. Instead, they send their goods that are the product of these processes where they have lax regulatory regimes. They send it here, and we end up bearing this. They externalize these negative externalities to us, and we have to bear it, and our workers have to bear it, and we don't compete on a level playing field.
So two things are wrong with this. One, the customary negative externality is pollution. And to the extent, for instance, on an issue I've done a lot of work on in bipartisan fashion, plastic in our oceans. Now it's in our drinking water, it's in breast milk. I mean, we've really gone down a very weird pathway with respect to plastics. If China, for instance, is responsible for dumping 60 or 70% of the plastics into the Pacific, then that's a harm to us, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because it's a commons, the ocean, and we suffer from that. And then if the Chinese company is exporting their goods to the U.S., and that Chinese company has a lower cost for its product because it doesn't have proper pollution control with respect to plastic, and the U.S. company does, then that's an unfair trade imbalance, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
So two things are wrong when we get into this situation of foreign countries allowing pollution that our companies pay to prevent.
That's right.
And that's an appropriate place for tariffs to be deployed to offset that trade imbalance and help protect the commons from this particular tragedy, correct?
I think trade action can be appropriate, and when the president announced his reciprocal tariff regime last Wednesday, he specifically referred to pollution by other countries in his speech. You may not have listened to it, but you may want to go back and listen to that part, because that's very true, and I agree with you.
Well, it might be the only place in which the administration shows the slightest interest in pollution, so good for that. The issue of plastics is, I think, a pretty significant one. Again, there's been a lot of bipartisan interest. I even went up to the Oval Office during Trump 1 to have one of my bills signed by the president, and he gave a very animated riff on Asian countries polluting our beautiful oceans and how it comes ashore very often in Alaska by the ton along their beaches. So I hope this is an area we can continue to work together. And in particular, I hope that you'll sit down with me and Senator Cassidy on legislation that we are working on. Will you give us that meeting?
Senator, I'll take any meeting with you that you would like to talk about this issue. And I'd like to also let you.
We'll sit down with Senator Cassidy's team and have a conversation there. The other thing I wanted to flag for you is that you pretty well successfully deflected all of Senator Bennett's questions about what the immediate impact looks like in the short-term pain for the long-term gain. I just want to flag for you one issue that is very important to me. Rhode Island is a small business state, right? We don't have a whole lot of big mega corporations there who can balance things and move things around. Canada is our largest trading partner. We have companies who fill an important niche in the global supply chain, and particularly in American companies' supply chains, because they get something from Canada, or let's say China, could be, but Canada's our major trading partner, and they process that thing, and then they put it into the supply chain for the larger corporate entities. That's their business. That's all they've got. So if we're not looking out for these small businesses that are actually going to have to lock their doors and close the shutters and fire their employees and go out of business, I think you've missed a huge hole in the problem that these tariffs have created. If all you're listening to is the big mega corporations who can move things around the world and have the resources to dodge these effects, you're not getting the straight story. I think in every one of our states, there are going to be small businesses that occupy a niche in which trade is an important factor and that are going to go bust because of these tariffs. And I urge you to look out for those businesses because I don't think they're getting their voices heard at all.
So, Senator, I've talked to you about this. I've talked to Senator Hassan about this and others. One thing I asked my team to do last week was to convene a meeting of I have a trade advisory council for small business. I've asked them to convene that meeting. I've connected with the Small Business Administration. They have an international trade desk there. I've talked to I have an office that also deals with small business because I do want to hear it. I think it's important that we hear it because they don't have the same voices in Washington. I will say right now, Canada and Mexico, things coming from Canada and Mexico that comply with the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement come in duty-free. They continue to do so if they follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules and are trying to put in Chinese stuff, that's going to be tariffed. But if they follow the rules, they're going to be getting the duty-free treatment they're due.
Well, a small business that has gone broke is not very amenable to a meeting. They don't exist any longer.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Good morning, Ambassador Greer. Thank you for being here. Before I start with a couple of additional questions about the impact of these tariffs. I want to associate myself with Senator Whitehouse's comments just now about the impact on our small businesses, particularly those who are critical parts of supply chains for some of our larger corporations in the country. As you know, Canada is our biggest trading partner too, and we are already seeing the impact of these tariffs with our small businesses, especially in our tourism industry, which is being decimated because Canadians are not coming down to New Hampshire the way they usually do. Let me ask you about a couple of other things. President Trump's tariffs have made almost everything that families buy more expensive. The president imposed a 10% national sales tax on all imports into our country and an even higher sales tax on imports from more than 50 countries, including our allies like Canada. This is the largest tax increase in over half a century, and it's going to cost the average American family $3,800 a year. Their morning cup of coffee will cost more, so will new shoes for their kids, and so will fresh fruit. So my question to you, Ambassador, is how much revenue from the president's national sales tax will be used to give tax breaks to billionaires?
So, Senator, as you know, any kind of tariff revenue that comes in to the United States government, it goes to the Treasury, and Congress will decide what happens to that money. Obviously, the president wants to have a very competitive tax policy that's good for everybody. That was part of why he had such a successful economy in the first term, is he married trade action with good tax policy to have $7,000 an increase in real wages over that time.
Well,
That's what we're looking for.
let's be really clear. The president, besides the contradictions in the way he talks about the purpose of his tariffs, the president's made very clear that he sees tariffs as a way of increasing revenue. At the same time, he's working with the majority in Congress to give additional tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of working people who are going to be paying more for everyday goods, goods they absolutely have to pay, goods they were hoping were going to cost less, given the president's campaign promises. But of course, he isn't keeping to those campaign promises as prices continue to go up. Now, the president's national sales tax is increasing prices for families. It's also causing huge losses in Americans' retirement savings. Ambassador Greer, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs led to 10% inflation?
Senator, the president is fixed in his purpose. This trade deficit and the offshoring and loss of manufacturing jobs is something that's persisted for too long, and it's dangerous.
I understand your justification for the policy, even though there are some very contradictory justifications coming out of the administration. But my question is, what's the inflation rate where you guys would reverse course? 10% inflation that I just asked you about, that is higher inflation than we saw at the peak of the COVID economic crisis. But you aren't going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you created inflation as high as we had at the peak of the COVID economic crisis.
I think the most serious inflation we saw was during the Biden administration. When we did tariffs in the first term, inflation went down. I just don't, it's not going to be a one-to-one. Inflation about how much money you're putting into the supply.
Well,
It's not about
let's just be
tariffs on
really
products.
clear that the Trump administration is here today to say that even if inflation hits Americans' pocketbooks at 10% because of these tariffs, then the Trump administration is still going to go charging ahead. So, Ambassador, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs caused a 50% stock market crash, which would hurt Americans' retirement savings even more than they've been hurt in the last 10 days or so?
Senator, the fundamentals of the economy are so strong. We had 228,000 jobs last month. We have 9,000 additional manufacturing jobs from the month before.
Your answer is even if the stock market crashes 50%, which is how much the stock market crashed in the Great Recession, you're not going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you crash the stock market and harm retirement savings as drastically as happened during the Great Recession in 2007.
Senator, your hypotheticals are not consistent with the history we have seen with the use of tariffs.
My hypotheticals are based on the fact that a lot of Americans are looking at their 401ks today and wondering how much of a lifestyle change they are going to have, or whether they're going to be able to retire when they plan to, because of the recklessness and haphazard nature of the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs. Nothing was thought out about this. This has been a haphazard, incompetent effort, and it's showing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cassidy.
Hi, Mr. Greer. Thank you for being here. When I speak to my rice people and my shrimp people back home, they say that the tariff barriers and the subsidies by other countries for those products are so much that it is putting some of our shrimpers and some of our rice people either out of business or in incredible financial binds. And so the fact that the president is attempting to address these as well as the non-tariff trade barriers is incredibly important. Let me first say that. But I also hear from my producers that the mean tariff being selected to apply to a country may not account that for rice, for example, the tariff is much higher for that particular product, and that it is not adequate to address that which is taking place. Any thoughts on that, and how can we have something more particular for products which are really over tariffed?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that concern, and the tariff rate applied to many of these countries, again, was a countrywide rate. It wasn't product specific. My sense is if countries come to us and they expect to have some kind of a different plan, they will need to change these things, right? And they will have specific products, specific barriers that they would have to address. Right, or else, you know, the president, again, he's fixed his purpose. He wants to see production back here. He wants to see our agriculture producers doing well. And these countries just have to have reciprocal trade with us. And that means taking care of the types of barriers and tariff rates you're talking about.
So it sounds like you, one of the things I think they want to know is that since shrimp might be a relatively small part of trades with some of these countries, that the interests of, for example, shrimp will not be sacrificed in part of a greater whole.
No, I think, and I saw a really interesting article today in the New York Times on shrimp. You may have seen that, where the tariffs have actually given a bit of a lifeline to these shrimpers. And I think that, you know, if there's going to be any kind of change to any of this, and I'm not going to prejudge that, we have to make sure that our industries are protected adequately, so we don't go backwards with the deficit.
Let me ask, in the President's America First trading policy, there's several sections relating to free trade agreements and how they will be evaluated. Senator Bennett and I are working on an America's Act, which would be a hemispheric trade policy, which would have several purposes. One, to strengthen those ties. Secondly, to keep the Chinese from making the incursions that they are absolutely making throughout the hemisphere. Some are calling the Caribbean a Chinese lake. And so this would allow us to push back upon that. Can you share anything regarding the analyses of the free trade agreements we have within our hemisphere, and then specifically on countries like Argentina who would like an FTA with our country?
Certainly. I would say that we are first and foremost focused on addressing this emergency and the reciprocal tariff action and implementing it appropriately. With respect to relations in the hemisphere, any kind of trade arrangements with these trading partners, I think, need to be coupled with strong rules about third countries. What I don't want is a situation where these countries are using, their export platforms to incorporate content and goods from, China or other Asian countries, where we have a real issue with our deficit and offshoring of manufacturing. I would expect any kind of changes to these arrangements to be accompanied by changes in rules of origin to ensure that the United States and U.S. workers are really benefiting from these agreements.
So nothing from an FTA in general, but the specific of where it's being used to circumvent the intent of the FTA is the concern of the administration.
Yes, that's certainly a huge concern. And again, the president wants to see factories back here. The most certain way to not have a tariff is to build your factory in the United States. If people want to use other countries and insist on that, then we want to make sure that they're not using that to arbitrage for higher tariff jurisdictions to use them as an unfair export platform.
Let me ask you this. Louisiana has some of the largest ports in the nation by tonnage. And all the commodities going from the Midwest flow through my state going out to the world. Earlier, USTR proposed imposing like $1 million for every vessel built in China. And I'm told that if the Koreans have a fleet of 50 and 5 of the ships are built in China, then the $1 million would apply to all 50, not just to the ships that are built in China. Now, that would clearly impact a ship coming to the United States to offload. if you will, impact my ports and the ability of our goods throughout the nation to move through the Mississippi. Is USTR going to hang by that or considering modifying that? Can you kind of give us any idea about that?
So to address the lack of shipbuilding in the United States, USTR's proposed actions are just those. They're proposed actions. They're a series of potential remedies that could be used to incentivize shipbuilding in the U.S. They're not all going to be implemented. They're not all going to be stacked. We've asked for a lot of input, and we've had a hearing on that. We've collected comments. We've reviewed it. I've met personally with certain stakeholders during that time period, and I think the president will look very carefully to make sure that we have the right amount of time and the right incentives to create shipbuilding here without impacting our commodity exports.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, as USTR's Chief of Staff in the first Trump administration, you oversaw the negotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, and the renegotiation of the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, the KORUS. President Trump signed both of these agreements. He called the USMCA a colossal victory, and KORUS a historic milestone. And yet, with President Trump's new blanket tariffs, he is ripping up these agreements with our allies that we negotiated with. Why would any country want to do business with us, much less negotiate a trade deal, if we don't even honor our ongoing agreements?
So, Senator, we are the consumer of last resort. These countries have to sell here. They have, many of them, especially in Asia, have built their entire economies around exporting to us. They're very dependent on it, and that's part of why we have this huge trade deficit. With USMCA, those parties continue to enjoy duty-free treatment for many of the products that continue to comply with the rules that were set out 5 years ago. There's a big concern, Senator, that we did not have adequate other protections to stop the flow, particularly of like autos into the United States.
But there was a process for you to renegotiate that agreement this year. We talked about that in my office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't to do these blanket tariffs, correct?
What we have to address is an emergency, Senator.
That's true. And you should be honest. At least as you sit here, as you were in my office, be intellectually honest. Now, let me just ask this, because this is also true. And I so appreciate my Senator Langford asking this. Time matters. How long did it take to negotiate that agreement, the USMCA, that you were part of?
We did it at breakneck speed. We did it in about 2 years.
2 years. And now you're telling us you have nearly 50 countries coming to you, approaching you to enter in a negotiation. And you think that you can do that overnight?
India.
Man, you're pretty superhuman here, if that's the case. So let's be realistic. That's all we're asking. Common sense and realism here, Ambassador, as you sit here before us. And let me talk about something else that is really important for my state, and I think this entire country, because this administration is forgetting that we have $1 billion economy when it comes to tourism into the United States. People know Las Vegas. My state is Nevada. We rely on tourism to our state, and now we're seeing an impact because of these tariffs, not just from Canada, but I am hearing from so many that are in the tourism and kind of leisure industry. We are seeing impacts because now this $1 billion industry of international tourism is having an impact on our economy. And this is a service industry. Let me just say this. I'm kind of offended by your testimony today that says we must accept self-inflicted economic pain, and I quote you by saying, to become an economy based on producing real goods and services. What does that mean? What does that mean to my service industry and every service industry across this country that relies on tourism and travel? That is the backbone, really, of part of our $1 billion economy. What do I tell them? That they just have to suck it up? That they're not really part of this real services? That you have another idea for the jobs that they should engage in? What do I tell them?
Oh, Senator, of course those are real services. The whole,
So what are you doing about the impact
whole,
what are you doing about the impact of international tourism and now these blanket tariffs having a negative impact? What are you doing to address that?
The whole sentence, Senator, said that we need to get away from government spending as funding our economy and financialization, and we need to move to real goods and services, including the tourism you're talking about.
So
It's
what are you doing
incredibly
to impact the
important.
negative impact of tourism right now?
Well, one thing I'll say is we can't have the status quo, right? I keep hearing that we should have, essentially what I'm hearing is we should have the status quo. We should keep the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that Biden left us with.
I'm asking you,
and I don't think that's adequate.
what are you doing in this administration to address now the impact that you're having with these blanket tariffs, not targeted tariffs, blanket tariffs, on international tourism that is a big impact to our economy? What are you doing to address that?
Well, Senator, as we're talking to all of these countries, we are talking about services. We are talking about making sure that, we can export services to other countries. A lot of those that we export are, we have
Well, let
digital
me say, I
services,
only have so
all
much
kinds
time,
of
and
trade.
apparently you're not. So here's what I would like, because you haven't thought about this, and the administration hasn't really thought about it, because I haven't heard anybody talking about tourism. So why don't you come talk to me in my office, and let's talk about and put a plan together, because these blanket tariffs are having an impact on tourism in my state and across the country.
Senator,
So
I'm happy to
instead
come
of
talk
just
to you.
defending it, why don't you just come sit down with some of us and try to address the concerns that we are seeing and feeling in our states that this administration has not taken into account?
I'm happy to come speak with you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Grassley.
Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. I've made very clear throughout my public service that I'm a free and fair trader. The Constitution gives Congress the authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce. I believe that Congress delegated too much authority to the President in Trade Expansion Acts of 1962 and Trade Act of 1974. That said, I support President Trump's agenda to lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers other countries impose on American goods. I support President Trump's agenda to get a better deal from China and other countries for our farmers and manufacturers. In fact, even back in 2003, I sent a letter to the Chinese Minister of Commerce at that time pointing out China's failure to live up to its WTO obligations. And then I went further in 2018 when I was on Senator Daines' Codell. I told top Chinese leaders I made a mistake supporting China in the WTO. That's why during the first Trump administration, I was supportive of President's agenda to get fair trade with China. At the time, I raised alarm bells when tariffs are used. We all know agriculture is usually the first place of retaliation. In response to Chinese retaliation to tariffs, the first Trump administration set up the Market Facilitation Program for farmers, which gave direct payments to farmers affected by the tariffs. This helped farmers weather the short-term impact of trade retaliation. But as you know, farmers still overwhelmingly want to get their money from the marketplace and not from a government check. So far in this administration, we've seen even more sweeping tariffs, with some countries already retaliating agriculture, including China. I have been very vocal in my wait and see approach to these tariffs because I believe President Trump and you, Mr. Ambassador, are using them to get fair trade for Americans with many countries. If that's not the case, level with me. So to help farmers in the meantime, instead of relying on payments from the government, I'm going to give a suggestion that you don't have much to do with, but the administration could move very quickly to increase RVOs on the renewable fuel standards so that farmers get more robust domestic markets for their crops. And one place to start would be where the Biden administration came up short with RVOs, only 3 1/10 billion over a 3-year period at a time on biodiesel, to make that 5.3 as far as you can see into the future. That would very dramatically increase soybean prices. So my question to you is, in the medium to the long term, do you plan to turn these tariffs into trade deals to reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers? I support that. On the other hand, if the purpose is to stall on negotiations in order to keep tariffs high for the sole purpose of feeding the U.S. Treasury, I oppose that. So is this administration for trade reciprocity or for Treasury replenishment?
Senator, thank you, and thank you for your years of service on the trade space, and you're one of the deans in this area. It's important to understand the sense of the emergency that we're facing and urgency with the need to reshore and do manufacturing here. It's incredibly important to the president. Yesterday, he stated very clearly that he is happy to engage in negotiations immediately with countries that believe that they can help us reduce our deficit and get rid of the non-tariff barriers and the tariffs that affect that. I think the answer, Senator, is it's going to be country by country. There are going to be some countries where they're not able to address their non-tariff barriers or their tariffs or the deficit fully, and there will be others who I think will be able to do that, and where the president will have the option of making a deal with them. So we're certainly seeking reciprocity. Now, if we have the tariff on a country, there's obviously going to be a revenue effect, but we need to reshore manufacturing, we need to get rid of our agricultural deficit, and we need to make sure that if countries are going to trade with us, it has to be on a reciprocal basis.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, good to see you. You and I have had many conversations about trade. I think my question this morning, though, starts with the consultation that Congress deserves on trade issues from the trade ambassador. And what did the Trump administration do to prepare us, to communicate with us, to tell us about findings as it relates to these emergency orders by the president?
Thank you, Senator. As you know, I find consultation requirements very important, and not just as a requirement, just a matter of good practice. Our staff, the USTR staff, in the past 2 months that we've been in office, have had over 200 formal engagements with staff on the Hill, obviously here in the Senate, also in the House. The day of the reciprocal trade announcement, we had our staff also up here briefing your staff. And we also had the president issue very publicly his America First trade policy memorandum, which specifically said that he was going to look into the trade deficit and the possibilities of tariffs.
So we've wreaked havoc on the economy by having one of the largest drops of the market. We have people's 401 in panic. We have retail organizations like the Retail Industry, National Retail Federation, American Apparel Industry, Outdoor Association, Consumer Technology, Computer Communications Industry, Main Street Alliance, Small Business Majority, all anxious, asking us to do something, and you're saying, well, some people passed some notes to staff. What the requirement is, and this is where I believe the president has misconstructed and actually exploited this authority, is not communicated to us, nor these interest groups that are now panicked over the effect of tariffs. So I would say that the skill set of a USTR office or even a Treasury Secretary could have opened these conversations with these countries without the tariffs and saved a lot of people a lot of pain and anguish. I worry that this trust issue, because I have a different worldview, that we should be building alliances as a way to counter China, that the alliance building process now will become harder. And people are going to wonder, well, is the United States going to pull another fast one again and just wreak havoc, when in reality, countering China with a tech NATO or something like that is a more powerful tool. Do you have a comment about that?
I do, and I think we do need to be thoughtful about this. I think what we can't do is wait. We have had many times in past decades when we have had real robust trade disputes with our partners. Japan in the 80s and early 90s over cars, semiconductors, and they ended reshoring a lot of those factories here. And it didn't make us less of a security partner to Japan. I think we can have these conversations like friends do. And that's what the president said yesterday. He said, listen, China's trying to retaliate. They're taking a different path. But for others who want to have meetings,
I want to
we'll
reclaim my time for a second, because I only have 5 minutes and you have lots of time to answer lots of questions for members. But you can see all my colleagues, we are thoughtful people with specific issues about our constituencies. I just met with raspberry growers. They're concerned. They want to know if they're going to get some seat on a council so they can have their issues heard. I'm for trade. I represent trade. I represent a trade economy. I represent the success of what innovation and trade get you. But you're coming here this morning with this not only tanking of the market and 401s, now you're coming here telling me that tariff is the tool. And I'm telling you innovation is the tool. You're telling us in your testimony you want a tariff on semiconductors. I'm saying that the last administration and this organization here passed the Chips and Science Act so we could reshore semiconductors here in the United States. So you're not going to win the innovation economy by tariffing semiconductors and reshoring that. I don't know what you think. I'm not trying to get the semiconductor. I want to lead on next generation semiconductor manufacturing because I'm pretty sure I'm sitting next to the Intel ranking member here who's going to tell me if we don't lead on semiconductor manufacturing and semiconductor next generation technology, then we're not going to be leading in defense or in AI or in anything. So I want to innovate my way to that future, and I want to use the alliance power of different countries to force China and other people to follow us instead of this berating of the American consumer who has to pay the price for this policy.
Senator, TSMC has announced a new announcement where they're going to have more investment here in the United States so they can make those things here and have that innovation.
Thank you, the people who voted for the Chips and Science Act in the past administration. Thank you for that. We are going to lead on innovation despite this administration.
Senator Warner.
Well, Ambassador Greer, it's good to see you. And let me, first of all, completely agree with Senator Cantwell. I mean, I just don't get it. The fact on semiconductors, while you gave a small exemption, you didn't exempt GPUs, you didn't exempt lithography equipment, you put a huge hit on Taiwan, where we need collaboration with the TSMC. I'm baffled. I mean, you're gonna hear from me what I'm sure you're hearing from most of us, incredulous about, I think, probably the worst economic policies that I've seen in my lifetime. And the data reflects that. A global tariff of 10 to 50%, on almost every worldwide country. Although, I will note from my Republican colleagues, you'll be probably glad to know that Russia didn't get a tariff increase. I believe that when all these global tariffs go into effect, I think most of them as of midnight tonight, tariff rate will be approximately 23%, highest since 1909. I believe that'll translate into the largest tax increase since 1968. We've seen the numbers of about $4,000 per family cost. Since Inauguration Day, more than $11 trillion has vanished from the market, and I will acknowledge that we got a little blip today, but I just talked to one of the senior folks in Wall Street, and he described today's market as a good day in hospice. I wouldn't use his name because, there are no good days in hospice, but that's kind of how I feel. And again, I know you guys are supposed to know more than all of Wall Street, but when every firm says, we're going to see increased chance of recession, and I've met you, Ambassador Greer, I think you're a smart guy, but I don't think just because this is the way Donald Trump wants the world to be for the last 40 years that he can simply will it into happening. In my state, the Port of Virginia accounts for $124 billion in trade. That amounts to about 500,000 jobs. Those are all up for grabs now. We got 800,000 small businesses in Virginia. These tariffs are going to wallop them. I had last week a guy in from a local brewery in Alexandria. The owner's name is Bill. He's got a triple whammy. He gets his Pilsner from Canada. He gets his bottle caps from Mexico. He gets his kegs from Germany. So already, even in advance of these all kicking in at midnight tonight, he's laid off 10% of his staff. Even if the president flips on all this, he's not bringing folks back. I mean, candidly, I had another guy in from who makes bourbon and sells a lot to Canada. He thinks it'll be a cold day in hell before the Canadians start buying American bourbon again, simply because our trust relationship has been broken. So I guess the first question I want to give, I'm trying to figure out what would be a question that maybe folks haven't asked. Let me ask you on this one. Australia is one of our strongest allies. We have the AUKUS relationship, which is key to their national security. It's key to our industrial base, so we can continue to build subs. Terribly important. Interesting thing with Australia is we have a free trade agreement with Australia. We don't have tariffs. We even have one of the few industrial countries, we have a trade surplus with Australia. So Ambassador Greer, can you explain to me how it helps America's national security or our trading balance when we have, and I loved your fancy Greek formula, which was basically bad math on steroids formula, how with the trade surplus, with this strong relationship, Australia got hit with a 10% tariff as well?
Senator, Australia has the lowest rate available under the new program. They ban imports of American beef and pork.
Ambassador, excuse me. There is a trade, we already have a free trade agreement. We have a trade surplus. So getting the least bad, why did they get whacked in the first place?
We're addressing the $1.2 trillion deficit, the largest in human history that President Biden left us with. We should be running up the score in Australia.
Ambassador Greer, answer the question on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. We have a free trade agreement. Why? They are a incredibly important national security partner. Why were they whacked with a tariff?
Senator, despite the agreement, they ban our beef, they ban our pork, they're getting ready to impose measures on our digital companies. It's incredible.
With your Greek letter formula, the fact that we have a trade surplus.
We have a global tariff on everywhere. We're trying to address the $1.2 trillion deficit that Biden left us with,
I think that answer, sir, you're a much smarter person than that answer. The idea that we are going to whack friend and foe alike, and particularly friends, with this level is both, I think, insulting the Australians, undermines our national security, and frankly makes us not a good partner going forward. The lack of trust from friends and allies based upon this ridiculous policy that goes into full effect at midnight tonight is extraordinary. I go back to what the market believers believe today is happening. A good day in hospice. I'm afraid if we keep these tariffs in effect, we're looking like an economy that will be in hospice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ambassador Greer, welcome to Capitol Hill. I share the President's determination to end these unfair trade practices, whether they are tariffs or non-tariff barriers. I hope we can avoid an all-out trade war. A trade war will mean higher prices for the American consumer, because I think we could do a little thought exercise at the moment. Who pays these high tariffs? In the short, medium term, it will be the consumer. It'll be the consumer. And so I'm worried about the inflationary effect. I'm worried if there is a trade war, that we're going to have markets shutting down for American farmers, ranchers, and manufacturers. I'll give you an example of that here in a moment. But I'm encouraged because the President's announcements has gotten the attention of a lot of countries. I was encouraged to see Kevin Hassett this morning talking about negotiation occurring, looking at President Trump's latest posts on Truth Social, the fact that we've got Koreans now coming to the United States, literally dispatched to engage with us to lower these barriers, tariff and non-tariff, the Japanese, and some 70 countries now that want to come and work and address the issues of the barriers for American companies, American producers doing businesses in their countries with 95% of the world's consumers outside the United States. Critically important. So this is very encouraging. I think that's in part why we're seeing the rebound today in the equity markets, because there's hope that these tariffs are a means and not solely an end. And if that's the case, I think we're on a really good path with this kind of tough tough position we're taking to actually solve some of these problems in barriers in trade that have been lingering for decades. And President Trump is taking bold leadership to address it, and I'm hoping for a good outcome. My hope is this is a sign of things to come, that these countries will offer major concessions and make historic trade deals with President Trump. Ambassador Greer, I encourage the administration, encourage you to use this opportunity to secure better terms with our partners, with our allies, to protect and grow American jobs, to grow access for our American farmers, our ranchers, our manufacturers, and American families. 3 weeks ago, I was in Hanoi and met with General Party Secretary Do Lam, the highest ranking official in Vietnam. And then I went to Beijing and met with high-ranking Chinese officials, including the Premier Li Qiang. I carried President Trump's America First message directly to these leaders. I spoke with Premier Li Qiang and demanded that China stop the flow of the fentanyl precursors into Mexico, the United States, and Canada. I raised concerns about developments related to the expiration of registrations for beef processing plants here in the United States and some non-science-based barriers which has impacted Montana and U.S. beef exports. I want to remind you that in 2017, I went to China. I carried some steaks from a Montana rancher, Fred Wacker of Miles City, Montana. We met with the premier. In fact, I had one of your predecessors, Rob Portman, then the senator from Ohio and a former USTR, with me. I had Senator Barrasso with me, Senator Kennedy with me. And as a result of that meeting, 30 days later, they lifted a 14-year ban on U.S. beef imports into China. Let me talk about what that has meant so far. This is the largest beef export market in the world, is now China. For U.S. producers of beef, in 2021, we shipped $1.6 billion of beef. Keep in mind, the 2017 number was $31 million. It was $2.1 billion in 22, $1.6 billion in 23, $1.6 billion in 24. But here's the concern. That's been shut off now in the last 3 weeks. March exports of beef to China, U.S. beef, declined 92%. So the valve is shut right now for U.S. beef producers. My question is, what can we do to hold China's commitment to U.S. beef and other ag imports, which are so critical right now for U.S. producers?
Thank you, Senator, and you've always been a leader on this, and I appreciate that. China, of course, needs to take down their barriers. It's been a persistent challenge with them, and they like to use economic coercion, and they have their own method of doing things. But my hope would be is that they turn back on this course of action. I think President Trump is focused on making sure we have the right program in place, that we're dealing with partners who are going to be respectful and achieve reciprocity with us. And I think a lot of this is going to be up to the Chinese on how forward-leaning they want to be on having fair trade with us. I'm very sensitive to this issue in particular, and I want to make sure we open up beef markets other places too, so we don't have to be dependent on just one market.
Yeah, well, Ambassador Greer, I'm encouraged by the negotiations that are going on as we speak with Japan, with Korea, with some 70 countries who want to now reduce their tariff and non-tariff barriers. This could be absolutely a monumental moment in trade for the United States, and Godspeed.
Thank my colleague. Next is Senator Young.
Good to have you here, Ambassador Greer, and let me just begin by commending you. You've been very accessible as we've tried to get some clarity on exactly trade policy and where we're headed and how we expect counterparties to move and all the rest. You returned my phone call immediately, and your team's been in touch with mine, and so just that speaks very well of you and the Trump administration, because this is creating some anxiety. This current tariff posture among some of my constituents. On balance, I would say most of my constituents are supportive, and they recognize that some turbulence might be required in order to end up in a better spot and reset trade relations. I think one of the things I'm hearing from constituents back home is that trade retaliation doesn't fall on everyone evenly. It has a different impact on a New York tech firm than it might have on a Hoosier soybean farmer. And I hope that's something that's being factored into your analysis as you think about how foreign countermeasures could impact the American economy generally, and then in terms of particular sectors and parts of the country. So unpacking those trade-offs for the American people, I think is going to be very important moving forward. In Indiana, rural communities and export-driven manufacturers oftentimes feel the consequences, and they feel the consequences first. So, Ambassador Greer, is USTR actively mapping out which sectors and regions are going to bear the brunt of certain retaliatory measures and thinking about contingency plans?
So, Senator, thank you for your concern. And I know this is something that we all watch. I watch it very closely. The President watches it. Whenever there's any kind of announcement of proposed retaliation, we look at it very closely. We look at the tariff lines. We look at what might get hit. The good news so far is that most countries have said they're not going to retaliate on this and that they would like to seek to talk to us first, find out more about the program, what they can do to meet our goals, which, as you know, we're dealing with an emergency in terms of manufacturing and our trade deficit. And so that is what most countries have chosen to do. My sense is that if there are some countries that choose to retaliate regardless of our need to address this emergency, our hope and expectation is that countries will do what they've said, which is bring down their tariffs and non-tariff barriers to provide better markets in alternative locations.
Well, as I communicate some of the impacts in my state to your office, and as I know you and your team review this, I hope you will you'll keep those considerations in mind as you develop your negotiating priorities.
Yes, we certainly will, and look forward to continued collaboration with you.
You know, in other areas of federal policy, we have clear metrics or criteria to measure success. We do it in social policy. We do it with respect to education policy, test scores. We do it in defense policy. We try and measure readiness and through various metrics. But in trade policy, especially tariffs, we seem to lack a clear set of metrics and a feedback loop. Does USTR have a formal process to evaluate whether these tariffs are actually achieving their goals, whether that's reshoring or market access or reciprocity, some metrics associated with that? I'll let you speak to that, sir.
Senator, as we've stated, the underlying basis for this action is the national emergency arising from the trade deficit. President Biden left us with a historically high $1.2 trillion trade deficit, which we understand and know to be driven, at least in large part, by non-reciprocity. And so when we're looking at whether that emergency is abating or being affected, is we're looking at outcomes. Certainly, if other countries are bringing down their tariffs and their non-tariff barriers, that's a good indicator. That's the right direction. We also want to make sure that the trade deficit is going in the right direction. And that means two things. It means we have better access and we can export more to these other markets, but it also means that they're not using us as a dumping ground for their overproduction or their subsidized products. And so it goes both ways. And so it's a country-by-country analysis. We're looking at it case by case. They come in and talk to us on a country-specific basis where we can articulate to them what their trade barriers are, right? I've got this big book with all the trade barriers, what their non-reciprocal tariff rates are, and what we expect in terms of fair trade.
Well, thank you. I'm already over time. It's amazing how quickly we go through this, which is why I really appreciate that direct line to you and your team. I should also mention that we heard from Secretary Bessent to discuss tariffs the other day as well. We'll be in touch. We want to work with you on critical minerals policy, on digital trade policy, and many other areas that I know are your priorities as well, and President Trump's priorities. And thank you for your ongoing efforts to bring more clarity to the markets and to our businesses and farmers so that we know exactly what lies ahead. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Mr. Ambassador, welcome. So you're hearing a fair amount of agreement from the Finance Committee here. First of all, I think there's agreement that we recognize that America's been very generous in opening up our markets. Our trading partners have taken advantage of us. We don't have fair trade. But I think you're also hearing that our constituents rely on trade, and they're going to be harmed by it. So I handed you 10 case studies, and by the way, for the 10 that were willing to go public, probably got another 50 that were concerned if they went public that they may not get the exclusions. Now, I'm somewhat disappointed to hear that the exclusions of some of these things are being ruled out at this point in time. They're very specific situations that I think you ought to consider exclusions for, because I don't often agree with the members on the other side of the aisle, but in many cases here today, particularly when they're expressing concern about small businesses in their states, I'm hoping you're very, and I hope you and the President are very sensitive about companies potentially going bankrupt by these actions. Again, we want fair trade, but I hope you recognize, tariffs are double-edged sword. I would argue a somewhat blunt instrument. A question I have for you, there's no doubt that we have offshored some very crucial products, pharmaceuticals, high-end semiconductors, rare earth minerals. Do you have a list of what those products are that we must, in some way, shape, or form, reshore?
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate the communication we've had, and I've received your letters, and we'll take a close look at those to make sure we're incorporating feedback as we develop the policy. You'll note in the action we took last week, there were certain sectors that we excluded from the tariff action because we think they need their own investigation and consideration, whether it comes to tariffs or other actions. This includes semiconductors, it includes pharmaceuticals, like you're talking about, certain metals like copper, and also critical minerals. These are areas where we have to reshore. We need to be able to think about the best way to incentivize this. There are things we can do as the executive branch, and there are things that Congress can do, and especially with the tax bill coming up. I think these are the kinds of things where we need to create the right incentives.
So you're not using tariffs with pharmaceuticals and semiconductors or rare earth minerals?
So right now, they're not subject to a tariff.
Because you want them brought in here because they're crucial. There are other products that are also crucial that you are applying tariffs to.
So we are doing investigations right now, and we're considering, with respect to pharmaceuticals and semiconductors, the President's been very clear about this. He said it several times, because tariffs are a tool that can be used to create incentives. What we can't have is the status quo. The status quo has not worked.
Do you believe a trade deficit is just per se always bad?
I think that the situation, what we have, Senator, is a large and persistent trade deficit. In normal economic structures and normal markets, you would have a deficit one year that's, or a surplus one year. But what we have is a structural, persistent and growing deficit.
And as a result, offshore some crucial
Yes,
products.
that's a big part of it. Yes,
but
sir.
Do you want to onshore, for example, very high labor content products when, by the way, we're pretty low unemployment rate? I mean, when I went to college, 5% was full employment. We're at 4.2. I've been in manufacturing since late 70s. You couldn't hire enough people in manufacturing back then. Situations even got worse. So I would argue that I'm far more concerned about our budget deficit of $2 trillion. And I realize the trade deficit, we have problems with that. But I think our bigger problem is we don't have enough workers. So are you factoring that into your calculation in terms of what you're actually trying to accomplish here? I mean, all for bringing back these crucial products so that we don't have national security issues with the things that we can't manufacture. But again, I don't want to bring back high labor content. Now I want to diversify our supply chain. It's bad to have that all in China, as we saw certainly with PPE, but a diversified supply chain around the world, because I think trade is a win-win situation. It should be. What are your comments on that?
So I think when it comes to workers, so first of all, we have about 2 million discouraged workers right? And these are folks who should come off the sidelines for sure. I think the factories that are being built and will be built in the United States will leverage both automation and workers, right? I don't think we're going to have lots of, it's not the kind of labor that's done in some of these other countries. I think our folks are innovative, and the newest factories use a lot of automation, but also workers and people who make the products that the industrial robots that contribute to that automation. But I mean, I think we need to be in a situation where we have production here, right? We need to think not just in terms of quarterly earnings, but in the next century, and how do we set up the American economy now? How do we deal with the emergency now to make sure we can produce far into the future?
Again, I would ask that these case studies be entered in the record, and I just really ask you and the President focus on the products we actually need as opposed to using this broad instrument. There's going to be an awful lot of collateral damage. People are already feeling that pain, so I hope you're sensitive to that. Thank you.
Without objection, and Senator Tillis is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. Back in the 90s, I was in management consulting, and there was a new platform that came out that promised to transform the business industry, ERP. Some of the early attempts at implementing the system proposed an a la prima approach. Let's do it all at once. Let's change the plumbing out. Let's get it all in, get it done, rip the Band-Aid off. It proved to be hugely unsuccessful. There were a lot of very visible projects, and the industry decided there needed to be a methodical sort of prioritization of what parts of the business needed to perform better sooner, and how do you layer onto that a comprehensive strategy. It looks like we've got a novel approach here in terms of an a la prima approach. I'm not a trade expert, and I'm not going to question it at this point. I do have a question about, at the end of the day, the other thing in management consulting we like to focus on is this concept of one throat to choke. In other words, when you're finally taking a look at a strategy, someone has to own it, and you can't say that it's the president or the vice president. So my first question to you, in this scenario, the decision maker who decided the a la prima approach, who has obviously had to have spent time anticipating what we saw in the markets and some of the pushback, I'm assuming this all got gamed out because it's a novel approach, it needed to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
are you at the tip of the spear?
Well, I'm at the tip of the spear certainly.
Did you propose the a la prima approach?
So first of all, I would push back, Senator, just a little bit on this. For now, we've excluded pharmaceuticals and semiconductors to take a different kind of approach.
Let me get
and
to
we've excluded
question.
USMCA.
Section 232 and 301, we know particularly Section 232 is steel and aluminum. Section 301 is Chinese imports, where there's no other provider. I overheard you say that maybe, or I thought I heard you say in response to another question, that for the near term there won't be any exclusions. Is that true of China, where they have said the U.S. is unilaterally bullying and completely groundless, and they're going to fight to the end? Are the 232 and 301 tariffs exclusions on the shelves until we get to a reasonable agreement with China? I'm just trying to answer a question that I have several people in North Carolina asking.
So the president, again, is the final decision maker on all of these things, and he has directed that there not be exclusions or exemptions.
There will not be any exclusions on steel, aluminum, or any products that are only manufactured in China for the foreseeable future until China determines what the end is, because they said they're going to fight to the end. Again, I'm just trying to communicate questions that I've asked, so there will be no exclusions. Yes. I won't waste your time asking for them. That's the main reason I wanted to ask the question. So again, I'm just trying to get my head around the logic of an a la prima approach, and I'm waiting to be, I'm waiting to see it be successful. But it just seems like we've decided to begin a trade war on all fronts, and that's okay if the person who thought this through has an answer for why you go after partners that we have a very long storied relationship with. Maybe we give some developing countries a break because we're trying to actually get their economies functioning, make them look to the West versus to Chinese investment. So it just seems like I'm getting my head around the a la prima approach. I'm not condemning it because I'm not a trade expert, but I still, at some point, and I understand that you are the trade rep, so if you own this decision, then I'll look to you to figure out if we're going to be successful. If you don't on the decision, I'm just trying to figure out whose throat I get to choke if it's wrong, and who I put up on a platform and thank them for the novel approach that was successful if they're right. But here's what I'm really worried. I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm just going to tell you, every time we talk about people having patience, we need to understand that the founding fathers made damn sure that that patience was never more than about 14 months, really. Everything that we need to do to know what the political environment is going to be about next year, it's going to be done by February of next year. So in your mind, do you believe that over the course of the next 14 months, we're going to have a level of certainty, and the people in the trailer park that I grew up in who are going to bear the brunt of some of these short-term cost increases, maybe some job displacement for a period of time, how are they going to be feeling Groundhog Day 2027 or 2026? Do we feel like the majority of this will be resolved and I'll be able to thank whoever thought that the alla prima approach was a good idea? Because that's about the timeline we've got to work with.
Well, Senator, these people who voted for the president, is the same situation I grew up in, you know that.
I agree, but let me just finish here because I don't want to get in the way of my colleagues. I'll be 65 in August. Every day, 11,400 people celebrate their 65th birthday. That's 4 million a year. So there, let's say from 60 to 65, people look at their 401k statements. They did vote for President Trump. They voted for me. I hope that they will again in both cases. Well, maybe not the president, but I intend to run for re-election. I'm just trying to figure out if they're going to feel good about this, because a long-term play in American politics and a long-term play in American policy, public policy formation, is about 12 months from the beginning of an administration. I wish you well, but I am skeptical. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Senator Crapo, and welcome, Ambassador Greer. So it seems to me that President Trump has started a big trade war, and the war is with everyone on multiple fronts, with allies as well as adversaries. I think this is a little bit of what Senator Tillis was getting at. It feels really indiscriminate and chaotic, and apparently we're still just in the early days of this. And I just need to tell you that Minnesotans are freaked out. Farmers who are experiencing, you and I have talked about this, one of the worst farm economies in the last 25 years are looking at lower prices and higher input costs. Minnesotans who work on the Iron Range, which is the source of 80% of the iron ore that goes into American-made steel, they want fair trade. They want us to stand up to illegal steel dumping, but like 500 of them have been laid off because the demand for American cars has been slumping. I mean, I could go on in every sector. Consumers are freaked out. This looks like a giant sales tax to them. Retirement stock market plummeting, and it's very hard for people to understand what is going on here. So what I want to do is to get an understanding from you of what you see as the goals of this war that we're in, because at various times it's been described as goals to raise revenue, to stop fentanyl trafficking, close trade deficits. So is the goal here to raise revenue for the federal treasury?
Senator, this is not a trade war. We have, most countries have said they're not going to retaliate. We have an underlying emergency. The goal of this, of the trade deficit, where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, and the goal is to address that, and the offshoring that led to that, and the non-reciprocal treatment that led to that. That's the goal. Certainly there's a tariff revenue effect. If the countries do not do this, then they will be subject to the tariff, and we'll have tariff on foreign goods instead of American-made goods.
So, okay, so if the goal is to close trade deficits, then that would mean that the tariffs are a negotiating tool here. Is that right? Is that how you see it?
So the
Or are you
tariff.
trying to use them to?
Well, it can go both ways, Senator. So on the first, we've talked a lot about negotiations, because a lot of these countries, they have closed off markets to our exports in unfair ways. They've done it for decades, and nothing has persuaded them. Sitting down, talking nicely hasn't persuaded them.
But if you were trying to, so I'm all for fair trade, and I'm all for the idea that if somebody is not trading fairly with us, if they're not giving us fair markets, then we need to have a strategy to go after that. But yet this is a blanket approach. It's an across-the-board approach, which is going to contribute to raising costs, and that's why it just feels, I think, so chaotic to people.
Well, the trade deficit is a global issue. So you can't, if you're trying to get the trade deficit, you can't just pick one or two countries and say, we're going to do this and become Swiss cheese. Like that would not be coherent. What's coherent has a global approach to what's a global issue, to take these countries, country by country, figure out how we can address our trade deficit with them and address trade market barriers with them. And that's the right approach, and that's what's happening. That's what the president's directed.
But I mean, as Senator Warner was pointing out, I guess it's a floor, you could call it, a 10% tariff, even with countries where we have a trade surplus. And by the way, this formula that the administration used to assign this so-called reciprocal tariff it just seems so arbitrary. I mean, where did that formula come from?
It's straightforward and it's common sense. It came from White House economists, and they proposed that looking at a country's trade deficit is a good approximation of the net effect of the unfairness of the higher tariff rates, the higher trade barriers, the unfair trade practices, the dumping, the subsidies, all of that. And that's how you can capture that.
Well, so would you adapt that because it's based on 1 year, and of course, trade surpluses, deficits can vary quite a bit from year to year. Would your plan be to change it if you get new yearly data? And then that would suggest, I guess, that the tariffs would be in place for a long time.
Well, we need to assess. Again, I think it becomes country by country. We have the baseline 10% to make sure there's no arbitraging of different jurisdictions. And all these countries that are subject to the highest rates, most of them have already come to talk to us about how to get it down. I mean, we have to take this step by step. We have to take it country by country to address these issues. The status quo just won't work anymore, and we can't do it piecemeal.
I'm not arguing for the status quo, Ambassador. I'm not arguing for the status quo, but I am questioning the rationality of this policy that it's so chaotic, and it seems so arbitrary. And it seems so internally inconsistent because, for example, if your goal is to onshore manufacturing, something that I think many of us on this side of the dais believe strongly that we need to be making things in this country again, but then that would suggest that these tariffs need to be in place for a very long time because what capital wants is consistency and stability and predictability. Yet at the same time, the administration seems to be arguing that we would be, waiving some of these tariffs if we could somehow magically negotiate, 50 new trade agreements with 50 different countries. I know my time is up here. I wanted to ask you a question about trade adjustment assistance, which I will follow up as a question for the record. But again, I think that my constituents are freaking out here, and I understand why. Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. Now, Mr. Greer, it's been less than a week since President Trump started this, what I'll describe as a reckless tariff war. It certainly feels that way. Families are seeing higher costs. Businesses across the country are hurting, and we've seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years. Do you believe that there's currently higher costs a week after the president put these tariffs into place?
Senator, we haven't yet seen how those costs are going to be allocated between the foreign producers and their importers here. We haven't seen the data on that yet.
Do you believe businesses are hurting a week after President Trump put these tariffs into place?
I've heard from a lot of businesses. Some of them are excited about the prospects. Some are concerned because they're import dependent instead of U.S. product dependent. So I know there are varying views on this.
Let me ask this question, because this one's based completely on fact, on something I think you look at every day. You probably have some of these numbers in your phone that I'm guessing might be in your pocket. Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
We've certainly seen volatility.
Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
I think, and Senator Warner talked about this.
We'll move on. If you don't want.
Well, I know everyone's concerned about Wall Street, and I'm just concerned about Main Street and getting these jobs back,
Okay, let's talk about Main Street, Mr. Greer. Last time you were here, I asked if President Trump's trade war would hurt New Mexico businesses and families. You dodged my question. You told me, quote, I can't guarantee economic outcomes. When I pressed you, you told me that you want me to, quote, you asked me to, quote, hear from me on what the impacts of these tariffs are. Well, Mr. Greer, I'm here to tell you today New Mexicans are hurting. I understand why you would not guarantee that New Mexicans wouldn't be hurt, because you probably knew what I thought then that we now see today, that this is hurting people back home. Now, I want to ask you the same question again. Yes or no, will President Trump's tariffs harm New Mexican businesses and families?
Senator, I just don't think they will. Right now, you have duty-free trade with Canada and Mexico where they comply with the rules, where they have U.S., Mexican, and American content. I mean, this is designed, and I would hope that being a border state, this is something that you find valuable. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to incentivize production in the United States. We want North America to be competitive. And this is, we can't have the status quo. We have to have a situation where we have manufacturing here, where we have foreign market access for our producers, and we want New Mexico families and companies and communities to prosper.
Mr. Greer, do you agree with President Trump that families are going to have to feel a little pain?
I'm not going to speak for the president.
I didn't ask for you to speak for him. I know none of you have the courage to stand up to him. What I'm asking you, Mr. Greer, is do you agree with what the president said about these tariffs in that people are going to have to feel a little pain? That's my question.
If we have companies that feel pain because they're adjusting their supply chains, that more American product made by American workers, that's an adjustment we have to make to prepare for the future. We can't keep doing the same thing we always did. And if companies are having trouble adjusting their supply chains, which I'm very sensitive to, this is something that we have to deal with. We can't do nothing for 4 years like we saw under Biden, where there was just nothing going on trade.
Let me ask the question a little differently. Yes or no? Do you agree with President Trump when he said families are going to have to feel a little pain?
Of course, I agree with the president.
Thank you very much.
But I expect that the jobs we see for manufacturing is going to far outweigh anything.
I'm short on time, sir. So look, economists are predicting that Trump's trade war is going to cost American families about $4,000 per year. I disagree with your assessment now and agreeing with Donald Trump that families should feel pain. When I asked you about the economic impact of families back home, you said, no, they're going to do great. Things are going to be wonderful. New Mexico should be appreciative of all these things. I guess pain is the kind of relief that you believe that families should be going through. I mean, it is what it is. As I've been saying to my colleagues here, I understand the outcome of this last election. Donald Trump is now the president of the United States. He won the election. My Republican colleagues in the Senate won the election. They control the votes in this chamber. They control the votes in the House. That's why we're seeing these budget resolutions. All I'm saying is own up to what you want to do. You want to do it. Just be honest with the American people about what's going on. I appreciate the time today, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The same economists who are crying out now were the ones who said we were going to crash the economy, and Trump won. We put tariffs on China, and real median household income went up for Americans by $7,000. Inflation went down, unemployment went down. So we have history showing that we know how to use this.
Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Greer went on, I will just follow up again. Then help explain the pain that people are feeling today with your assessment of what Donald Trump said, that families should feel some pain. That's all okay with you all?
Senator, we're not going to be in a situation where we keep allowing Wall Street to run the economy. And as we're making that transition, companies
you know what, Mr. Greer,
will need to adjust.
Go spend a little time at the grocery store talking to some of my constituents back home. I'll take you around. We'll walk around. We're not going to give anyone a heads up. You just go do it. And let's see what the regular folks back home are doing, including the people that come and talk to me that say they voted for this president. This is not what they stand up for. Farmers and ranchers are getting the short end of the stick from USDA, where these grants are being cut, and they say, oh, no, it's because we don't want to give people food. Baloney. You're cutting the lifeline for these farmers and ranchers as well, in addition to what's happening with these inputs with tariffs. Look, you all are a lot smarter than I. I'm just a regular person back home. I'm one of them.
Senator Warnock.
That's the difference between you and I, sir.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you very much, Brother Chair. Since President Trump announced his tariffs last week, the stock market has dropped more than 10%. We've talked about that. I'm more concerned about the impact on ordinary people. This for me is a regressive tax. It's a tax on families who are already dealing with increasing costs and are trying to figure out how to make their lives work. I heard you say, Mr. Greer, that you don't think this is that we're in a trade war, and you know, I respect your expertise on trade, but tomorrow the Trump administration will implement its reciprocal tariffs, which means businesses and families have had less than 1 week to plan for the largest tax increase in more than 50 years. So we are escalating, and so we can go back and forth about whether we think it's a trade war. I'm focused on how this is impacting families. Normally, when tariffs are being discussed, businesses and industries have time to plan. And the government often provides an orderly and clear process for American companies to apply for exclusions from tariffs when it's not possible for them to sell a product without importing parts or all of it because no one manufactures it here. We all know uncertainty is the worst thing for business. I'm hearing this from farmers. I'm hearing it from folks in the manufacturing sector. So I hope we can provide some certainty. What should a multinational retailer do about their products made only overseas or that contain parts only made overseas? We're seeing this in our automotive sector in Georgia. Should they just raise their prices on families to account for the new tax, or is there a process for that company to reach out to the White House for an exclusion?
So Senator Warnock, the Section 232 on autos is a Commerce Department action. One thing they've done is they have said that they would be willing to give some kind of a credit for U.S. content in parts and components, and they can approach the Commerce Department about this. It's not a decision I'm making, but I know that this is one alternative. You know, I'm mindful, you know, when I hear this, obviously we're sensitive to these dynamics, but it just reminds me that we lost 5 million manufacturing jobs over the last 20 years, and that's part of the reason why we're in this situation now, and we just have to bring those back. So it's important to bring them back now before the situation gets worse.
But the question is, what do they do? Do they pass that price on to consumers?
Well, what we've seen is Ford and GM, for example, have announced actually that they're giving discounts. That was the big news last week. Last Thursday, they'd be giving discounts going forward. These companies often are going to figure out how they allocate costs among themselves, and it rarely gets down to the consumer in one-for-one basis.
So the company might figure it out, I think,
Well, they can approach the Commerce Department to talk about the credits.
Let me go smaller. Last week, my office met with Angela Hawkins. She's the founder of Bamboo, a small business in Atlanta that sells bamboo-based sleepwear and sheets, particularly for people with severe and sensitive skin allergies like her husband. Angela's products are made overseas because you can't really find bamboo fabric made in the United States. What should Angela do? Pay the new tax, raise her prices, and risk losing customers? Or is there a process for her to apply for an exclusion from the Trump White House?
So, Senator, the president has said that in connection with this action, he's not going to have exclusions or exemptions beyond what's in the program already for certain products.
So she'll just have to figure it out.
She'll have to work with her business partners and find about sourcing, and
she'll have to either raise prices and risk customers, basically is the answer, right? Because she can't get bamboo here.
It will depend on the tariff rate. Every country has a different rate, and some are much lower than others, and so they're,
she might even go out of business. Let's go even smaller. Early estimates show that President Trump's tariffs will increase the cost of goods by $3,800 for an average American household. Many critical baby goods like cribs and baby gates are produced abroad or made or have foreign-made components. I went through this not long ago as a parent of young children. For an expecting family in Augusta, Georgia, who may now see a 50% price increase for that stroller or car seat, what is the process for that family to apply for a White House exclusion? I guess if the business owner can't get one, they can't get one either, correct?
so there's not an exclusion process. That's right.
So they would just bear the cost?
Well, I think the studies you're talking about, the economists, they got it wrong in Trump 1. They said there was going to be inflation because of tariffs, and it went down. So when I hear them now saying the same thing, I just don't trust what they're saying. And that's, you know, the fact of history shows that it's not a one-to-one. The highest inflation we ever saw was under Biden for housing and education and healthcare and all of these things. And it was, and I don't know where everybody was then when that was skyrocketing by 20%.
What if their child is potassium deficient and now bananas are more expensive? Last I checked, we don't have the climate to grow bananas in the United States. Who should that family reach out to the White House for an exclusion for that price hike on those bananas?
Well, again, as we've discussed, there's not an exclusion process. I think we've waited too long with the status quo. I know people want the status quo. They want the trading system that Wall Street likes, but we can't have it anymore.
So here you and I agree. Nobody wants the status quo. This economy is not working for working families, for ordinary people. And I would submit that what the President did last week in such a reckless and sudden way is adding even more pressure on these families. Thank you so much.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump is single-handedly driving this economy off a cliff. With no evidence to back him up, he's claimed emergency authorities to slap new tariffs on nearly every product we import from nearly every country. But Congress has the power to reverse these tariffs, and we should do so immediately. Tariffs can be a tool to help build things in America, but Trump has slapped tariffs on, then off again with no rhyme or reason. And the uncertainty about the long-term rules makes companies far less likely to invest in manufacturing or jobs here in the United States. If Congress doesn't stand up to Trump, economists predict a recession before the end of the year. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell says we're in a real danger of, quote, both higher unemployment and higher inflation. Translation, Trump's tariffs will push millions of workers out of jobs and push prices up at the same time. So, Ambassador Greer, we've heard a lot of conflicting statements about whether these tariffs are here to stay, how many more rounds of on-off we're going to do. So let me ask the question from a different perspective. Ambassador Greer, we lost 700,000 jobs each month in the last recession. If 700,000 Americans lose their jobs, will the Trump administration suspend these tariffs?
Senator, I think the economists who are making these projections, who often are in favor of fully unfettered free trade, are the same ones who said in the first Trump term that putting tariffs.
Greer,
I just don't think it's
Greer,
going to happen,
let me just
Senator.
stop you there. I'm not asking about projections. I'm asking if the numbers show that 700,000 people have lost their jobs because of these new tariffs that Trump has slapped on. Will the administration reverse course and lift those tariffs?
Senator, that's not going to happen. We've lost 5 million manufacturing jobs over the years, which is the number I'm most worried about, and we have to get those jobs
So
back.
I take that as a no. Let me try another one. Moody's says that if the Trump tariffs remain in place, we will definitely plunge into a recession, which will ultimately cost 3.5 million Americans their jobs. So, Ambassador Greer, if Trump's tariffs push 3.5 million people out of work, will the Trump administration reverse course and lift those tariffs?
Senator, the Wall Street analysts are wrong. They never want to have any kind of change to the status quo.
Right or
but that's who
wrong.
you're quoting to me,
I'm giving
Senator.
you a number. If the number is 3.5 million, if it never comes to pass, you don't have to worry about your answer. But if 3.5 million people lose their jobs because of these tariffs, is the Trump administration prepared to lift them?
Right now, this minute, we're working on negotiations with countries who believe they can achieve reciprocity with us and get their trade deficit down. And that's the emergency we're focused on. There's not going to be a situation where years from now we've lost millions of jobs.
Let me try one more time. If Trump tariffs push workers out of their jobs and raise prices, as Fed Chair Powell has predicted, will you reverse course then?
I think also with respect to Chairman Powell, who I don't know personally, but I know the president makes decisions on trade, and he rarely takes advice from Chairman Powell on this. We found in Trump 1 that you could put tariffs on China and you could make it work and have lower income, lower unemployment, lower inflation, and increase real median household income over time as we reshore. And that's what we have to do, Senator.
What I'm hearing you say is that no one can hear a rhyme or reason to why the tariffs are off again, on again, off again, on again. But what you're telling us is the fact that hundreds of thousands, even millions of people could lose their jobs and that prices could go up will not be a factor for you or for Donald Trump for rolling those tariffs back. Look, if Republicans are serious about protecting American jobs and fighting inflation, then they can join Democrats right now to pass a resolution to fix Trump's reckless tariffs. This economy is teetering on the edge of collapse. We have the power right here in the Senate and over in the House of Representatives to take this authority away from Donald Trump. We can get this voted on. Senator Wyden and I have already are about to introduce the bill to do that. And if Republicans are serious about not playing the red light, green light with tariffs, but instead about protecting our economy, our families, our jobs, and keeping prices low, then Republicans should join us on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Welch.
Thank you. You know, there's a place for tariffs on China. Targeted tariffs make some sense. What is being rolled out and the way this is being done is so destructive and so reckless and so irresponsible that it's creating nothing but economic chaos, uncertainty, and suffering for a lot of people. These are really disastrous for Vermont. I just want to go through this question of how do these roll out? You did not set, as our trade representative, the tariff rates on all of these countries that were on display when the president announced them, right?
Senator, the president made a decision on how he wanted to have the tariff set, and the economic cabinet advised him on that.
Right, but you did not set like the 50% rate on Lesotho.
I personally didn't, no.
Yeah, can you explain how that makes any sense?
So the way that the methodology works is the emergency we're talking about is premised on the trade deficit, which we think is well, I'm trying to explain the methodology, Senator, if you want to hear it.
This has got to get concrete, because this has real impacts on everyday people. So the rhetoric about what the goals are when the rollout is so in conflict with achieving anything other than economic downturn, how did the 50% rate on Lesotho be decided?
So when you have White House economists who assess the trade deficit.
But you had no role in it?
Well, I certainly had a role in it. Everyone was advising the president on how to do this.
Tell me why I came up with 50% for Lesotho.
Well, I'd like to tell you, Senator. So when you look at a country's trade deficit, we believe that captures some of the unfairnesses, and you have to have a uniform methodology. You can't be arbitrary or capricious.
I'm going to keep going, because Lesotho does diamonds, and, you know.
I'm happy to talk more to you about the methodology.
There is, I mean, my sense is there is no methodology. I asked ChatGPT, and basically they came up with some formula.
Well, that's not true.
Well, here's how it looks. Donald Trump just got fed up and said, what the heck, we'll just go with this formula that makes no sense. Number two, the issue of these tariffs. Now, the phone is ringing off the hook at the White House from countries wanting to get a break, right?
They want to talk about how to have reciprocal trade with us and how to get that deficit down.
That's right. So here's the structural issue that is really alarming to me, and I hope to all of us. We are using these tariffs, or the president is using these tariffs, from going from an economy that's based on competition to one that's based on access. You know, in a competitive economy, your product, your service determines the outcome and how well you do. In an access economy, it's who's got Donald Trump's number, who's got your number, who's got Lutnick's number, and you call up and you get a break. That's an access economy. Is this going to be the arbitrary authority of the president to decide, yes, we'll cut the Vietnam tariff, and no, we'll sustain the tariff on Lesotho?
The way this works, Senator, is we have longstanding relationships with trade officials in these foreign countries, and they work with our staff, our career staff, and they develop, you know, if someone comes to us with an offer, we review it, we analyze it, and we present it to the president.
They're calling the president. I mean, you've got Donald Trump as president basically picking and choosing winners and losers, and who knows on what basis. That's not a trade regime that anybody can count on. That's something they can game if they know you, they know Lutnick, they know Donald Trump. You know, that I think was what Senator Warnock was asking about. We've got farmers on the border with Canada. They get their grain. It's going to be 25% hit. We've got consumers whose electricity bills are going up because of retaliation from Canada. Can they make a call to you, to Howard Lutnick, to the president, and ask for relief?
Well, we certainly talk to all kinds of constituents. We talk to labor unions, we talk to civil society, we talk to business. I would say with Canada and Mexico, they receive duty-free treatment for things that follow the rules of USMCA. If they bring in Chinese content and send it down, they won't get a break.
Let me tell you the frustration I have. There is a place for targeted tariffs to help us and also to push back on unfair trade practices. I support that. That's not what this is. This is utter chaos, arbitrary and willful on the part of the president that is setting up a dynamic where he picks winners and losers rather than companies compete to do the best they can and have the benefit of good work and a good product. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here to answer questions. Look, I'm concerned from Wyoming and for workers across the country. I'm worried that foreign competitors continue to use unfair trade practices against the United States, against our workers, against our producers. These practices threaten our economic security, our prosperity. We want a safe and prosperous nation. Workers in my home state and across the country are paying the price. So can you just talk a little bit about how you determine if foreign trade and economic practices constitute an emergency for our country? And I just heard our previous speaker talk about asking ChatGPT. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask you, how is it that we determine if foreign trade and economic practices constitute an emergency for our country?
Thank you, Senator. In the first instance, when the president declares an emergency, he has to consider where there is, the conditions that may impact national and economic security. And so for him, he took a look at our trade deficit, which was the largest in human history under President Biden, 1.2 trillion. And we looked at what the effect of that was. And it includes loss of 5 million manufacturing jobs, loss of 90,000 factories, loss of competitiveness with China in advanced technology. And then we looked at what are some of the causes of the trade deficit. And certainly there's currency manipulation, there's other currency factors, but also non-reciprocity in trade, barriers overseas, whether tariffs or non-tariff barriers that keep us out, unfair trading practices like dumping and other things that push things into our market, or subsidies, or state-directed economies. And so those are the things we look at. And then when you move to the countries, obviously it's common sense to have a baseline to make sure there's no cheating and that we can get at the deficit broadly based, and then to have a higher rate for those who have who pose the biggest challenges in terms of the trade deficit and unfair practices.
Thanks. Could I ask you about nuclear fuel? And, for decades, America led the world in uranium production. Today, there's virtually no commercial enrichment capacity. We're dangerously dependent on imports from other countries. Congress took a strong stand by banning Russian uranium imports. We're now seeing a troubling shift with increased uranium imports coming from China. And we think it's the uranium from Russia going to China, which they then sell to the United States. So we've simply replaced one adversary with another. This poses to me a serious threat to our national security, to our energy independence. Wyoming has the resources and the workforce to revive American uranium production. But what we know is that subsidized foreign uranium from China and from Russia threatens to undermine our domestic industry. Well, you're going to support efforts to end uranium imports from China as we continue to try to build our U.S. nuclear supply.
Senator, I'm happy to talk to you about that and the best way to implement that kind of action.
Great. Market access for Wyoming beef. Our ranchers are seeing what you recently did, what the president has recently done, and say it's about time. I know you heard a lot about market access today. Just specifically discuss market access for American beef. It's our #1 cash crop in Wyoming. Our ranchers produce some of the highest quality beef in the world, yet our beef faces significant barriers in key foreign markets. So I do appreciate your office's efforts to document the numerous barriers that unfairly block American beef exports. For example, Thailand imposes a 50% tariff on American beef. The European Union's numerous, quote, Green Deal restrictions limit market opportunities for our ranchers. Australia's barriers prevent the sale of a safe, high-quality American beef. They've sold $29 billion into our country. We can't sell a hamburger there. So Wyoming beef producers have felt the direct impact of these unfair trade practices, and I say it's our #1 cash crop. What steps do you see being taken now to open new markets and ensure fair access for our beef around the world where we've been blocked?
So, Senator, as everyone knows, we have a lot of countries coming to talk to us right now who want to have more reciprocal trade, get their trade deficit down. And obviously part of that is making sure we have access for products like beef, making sure we're exporting products like beef. I've talked to the Australians about this issue. It's always surprising because they're a great partner for us globally. This is a big issue with them. Southeast Asia as well. These are things that are on our list when people come to talk to us. It's something we've recorded for years, and we expect countries to change this.
Great, thank you. In terms of critical minerals, we sit on vast deposits of critical minerals in Wyoming essential for our national security. Our state has significant reserves of rare earth elements. Are there some trade initiatives that you're taking right now
that are going to pursue to counter China's dominance in the critical minerals world, both in terms of production as well as refinement?
Yes, well, I know, for example, this is at the Commerce Department, but I know they're considering whether they need to take some kind of an action and looking into potential Section 232 investigation of critical minerals to know, how we can get that here, how we can get processing here in our near abroad, how to make sure we're not dependent on China for those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I know you have had a busy week, and we appreciate that and appreciate what the President is trying to do for the broader economy. And of course, it is encouraging to hear that we have 70 countries that are coming in to negotiate tariffs and some of those non-tariff barriers that have existed. So we're grateful for all that work. I do want to ask you about some of the foreign governments using bogus environmental regulations to really sideline American businesses. And the EU's new deforestation regulation is a great example of this, imposing excessive reporting requirements that would shut out Tennessee pulp and paper producers from foreign markets. And also, we're seeing some of these foreign governments actually seize U.S. assets under false pretenses. And last year we had a company, Vulcan Materials, which declined to sell its Mexican port to the government. So armed forces came in and took control of that, citing environmental licensing requirements. And this is a pattern of regulatory abuse, and it keeps our companies out of the global market. So how are you working to protect these U.S. businesses and to deal with these foreign governments who are weaponizing their bogus regulations to restrict the market access?
Well, Senator, I always find it troubling when countries use these kind of measures as a protectionist measure. Our companies, whether they're making here and exporting or going elsewhere to produce in other countries, are always the cleanest and most responsible, always. And we should always have the best treatment under those kinds of regimes. So with respect to the two examples you noted on the Vulcan issue, I've raised this personally with Mexican trade officials. And with respect to the EU forestry regulation, my understanding is right now it's a little bit on pause while they themselves look at it and take a second look. And I talk to my counterparts in Europe frequently, and this is something where I want to make sure that they're treating us appropriately under this law, not discriminating against us.
That's wonderful. If I could get in writing from you an update on the Vulcan port issue, that would be helpful also.
We're happy to do that, Senator.
Thank you. I want to talk about digital trade because President Trump really has shown great leadership when it comes to digital trade. And that was a part of the negotiations on the USMCA. And it really gave us a very robust and ambitious digital trade chapter. And the provisions, including cross-border data flows and data localization, are critical to facilitating strategic U.S. initiatives across a broad range of industries. And we have an opportunity now to build on this digital chapter. So, and I think that could really pave a way to add other provisions on critical issues such as AI, such as quantum computing that we are dealing with. So how could you use this digital trade chapter that we have in the USMCA to expand that globally as we look at negotiating new trade agreements?
Well, I think it's important to understand that our companies, our digital trade companies, are the most competitive in the world. They're the most effective in the world. And what we don't want is a situation where they are retaliated against or they're discriminated against such that their Chinese competitors actually take up market share. I mean, that would be a disastrous situation. And so as countries come to us and want to talk about how to have more reciprocal trade or better trade actions, I would expect that we want to make sure that they're not discriminating against our technology companies. And we want to make sure we have a level playing field so we can have the appropriate market access that we want, and whether we do that in formal trade agreements or just in commitments from these other countries.
Well, and as you know, digital trade is important to Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're looking forward to that. Non-tariff barriers are something that get mentioned quite a bit as we are talking to companies. I know Vietnam has several non-tariff barriers, and we've seen this in the USTR's National Trade Estimate report. And we had a record high deficit with Vietnam in 2024. And in part, that's because Chinese companies are using Vietnam to transship. So will you work to ensure that any possible deal with Vietnam, because I know they've been first to the table to try to negotiate for a zero tariff, but we want to make certain that whatever is done includes provisions that will not allow China to reap the benefits of working with and shipping through Vietnam.
I agree with you 100%, Senator, whether it's Vietnam or others, if they think they're going to have some kind of different rate, it can't be one that gives preference to a third country like China, where they can just take advantage of it or use it to circumvent what we're trying to do. I agree with you 100% on this point.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed our conversation in the office last month. Let me begin by saying, as I suspect you know, that I am not a great fan of unfettered free trade. I helped lead the effort when I was in the House against NAFTA and against permanent normal trade relations with China. I will never forget a visit that I made to the Macadillo area in Mexico, where I saw brand new factories and literally Mexican workers living in cardboard boxes. And the result, of course, was the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs in this country, transferring them to Mexico where people work for horrendous wages. That is the type of trade policy which I detest. But I want to move to an area to talk about the legal basis of what President Trump has done. President Trump said, Mr. Greer, that he had no choice in terms of Canada, and I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. He had no choice but to bypass Congress and to impose an emergency 25% tariff on Canada to stop, quote, the massive, end quote, amount of fentanyl and, quote, the millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from the northern border. Unfortunately, that's a lie. The truth is that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the Canadian border last year, representing just 0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of fentanyl is too much. But if 0.2% constitutes an emergency, my guess is illegal drugs are coming in from every country in the world. And that gives the President of the United States incredible power to determine tariffs. Further, he said he talked about millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from Canada. In fact, last year there were 24,000 people, not millions and millions. First question, really, we can argue about tariffs, but why does the president have to lie all of the time in order to make his point?
So, Senator, I would just refute that when the president is talking about the nature of the emergency we have. I mean,
Could you talk a little bit closer into the mic, please?
Certainly. Senator, I would just say, I think you need to look at what the president issued in terms of the order for the legal basis for what we're doing, right? I mean, the president very rightly hit on this issue of fentanyl migration coming from northern southern borders, and it's a real emergency.
Drugs are a real emergency. 0.2%. You can then argue illegal drugs come from every country in the world. If you declare that as an emergency, you're giving the President of the United States unbelievable power. Let me go on that point. Let me mention to you what you probably know. 7 Republicans have joined a number of Democrats on legislation reasserting Congress's ability to play an active role in trade and tariffs. That, on the Republican side, was led by Senator Grassley. And he said, and I quote, "For too long, Congress has delegated its clear authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce to the executive branch, et cetera, et cetera." He wants to reassert Congress's constitutional role and ensure Congress has a voice in trade policy, end of quote. In the last 2 weeks, all we have seen is reports in the newspaper. Congress has not had 1 ounce of authority in determining tariff policy. Do you think Congress should be completely left out of the process? Or does the president have emergency power to do anything he wants with regard to tariffs?
Senator, my staff has had over 200 meetings with congressional offices in the past 2 months to consult. The president's been very transparent about what he wants to do on tariffs. Congress delegated a law to him to take this action.
Mr. Greer, you can have all the meetings you want. You and I had a nice meeting. But at the end of the day, the president did exactly what he wanted to do without any discussion, formal discussion with members of Congress. He could make recommendations to Congress, that's for sure. Do you really think that he has the power under an emergency degree to reorder the trade world, global trade policy, without any input from the United States Congress?
Sir, Congress gave him this law where if he determines a national emergency, he can take appropriate action to regulate imports. That's what he's done.
And you think it's a national emergency that 0.2% of fentanyl coming from Canada constitutes a national emergency?
Sir,
do you?
The president has determined that
Do you?
Canada,
I'm asking you.
You're asking me about drug policy. So I agree with the president. If you have China and Canada and Mexico putting drugs into this country at different levels, then that's an emergency. We have to deal with it.
Look, we're not going to argue about the
anymore,
danger of drugs. 43 pounds of fentanyl. On that basis, the president can declare an emergency with any country on earth and take unlimited power. That's called authoritarianism. Okay? That's not what a democracy does. Do you have any concerns about all of that power going into the hands of the president?
Sir, Congress delegated this power to the president. He has to renew the emergency every year. He has to give reports to Congress. The Congress told him what he has to do to use this authority, and he's doing those things.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have, you've been going now 2 hours and almost 40 minutes, but we have one more question. Senator Wyden has one more question, and then we'll
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Greer, we've been at this a long time, and you've offered a lot of word salad about international trade, reciprocity and metrics, and the list goes on and on. But inside this verbiage, you've ducked a very big question, and that is, how can you negotiate with scores of countries before Americans see their 401ks go up in smoke? And so what I'd like to do is just ask you one simple question to wrap this up, because at home in Oregon, people want to know what we're doing to help the people who are hurting today, not months and months or elections and all kinds of dates far in the future. So here's my question to wrap up. When will those hurting now see real relief?
Senator, the country decisively voted for this president and his trade policy. He knows how to use tariffs appropriately to negotiate deals where necessary and to drive investment and manufacturing back to the U.S. And that's what we're doing. He was successful in his first term in using it. Real wages went up, and that's what we're doing now. And we're working around the clock to make sure we can do that.
Mr. Greer, I gave you a chance to respond to the question, and what you said wasn't accurate. Nobody disputes that the president won the election up here on the dais. But nobody was told in the election campaign that we would have all of these people hurting now because of a flawed trade policy. Once in a while, it said, well, maybe take a little time. But there wasn't any mention of people from one end of the country to another feeling they've been wiped out financially. Nobody heard about that. That was never discussed. Hope you'll have an answer for me, because that's what Americans want to know who are hurting now. They've listened to all of this trade lingo tossed around, and then they scratch their head and say, who's going to stand up for me now? Well, I'll tell you, we're going to fight for those people. That's why I'm proposing a bipartisan resolution that would overturn what's going on with 180 countries. We'll keep the record open for a few days, but what I'd like to know is what the timetable is for helping people who are hurting right now, because I haven't heard anything on that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And we are now at the conclusion of the questions. Ambassador Greer, thank you for the time you've given us. As I indicated, you've gone almost 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I think you have been very clear about what the President's intentions are and how you expect this to roll out. The questions for the record deadline is Tuesday, April 15th for members of the Senate. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and good morning to my colleagues on the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs. This hearing will now come to order. I welcome everyone to the first hearing of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs for the 119th Congress. I'm grateful to have so many of my colleagues returning to this committee, and I look forward to continuing our work together. I'm also grateful to have 5 new members: Senator Banks of Indiana, Senator Sheehy from Montana, Senator Duckworth from Illinois, and Senator Gallego from Arizona, and Senator Schlotkin from Michigan. Welcome to this committee. I look forward especially to working with the ranking member, the new ranking member. That was me before you. And you and I have had the experience of working together previously, and I look forward to continuing our efforts to work together to see that veterans are well cared for and that members of this committee have an opportunity to express their views and make a difference in this arena. My work on this committee is almost always driven by what I hear from veterans, particularly at home in Kansas, but also across the country. We'll hear from a lot of veterans organizations as well. And this is about how do we make the VA work better? What is it doing well? What is it not doing well? How do we solve the problems that veterans face in this country? Sometimes one at a time, but I hope often veterans as citizens in a group. As chairman, I will work to solve problems and deliver results to help veterans access health care and benefits they've earned and achieved in their success in their service. I want them to be successful after their service. And I expect the next Secretary of Veterans Affairs to share a similar focus. The role of the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs is critical. America's national security is dependent upon an all-volunteer military and a VA that is successful in helping service members thrive as veterans is key to bolstering recruitment and keeping our nation safe. Millions of veterans and their loved ones rely on the VA to access higher education and job training, buy a house, open a small business, cope with service-connected conditions, access health care, and more. Helping veterans achieve those goals is often complicated by the fact that VA is one of the largest bureaucracies within the federal government with more than 400,000 employees. That includes a massive physical footprint that spans the globe. Our facilities are aging, a legacy IT system, and an annual budget well over $300 billion. We must have a VA secretary who understands the VA mission, who will help refocus the department to put veterans first, and who recognize the importance of the VA in serving veterans and contributing to a safe and successful future for our nation. I'm grateful to have Congressman Doug Collins here today to testify about his nomination to be the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. He knows firsthand the benefits and challenges of military service and many issues facing veterans and their families. I am grateful for Congressman Collins' interest in serving in this capacity, and I look forward to hearing today how he plans to improve and support the lives of his fellow veterans, if confirmed. I know that military service is family service, so I want to recognize and thank Congressman Collins' family, including his wife, Lisa, daughter, Jordan, and sons, Cameron and Copeland, who are with us here today. Welcome to your family, Congressman. Before yielding to the ranking member, I want to recognize former Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough. I'm grateful to Secretary McDonough for his hard work and his dedication to veterans and their families, and I wish him all the best in his next chapter. With that, I yield to the ranking member, Senator Blumenthal, for his opening remarks.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Congressman Collins, and as well to your family, Lisa, Jordan, and Cameron, and to all of the visitors who are here today, many of them veterans. I'm thrilled to be the ranking member and to have as chairman my friend and colleague, Senator Moran. He and I have a strong working relationship, and it exemplifies, I think, the kind of bipartisanship that has characterized the work of this committee. In fact, we have been a paragon of bipartisanship in the face of the buffeting winds of political polarization on other topics. And I look forward to fighting and advocating for veterans in the face of some pretty heavy threats. I was chagrined yesterday that there was no mention in the inaugural address by President Trump about veterans. I was disappointed to see in the executive orders that a hiring freeze will be imposed apparently on the VA. And I am hopeful that you, Congressman Collins, I'm going to be very blunt, will be the kind of advocate that the VA and our veterans will need in this administration. There will be potentially heavy pressures on you to cut and slash, to reduce access and eligibility, because the VA, frankly, is a target-rich environment for cost cutters. And we know that there is a Department of Government Efficiency looking for those kinds of cost-cutting opportunities. I look forward to supporting you and bolstering your efforts to defend and advocate our veterans, who must always be a priority. I want to thank Senator Moran, but also Senator Tester, who was such a strong advocate, as well as Dennis McDonough, and most particularly in our joint efforts to pass the PAC Act. President Biden and Secretary McDonough were instrumental in providing more care and more benefits to veterans than ever before when they were exposed to toxic chemicals or burn pits, not only on the battlefield, but also in training. I think every member of this committee can be proud of that effort. You mentioned in your opening that, quote, timely access to care and benefits for every eligible veteran is job one. I hope that will be your mantra. It certainly is ours. Unfortunately, veterans are confronted with losing access to VA's direct care system in an unprecedented number of referrals going into the community. As we discussed during our meeting, you and I appreciate your coming by to talk to me, there certainly is an important role for community care in the timely delivery of care to veterans, but it can't be at the expense of the VA direct care system, which many vets prefer and rely on. I have two sons who have served. One is a combat infantry officer in Afghanistan, the other is a Navy SEAL, and most particularly my Navy SEAL son has made use of veterans benefits in facilities on the West Coast, in West Haven, so I know firsthand the extraordinary care, really it's a gold standard of care that our veterans facilities provide, and particularly in the area of mental health. We need to invest, as well as in modernizing infrastructure and facilities, such as we are doing in West Haven. Today, I want to learn more about your plans to lead the largest civilian agency in the federal government, literally the largest civilian agency, an organization of more than 450,000 employees, comprising 20% of our whole federal workforce. That's an awesome responsibility. I'm especially interested in how you plan to build a workforce culture that encourages employees to speak up with concern and criticism and offer ideas to drive improvements, not one to seek retribution or demand fealty and loyalty at the expense of the quality of veterans' care. If confirmed, it's your duty to treat every VA employee and veteran, regardless of gender, race, religion, or sexual orientation, with the dignity and respect they deserve. You and I have acknowledged our differences, and we will have differences of opinion, especially on some social policies, but I'll need your assurance that your views will not negatively impact veterans seeking the care and benefits they have earned. They've earned those benefits. In our meeting, I appreciated your commitment to put the law first and respect the rule of law. With regard to abortion care and counseling, I expect the administration to consider the existing rule legally binding unless it is replaced or struck down. I believe that rolling back this policy would unnecessarily risk the lives and health of pregnant veterans in states with abortion bans and care restrictions in the post-Dobbs era. During the last Trump administration, we know outsiders exerted significant influence on the VA. In fact, GAO looked into and substantiated that 3 individuals, private citizens, Bruce Moskowitz, Isaac Perlmutter, and Mark Sherman, referred to as the Mar-a-Lago 3, played a key role in several high-profile decisions outside of the formal VA decision-making process. These included VA senior-level personnel decisions and involvement in negotiations for the VA electronic record system, among other issues. I hope you'll push back strongly on inappropriate influences that operate outside of well-established federal transparency rules, especially when they are not acting in the best interests of veterans, whether it's ideologically minded groups with ulterior motives or the array of big tech executives that we saw on the platform yesterday at the inaugural, including Elon Musk. Congressman Collins, if confirmed, you must be the decision maker at the VA. You must be their advocate and keep the needs of veterans at the forefront. There will undoubtedly be pressure on you to scale back and cut costs at every opportunity, but I can't emphasize how important it will be to me, and I hope all of us on this committee, that you fight those efforts with every fiber in your being. I'm hopeful we have shared priorities, including upgrading the VA facilities around the country, particularly healthcare facilities, and suicide prevention, which I know is a priority of yours. We discussed it when you visited with me. If you're confirmed, I welcome the opportunity to work with you, to support you, to advocate with you in this administration, and to improve services to veterans in Connecticut across the country. Before I turn it over to Senator Moran, I want to just offer on a personal note, I am incredibly disheartened that the Trump administration is canceling the flights of nearly 1,660 Afghan refugees who were already cleared by the U.S. government to resettle in the United States. These allies aided our troops in Afghanistan. Whatever you think about the conflict there, the risks to these Afghan allies are so dire and dangerous, and many of our veterans groups have been advocates for them, as you know. In fact, the strongest advocates for resettling those at-risk Afghan allies are the veterans who benefited from their protection and their service, which involved putting their own lives and their families on the line. And yet, those Afghan partner forces and their families are stuck at the risk of harm in areas around the world. Our nation has a sacred promise that we've made to do right by the men and women who risk their lives for our freedoms and democracy and do right for their families. And that includes those translators, the guards, the others that put their backs in targets and became our loyal friends. And I will keep fighting to ensure that they're resettled in the United States and push back against any attempts by the administration to renege on those promises to our service members, veterans, and Afghan allies. And again, I want to offer thanks to all of the VSOs, all the individual veterans who came to the defense of those Afghan at-risk allies and have joined us in urging aid and freedom for them. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you. I now call on one of our colleagues who's a member of this committee, Congressman Kevin Cramer, is a former colleague in the House of our witness, the nominee, and I now recognize Senator Cramer.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal. The titles look good on both of you. I'm looking forward to a productive term. And it is a great honor and really a blessing for me to be able to be here to introduce my former colleague, friend, Navy veteran, military chaplain, accomplished attorney, Doug Collins. In fact, if we were to write up, you know, there's a lot of talk these days about people being, quote, unqualified for these positions, when the reality is, in our great system of self-governance, the only qualification is that the elected people want you. And, but if we were to write up the qualifications for a VA administrator, for a VA secretary, Doug Collins' picture would probably be right next to the description. Working with Doug on big bipartisan things, I remember in the House, one of the most unlikely things in the world for me to get involved in was copyright law and looking out for the rights of songwriters. And yet somehow Doug's big personality and big brain sucked me right in, and I'm glad I did. It was important work, and it was kind of really precedent-setting work in the area of entertainment. But he's got that kind of a personality, an engaging personality that attracts people to what he's working on, and I think that says a lot. I mentioned he's an accomplished attorney because that's really important. That's an important part of both understanding, Senator Blumenthal, the law and enforcing the law, carrying out the laws, defending the laws that are passed by Congress and become part of the bureaucracy. Obviously, him being a veteran, a Navy and Air Force reservist is important. He relates directly to the experiences of our veterans. He was deployed to Iraq. He knows a thing or two about the experience of the veteran. I think that's part of what, to your point, Senator Blumenthal, makes the VA care so special. It's not that they're better doctors or better psychiatrists or better nurses or technicians. It's that they're empathetic. That's what I hear from my veterans so oftentimes is, while they appreciate access to community care, they appreciate the empathy of a fellow veteran. And Doug brings that. But guys, he's a chaplain. I mean, come on. How perfect is that? Because to me, one of my great frustrations about the VA, I mean, just this last summer, a $15 billion shortfall is announced. Where was all the communication before that? Where was the transparency that we would seek before that? Well, it was a little CYA, I think. And then suddenly, panic sets in, fear and anxiety, uncertainty, even to the point where Congress itself passed a supplemental. We all remember it very well. A supplemental where a single dollar was never used, because lo and behold, there wasn't a $15 billion shortfall. How does that happen in a competent agency that's looking out for the veteran? And so Doug brings, he brings first he brings the legislative experience. He helped pass the VA Act, the VA Mission Act, the VA Accountability and Whistleblower Acts, these things that provided the transparency of which we seek. He knows the intent of Congress. He's a lawyer who understands them, but he's a chaplain who understands the recipient and the need at the moment. And I'm just really, really grateful that he's my friend. I've known many, many good people, Republicans and Democrats, who've sought a position in the VA. And every one of them was well-intentioned. And every one of them was certain that they would break through, that they would be the one that would make the difference, that they'd be the one that would take the opportunities for care closer to home and put them on the front page of the website instead of burying them deep so that they never find them. But we do have now in the commander-in-chief and a cabinet that he's picking, people who will put the veteran first, not the bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is important. The service providers are important. But the most important person is the veteran, and that's who Doug Collins will look out for. And I'm really, really, really grateful that he's my friend, that he's willing to step into this gap, and I'm ready to support him in every way possible. And so I introduce to you Congressman Doug Collins.
Senator Kramer, thank you for your statement and support, your introduction of the nominee, and thank you for your membership and efforts and hard work on this committee. Douglas A. Collins, you and I need to rise, and I'm going to ask you to take an oath. Would you raise your right hand? You, Congressman Doug Collins, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before the United States Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Congressman, thank you again for being here, and we will now eagerly await your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Blumenthal, the rest of this committee and the Seniors Committee, and looking around this committee, seeing people that I've worked with before on both sides of the aisle, and it's good to see you, and especially to the new members as well. I'm honored to be sitting here to be the nominee for the next Secretary of the VA. I'd like to thank my friend Kevin Kramer for that kind introduction. I appreciate his work, and I appreciate your work as well. He hit it perfectly. It's about the vet, and I thank him for that. I'd also like to thank President Trump for his nomination and for his willingness to have not only confidence in me, but also the veterans of this country. I'm privileged today, and I appreciate the Chairman and Ranking Member mentioning my family, because I would not be here without them. My wife of 36 years is with me, Lisa. She's right here. I have my son Copeland and his wife Holly. I have my son Cameron, his fiancee Maddie. And then on the end, we have the one that glues us all together, and that is Jordan. She is our daughter. But there's also one that probably is watching right now that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, and it's my 86-year-old father, who spent 31 years as a Georgia State Trooper. Dad, I'm here because of you and Mom, and I love you. You know, America is the greatest nation on earth, and it's the greatest nation on earth, I believe, because of the men and women who serve. It's the men and women who serve and are willing to take the step up to protect the freedoms that we hold so dear. And throughout my 2 decades of service, I've witnessed this firsthand. I've watched men and women go at their best, even when they didn't want to, and they served. And they stood up for our freedoms. And they earned the benefits of being in our great veteran system. And the VA is there for them. In addition to being a Navy veteran for a while, I've now been in the United States Air Force for over 23 years. I'm a colonel serving at the Warner Robins Air Force Base at Afric Command, and I've been able to watch over the years leadership. Leadership is about listening, but it's also about leading. It's also about taking the men and women that you serve with and making sure that you're putting their needs first. When you're in the military, it's about the mission. For me, if I'm confirmed by this body, the VA will be my mission. It will be the mission to take care of our veterans and to make sure they get the benefits that they deserve. I'm an Iraq war veteran. I understand burn pits because I slept next to one for many months. I understand this generation that went for time and time and again, deployment after deployment, in a different way than we'd seen many times before in our past wars, and the needs that they have. But also being a veteran, I think I also bring something that is unique to this position almost since it became a cabinet position. I'll be the first member of this Hill, House or Senate, to serve if confirmed by this body, which I think brings a different perspective to my service here. Because over the years, we've all had our differences in this body, and Ranking Member, I appreciate you mentioning, yes, we have differences, but we can agree. Because I have worked across this aisle to pass major legislation. Thanks to President Trump and this body, we passed the First Step Act, giving real criminal justice reform with my partner Hakeem Jeffries in the House. Music Modernization Act, which Senator Kramer mentioned. Defend Trade Secrets Act with Chris Coons and many others. These are the kind of things that make big differences when you cross and you give good ideas. For me, it is about having respect for the members. It's about having respect for this committee. And that is what I believe this committee is one of the most bipartisan here. I have earned and worked bipartisanly to make things happen in this country. Because you know also, I believe that we also have a lot we're in common with on both sides of this committee's dais. I believe we also believe that there is timely access and care for our veterans, for every eligible person. I believe that we're actually supposed to reach out, and the Mission Act provides that template that we passed here, that I was a part of passing. The VA Accountability and Whistleblower Protection Act, which passed, by the way, this body unanimously, that holds our veterans, workers, and the workers who touch our veterans to the highest standards possible. I will tell you right now, the veterans VA will not have a stronger fighter for the employees in the workforce than this secretary if confirmed, and also one that will make sure that we're held accountable, because good work begots good work, and others need to be held accountable. We will do that to make sure that we get the best for our veterans. The PAC Act, which was mentioned by the ranking member, something that I think we're still developing and making sure everybody gets the treatment. Just passed the Elizabeth Dole Act, something we're going to have to look at next. I'm looking forward to. But as we look at this, I do bring one thing. It's going to require your help, and it's going to require our mission. I bring to you today two things that will be at the forefront of my service. These are my dog tags. They're a reminder, just like every other veteran who served, that we're part of a bigger unit. And I also bring this bracelet that was made for me by a young airman. She was keeping watch each night, and I'd go by and see her, and we'd talk. I was a flight line chaplain at Balad. And she had said one night, she said, "I've got something for you." And she ran back into her guard chat, and she came out with this. She said, "You're always bringing us something and listening." She said, "I want to give you something." Well, what she didn't know is now, about 15 years later, if confirmed by this body, this bracelet will be sitting in the Secretary of the VA's office, reminding me every day of the men and women that we serve. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Congressman Collins, thank you for your testimony. We'll have a round of questions. I'll start and then ask a couple of questions and then yield to the ranking member. It would be unexpected if I didn't open my questioning of you in regard to the Mission Act. I was involved in the creation of the Choice Act. We then attempted to improve it, make it more certain with the Mission Act. And my views are highly framed by my days as a member of the House of Representatives, in which I represented a congressional district the size of the state of Illinois with no VA hospital. So I care about rural and the distance that those rural veterans face. So I want to ask, if confirmed, will you make certain that the letter and spirit of the Mission Act is followed by every employee in every VA facility, and that the veterans are aware of their rights to advocate for themselves and to receive care when they need it, where they want it?
Mr. Chairman, as we had I've been a few years off, I forget to push my button, but we got it. As we spoke in your office, there's no greater asset, and really you've hit at the very issue of why the VA exists. The VA does not exist in and of itself, it exists for the veteran. It exists, and that is why over the past 10 to 15 years in this body, the Mission Act was passed, and the intent of that was to make sure that in the delivery of services to the veteran is first and foremost. And look, you have veteran services that are being delivered in our VA system as it has existed. We also, as you mentioned, Mr. Ranking, there are VA benefits that are doing through our caregiver and our community care program. At the end of the day, the veteran is getting taken care of. VA care is going to happen. VA care will be there. There'll always be the VA healthcare system for the veteran. But the way that we express that is just like we do in this body. There's different expressions of how we make it better. We don't do the same things 40 years ago that we still do today if we're still wanting to stay current with what's going on. And our newer veterans deserve every access to finding care where they can. Or in your case, if they have a long way to go, they need to find the care if they want to, but always have the VA as a backup. For me, the intent of the Mission Act at the end of the day was about how do we make veteran care available to the veteran who needs it and not have the battles over how they get it because they want to be able to have that choice. We're going to continue to do that, and following the intent of the Congress in which I passed, that was my intent as well.
And Representative, is that a commitment to in an answer to what I ask you?
Yes, it is. We're going to be following the Mission Act. We're going to have the intent. We're going to follow that up. And it's going to be day one understanding that that's why we're there and that nothing's going to hold that up.
And let me highlight that while I mentioned geography and the distance, there's lots of other concerns in veterans accessing care.
Yes.
And I would highlight the importance that the Mission Act can play with high-risk mental health and addiction issues. We do not have enough care in the VA or outside the VA, and we need to make certain that wherever that care comes from, it's available when it's needed. True?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that is a key. And you're seeing this all across, and you just hit on something very close to my heart, and that is especially the mental health aspect of this. As you can see, and Jordan and I have talked about this a lot, Jordan has a physical disability. She can't walk. And people would look at Jordan and they would have immediate sympathy, but if someone was to come in and say, I'm having trouble thinking clearly or my brain's not working right, we tend to repulse. I want a condition in which the VA and our community caregivers are drawing near, because suicide prevention is one of our biggest issues, and we've got to be able to draw the best and brightest. This is an issue health-wide, not just in the VA, but also in our communities as well. So I want to make sure we're getting the opportunity, so as you just said, Mr. Chairman, that member who needs it can find it and find it quickly and efficiently.
Let me talk about, for a moment, transition to civilian life. One of the most dangerous circumstances in the well-being of a member of our military who is soon to become a veteran occurs at that point in transition. It is a time in which there is a sense of loss of belonging, of camaraderie, of mission, of purpose. It is a time in which suicide ideation is more prevalent. And we have a requirement that the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defense cooperate in a program to properly assist military men and women as they depart active duty. I want to hear how much you value this process and in fact how much you value the requirements, because the Department of Defense and the Department of Veterans Affairs have failed to appropriately and adequately implement that caregiving time and to provide the necessary transition support. It is hugely important. It certainly is important to the life of that service member. It's also important to our recruitment and retention of future members of the military. Comments?
Mr. Chairman, you've hit it perfectly. I mean, this is not just a taking care of our military, our veteran coming out from DOD and then transitioning to a VA care as they choose, but it's also, if you go back even further, to me, this is a recruiting issue. This is part of the whole life cycle of a veteran. And if you have good experiences in the DOD, they have bad experiences for some reason if they had a VA, or vice versa, you're having people who serve then telling their children and others, I don't want you to serve. This, to me, is an all-encompassing issue that we've got to work on. And as someone, especially as you talked about earlier, transitioning becomes that time in which, for some, they don't have that grounding anymore. They need that connection. And we've not done a good job of connecting the dots. One of the things that should disturb all of us in this room today is the 17 number that is often used to 17 veterans who die by suicide. And when we understand that, here's what we have found, that over 40% of them had never connected with the VA. So, Mr. Chairman, you have my complete assurances that not only are we going to be a priority, it is going to be an extra priority for me, because I believe we can use all assets, not just DOD and VA, but state veterans associations as well. I'm willing to look at any way we can make the connection to make those transitions as easy as possible.
Mr. Collins, thank you. I now recognize Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that you are exceedingly generous in allotting time for us to ask questions, but I'm going to try to stay within the 5-minute.
Were you suggesting that I did not?
I would never suggest anything of the sort. I hope we'll have a second round of questions, though.
I anticipate that.
Thank you. Let me start with some easy questions, Congressman Collins. Will you commit to respond promptly to any inquiry from members of this committee to request information and be fully transparent with this committee?
That is my intention. I will do for this committee, make sure you have every information that you need, Chair. Mr. Ranking Member.
And will you commit to working with the veteran service organizations and other stakeholders in making decisions at the VA?
I look forward to working with this committee and the members of both the House and the Senate and any other organizations out there willing to help us help our veterans.
And including the Office of Inspector General, the Government Accountability Office, and the Office of Special Counsel.
I think you've laid out the very essence of accountability, not only from this body, but others that actually give us insight into what we're doing and how we're doing it. So yes, I look forward to those and making sure that we look at those recommendations, we work on them where we can.
Thank you. Last week at a hearing of the Homeland Security Committee, I gave Russell Vought, the nominee for OMB Director, the opportunity to renounce a proposal that he made, and it's included in Project 2025, to impose a means test for VA disability compensation benefits. I also asked him about his proposal to claw back benefits from service-disabled veterans. He has advocated that anybody with less than a 30% disability receive no benefits. He refused to renounce either proposal. I need from you a commitment that you will oppose any such efforts by the administration.
Well, Senator Blumenthal, I've made a habit up here being here. I'll never answer for someone else, and the question was asked of him. I will say this. I've not been a part of Project 25, haven't even read it. My issue is I'm going to take care of the veterans. That means that we're not going to balance budgets on the back of veterans' benefits. We're not going to do that. We're going to put the veteran first. And for me, that decision comes to the Secretary. That's in our budgetary oversight. That's what I'll be coming to you for. As we talked about in your office, if there are issues that I need, I'm going to come with you with the issue of the solving. If there's issues that I say that you want to see, but the law doesn't allow it, then I'm going to say, here's where we change the law, because that's what we've done before. So my commitment is to the veteran and making sure that we have our budget and sufficiently fund it so that our veterans receive their benefits.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes.
Mr. Ranking Member, you can interpret it.
In his first term, President Trump attempted to go down this road by trying to eliminate individual unemployability benefits for retirement age veterans, in my view, a very ill-conceived proposal that was later retracted, and I hope that you will oppose any such proposal during this administration.
Mr. Ranking Member, I'm not familiar with that discussion. What I am familiar with is what President Trump did advocate during his 4 years, and that was the Mission Act, the Accountability Act, the things that put veterans first. In fact, his words were, "I want to take care of the veterans." So as we look forward to this, I look forward to carrying out his vision of taking care of our veterans, putting them first, making sure the VA is in a situation where it is actually doing that and having the resources it needs, but also having the efficiencies it needs to make it better. So I look back to what he's already done, and I know that was putting the veteran first, and I will be doing the same.
Thank you. As you know, for far too long, across administrations of both parties, frankly, the VA major and minor construction projects for hospitals, nursing homes, and other critical infrastructure priorities. These are the nuts and bolts, the facilities depended upon by our veterans for care, have been dramatically underfunded. For years, I had to fight for funding to modernize the VA facility in West Haven. Finally, it's underway. There are thousands of other projects. I would bet in every one of my colleagues' districts that need that kind of funding. It's a bipartisan issue that's good for veterans and good for local economies in red states and blue states. And the longer we wait, the more expensive construction becomes. If confirmed, will you commit to me that you will work with us to make those kinds of investments a priority?
Mr. Ranking Member, I think what you just hit is bigger than buildings. It's about the future of the VA. It's about how we actually take care of our veterans. So when you frame the question as funding these projects, I look at it as am I funding a project that helps a veteran? And that's going to be in every district, as you just said. So yes, I'm looking forward to using the limited dollars that are going to be coming from the Congress and how we spend those to make sure that we're prioritizing those needs in areas such as you mentioned. You're talking about your home state as well. But these are areas that I'm wanting to look forward to make sure that our construction projects not only are done efficiently and on time, and also have the proper oversight that we don't see them drag on for years. I've heard too many times in many of your offices, and I met with almost 60 plus senators on both parties, this has been an issue that comes up consistently, that we have to be better stewards of our building projects so that at the end of the day, it's the veteran who gets served.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I almost gavelled you at the time, 43 seconds ago, just to make sure that you know the order of things.
I knew that was coming.
Yes, sir. Senator Sheehy is going to be recognized next. One of our colleagues was kind enough to allow him to go instead because he presides at the Senate at 11 o'clock. Senator Sheehy, welcome to this committee. Well, thank you for your service to the country, and you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Congressman, thank you for being here. Thanks for bringing your family. It's great to see them all here. As we know, the military is a family business. When we leave for months or years on end, it's them that carries the weight. You know, I come from a very large state, not a whole lot of people, and a lot of our veterans have to travel many, many hours to get to VA care. And to that end, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on how we are going to actually expand access to community care. Because as Senator Blumenthal and others discussed, it's been press released, it's been talked about, but I think we know from experience, it's actually been very, very hard for our veterans to effectively mesh their veterans' health care benefits with being able to seamlessly go to the community and get their care. If you're from Plentywood, Montana, it can be a 5.5-hour drive to a VA care facility. So I want to make sure that we actually take action to ensure that veterans can go into the community and get care they need so they don't have to drive many, many hours away.
Senator, thank you and welcome to the Senate. It's good to see you this morning. I may be from North Georgia, but issues of ruralness is not new to my district. I have the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. In fact, I start and Senator King's, it ends. So the Appalachian Trail. So I get the fact that sometimes the distance may be deceiving, even if it's shorter distance, how to get there. And that could be a problem for veterans, especially older veterans. I remember a time in which I had a 90-year-old veteran they were asking him to drive 90 miles to get corrective lenses, and he was having trouble seeing. Not the best position we need to be in. The intent, and I was here for the Mission Act. In fact, I'm going to go a step beyond. Senator Johnny Isaacson was a dear friend of mine, and we got first involved in this. He was a mentor of the Choice Act, which became the Mission Act as we're moving forward, because we saw these very issues that you speak of. For me, it's about making sure that we publicize what is out there. I know that's been a concern for many on both sides of the aisle, is making sure veterans understand the benefits that they have. You and I both know in rural areas, sometimes it's hard to get there. I'm committed to making sure we're using every avenue we can to make sure the benefits that they know about. If they want to use them, great, they'll be there for them, but some do not know. So for you and other states and rural states and even urban settings, we've got to make sure that the access is there. In saying that, it also needs to make sure that the VA itself is not standing in the way, that where there is conditions met, where the precondition met, and they are eligible for community care, it's not the VA that's standing in the way to getting them that health care they need. And that could come through call centers, doctor visits, pre-clearance, and everything else. So we're going to be working with that.
Great. And then, as a wounded vet who transitioned out, my wife was also active duty. We served together at the same time. The hardest part about VA care, I found, and most of my peers from the GWAT generation, I think, agree, is the handoff from active duty health care, the handoff to the VA. Unfortunately, I was fortunate enough, I had a fantastic handoff. Disabled American veterans helped with my transition, but very, very few veterans end up in that spot. How can you, as the VA Secretary, ensure that we have a smoother and seamless handoff from active duty members, so when they enter the VA, medical records are ported over, care is ported over, and it happens seamlessly for the veteran?
Senator, as we just discussed, I was previously discussing this in that transition with the chairman and all. It's a very, it's the most important for the family itself. I think you understand that with your transition, your wife's transition, because at that point there's that unsettledness. Where do we go? How do we get care if we need care, especially if there's a pre-existing or something that's been treated in DOD? How do we get by? There are several things that we need to make sure that our touches are much better. There's been some programs to make sure that we touch, the VA touches on occasions, making sure they get the transition care. If that's not happening, we need to do it better. But there is an issue that we've not discussed yet. I'm sure it's going to come up many more times, and that's the medical health records issue of the VA. That is a program now that has went too many years and cost too many billions of dollars without finding a solution. And my commitment is one of the very first priorities of this, if confirmed, is to get in and figure out why and put this on a bigger time frame to get this medical health records issue solved. I've said this, I'll say this now, and I'll probably say it again. The VA is special, but it's not unique. And hear me when I say that. It's special in who we keep and who we trust and who we take care of, and that is our veteran. But it's not unique in the sense that we do health care. Health care is done in this country every day outside the VA, as well as the largest system, which is the VA. We've got to get our health records straight so that we can have an easy handoff. What should be a simple click of the button is many times taken. I've had in my office when I was in Congress up to almost a year to get those record transfer. That leaves uncertainty for the veteran, that leaves uncertainty for the family, and makes a very unhealthy experience for those that are serving.
Well, thank you, Congressman. Thanks for your service to the country in the war. Thanks for your family service, and thanks for stepping up to serve again.
Senator Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congressman, very good to see you here. Thank you for meeting with me in my office. I appreciated that discussion, and I'm going to start with the question in reference to what you just talked about, because back in 2018, under President Trump's first administration, the VA and Cerner, which is now Oracle Cerner, signed a no-bid contract to roll out the Cerner electronic health record to all VA facilities. And the first site went live in my home state in 2020. And it was disastrous. VA and Oracle endangered patients by rushing the deployment, not making sure the system was technically sound, not working with the clinicians on the ground, and not providing sufficient training. And veterans and providers in my home state are still paying the price for that. Last month, VA announced that it would be moving forward with pre-deployment activities at the next 4 sites. For the electronic health record. You said, you referenced it here, that you plan to make EHR a priority. I want to know what specifically that means. Are you going to prioritize it by rushing the implementation, or are you going to prioritize it by getting this system right and focusing on veteran safety and clinical productivity as you move forward?
Thank you, Senator. I did enjoy our time together in your office. Where there's the old saying that there's never a more perilous issue than to be on the tip of a new idea. And I think it goes back a long ways, and that's very true what happens here. When I say that we're going to make this a priority, it means that we're going to see, for me, it's going to be taking it as a full, all right, I'm taking the first step and I'm going to look at it from fresh eyes. I've not been there for what even this committee would have to say has been too long and cost too much money. We're going to talk about the vendor from Oracle. We're going to make sure that we're finding out what their issue is. We're going to listen to our clinicians. We're going to listen to our hospitals. And as I said just a few minutes ago, we're special in who we care for, but we're not unique. There's no reason in the world we cannot get this done. And I think that's the concern that I have, because this body, and you in particular, have done such a great job with the appropriations process of making sure that we're funding a system that we're now sitting here 6 to 8 years away and nothing's happened. And that causes, just as the senator was talking about, not only the transition, but it affects the patients internally. We've got to get better health records so that we can not only have the issue with our one-on-one doctor interaction, we can move faster, they can see the information ahead, and it's safer for the patient. So for me, as soon as possible, in the very early stages, if confirmed, I'm going to gather together members of my staff that will be specifically tasked to, as soon as possible, within the first days of this administration, to see what is the issue, why is it waiting, and why did the previous administration who just left say that they may try to start it back in 26? I'm not sure why a year would take here. I believe that we can do it and do it properly, not rushed. There's enough information there that I believe we can actually get it done quicker, but it's going to take looking at.
So the first step would be to bring Oracle Cerner in along with your staff. Please make sure that you talk with those people on the ground that have been dealing with this to understand what has gone wrong, why it's been such a problem, as you take on those next steps. And I would also ask that you please stay in touch with me. This has been, this committee knows, my top priority, and I have just been so frustrated with it. So I want to stay in touch with you.
Senator, you would be amazed at how many conversations I've had, and we've had as well with this. We can't overemphasize enough of why it needs to get done. But being on the Hill in positions like you're, it's also an understanding that this has become too normal for projects that come out of the Hill. Too normal that we appropriate billions of dollars and yet see no results in 6 to 8 years. I think President Trump in the administration, when he started this, had the right idea, and we're going to continue that. So we're going to have to work together. At this point, the finger pointing's done. It's time to get it done for one reason and one reason only. As I said earlier, the mission is the vet. It's the veteran who has earned the benefit, and if we're not giving the right tools for that, then the doctor, the clinician, the nurses are not able to mesh. And I will not accept we can't do it. I will not accept I don't know. I will not accept we don't have enough money, we don't have enough. You've had 8 years and billions of dollars. So I'm with you on this. We will definitely work together.
Okay, thank you. And quickly, in my last 30 seconds, I'll reference something that Senator Blumenthal mentioned in his opening remarks, and that is I care deeply about our women veterans and that they have the services they need. So I want to just ask you, do you believe a veteran who lives in Texas who has been raped and becomes pregnant should be able to get abortion care at her local VA?
Senator, that is an issue that is very sensitive in this body. It is something that has been looked at. Here's what the law actually says, and the original law from 1992 says the VA does not do abortions. 2 years ago, that was a decision that was looked at and decided. I will tell you this, we will be looking at that issue when I get in there to confirm that the VA is actually following the law.
So do you plan to modify that law then?
I will repeat just what I just said. When we get in, we're going to look and make sure that the law is being followed from the 1992 law where it said they couldn't and the revision that just happened.
Okay, well, I want you to know that I'll be following this very closely. I want to make sure that women veterans get the health care they need.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Sullivan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you and the ranking member on your new positions. Looking forward to working with you. And Congressman Collins, congratulations to you. Thank you to your wonderful, beautiful family there behind you. It's great that you're doing this. I certainly agree with my good friend Kevin Kramer in his open remarks. I think you are eminently qualified as a veteran yourself and as a chaplain. I agree with Senator Kramer. That brings some real unique insights. I think that's going to be great, and I look forward to strongly supporting your confirmation. I'm a big fan, and I certainly hope that we have bipartisan support for your confirmation, well, given your qualifications. So thanks for your willingness to serve. I appreciate our meeting. As you know, I focused a lot on Alaska for really important reasons. My state has more veterans per capita than any state in the country. So a real patriotic place way up north. And we're big. Talking about big states, I won't even get into the size of Alaska because I don't want to embarrass anybody, but it's really, 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 really big. Tim Sheehy left, I think we're 5 or 6 times bigger than Montana, and we don't have one full-service veteran hospital, not one. It's us in New Hampshire, that's it. So we have really big challenges. For all those reasons, good, because we have so many veterans, challenging because we're big and we don't even have one full-service hospital. So we've had many disasters, in my view, with the VA. You and I talked about some of them. In 2015, right when I came to the Senate, the VA system in Alaska collapsed. That was the first big thing I dealt with as a brand new senator. It collapsed because they realigned these VISNs. They took the VISN in Alaska and the call center in Alaska out of Alaska, and we had people making appointments for Alaska veterans based in the lower 48 who didn't have a clue about our state. The system collapsed. We had a giant backlog. And last year, believe it or not, the backlog was up to 12,000 veterans, which is a lot for my state, because we still have call centers based in the lower 48. So a veteran in, let's say, Ketchikan, Alaska says, hey, I need to get to Anchorage Hospital. The call center say, okay, drive to, well, wait, it's an island. They don't even know Ketchikan's an island. So I need to get a commitment from you. In the Mission Act, I was able to get legislation that said if you don't have a full-service hospital, and by the way, it's, again, only us in New Hampshire, then you can go immediately to community care. Why wouldn't you? The call centers don't allow that because they don't know about Alaska. They don't know the bill. They don't know the law. So it's still kind of a disaster for my veterans. So can I get your commitment to work with me on all the Alaska challenges, but this call center issue and bringing, we need a call center back in my state for people who understand what the state's all about and to help bring down this very big backlog. So can I get your commitment on that, Congressman, to help our veterans? And of course, to get your commitment, come up to Alaska, you can bring the whole family, come in the summer if you want, we can go fishing after, or, come in the winter, maybe see what it's like to be in a state that's dark and 50 below zero. So either way, your choice. Your choice. A lot of times people pick August as opposed to February.
I appreciate it. You make it so much sound attractive there, the last part. As an Air Force chaplain who actually puts our chaplains up in your beautiful state, that is one of our issues, though, is that long winter. Look, you brought out a point when you were talking about this and the uniqueness of Alaska and New Hampshire and not having the hospital, full-service hospital, so they do go to, it's very much of a user of community care. It is really disturbing to me, as we talked about, you had about 5,000, I believe it was, last time we had talked, of veterans waiting for health benefits. This is not a benefit backlog. This is a health care backlog. That means there's 5,000 souls that are there not getting the health care.
By the way, last summer it was up to 12,000. I think the outgoing secretary was trying, but 12,000, just waiting to get an appointment. Because we got someone in the lower 48 who's never been to Alaska trying to make an appointment for an Alaska veteran.
It's definitely
a disaster.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's something, when you told me that, it surprised me, and it's something we got to look at. Sometimes things get lost in your bureaucracy, and you think it looks good, but then after their actual real-world application, you have to go back and make changes. I'm willing to commit to you to look at that and see if we can make it better so that they understand that Ketchikan's an island and they can't drive to Anchorage.
Yeah. Let me ask one final question very quickly. We talked about it. Our Alaska Native community is also incredibly patriotic. Alaska Natives serve at higher rates in the military than any other ethnic group in the country. So super patriotic, live in a lot of our rural communities, and our Alaska Native healthcare organizations have reach into the rural parts of the state that, no other place does. The VA has a long history of working with our Alaska Native health organizations to extend the reach of care into very rural parts of America, very rural parts of Alaska, and partner to get Alaska Native veterans, but also non-natives who live in these rural communities to go to an Alaska Native health organization to get care because they've partnered with the VA. Can I get your commitment to continue that good relationship? Sometimes it's a little contentious on, negotiating the agreements, but they're really worth it to expand and extend VA health care for Native Alaskans, non-Native Alaskans in the most rural parts of our state.
Senator, yes, we're willing to commit to do that also in any other district across this country where we can partner to make sure our veterans are getting health care that they need, and especially in a unique situation like that, of course.
Great. Thank you, Congressman. I look forward to supporting you, and I'll have more questions for the record. Thank you very much.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see you. Congratulations on your nomination. As part of my responsibilities to ensure the fitness of any nominee who comes before any of my committees, I ask the following two initial questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
No, I have not.
I would just like to note that Hawaii also does not have a full-service VA hospital, and like Alaska, has access issues with 7 inhabited islands and veterans living on all of them. So those are all issues that, we're going to need to continue to address. Congressman, you are very close to President Trump, both as a member of the House and since that time. Under what circumstances would you say no to a request or order from President Trump?
Senator, we're dealing in hypotheticals of saying this president would actually ask me to do something illegal. I'm not going to a hypothetical because this president has put veterans first. He's not going to ask me to do anything illegal or outside the current of the law. And I think the question implies something that's not happened, and I don't need to worry about a hypothetical.
Excuse me. I think we need to make sure where, what your priorities are, and you are saying that you will not say yes to what you consider an illegal order. Next question. During your time in public life, you have been very outspoken against pregnant people's right to their own reproductive choices. In the role of secretary, you would be overseeing care for veterans and their loved ones across the entire ideological spectrum. Would you rescind the interim final rule enacted under the Biden administration that allows VA to provide abortion counseling and abortions in the case of rape, incest, or where the life or health of the veteran would be endangered?
Thank you, Senator. As we just discussed this just a moment ago, the VA Act in 1992 specifically forbid the VA from doing abortions.
Well, you do, excuse me. Let me just clarify something for you.
Senator, I'll be happy to answer
You refer
your
to a
question.
law that actually is being pretty much clarified by this interim final rule. And there is, as you know, debate regarding what the law allows. I believe the law allows this rule to be enacted. And my question to you is whether you would rescind this interim rule that would allow the providing of abortions
And Senators, I was
to
trying.
veterans who, under circumstances of rape, incest, or where her life is endangered. Would you rescind the rule?
Senators, I was answering your question. We will look at this rule and see if it complies with the law. As you just said in your own answer, it is a debatable issue. We're going to look at it and make sure that the VA is following the law.
Well, of course, if you provide these kinds of services, you are providing all the veterans the full the full range of care for reproductive services as needed, regardless of your ideological position.
Senator, my ideological position is based in the law, and I will follow the law in this regard. And if your question is, I would have loved to have sat down and talked with you before this hearing, and we could have explained this because I believe the law is clear.
Asking you under oath, do you believe that world-class care, quoting you, includes a full range of reproductive services?
I believe that the range of care provided at the VA is following the law and the intent of this body as it is set forth in the law.
And if the way you interpret the law will disallow services to 2 million women veterans in the U.S., including 13,000 in Hawaii, you would do so. That's what you just testified.
As I have just testified, and looking at this, I will take a look at where the law stands. And as you also testified in your questioning, you said it has been a debatable topic that was just changed 2 years ago.
Well, I certainly hope that you would interpret there is a rule that actually interprets the law in a particular way, and you're saying that it all depends.
I understand the rule, ma'am.
VS has and you're not responding to whether or not you will rescind that rule, which provides care for thousands of female veterans.
Senator, I'm
VA
trying
has
to
over
attempt to answer your question.
450,000 employees and contracts with hundreds of thousands of private providers across the country. Can you explain what roles you have held that would have prepared you for leading such a large organization?
I'd love to, Senator. I have been a part of this body in which I have actually overseen and working through votes and working through bills that actually affect the VA's operation from a day-to-day operation. I understand the policy of the VA intimately by being a member just like you. I've also spent time in the military working with many individuals and currently serve at the Warner Robins Air Force Base in Afric Command of our chaplain's office with over 656 personnel working across different MAGCOMs, handling personnel decisions. I've also been a leader in many other ways, and I believe that leadership is how you deal with this. You do with leadership and putting good people in good positions to make sure that you have
Thank
a
you.
workforce that knows that they have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kramer.
I'm just compelled to ask this question because Senator Hirono asked you if you would, I think the implication was, would you carry out an order, an illegal order by the President of the United States, which there's no evidence he'd ever do and he's ever done, and it's so hypothetical to be silly. But I am compelled to ask, would you consider rescinding an illegal rule by the previous administration? Because it seems to me that an illegal rule, or at least one that's debatable, is worthy of significant legal consideration before you would do it, just because you felt like doing it.
Senator Kramer, I appreciate the way that is worded because that is exactly the way I tried to word it to the senator. And that is if the law specifically stated that the VA was not to be doing abortions. There are other areas there that we look at. So we look at a situation that came up in 2022 in which they were told to look at a rule that would get around that. To me, it was time for us to take a look at that rule and make sure, just as in every other area of VA life, that we're actually doing what the law and the intent of this body is. That's not when you get into that, for me, this is going forward and looking at all the issues. If it was just a matter of, and I have great respect for this body, that's served in this body.
Right.
And what we pass actually means something. And the minute it becomes something it doesn't mean something in the administration or outside is the minute the rule of law falls down. So for me, yes, I will be looking into this. Yes, I will be confirming that it comports with the law as it is.
Thank you. I wanted to give you that opportunity to uninterrupted explain yourself, and you did it very well. You're hearing a lot about community care, obviously, and I will spare you all of my horror stories. I think Senator Sheehy did a remarkable job, as did Senator Sullivan, because those are big rural states. You obviously, your examples are outstanding. I would just add that it's my intention to work with my colleagues to further clarify in the Mission Act what access to community care is. In other words, we still hear horror stories from veterans who live 300 miles from the VA hospital in Fargo, or maybe 100 miles from the nearest, even Seebach, who maybe live across the street from a critical access hospital, of which we have 36 spread throughout our wonderful little state. 36 critical access hospitals who operate on the thinnest of margins. And it's tragic for me to think that there's a veteran waiting for paperwork that's being slow-walked by a bureaucrat more interested in the VA than they are the veteran. And all while there's a hospital that's barely hanging on across the street. And I'm not even exaggerating a little bit when I say that. And perhaps, I guess my question is, would you work with me and colleagues on this committee to find ways to not just streamline the process, but to guarantee it? In other words, the default is not, have you checked all the boxes on enough pieces of paper to qualify for care somewhere else before you die trying to get far, far away, but rather you do that first and then the reimbursement comes after that. And so anyway, I'm just asking if you'd help me, if you've got some thoughts, and if you'd commit to working with us on something like that.
Senator, you've hit the whole heart of why I want to do this job. I've been asked about doing this job, why do I want to go into the VA? And it's sort of been interesting. I've had some say, congratulations. I've had some say, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It's a large undertaking. And I said, no, I'm taking this, number one, because I care for people and I care for veterans. It's where I come from. It's what I believe. It's what I saw from up here. It's what you see as you look at to make it better. For me, the service organization called the VA is about service. It's about the veteran. As you just stated, it's not about the VA. The VA is there, and like I said, I'm looking forward to being a secretary who motivates and unleashes the power of this wonderful workforce, which I believe most are wonderful workforce that we have that want to do a good job. Absolutely. They need the leadership and encouragement to say, let's find yeses instead of nos. Let's find answers instead of technicalities. Let's find the hope in people instead of trying to find the reason to hold or delay. For me, this is about the veteran. This is about getting them the access to care that you and I and many on this committee voted for. That's why we do what we do, is because they deserve it. So for me, and Senator Duckworth, and this crosses party lines, and I appreciate the ranking member talking about bipartisanship. We had a great conversation in her office discussing how we could co-locate CBOCs with rural hospitals. If that's a possibility, could it be looked at? I committed to the senator from Illinois that that's something I would look at because it helps both sides. And so we've got to get back to the part where it's about the veteran itself. And I'm going to want to empower a workforce that wants to get up every day and come to and say, I'm getting to yes, I'm getting to this veteran so they get the help they need.
You, sir, are a leader with a servant's heart. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Kramer, thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your assumption of the chairmanship of the committee and the ranking member. I want to just emphasize a couple of points you've already discussed. One is transition with the chairman. Critically important, and there are a number of bills out there, the TAP Promotion Act, Welcome Home Veterans Act, Combat Veterans Pre-Enrollment Act. I suspect you're familiar with them, but I just want to hear you reiterate your commitment to this transition and working with the Department of Defense, because it's a partnership that has to happen to make that warm handoff. Is that going to be a priority for you?
Yes, Senator. You couldn't have there are so many priorities in the life that you look at, you want to get started, but this one that you hit about making this transition is so important to me because it transcends just getting them into the service. It transcends that benefit that they've earned. It goes to the very heart of making sure that they're taken care of and feeling wanted. As we started a little while back, I believe it starts at a recruitment issue all the way through a retirement issue. Because if they feel like they're taken care of in DOD, then they're going to have a better opportunity if VA reaches out with a hand to say, here's the benefits you want to participate in, that they have a place there and they have a facility for them. The concern I have, Senator, is making sure that in DOD, and I've already had some look at this, is how we can do some cooperative work with the DOD and the VA. Also bringing into account the state veterans associations as well.
I
understand.
I want to emphasize that last point. I've had a proposal in the National Defense Authorization Act, gotten in the Senate, got knocked out in the House, to communicate a veteran's transition status to the state veterans facility so this person can be greeted at the airport, for example. That's the kind of handoff that I think we want. Do you agree?
I agree. Look, because it's exactly what you said. It's how you're perceived. I view the service part of the VA is its most important part. There are some times that you have to tell somebody no. There's sometimes you have to tell them we can't do something in a benefit or something else. But there's always time to make that veteran feel like they are cared for. And I think the transition time, which you're talking about right now, that sort of, as you said, that warm hug, is the thing that we need to actually look at.
And it's a critical moment, as you pointed out. It's a time of heightened risk of suicide, yes, for example. Let me move on. Electronic health records, you had some discussions. I think this points out one of the fundamental flaws in the federal government procurement process, particularly in national security areas, where we feel we've got to buy our own custom, brand new, shiny product rather than something that's sitting on the shelf. There's a electronic health records system called EPIC that thousands of hospitals use all across the country. Instead, we're trying to invent our own system, which frankly hasn't worked, and as you pointed out, has cost billions of dollars. I hope that you'll look at the option of saying, hey, let's go with something that works, that we know it works, and can be modified to meet our needs, rather than continuing down the road of billions of dollars of a system that has so far not proven itself.
Yeah, Senator, I think that what you've just hit is I don't, not going to, what I'm committed to is making sure what we have and looking at all options on the table. I want to bring in, because Cerner and others have, Oracle has had, places where they already have facilities already running the program. It's the issue that I went back to earlier, and I think you heard it was here. the VA is special but not unique. We've got to get out of this uniqueness status. And how is it different than the largest healthcare organization like this that there are not better ways that we can do it? And it's not just in medical health records. We've got to look for better ways all across.
That's exactly my point. A lot of discussion this morning about the Mission Act and community care. I'm all for it under the appropriate circumstances, but not at the expense of a creeping elimination of the veterans' health care system. I believe I heard you say earlier you remain committed to VA health care in addition to community care where appropriate. Is that correct?
Senator, you've heard correctly, because I believe that there'll always be a VA healthcare for the veteran who comes out. I believe what we have to do is make sure that we are adapting and making sure that we are giving the care as authorized by this body to make sure that we do it in the ways that are appropriate to the veteran. It's no longer time in a situation different, especially in different parts of the country, where we have to have the veterans to do the mission and what the intent was when we passed it.
You mentioned that you had not read Project 2025. Are you familiar with it? There are some suggestions in it that frankly I find pretty frightening.
I'm not, except for what I've heard when senators mention or somebody says it on TV.
Well, for example, there's a provision that new managerial approaches should be currently used in the private sector to be employed to improve the existing VBA activities. I'm afraid that might be code for sharks, for claim sharks. Are you supportive of the GUARD VA Act? Are you familiar with that bill?
I'm vaguely familiar with it. Yes, I have touched it.
Well, I hope you'll familiarize yourself with it. I think it's a very important bipartisan bill to protect veterans from what are colloquially referred to as claim sharks. I'll have some other additional questions later in the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Senator King. Senator Banks, welcome to the committee, and you're recognized for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Collins, great to see you. We served together in the House, and those 4 years of President Trump's first term were 4 great years for America's veterans. President Trump was the veterans president. We did great things, from expanding the Mission Act to greater accountability for VA employees. We loosened standards for the GI Bill. President Trump sent us down a path to modernize electronic health records. The list goes on and on, from the VA crisis hotline to other issues that were priorities for him that you and I had a chance to work on in the House, is among the greatest accomplishments since in the 8 years that I've served in Congress. Now we have another 4 years, and you're going to be a great secretary working with a great president. I can't wait to work with you to do even greater things for America's heroes. I do have some concerns about the condition of our medical facilities. And you and I talked about this in my office. The Indianapolis Medical Center is due for a total replacement. It's in the VA's 5-year development plan meeting. It's a project that you have on the books, but you don't have funding to do it. Will you commit today to working with me to get that project started next year as the VA plans call for?
Thank you, Senator, and is working with this body to get the funding needs for all of our construction and priority needs are going to be there. One of the issues that we have, and if you're allowed to spend off of that because you're having the experience of it, is our average age of many of our facilities, especially our hospitals, is 60-plus years old. This is beyond when you look at the hospital side now in private hospitals or in the public hospitals are average 15 to 20 years. It's just a whole difference, which throws into so many different problems. So construction is going to be something, and the projects like that are going to be important. But also, as we just discussed and Senator King brought up, the electronic healthcare record system, some of our existing facilities that we're not going to redo are going to have major work just to hold the computer systems and others to make that happen. So it's something we're going to work toward to make sure that we get it funded. We look forward to working with this body to get the money for that, and would support working through that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I look forward to working with you on that. The VA, as you know, has struggled with construction, maintenance, and leasing for years. Mm-hmm. And Indianapolis and a lot of other projects around the country are facing significant delays, which is harming our veterans. How are you going to prioritize reforming the offices that handle these functions within the VA?
Senator, I think what we're looking at here, and really where you got to go, is making sure that we have what I'm hoping to find is a more I won't say slimmed down, but a very focused vision on our acquisitions, our construction projects, so that we're not going through multiple layers that, as you well know, add time if this person has to sign off, but making it applicable. This body's already said that if projects over 100 million have to go with the Corps of Engineers. We have those other issues now after the project in Aurora and then Colorado, which went so far, which we were here for. That's why we've got to make sure that we have the right people in those positions and bring in help when we need to say, okay, how can this project be built more cost effectively? And if I could say one thing, one of the reasons, yes, I looked at this job and looked at the vastness of it and wanted to do it was those 4 years that you just mentioned, because I knew a president, Donald Trump, who actually wanted to take care of veterans and didn't just say it, but actually showed it in what we did and we worked on here in the Hill.
I would add to that, the last 4 years have been very different. It hasn't been a priority of the administration that you're following, and look forward to changing that very quickly. When I served on the House Veteran Affairs Committee, there was a lot of confusion about where the VA was going to put new clinics and why those counties or towns or cities were chosen. And it made it really hard for me as a congressman to explain to my constituents why this town was chosen for this clinic and another location wasn't. Do you think the VA should let Congress know in advance where planned clinics are going, not just send us a letter when a lease gets awarded?
I believe that we should have a much better working relationship with Congress in regards to all aspects of this. And I think that includes, CBOX, and we just discussed earlier a conversation I'd had with Senator Duckworth about how we locate those, maybe even with others. But if you would allow me just a moment, there's one area that I want to this whole body to hear, and it's one of the main emphasis that I'm going to have. I believe, and after listening to over, like I said, 60-plus conversations and more, that we have to have a better working relationship with the VA and the members of this committee and the body through our legislative affairs. Legislative affairs under my leadership, if confirmed by this body, is going to be proactive, not reactive. They'll still be there for this committee and the House committee to answer policy questions and to do those things. But I want to have actually legislative affairs people, boots on the ground, so to speak, here on the Hill, talking not just to you about your concerns, but hearing from your constituent services workers. 60% of most all of your constituent services work fall under VA, whether it's benefits or health care. I want our folks to know that up front so that your people can know who to talk to, but then they will relay the reports to me. So that if in Indiana we have a problem that is coming from your office and a couple of the congressman's office, we're going to have a chance to react to that much quicker. And so that I'll have the information so that we're not seeing something in the paper 6 months later or having you to call. I've made the promise to everyone here that I do not come in this with rose-colored glasses. I think this is a large undertaking that I feel called to be at. But I will say this, for all of you who have it, and I've heard it as well in my 8 years as Congress, when a member of the military, the veteran, has to call our office, a congressman or a senator's office, to get the care they've already earned, it is a mark of failure in our department. It's not something we can overcome, and there's plenty of things to do it, but I believe until we get to that mark, the VA does itself, then we're not taking care of our veterans as fully as we can, and I'm going to encourage all of our employees to get to that standard.
Thank you.
I better check and make sure I've got it right. Senator Banks, thank you for your question. Senator Slotkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm really pleased to be on this committee. Mr. Gallego, missed it by an inch. And I think that veterans issues should be bipartisan issues. You and I served together in the House. We overlapped. I'm very proud to be the first CIA officer in the U.S. Senate. I'm a 9/11 baby, as they say, and was recruited by the CIA after 9/11 and did 3 tours in Iraq armed alongside the military and worked proudly for both Democrat and Republican administrations. I'm also a Democrat that just got elected on the same ballot as Donald Trump, as we talked about. So I certainly understand that Mr. Trump has the right to nominate his own people and have policies that differ than my own beliefs. I think what I care about the most is just making sure that our veterans get the care that they need and we don't strip essential programs for the sake of cutting the workforce. We talked about the PACT Act when you were in my office. I worked very hard on that bill on the House Veterans Affairs Committee. The potential to expand care to 3 million 9/11 era veterans who, lived near burn pits. And then the Elizabeth Dole Act that a number of folks in this committee worked on as well, which really does amazing things for mental health and expanding programs on long-term care. So can you just give me assurances that while I know it's a mandate from President Trump to cut the size of the government, that you will always speak up on behalf of veterans, not just do the bidding of someone who maybe somewhere else sees your numbers and starts to slash and burn? Because in places like Michigan, we have really expanded our staff on the VA to handle the additional veterans coming in. If we just start slashing numbers, we're going to be hurting the veterans who we just all voted and said we wanted to care for. So just a simple answer there.
Yeah, that's an easy one, because what I was told by the president is to take care of our veterans. We're going to take care of our veterans, and I said earlier in this hearing that we're not going to sacrifice the veterans' benefits to do a budget. And I think these are the consequences we have. Efficiencies can be found everywhere, as you and I talked about in the office.
Yeah.
But we've also got to make sure we're doing our mission. I wouldn't go to a place in which we're not doing the mission. The mission is the veterans.
I just, I know there will come a time, there always is when we're cutting things, that you will have to push back and say, this is what that's going to do to care. And I have to, you're going to pledge an oath to the Constitution here soon, not to any one president. On the issue of veterans' benefits, do you believe that you have the ability to change someone, you as VA Secretary, if confirmed, would have the ability to change the discharge status of any one veteran?
That's not under my purview to change.
Yeah. And do you believe that a veteran's benefits can be cut based on personal or political beliefs?
No, Senator, that is not a criteria for cutting a benefit. A benefit is earned and based on the criteria that is set before. It's not a political belief. There's not a litmus test that you would work there.
I really hope we stand for that, because even when we deeply disagree, right, with a veteran's actions, their service and their discharge status is determined based on their moment that they serve the country, whether we like their views or not. That's why we never had the veterans' benefits, as I understand it, taken away from people like the January 6th protesters, even when they were convicted. Similarly, we're watching right now senior people from the U.S. military and Coast Guard be removed from their jobs on Mr. Trump's first day. I just want your assurances that you're not going to change their veteran benefits that they earned if the discharge status is what it is from the Department of Defense.
I think encouraging and not going down a path that we've talked about are hypotheticals here. I think the DOD is list that when it comes to the veteran and coming to the VA itself, the veteran comes with the benefits that they've earned through their service and how they get to us. We'll take care and make sure that the veteran is taken care of with their status when they get here. The issues you're talking about from DOD, we're going to take care of them from the veteran perspective.
Okay, I just think that we go down a dangerous road as a country if we say that a veteran has served, they get their discharge papers, they've done their service of the country, and then regardless of what political views they have, whatever they say or do after their service, they're then retroactively punished through their pension, through their VA benefits. I think that's a dangerous path for Democrats and Republicans, and I don't want you to be the first VA secretary to go down that, so I'll rely on you to stand in the breach on that one. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Senator Bozeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on the chairmanship. We look forward to working with you and Senator Blumenthal to provide the leadership, continue to provide great leadership that this committee's had for the last several years. The VA's State Veterans Home Program is a great resource for many senior veterans, including those in Arkansas. Our Rogers location does excellent work caring for senior veterans in Arkansas, but needs upgrades to continue providing the standards of care expected. In fiscal year 24, this 96-bed facility was ranked number 12 on the Veterans State Home Construction Grant Program priority list after being ranked number 9 in fiscal year 23. Unfortunately, the facility will not receive the necessary funding in fiscal year 24. We worked with the current administration to get the necessary upgrades the Rogers facility needs. Do I have your commitment that the VA, under your leadership, will continue working with us on the issue?
Senator, thank you. And I think this is important. This came up with several of us, and you and I have discussed it. We're going to work with you and the appropriators and also this committee to make sure that the priorities as expressed will be taken care of, and we'll work with you to do those as we go forward. Because at the end of the day, especially what you just brought up, is one of the more critical we have, and that's sort of that end-of-life kind of issues that we deal with, and those later stages issues when more care is needed. So for me, making sure that that the states across this country and the VA is providing that care is something that is, frankly, a non-negotiable. As a pastor, it's been mentioned many times about me being a chaplain, but I was a pastor for 11 years as well, and had spent many times in those long-term care facilities, and it was humbling, and also, though, very critical to understanding. So, yes, we're going to work to see what we can to make sure that every need is met. We'll not always be able to say, here's the best answer you're going to want to hear, but I'll definitely work with you.
Very good. Thank you. I'm very proud of the committee's work to pass the PACT Act, which now provides long overdue care for veterans dealing with the effects of toxic exposure, while the VA's efforts to reach veterans impacted by the legislation and get them support has been great. I remain concerned about the VA's management of the Toxic Exposure Fund and overall budget outlook. How will you make sure the VA's Toxic Exposure Fund remains viable for years to come while providing the levels of care our veterans have earned?
Thank you, Senator. The care there is the biggest issue in coming out of the PACT Act in the work we've had. And it's been, several 100,000 new people, brought into the system, and that even more coming. I think the biggest thing we've got to do is actuarially look at what is passed here. And I promised, and I think you and I spoke about this in your office, is are we at the VA making sure that we're getting good information and doing what the intent of the law was so that they can continue to get those benefits? And that comes from the resources that come from us from this body. So I'm going to be actually looking at it, and I will come to you with real-world examples. One of the things, as I made the comment earlier about our legislative affairs and making sure that we're more on the hill, so to speak, with that, was another commitment that I have because I sat where you have sat and had questions of administrations in the past, is that you get good information. And you have a commitment from me that when you get information about how we're funding and how we're appropriating that whoever sits at this table, myself and any other person that comes from the VA, will give you good information. And it'll give you good numbers so that we're not like we were last fall when it starts off at a number of billions, then goes down to another billions, and then was not even used, as Senator Kramer talked about in the opening. So we're going to be doing that in addition to making sure that we're getting good, accurate numbers so that we can inflect the intent of these acts. The Elizabeth Dole Act that was just mentioned just a few minutes ago is going to be one that I want to make sure that we do properly. We set it in under the Trump administration when the Blue Water Navy and others and Mission Act was actually put into play. There were times set in so that it could be done properly. Sometimes the great ideas are at the wrong time or not the best way. You got to make sure that you have the great idea done properly, and that's what we're going to do.
Very good. Just say again, you served, you were a great member in the House. You understand how important it is that when we need, information, when we need to talk to you or somebody of importance, it's so frustrating. You have a hearing and you've sent letters and, the last 3 letters hadn't been answered. Just say again, very briefly, because my time is up, but I think it's one of the most important things that we can talk about today is how important it is to, again, be such that you are in constant tune with the members.
Senator, thank you for highlighting what I believe is going to be one of the biggest differences, and if confirmed by this body at the VA in the early stages, and that is going to be the involvement of our legislative affairs on this Hill. I am committed to having 535, if you would, canaries in a coal mine, 100 senators and 435 representatives who actually can help us and work together to see where there's problems, to see where there's issues. Like I said, not just in policy, not just in funding recognition, but also in the actual veteran constituency. Because when I hear from you, and as Chairman Moran and I talked, and he mentioned earlier, when we hear from the veterans, that's what we hear in Home Depot. That's what we hear in Kroger. When we're walking around, thanks for helping us. I want to know where the problems are, because I'm not a secretary of confirmed that will sit behind a desk. I will be out, and I'll be there making sure we get it fixed.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bosom. Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councilman Collins, for joining us here today, and congratulations on your nomination. And as you and I talked in my office, of course, this is very personal to me, also being a Marine, Iraq veteran, someone who has used VA healthcare services and as also receives a disability rating from them, making sure the VA continues to be, foremost taking care of our veterans is important to me, especially in Arizona. So I have a couple questions, more Arizona focus. So the Be Connected program, operated by the Arizona Coalition for Military Families, had began as an Arizona veteran suicide prevention program and has grown to serve the state's veteran population and their families by connecting them with mental health resources and more, which sometimes cannot be met within the hospital system. It receives 1/3 of its funding from the state of Arizona and 2/3 from the VA, and renews its contract with the Phoenix VA annually. The Phoenix VA recently said that it no longer intends to enter into another contract with the Be Connected program and will stop funding on March 31st due to budget constraints. So if confirmed, will you commit to work with me and the other members of the Arizona delegation to ensure the VA finds alternative sources of funding so Arizona veterans can continue to receive this critical services through the Be Connected program?
Yes, Senator. I mean, one of the things, and it's good to see you, and it's good to see you over here in your seat as we serve together. Look, also touring the same ground in Iraq, we know that issue coming back and that transition has been mentioned many times here before. It concerns me, and I'm going to say what you're bringing up right now. It concerns me that as a VA that there would be concerns about funding a program that actually goes to what is one of my major concerns, and that is the issue of death by suicide and looking at or taking even to a homelessness issue as well. So those are the kind of programs I think are priorities. So from my perspective as a secretary, it's going to be about priorities. And priorities are what we're seeing today is 17 people not with us anymore. It's not satisfactory. Over 40,000, I believe, those are more homeless. It's not satisfactory. A 5,000 waiting list in Alaska is not satisfactory. So budget items will match up to the priorities of what I want to have, and that's what I look forward to working with you on, and look forward to getting more information on that issue.
Thank you. Now I'm focusing and moving on to kind of the HUD-VASH program. Something that's very important in terms of reducing homeless veterans. But we did see a growth in homeless veterans increase by 7.4% from 2022 to 2023, which is for a variety of reasons, not just the HUD-VASH VA program. The program, as you'll pairs rental assistance through housing vouchers targeted at veterans specifically with case management and other supportive services. If confirmed, what would you do to support HUD-VASH program and increase the collaboration between the VA and HUD?
That is something that I think you and I talked about in the office is very important because we look at the areas for disability, we look at the DASH, we look at this, is it actually enough to provide people the resources to have a home? For me, I will look at this issue of homelessness not just as a VA issue. I'm going to look across the spectrum with HUD and with any other department which we can to make sure that this is something that is not the dark spot on a veteran service where we have homelessness like that is spoken of all the time. So I'm willing to take whatever we can in the VA, outside the VA, and I'm looking forward to having a good relationship if confirmed here, and if confirmed, Mr. Turner confirmed at HUD, that we're going to have a lot of conversations about this.
Right, and you and I talked about this in my office too. The studies have shown that the whole health coaching can help veterans make meaningful progress towards health goals, reduce stress, and improve quality of life, and overall, bring down the long-term costs for the VA, because then you have healthier veterans at a younger age, means you have healthier veterans at an older age. The VA currently employs around 200 full-time health coaches, but there are about approximately 20,000 to 30,000 health and wellness coach encounters where they have 20 to 30,000 health and wellness encounters per month. This number is expected to increase as veterans demand more coaching when it comes to life and health. As we discussed in our meeting, the VA has serious health coach vacancies. If confirmed, what would you do to safely help remove current barriers to healthcare professionals interested in becoming health coaches with the VA?
Senator, as we discussed, that's one of the issues I see, and I think you and I both saw from the House, and now you over here in the Senate and myself, is why are regulations keeping us from getting to the help that we need? And I think that's what I want to take a look at after you and I conversation. We get confirmed. We're going to look at this and say, why is getting from A to D, why is B and C an issue, is a proper, or could we remove C and just go A, B, D? I think those are the kind of things, because what you just talked about again is how do we keep people? At the bottom line for me, this chaplain's heart, this secretary's heart is always going to be about helping the veteran get the help that they need in all areas of their life. And if we don't do that, then we're making a mistake. We're missing the mark. And you and I have seen that, unfortunately, up firsthand. As someone who's actually counseled with those who thought about taking their life, those who are serious issues, we've got to have every help we can have.
Okay, thank you. I go back.
Thank you and welcome to the committee. Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman, for wanting to take this on. You and your family, largest healthcare system in the world. If that's not eye-opening, I don't know what is. We've had a lot of people tackle this job, and it is a hard job, and it's very, very important. I grew up in a military family, been to many, many VAs, and we have some good ones in Alabama, but it's amazing to me that, you know, that we look at this, and it's, again, second largest budget that we have here in Congress, second largest behind the DOD. But it's really not about money. You know, I think about and look at all this in a different perspective sometimes. It's about people running what you have. And we're run by unions, and there's obviously some good and some bad. But we got to find the problem, because we got to, more and more of our veterans are adding up. We have almost 500,000 just in the state of Alabama alone. And it's a big problem that we can't take care of all of them. Now, when I first got here and got on this committee 4 years ago, one of the first things that we did, President Trump had eliminated 4,000 people. He didn't care what they were in. If they didn't do their job, they got fired. He took 4,000 of them and sent them out the door. Well, the Biden administration come in, the first thing they did is they rehired them and back pay and put them in a situation where a lot of them had really breached protocol. Now, I come from a previous profession. If you didn't do right, you were gone. Will you commit to doing what's right for the veteran when it comes to the personnel that are handling these people? We can talk about acts and laws and bills and all this. It ain't gonna make a damn bit of good unless we get the people that's running these VAs and these homes that take care of our veterans. We don't get the best. Will you commit to that?
Senator, thank you for that. I mean, your last day was not just your profession, but I think every other profession in the world expects accountability. And I think that's what raises the standard. So yes, we're going to have accountability. The VA Accountability and Whistleblower Act, which by the way, passed unanimously out of the Senate, its intent was to make sure that those workers who were not fulfilling their mission, they were not going to take a job anymore. I intend to make sure that this is a promise that I have, is that if there is someone who is harming or in the way of our veteran and taking a veteran's benefit away, I have no problem in getting rid of that person and making sure we do it properly. And I have no problem with the legal repercussions of that, because there's no one at the VA going to stand in the way of a veteran getting the care properly. And if they're not doing it safely, which we saw many of those were not doing it safely and putting our veterans in harm's way. But I will say it again, and I think you would agree with me. I will be the biggest cheerleader for every VA employee out there who is out there getting up every morning, doing it right, making sure we're taking care of our veterans. But I believe the only way I can make them better, the only way I can push them, is to not allow those not to do it. So we have to have that accountability. This body passed it unanimously. It is about raising standards. It's about saying that we're going to expect the best and we're going to require the best. Because if I want to retain doctors, if I want to retain nurses, if we want to retain benefits people, then you got to set a standard that says, I'm proud to be here. And for me, I want to lead an agency that works and puts our veterans first and holds accountable those that have not.
Awesome. 2023, it was reported to us, some of our VAs, especially our community care systems, were funding illegal aliens, healthcare. Would you please look into that once you take this office?
Yes, Senator, I will. I do not believe any money that's taken outside the mission of the VA to help the veteran is a worthy cause of the money that has been appropriated for the veteran, and we will not be doing that.
You know, we were given a budget shortfall just back last July. We were called and told by the administration that we're $3 billion short, and we had to come up very, very quickly, or we were going to default in the VA. You can imagine how frustrated we all got with that when we found out that we actually had a surplus. I would hope that we take better care of what we do with our money and we know where it's at. Also, one thing before I go off here, and I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this back when we met, electronic health care. Nobody's told you this, $20 billion on updating our VA's electronic health care records over the last decade. The Department of Defense completed their update, yet the VA has nothing to show for the $20 billion. Houston,
Yes.
we got a problem.
Houston, Atlanta, DC, everywhere else we have a problem. That is not acceptable. That's one of the things that we're going to, as we've said earlier, and we talked about this earlier, we're going to have to get into very quickly, put every player on the table to make sure that we're getting it right from the VA perspective and from the from Oracle perspective as it's currently held. DOD and VA are very different, but also, as I said before, we're special but not unique. What we can do can be done, and there's ways that we can look at that, and I think Senator King talked about ways that we can let's do what we can do. We're going to get that right. Even up here, 8 years and that much money and no results, only 5 places, I believe, actually still is not acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your new position. Look
Thank
forward
you.
to working with you.
Former Mr. Chairman.
The job that you have been nominated for is an impossibly difficult job. I just want to say for the record that I think Dennis McDonough, the gentleman who came before you, has done a very good job in the context of what he had to deal with. Mr. Collins, in 2 independent assessments last year, the VA outperformed non-VA hospitals in terms of patient satisfaction and hospital quality. I can tell you that in Vermont, you talk to the average veteran who accesses VA, they say, you know what, the care is pretty good. I think that's probably true in most parts of the country, and that takes place within a healthcare system which is broken, a private healthcare system which is largely broken and dysfunctional. It strikes me, from what I have heard, there are 3 approaches to the VA. There are some folks, extremists, who think get rid of the VA completely, send veterans out into the private sector. Others, including the nominee for Defense Secretary, Mr. Hegseth, who have indicated that the VA should be there for specialized care. People with PTSD, people with amputations, particular problems the veterans have, specialized care. And there are those of us, including myself, who think that when people are asked to put their lives on the line to defend this country, you know what? All veterans are entitled to all of the health care that they need. That's my view. Where do you come out on that?
Senator, it's great to sit in the office and talk to you, especially your chairman, your perspective you have. We come out very similar. I've said before, and I said it to this committee early on, there'll always be a VA health system for the veteran. And like we talked about in your office, I think what we're going to do is make sure that the VA centers that are strong can get better. But also I have states that I've talked to and other senators who have maybe one facility that is doing well and another facility that's not. So we can't paint with a broad stroke, even on the private sector that you mentioned, to say that any one in particular is the rule for all. So I'm for getting that and making sure that we have it.
Okay, here's the problem. There is a limited amount of money. Community care spending went from $8 billion in 2014 to $31 billion in 2024. Ideally, what we could say is, hey, you're a veteran, you want to go into a private care? No problem. You want to go to the VA? No problem. We have a strong VA, strong private care. We don't have enough money to do that. So in fact, what the debate comes down to is not whether somebody should be able to access community care, but where are we going to put our resources? Are we going to allow the VA to wither on the vine, so to speak? Do you understand where I'm coming from? How do you, are you willing to tell us that you're going to fight for a strong VA in every state in this country?
We're going to, Senator, that's a non-negotiable. We're going to fight for a strong VA. Now, I understand your perspective. You didn't vote for the Mission Act, which is where community care started. I understand your perspective, but I also understand the will of the body and the law, and I understand veterans today. I believe you can have both. I believe you have a strong VA as it currently exists and have the community care aspect.
Okay. Vermont issue. You're inheriting an incredible bureaucracy that is very slow-moving at times. There are two CBOCs in the Vermont area, one in Chittenden County, our most populated area, one in the southern part of the state, probably be located in the New Hampshire area, all right? Keene, New Hampshire. Access to both Vermont and New Hampshire veterans. It has been moving along rather slowly. Will you assure me that you're going to take a hard look to make sure that those CBOCs get moving rapidly?
Yes, Senator, as we were talking about with Senator Bozeman as well, those are issues that we got to look at and make sure the priorities, the money's there. We're going to look sure.
But it's not just the VSA. It's not just the VA. The VA works with the GSA.
I understand.
And it is a problem, okay? Take a hard look at that one. There are massive staff shortages in the VA. And I am concerned about the hiring freeze that President Trump has initiated. Will you stand up publicly and say, you know what? We need every VA health facility in this country to be adequately staffed. We will not accept staff shortages and make sure that we have the people that we need.
I will advocate to make sure our veterans are taken care of, but I'll also support in the fact that we'll take a look at the current levels of employees that we have and where they're properly located, and we'll work at that, and the President will work under the executive order that he has given.
Look, in English, we all understand this. There are inefficiencies in the VA. There's waste in the VA, every government agency. On the other hand, the VA in general, in my view, does an excellent job. They need the support.
Yep.
So you want to go after waste and inefficiencies, do it. But make sure that we have the quality of doctors, nurses, staffing that we need to take care of every veteran in this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Collins, thank you for being here. You and I have a lot in common. We were both born in August, you 6 years after me. We both entered state legislature at the same time in 2007 in 2 different states. And you got a sister that was born in the same hospital that both of my babies were born in. Am I right? You also have the benefit of me tracking, since I lived in Atlanta for about 4 years, tracking Georgia politics. You were a very good, solid, reasonable congressman, so I know all I need to know about supporting your nomination. You know, I know you've said multiple times you're not going to privatize the VA. You're not forcing veterans out. You've done that. I think you were sworn in testimony. So would you just do a pinky swear, too, that you're not going to privatize the VA? Here we go.
We got
okay, good. Air pinky swear. So the reason that's important is that some people, not everybody, I think that Senator Sanders is genuine and has concerns, but folks, there is no, let me just say again what I've said every time, privatization and forcing veterans out of the VA to seek private care. There is no serious discussion among lawmakers to do that. Now, is there one, and by serious discussion, I mean that could ever see the light of day? I have very few skills. One of them is counting votes. There is simply not enough to even consider it a threat. And the reason why I hit this head on is there are veterans who could be led to believe that that's a risk. It is not a risk. You don't have to come to Washington because a vote is imminent. The VA is one of the largest healthcare system in the United States. It does a lot of things good, and in many cases, it does it better than the private care providers could ever imagine because of the unique status it has, in many cases, veterans serving veterans. So again, thank you for that pinky swear. Now let's move on to the unpleasant part of my discussion. Has nothing to do with you. I have supported every VA nominee who's come before this committee. And I supported the Secretary of the VA when I came in the Obama administration. I've had a great working relationship up to and including with Secretary McDonough. I have concerns, even some that date back to VA Secretary Wilkie, who was my MLA before he went on to be a VA Secretary. The implementation of the electronic health record is a bipartisan, multi-administration disaster. There is no way on God's green earth that we should have spent $10 billion to have only a fraction of the VISNs even touched. So do I have your commitment to go through that program to quickly get it moving again and get an integrated health chart that also can integrate with the DOD so that we can finally have a seamless transition from active status or reserve status to veteran status and provide premium care at the VA?
Yes, Senator Ellis, for the very reason of this, is what you just said about seamless care is actually a safety and security issue for my veterans.
It absolutely, it is. The electronic health record, I've got a real problem. We need to have a review. I don't know if it's an Inspector General's report or something else, but folks, I did large-scale systems implementation work for the vast majority of my career. I've done that more than I've done being a U.S. Senator or a state representative. This is a disaster. And I would like the people involved, not only the contractors, but having been the contractor before, my guess is it's rooted in bureaucracy and people responsible for the implementation within the VA not doing it right. So will you commit to me to doing a project review? I'll come to your turf to do it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the project review. This, for me, has been one of the, when first looking at it, how, only up here would this allow it to go on as long as it had. So,
Okay.
look, I'm putting on notice today that I'm committed to everyone here. We're going to bring everyone to the table. That's vendor, that's VA, everybody in the middle, and figure out what this problem is, because it's time to fix it.
Well, I'd love to be at the table when you have some of those discussions, to be honest with you, and lend you some free consulting advice. Last thing I want to leave you with, because I say it in most of the hearings, I did not vote for the PACT Act, in spite of the fact that my office was responsible for the formulation of the TEAM Act that was in that bill, which was to provide care to warriors who were exposed to toxics, and also the Camp Lejeune Toxics Act, which my colleague, Senator Sullivan, has been trying to work to reduce the compensation. I didn't vote for it because I was absolutely convinced it was going to be where it is today. It's a $700 billion between mandatory and discretionary spending, unfunded bill that got out of the oven too soon. And now we know you've got shortfalls that you're going to have to fix in the billions of dollars because we didn't take the time to actually get the PACT Act right. I hate it, not being able to vote for that bill. But I voted against it because we promised out of this committee that we would fix it before it got a vote on the floor. Now we got to fix it, and you can count me as somebody that will be helpful.
Thanks, Senator. I look forward to that because that is going to be one of the first issues we got to tackle from the budgetary standpoint. But also, and I will, say to the committee, and we've talked about this in many of your offices, I'm also looking ahead to the Elizabeth Dole Act and actual implementation and implementation cost on it. I think it's something we've got to take care of, but it's got an implementation cost as well.
Thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your chairmanship. I look forward to working with you and Ranking Member Blumenthal. And Congressman Collins, it is good to see you. It was good to sit down with you the other day. Congratulations on your nomination. And thank you to you for your service to our nation and to your family as well for their sacrifices, because we know when an individual serves, the whole family serves, and I welcome them here today as well. One quick comment to follow up on what Senator Slotkin was asking you about. I appreciated your expression that you would be willing to let the president know or anybody else in the administration know if you thought that budget cuts would hurt service to veterans. And I will just say, having done this work at the state level and now here, it is tempting for people in your position to tell their bosses, whatever budget you give me, we'll get the job done, because that's what you want to be able to do. But cutting direct care people in a healthcare system, cutting people who coordinate care so that veterans can get integrated care, can really, really harm veterans. So I will hold you to your statement that you will stand up for veterans in the budget discussions, because it's going to be real important.
And thank you, Senator, on that question, because it is true. I mean, as we said, and brings the uniqueness is I've been on that side. There's only limited dollars,
right?
And there's consequences. And there's a big thought up here on Capitol Hill that we vote on ideas. We don't vote on ideas. Okay. We vote on words on paper.
Right.
And those cost money. So yes, I'll stand up and look, the president has made it very clear to take care of veterans. And I will say, as we look for efficiencies, as we look for the things to run those agencies, I will say, here's the cost benefit of that, and we will move forward with that, making sure we take care of the veteran.
Well, I appreciate that. I want to move on now to a topic that I know Senator Sullivan also touched on. President-elect Trump supported a full-service VA hospital for New Hampshire when he was on the campaign trail. I've supported a full-service hospital in our state for years and will gladly work with you and the president to make that happen. In the meantime, though, the current Manchester VA Medical Center is almost 75 years old and it needs significant upgrades. The facility's age is showing. Twice over the past 8 years, pipes have burst, temporarily closing parts of the medical center. And when I say temporarily, we're talking months. Rescheduled surgeries, the whole 9 yards. It has been terrible. So following a push from the New Hampshire delegation to prioritize improvements to the medical center, the VA has begun implementing a multi-year upgrade plan. Will you commit to continuing these upgrades to make sure that Granite State veterans have the best possible medical facility to receive their care at? And will you come up to New Hampshire to visit the facility and meet our veterans?
I'll take the last one first, yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
Good.
But I will assure you, not only Granite State veterans, but all across the country, they will be taken care of and looking at our needs. The infrastructure needs, I'm glad we're talking about that today, because it's not just the new facility, it's not just the new CBOC, it's taking these older facilities that, as you said, once they're shut down, and then the bureaucratic process to get it fixed.
Right.
And so that is it. But also with President Trump's commitment, look, I'm going to support the president. We're going to look to that hospital. But I think you've brought up a bigger issue that I hope all of the committee members will understand is I wish we could, as I said before, have this rose-colored old pixie dust that'll just fix itself. But construction issues are going to be one of our hardest because of age of facilities.
Right. Thank you. Let's talk about rural veterans. They face several challenges in accessing VA healthcare. For example, they have to travel long distances to access their VA healthcare facilities, and that usually means that they're going to want to schedule multiple appointments on the same day, so they don't have to do all the travel back and forth. Unfortunately, some VA medical appointments can only be scheduled by calling the individual clinic directly, meaning veterans often have to make several calls to multiple disconnected offices just to try to coordinate and schedule their appointments. And then they schedule one, then they call back the other, find out the slot they thought they had is gone. So that's why Senator Boozman and I introduced the bipartisan Improving Veteran Access to Care Act, which would require the VA to create a streamlined scheduling system where veterans can either call or go online to view and schedule appointments for all of their VA health care. Congressman Collins, will you support this effort and work with me and Senator Boozman to pass this bill and implement its change to help our veterans?
Well, Senator, I look forward to seeing that and looking into it further, but I'm going to tell you from a conceptual standpoint, the better question for me is why haven't we almost got there anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, because the thing about, if I can, and I'm not to reduce, appointment times to an app, but when you can order 5 people's food and send it to 5 different places at the same time on your phone, why can't I go to one place? And I think for our younger veterans, and I think we talked about this in our office, for our older veterans, there's a different way they need to be personal phone. My dad, who's probably watching right now, he wants to be on the phone.
Right.
But the rest of them, pick up the phone. Let me get my 3 appointments and be done with it.
Yeah, and I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will follow up in writing with you about the one last question I wanted to talk about, which was just the implementation of the Dole Act. Home care is incredibly important. It should be the wave of the future because most people want to age at home or get their care if they have chronic illness or disabilities at home. Something near and dear to my heart and the heart of veterans, and I look forward to working with you on that.
And just briefly, Mr. Chairman, I just want to be real brief about it. That is something with this bat, I'm very proud of what y'all have accomplished there, but it's going to now take us implementation to make sure we do it right. If I'm confirmed, you'll have that commitment.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hessen, thank you. Senator Cassidy.
Hey, Congressman Collins, great job in the chair. You're going to be a fabulous Secretary of the VA, and you're going to have my support. You're a Georgia Bulldog fan, but that's okay. I mean, not everybody can be a Go Tiger.
Go Dogs.
Listen, I've been concerned because there's such a backlog in terms of people applying for VA disability benefits from whatever program there is. It just doesn't happen. And when it finally happens, sometimes the person's dead. Now, when I speak to people and read about the use of artificial intelligence, someone says it's the perfect bureaucrat. That once you set on the facts It can process a tremendous amount of information next to instantaneously and come up with the same decision based upon the same set of facts over and over and over. Now, but also learn it's only something that happens if you lean into it. If you just say, well, it's really great, we'll get there when it happens, it never happens. If you say, we are going to set up a system in which we red team it, and we're going to compare it to our best reviewers, we're going to then compare the best reviewers to the AI, whichever is different, we're going to figure out why it's different. And if the AI is not as good, we're going to continue to refine it until we can scale it. And a VA, a veteran, does not need to wait for his or her benefits. What do you think about that vision?
I wish it wasn't being presented as such a novel concept, because it's really true. We can do that, and as you from your medical profession and looking at why are we not using AI and the benefits of IT to actually take, especially from the benefit perspective, and take the ones that are, quote, easy, the ones that match the box, that we can get out of the way so that we can actually still hands-on those that are a little bit more difficult. Here's some numbers that maybe I'm sure you're familiar with and this committee is familiar with, and I'm proud of. Under President Trump and the previous administration, the backlog on the benefits cases got down to 65,000, I believe. In the past 4 years, there's been 130,000 billion added to the budget and almost 70,000 employees. And right now, there's a 265,000 backlog, down from almost, I believe, double that. We've went up with everything else. Why are we not able to get out some of these better in better ways? And that means doing efficiency, looking at AI, looking at other technology, not just from the benefit perspective, but also from the medical perspective as well. We've got a healthcare record system that is non-existent right now that we're going to have to do, as you said, that red team approach, as your wording was. So I'm looking for every possible way that I can make it better. Why would I be satisfied for a system that is old and outdated or non-existent when my goal and my purpose and my mission is to take care of a veteran?
Now, let me suggest, because one thing that happens here is that the agency says, give us the money and we'll come up with a system. And then 2 years later, and then 2 years later, and then 2 years later, till you finally pull the plug. So somebody once said, you should go out on your bid and say, we want the system at least to be run on a pilot method within 6 months. Because what you're getting is people who already know how to do it, indeed are already doing it in one form, and they're adapting their system to yours. Now, I would suggest, as we work as a team, that we come up with something that we would say, okay, you got 6 months to do it, and then we're going to do it. If we see veterans who have been waiting forever to get their stuff, getting it quickly, getting it appropriately, not too much, not too little, then we can take it to scale. But other agencies have just taken the money, and it's become a black hole. So thoughts about that?
My main thought about that is someone who's been on this hill and dealing with budgets, and it was the very thing that most of us go home and do town halls. They do not understand how we do appropriations up here. They do not understand how we spend money up here. They don't get to do that at home. They don't get to do it with their own budget. So when we tell them, oh, we're spending money but show nothing for it, that's something that's a foreign concept, and I think it's fostered the distrust that we see. So for me, setting deadlines is the only way you get things done. Setting deadlines and appropriate measures and metrics are the way you get things done. I am going to be one that is actually going to say, here's the defining aspect of what we've been given. Let's use the best results. Let's use the best processes. Let's use the employees we have and the best people.
I like that. As opposed to 10 billion, figure it out. It's going to be, here's a chunk of money. If you can show you can do it, we'll take it to scale. But if not, we're pulling the plug and going someplace else. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your chairmanship. It's good to be on another committee with you. Congressman, welcome. I really enjoyed our conversation. I'm not going to speak further on privatization of VA and my opposition to it, you know. I think that you would agree, would you not, that VA is uniquely suited to provide the highest quality of health care to veterans, and that privatizing VA would create a significant challenge wherein veteran care would be outsourced to providers not equipped for this specialized training, directly impacting the quality of care afforded to veterans.
Senator, again, it was good to talk to you. You would not believe how many times I've used our conversation in discussions with CBOX and other things, so it's been good to see. Of course, I mean, I think when you look at this issue, that the VA is uniquely positioned to deal with veterans and has the data, which you and I talked about, that can provide not only help for our veterans currently in the system, but even outside the system, using that data then to help others outside, we have a unique control group, if you would, that can actually look at that. So I think with something we can definitely continue to work on. And as I've stated before, there'll always be a VA health care center for those veterans that come home.
Yeah, just keep VA, the medical center, home, and then if they need care for their specialized treatment, they can go somewhere else. But as long as the VA know what's happening and is keeping track, I think that's really important for the veterans' best health.
I think as we do it efficiently and processfully, and we make sure the veteran is the center of that, that's exactly what we need to do. You and I mentioned this, that I think we need more the issue of women's veterans coming in, which are a large population of our veterans coming in now, making sure that if they want to receive that care in the VA, for instance, right now there's depending on discussion, lack of mammogram equipment. Those are things that are at large VAs who satisfy a large number of female veterans. They're having, to do that. If they wanted to stay in, they couldn't. So I think working it both ways is where we need to be.
Yeah, I think the medical, what is the best medical treatment is where we need to go. I mean, in the case of mammograms, you need somebody who reads thousands and thousands of mammograms, and if you only take care of a small number of female veterans, I wouldn't want to have my mammogram read by someone who only reads 100 mammograms a year, as opposed to a partner organization like that rural hospital or somebody who reads thousands of mammograms so that they can better spot any problems.
Exactly, and that brings me to, I'm going to sort of maybe jump ahead of you a little bit.
Yeah,
I think it goes back to your discussion we had in the office about the CBOC and rural hospital issue, that they could, and I think what you made was a very good point. And I'm going to take it a step further about what you just said, though. It's the sharpening of skills. For those of us who've been to Iraq and have been to Afghanistan, we saw trauma and emergency care at its finest. I mean, if they came through the Heroes Highway at Balad, 98% of those made it back home alive. Now, some of them didn't. You were one that didn't. There's some who didn't, but they got back home. And I remember a time that I sat with a young man who I was with him and prayed with him, and he had I'll never forget him because he had blonde hair, blue eyes. And I went back later that evening, and he was gone. They had already got him on a plane and got him later. A week and a half later, I looked at Stars and Stripes, and I saw his picture. But I was comforted by knowing he was back home when he passed. That is sharpening of skills. And in the VA, we need to have that. We have to make sure that our veterans are getting that same kind of treatment so that our skills and their treatment are matching.
Wonderful, thank you. If confirmed, will you commit to working with myself and my colleagues on this committee to strengthen and refine VA policies that improve wait times and access to VA health care rather than resorting to privatization?
Yes, I think that is what we're looking at right now is a VA that has the VA healthcare system. And again, it goes back to the service of the veteran. And if anytime, I'll say it again. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. When they have to call my office when I was in Congress or your office now, that is a failure from the VA. And it's not a failure on the people. So for anybody try to twist what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. The VA has a mission to take care of veterans. If for some reason the veteran's not able to get that care, then we need to step up and make sure they answer why. So yes, trimming down wait times, making sure they get that. Because some of the things we could be missing are preventative care that could actually help us long-term in our cost perspective if we're catching it early.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned preventative care. Right now, preventative health care is something that patients in the Affordable Care Act or other places do not have to pay for their preventative care. So your prostate cancer screening, your mammograms for breast cancer, colon cancer screening, your statins for your cholesterol medication, you don't pay a copay for that, but veterans do. Would you, confirm, will you support making a non-controversial common sense fix to ensure that VA coverage aligns with that of commercial health care and TRICARE, and help me eliminate the copays for veterans for preventative health care?
I look forward to working with this committee on that because I do believe, as you do, that the preventive aspect of that is very important.
Thank you. You're back, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Collins, always good to see you. Appreciate that. As we served in the House, you were known as being a consensus builder and a problem solver. And I think as we look at the VA and the situation that is there, we need someone who can build consensus among the employees and solve some problems that are existing in the VA. So you made a comment about it was important to get the right people doing the right job, and I agree with that. And as we have been overseeing the VA, something that has been a consistent problem is the return to work policy and the lack of individuals that are working full-time. At one point, out of VA benefits, they were only required, according to Secretary McDonough, they only had to work in person 2 out of 10 days. And then in healthcare, they had to work in person 5 out of the 10 days. So that is a problem, and I fully believe that's why the backlog, as you mentioned, that long-term backlog is at 265,000. If you put those that are under 120 days on that list, you are at 956,000. This is because people don't go to work. So where are you on that and having that return to work policy?
Thank you, Senator. It's good to see you. It's also good to see you back over here as we've worked together many times. And I do pride myself, as I mentioned in my opening statement, about the stuff that we worked on bipartisan, Music Modernization Act, which you are such a great champion of as well. And we're going to have to work together on this. But I do believe people need to come to work. The President's made it very clear. He made that very clear that people need to come to work. Now, there are certain issues and times, and before the question is asked, that we have a large portion of the VA workforce is unionized and they're in contracts, but we're going to work together to get people back to work.
What percentage of those employees are union?
80.
80%?
Approximately 80% of 470-ish thousand.
Okay.
And some of them in the telework agreement stuff. Look, we're going to encourage them to come back to work. We're going to follow the President's directive in that, and we're going to make sure that we get people in there because at the end of the day, it's about veterans. My hospital employees, if I was confirming this, they have to show up every day.
Okay. That is encouraging because you look at we've talked about the health records, the EHRs, and the fumbling, the $15 billion that has been spent on that not to have those records. The way there is no transfer, data transfer from DOD to the VA on those health records. This is a problem we can fix. We've got a lot of good health IT experts in Nashville that could fix this. And when they hear from people that are in the VA system about they can't get any care, the wait times, and we've talked some about the backlog. At the Fort Campbell facility, VA facility, the wait to get a primary care appointment today, and we've just checked our numbers, is 81 days. And in Chattanooga, it's 110 days. In Murfreesboro, it is 54 days. That is completely unacceptable. And if people are going to not show up to work, if they're beholden to the union and say that it is about them and not about the vet, that is something that is just completely unacceptable, and it's one of the reasons we need to strengthen community care. The suicide rate, that 34.7 individuals per 100,000 of our vets that choose suicide, the mental health components, and having that community care where they can access it in their community without having to travel, having an EHR that they are carrying with them to the doctor, that will be helpful.
Senator, you've hit a multitude of things there that are all important to the very end and aspect, and that's the health and safety and the wellness of our veterans. The rec healthcare record system, I mean, there's nowhere else we can even point to. I mean, you cannot, if a doctor in the VA walked out and decided to go take a job in the private sector, guess what they're going to find when they get there? Electronic healthcare records.
That's right.
So the system that we currently use, it still is, F1, F2, it's unacceptable because it creates what the problem that you've seen going forward. Look, I believe in all workforces, and I believe, that the employees at the VA, whether they're union or not, are very valuable, and I respect that. I was years ago, 5 years in the Food and Commercial Workers Union when I was in a Big Star grocery store. I get the issue, but also I believe we ought to bring people back to work, that we ought to make it in a way that people are not only employees, but at the end of the day, we remember it's not about the VA, it's about the vet.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn, we're going to have a brief second round. I'm going to turn to Senator Blumenthal to begin that, but I want to ask unanimous consent at this point to add to the hearing record letters of support for Congressman Collins' nomination. They come from the Wounded Warrior Project, AMVETS, Blinded Veterans Association, Military Veterans Advocacy, Avalon Action Alliance, America First Vets, National Defense Committee, Mission Roll Call, Burn Pits 360, Jewish War Veterans, Military Order of the Purple Heart, Luke's Wings, and the Valor Mission Project. Without objection, those letters of support are entered into the record. Senator Blumenthal, I recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. As we were talking a little bit earlier, last night the White House issued various executive orders. Some of them dealt with a federal hiring freeze, a freeze on regulations, and other issues. We're still reviewing them in my office. The issue of a workforce hiring freeze memorandum claims that it will not, quote, adversely impact the provision of Social Security, Medicare, or veterans benefits, end quote. I'd like to know from you, what does that mean in practical terms about the employees who deliver veterans health care or work in cemeteries? Does this language exempt all of the VA's positions from a hiring freeze?
I think, Senator, we're still like you examining that, but we support the president's initiative here in the freeze. But also, I take, as far as what it says, I'll take it at the words that's on the paper, and that's not going to affect it because we have people doing those benefits packages right now. We have people working at that. And the implication would be that adding more people would fix whatever the problem is. I'm convinced right now that the workers and the benefits, we need to make better efficiencies with what we currently have. So I support that.
Yeah, that's not reassuring to me because I'm asking not about the VA employees who work on benefits. I'm asking about the folks who are in the hospitals, in the care facilities, at the cemeteries. They're not dispersing benefits, they're providing care. And as you well know, there are extraordinary problems in recruiting and retaining the doctors, the nurses, and filling their ranks where there are openings right now. So the explicit language of that memorandum seems to include them in the hiring freeze.
Going by the way you've worded, I will say this. So hiring freeze in the wording that you use, and I do not have this before me, so I'm not going to comment completely on it. I do not have it in front of me. I'm going off of the memory, and we're still examining that as well. I can assure you President Trump is, in this executive order, is to get assessment on where we are with our employees. It is not to take away from anything that is currently there in future. And the way that your question is worded is implying that they would not be there to do the veterans health care, the cemetery work. That's going to continue. This new hire freeze is not there. We may not at this point bring in a new person tomorrow unless we need it, but this is where we're at. And I think what he's done is to get an assessment on where we are.
Well, you and I are trading a lot of words. Let me come right to the point. I'm asking you to fight to fill the openings, not a hiring freeze, in the ranks of the doctors, the nurses, the attendants, everybody who works in care facilities or in veteran cemeteries, rather than leaving those positions open because those folks are needed to care for veterans. Will you seek an exemption to the hiring freeze for those positions that concern veterans' care, including the Veterans Crisis Line?
I will take everything that you've said into consideration and understand that the freeze and export the executive order, while at the same time, if confirmed, be willing to make sure that there's nothing missing in the process. We may, as you said, we're sharing words. I think we're saying the same thing.
Well, no, we're not, with all due respect.
I respect that.
This is going to be a first test of your leadership. Whether you fight for an exemption in the hiring freeze for the non-veterans benefits employees who are needed to care for veterans at medical facilities and other places, including the Veterans Crisis Line, rather than have them covered by that hiring freeze.
Senator, I view this as not as a test of what I will do. I believe it is a test of two different assumptions and assuming that just because there's opening, that there's an actual need at that point that makes a veteran miss their benefits of health care. I think we're coming at it from two separate perspectives. There may be openings, but there was openings yesterday. There was openings last week. This is simply looking at ahead to say where we're at this point. I think we're coming at this as two separate perspectives. I respect yours greatly. But I think what we're going to see is no one on the veteran health care side is going to miss their health care provider because of this new hire freeze. The president is doing a prudent step as he comes into office to make sure that we have a good handle on what we've got and going forward. I will always fight, Senator, and I've told you this in your office and I'll tell you again here, for what we need at our facilities. But I'm also not going to fight for issues in which I believe that I've not had a chance to study and make sure that this issue is taken care of. I do not believe this is going to have the impact that you're having because I think we're coming at it from two different perspectives.
Well, I will just say, I don't want to get into an argument here, but there are possible openings where, let's say, the head of the West Haven VA facility says, oh, well, we don't need to fill that position.
Yeah.
But there are also openings where the director of the facility is saying, we need more nurses.
Yeah.
We need more doctors. We need more mental health care. You and I have talked about this issue. You can't provide veterans health care without the people, the skilled professionals to do it.
I appreciate
And
it.
I hear you saying if there's an opening, it means that we don't need somebody for that opening.
No, I think, Senator, just a general reminder, last week, Secretary McDonough could have filled those positions. He chose not to, or couldn't find anybody.
Well, he may
new-
have wanted to, and you may have talked to him about, but it's not easy to fill those positions.
And Senator,
They've
that's
worked
why we're
hard to
taking a
fill it.
perspective of where we're at. And again, I appreciate it. We'll work on this together, but I respect what the president's done. I think it's a prudent step looking forward and that the healthcare is not going to be compromised in that process. I support that.
Let me move on. Will you commit to expending every effort and every dollar to reach every veteran at risk of suicide, including those who are not now enrolled in the VA system?
Senator, that's the easiest question you've asked all day, and I appreciate it. No, yes, I will do everything possible. This from my heart, and you've heard it mentioned, there's nothing more sacred to me, or my perspective, and my faith in my God, that everyone is made in the image of God and deserves life and encouragement for that. I think we need to actually have more any way we can to reach that person. As someone who's been on the other end of that line, when somebody called me and said, Chap, I'm ready to end it, there's no worthy, I'm not willing to let anybody go by because I believe in the inherency of life and the grace that was given to me.
As you know, the rate of firearm suicide is significantly higher among veterans than non-veterans. And so will you commit to looking for ways that firearms-related suicides can be reduced?
I'm committed to looking at any instrumentality that takes the life of one of our veterans.
On the issue of homelessness, is there more that can be done to prevent or address veterans' homelessness?
Yes, there's many things that need to be done, and I think we've got to look at it from a cross-government approach, not only just with the VA, but with HUD, also with HHS. There's many aspects that I don't think we're touching at this point. So for me, it is, again, about how do we make the best resources of the limited funds that come from our government.
You've been asked, and I think you've answered, and I don't want to repeat this issue, whether you will continue to abide by the VA rule concerning abortion, counseling, and care in cases of rape, incest, life, or health endangerment of a pregnant veteran. Will you commit that you will inform this committee if and when you begin reconsideration of the present rule?
I will keep this committee informed. The chairman and the ranking member will know any discussions and decisions as we get toward that decision.
As you begin consideration, you'll let us know?
We'll get into that when we get in there. I'll let keep the committee informed of things that we have going on. I have to get in there first, if confirmed by this committee, which I'd hope to earn votes for. We'll see what we got when we get there.
And let me just ask you finally, and I appreciate the chairman indulging this additional time.
Despite your early earlier commentary about me.
Well, I don't see anyone waiting to, I'm sorry. I apologize to Senator King. Just one more quick question. The PAC Act, as you know, established the Toxic Exposure Fund to pay for extended and expanded benefits without impacting other non-defense discretionary spending. If confirmed, do you intend to advocate for undoing or altering the Toxic Exposure Fund, or would you like to consider it, continue it in its present form?
I think any changes to any program, it would be premature for me to make policy at this or discuss that. I think we'll look at it, the possibility, but I think the intent of Congress will be carried out. I know there's some discretionary with the funding issues with that from the VA. We're going to look at that as we go forward, but I'm, at this point, I want to see where we're at because there is a concern that we made proper implementation that could have caused some of the budget shortfalls, and we have another program right on top of it, which is going to be the Elizabeth Dole Act, that I promised and commit to you that we're going to make sure that we look at so that we can properly implement your intent and the Congress's intent for this.
Just for the record, I hope that you will continue this fund because it provides for a solid source of benefits for those veterans who are suffering from diseases relating to toxic exposures, and that you will continue the outreach program that Secretary McDonough started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make something very clear. I don't want AI to decide if one of my veterans is entitled to the benefits they've earned, period. Capiche?
Senator, there's no veteran that is going to miss the benefit that they earned by the position and the way they process their claims. But I think you and I will both come to a conclusion that if there are better ways to process a claim that our veterans can get their benefits quicker, then I'm willing to look at any opportunity to get their veterans' benefits quicker. And if that involves AI, then I'm not willing to take it off the table. I'm not willing, though, to have them put in a position where AI is randomly in a situation, especially with benefits and others that are more difficult. There'll always be a person there to oversee that process.
Well, the experience thus far with AI in the insurance industry is not positive. And I don't want our veterans having to go through a claims litigation in order to overturn the decision of a machine somewhere. So I understand you're not willing to take it off the table, but I certainly hope it will be handled with great care because it will be very tempting to reduce staff and replace it with this technology. But I'm not confident in the technology right now to be making these life or death decisions for our veterans.
Yeah, I understand and respect your position, Senator. I do not view this as a life or death decision. I think these are decisions that could be made in how we look at the best efficiencies. And look, there'll always be, in my mind, especially when it comes to the veteran benefit, someone that overlooks and oversees that as well to make sure that it is working properly. If it went that way.
Thank you. You're going to be under tremendous pressure as we move into this difficult budgetary situation, and there's a lot of pressure to reduce the budget. I think it's been pointed out here, the Veterans Administration is one of the largest pots of money in the federal government. It's very easy to focus on the bureaucracy, that term, which carries with it a kind of negative connotation. But I would point out that in many cases, staff cuts equal benefit cuts, because if there's nobody there to answer the phone, or if the process is delayed to the point where the veteran dies or just gives up, that's in effect a benefit cut. So as you're under this pressure, and I believe you will be, I hope you'll take care to balance necessary efficiencies against the loss of services. You've said repeatedly, and you said in my office, and I love it, you don't want us to have to be advocating for our veterans because they ought to get their benefits without having to come to a congressional office. Well, if staff cuts end up having nobody answer the phone or answer the phone after only 100 rings, or say, we'll have to talk to you 6 days from now or 6 months from now, that's going to only aggravate the problem, and you're going to be hearing from us on a daily basis instead of every other day.
I think, Senator, your point is taken, and I understand. I think the interesting question is these very things arise right now at the staffing levels that we have. I think there's more of an issue here. Are we doing things as efficiently and processing as we can with the staffing that we currently have, whether that's more or less staff? I think sometimes you have to look at the process I mean, why is it that we're back up at 250,000 backlog of benefits when we've had 130 billion in increase in funds and 70,000 employees? That's just, something's broken about that.
I
So-
agree, and I commend you for wanting to follow up on that. And again, I have no problem with efficiency. And I think I can't complain about a hiring freeze. I actually signed a hiring freeze in my inaugural address as governor. So I understand that. On the other hand, I think the point that Senator Blumenthal was making, the hiring freeze should not apply to direct care workers. If my Togus Hospital in Maine needs a cardiologist and it's been open for a couple of months because they're hard to find, this hiring freeze should not prohibit them from continuing to search for, and if they can find a cardiologist, to sign them up. I hope you'll distinguish between direct care workers and others who serve veterans behind the scenes.
Thank you, Senator. If confirmed, we're going to always make sure that, as I've said many times before, no matter what the issue is, I will always fight for making sure our veterans are getting the care in the proper way that they need to.
Final point, there's no answer necessary for this, but one of the things you're going to be having to face is increasing demands for mental health services and long-term care. Long-term care, as our veterans age, is going to become a greater and greater issue. The Elizabeth Dole Act starts to address that, but I just commend that to your thought process, and perhaps you can have people thinking about this. How are we going to provide those services that are going to become more and more necessary as time goes on?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the things that are already keeping me up at night if confirmed about this job. I appreciate you giving me more. But I also look forward to reaching out to you for help in that as well. I do
Thank you.
appreciate it.
I commend you for your participation this morning. Look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Senator King, thank you very much. Let me just try to wrap up my thoughts and questions to you, and it's just a miscellaneous of things. First of all, I would tell you that we work closely with the Inspector General at the Department of Veterans Affairs. I find him valuable, both to me and to this committee, but should be valuable to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Anything that you want to say in regard to utilization of Inspector General's reports and how the department will respond?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. When I was ranking member of House Judiciary, this was one of the issues that we dealt with the Judiciary Committee, but also with the Department of Justice, but also in other committees I served on. Inspector Generals play a vital role. We're not always possibly going to agree with the outcome, but we can come to a conclusion because always having other eyes on a situation is provided. I'm one of those that believes in gathering a lot of input and then making a decision. So if you're having input from an Inspector General who's looking out for the best interest of what the VA is for, then I'll be working with them, and I look forward
I
to it.
didn't mean to suggest, and don't think I did, that you need to agree with the Inspector General. I do think that that extra set of eyes in the professional way that that investigation is conducted has value. Certainly gives us a greater opportunity for oversight, but that same kind of oversight is what a Secretary of Department of Veterans Affairs should be looking for, just like we do.
Yes, sir.
We have a habit here of passing legislation, and there's lots of bills that are introduced, certainly. Some of them actually become law. And one of the things that I think it's important for this committee to try to assure is that we don't just take the applause, the pat on the back with our veterans or veteran organizations because we introduced a piece of legislation or we passed a piece of legislation. The real goal is to make sure that the legislative efforts, when a bill becomes law, that it actually benefits veterans. You and that Department of Veterans Affairs have a lot to say, have a lot to determine whether that is the outcome. But I see it as our responsibility, this committee's responsibility, to see that the laws that we pass actually have the outcome, the intended consequence that we were seeking when we decided by a majority vote in the House and a supermajority vote in the Senate that this is something that matters and will make a difference in veterans' lives and well-being. So implementation, I'm saying this perhaps for the benefit of the committee more than you, but we ought not be satisfied with the outcome of our work with the passage of a piece of legislation. I don't know that that requires any response from you.
Could I respond to that, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Because I think it goes back to the uniqueness of my qualifications for this job, is being where you've been. And it's real easy to go around and say, oh, we passed this, and now we do it. I was privileged enough to have, I believe it was 19 red lines actually pass into law, some big stuff. First Step Act, Criminal Justice Reform, we did defend trade secrets. I have some of my former staff that were here with me. that I literally stand on their shoulders because they did work, and the staff behind you who do good work. But now I'm getting to take, hopefully, with the confirmation of this body, be able to step into a role in which I get to see the other end of it. Those words on paper actually matter to me. And I believe that carrying that out is one of my highest callings. Working for this president who's had the trust in me to put me into this position and his administration, what he's done before, I look forward to this opportunity.
I thank you for that response. You mentioned the staff behind us, and rightfully so. You compliment and highlight the value and importance of their work. We have staff inquiries to the Department of Veterans Affairs that go back 6 months with no response. And we've worked with the previous staff at the VA, the previous secretary, and there was a great intent to see that the answers come. It will mean that it has to be prioritized. And so you have indicated earlier that you're going to be very responsive to Congress. Those two, like introducing a piece of legislation, are words that you should say. And I hope that you can find every method possible to give us the information that we need to respond to what's going on at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and most importantly, accurate, but also timely.
Mr. Chairman, there's many things that I've talked about today, and I've enjoyed this time with this committee. But there's one thing that will be true. The way that we interact with this Hill, as of my confirmation, and I have the ability to sit in that seat, will change. The Legislative Affairs Office is going to be much more on the Hill. They're going to be much more involved, and they're going to get you answers. 6 months is not tolerable. Again, I go back to the fact I've written those letters too, and it's not going to happen.
It has taken way too long in many instances. And QFRs, in a hearing in which we ask for members the opportunity to ask additional questions at the end of the hearing, those responses are terribly, terribly slow, and again, impedes the capability of the committee doing its work. One of my experiences is that we bring a problem to the Department of Veterans Affairs, and at least on a number of occasions, we're successful in changing the policy or approach at the department. So again, much of what I know about what's going on with veterans is because they tell me what's going on with veterans. And we discover there's a problem. We highlight that problem for the department, but on many, many occasions, and the answer comes back from the department, the central office of the Department of Veterans Affairs. We've changed it. You're right. This needs to be different than it's been, and we're going to conduct ourselves differently. The challenge becomes when the VISN in Kansas or anybody else's VISN doesn't know the changes that have taken place in the central office. So we can have a few high-five moments. We've solved a problem, but when it gets to the field, they've never heard of what we have been told in Washington, D.C. by the department.
A high five in Washington, D.C. is a nothing in Kansas if it's not implemented. Look, that's one of the things I'm excited about. I come to this in a new position as well. I've been a part of the Hill, but also media and social media. Look at the applications that are out there now that we can tell the good. You're going to see, the department is going to hear from me directly. It's not going to come through memos. It's not going to come from me sitting behind a desk on Hyatt Central Office. It's going to come from me through videos that are going to be on our social media. It's going to be through emails that we're going to send, encouraging them to know this is my direction. They'll hear from me. That if we're still getting, that the idea that a veteran has to call their congressman or their senator for help, that we're missing the mark somewhere. They're going to hear it directly from me. And here's the other thing. They're going to see me. They're not going to have to wonder what I'm thinking, because all of a sudden I may just show up at their hospital. I may just show up at their CBOC, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to make sure that our veterans are getting taken care of. I'm not pie in the sky thinking I can wave my magic wand and make it happen. But I will tell you this. They're going to know who their secretary is. They're going to know who their secretary cares about. And it's that veteran that is in the system now, and that veteran that is to come, and that veteran that has gotten out and for some reason flipped through the cracks and does not know that they have benefits of life. And if they choose to take those, then they're going to be there for them, or they're going to have a veterans office that is waiting for them.
I appreciate that. To my point, what you're responding to is that the assurance from the Department of Veterans Affairs that the problem has been solved often is not the circumstance in the field. One of the things that this is in in the management aspect, and then maybe this is an issue or a challenge because of employment agreements. But it is not infrequent in which we bring a specific instance in which bad behavior, malfeasance, malpractice, insubordination, a list that could be long of errors and mistakes made by someone who works at the Department of Veterans Affairs in the field. And the response ultimately, if you ever hear about what happened to that person, that employee, is we transferred them to another hospital. That can't be reassuring, shouldn't be reassuring to anyone. And maybe there's some impediment that makes it, can't be impossible, makes it difficult to actually fire someone. And the instances here are not like employee grievances. It's not like mismanagement in the sense of how do we get along here. These are egregious circumstances in which terrible things have happened to veterans. And the response is never you're out of here. At least that, if that's the response, it rarely happens in the end. So my point, which I don't think I explained very well, but the point is there has to be a better disciplinary circumstance in those extreme cases other than you are transferred to another facility. And that is for the well-being, safety, and importance of the veterans who are served by the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Senator, I couldn't agree with you more. The concept of failing up is not a concept that I abide by. I'm a military person. I'm someone who's also employed people outside the government as well. But failing up is not an option. You don't fail up. And we're just because what we would do is I will work within any agreements, employee agreements, collective bargaining. But if you're putting a veteran health and safety at harm, I will make sure the department will get rid of you, and we are willing to do whatever it takes to do that. Because here's the deal, and I don't think there's any senator or congressman who would disagree. If that happens, you shouldn't be there. We'll do everything within the agreements to make sure their processes are followed, but I will not tolerate it. And that then in turn makes our better employees even better.
You highlighted that point, and I was going to compliment you on it, that a culture, a sense of well-being of the employee, that it's a safe and valuable job, and that you're doing good work is hugely important to the success of the Department of Veterans Affairs. And if other employees see that some employees get away with bad behavior, it diminishes the value and joy of working there.
Senator, I agree. There's an old saying that I ascribe to. There's two ones that I look at, and one will be on my desk if confirmed, and it says if it goes wrong, it's my fault. If it's a little bit okay, it's everybody, and if it's right, it's everybody else's, so we lift everybody up. But understand, when you have employees that come to work every day doing it right, and they feel like they have to carry a coworker along, after a while, they don't want to carry the coworker anymore. They just rose to the level. They go to that level. We're not going to tolerate that.
Mr. Collins, it's always my practice almost always my practice in a hearing to give our witnesses the chance to take back, to admit a mistake, want to correct the record, to give a witness before the committee the chance to restate or make clear something they felt like they didn't do in the first set of hearings, in the first two rounds of questioning. Anything you'd like to add to the record today?
No, Senator, I just want to appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, Mr. King, and all who have stayed and come by. I've enjoyed the answers. I've enjoyed the questions. We're not always going to agree, but I will guarantee you I'll always listen. I will always be a part and to take this job very seriously to make sure that at the end of the day our veterans are taken care of. And if anything, I will say the only addition I will have is I'm thankful for the ones sitting behind me, for my wife and my children, my father who's watching, and for those future employees, if I'm blessed enough to be confirmed by this body, let the veterans of the VA know that we're coming to make a difference, and we're going to be there to support you.
Mr. Collins, thank you. Let me see anything that we're missing. Okay. Each member will have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. In addition, any member who would like to send a question for the record to Congressman Collins should do so. I don't know why we say as soon as possible. We actually need it by the end of business today. We have a executive session of this committee scheduled for Thursday. And so if there's something that you want to make sure that has not been asked or answered by a member of the committee, we need you, Mr. Collins, so that our process can continue with the consideration of your nomination, we need you to respond immediately.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I would just join Mr. Chairman in thanking you for the hearing and thanking Congressman Collins for your testimony here today, which I think has been very frank and forthright and very helpful to us, and really appreciate your candor and look forward to a working relationship where we're always candid with each other. Again, thank you for your service to our nation.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you. I, again, look forward to working with you in the next 2 years on this committee and see if we can accomplish good things for those who serve our country.
Thank you.
The meeting is adjourned.